In a dimly lit bar, a commotion erupts. Two women are being harassed, one cries out in distress, "You fexker! Get that hand off her!" Another woman shouts, "Hey, look!" Jin Soo-han, a third-year general surgery student, is introduced. He is shown intervening in the situation. Jin Soo-han swiftly intervenes, delivering a powerful blow that sends the harasser sprawling across the room. His actions result in a chaotic scene, with the man falling amidst spilled drinks and fried chicken. The woman he defended expresses her gratitude, saying, "Appa, no." Jin Soo-han, clenching his fist, angrily retorts, "How dare that bastard touch your butt?" Later, Jin Soo-han faces his supervisor, who is furious. The supervisor confronts him, shouting, "You dared to hit your supervisor? Jin Soo-han, are you crazy?" Jin Soo, eyes blazing, defended a woman from harassment. He declared, "I can endure everything else but not such acts with my girlfriend. Yeah. I am crazy." His actions, however, came at a steep price. As he reflected on the consequences of striking his supervisor. His supervisor, a stern-faced man, questioned him, "Did you hit a professor? Who do you think you are? What do you have to go crazy like that?" The repercussions were immediate and severe. Jin Soo found himself dismissed from the university hospital, his discarded belongings unceremoniously tossed into a trash can. His subsequent job search led him to a less-than-ideal situation, as he was questioned about his father's profession. Jin Soo-han, recently unemployed and facing a bleak future after his dismissal from the university hospital, reflected on his past. He recounts the difficulties he faced in securing a position, noting that his lack of a prominent family background hindered his career prospects. But then, a stroke of luck allowed him to find an investor who provided him with the opportunity to open a small private hospital. Confident in his abilities to assess people, Jin Soo partnered with the investor, both agreeing to do their best to make the venture a success. However, his investor vanished, taking all the invested funds with him. Police reports indicated the suspect was residing in the Seogyo apartment complex. Jin Soo, having heard of this location before, felt a growing sense of unease. Further investigation revealed a shocking truth: the investor was a close associate of Jin Yu Kim, adding another layer of complexity to Jin Soo's already precarious situation. Jin Soo's fiancée informed him that she was ending their engagement, citing that she had found someone better. Jin Soo, devastated, reacted with shock and disbelief, calling out to her as she left. Alone and heartbroken, Jin Soo's despair deepened as he reflected on how quickly his future had been destroyed. He drowned his sorrows in alcohol, the empty bottles accumulating around him as he lay on the floor of his apartment. Unable to cope with the overwhelming pain and loss, Jin Soo felt he could no longer endure his situation. The next day, Jin Soo was seen walking determinedly towards a hospital. Jin Soo-han, still reeling from his failed investment and his fiancée's departure, reflected on his desperate attempts to salvage the situation, even resorting to begging his professor for help, only to witness a scene that shattered his already fragile hope. He sought his professor engaged in an intimate moment with a woman, a sight that fueled his despair and anger. He felt betrayed and mocked by fate. Consumed by rage, Jin Soo's thoughts turned violent. He vowed revenge against those he perceived as responsible for his misery. "You fucking bastards who are nothing more than an animal. You will all end up dead today." However, the woman quickly interjected, explaining that the professor had coerced her into the situation. It was a misunderstanding. At that moment, Jin Soo-han's composure shattered. His internal monologue revealed a sudden loss of control. He walked away from the scene, his mind racing. The night was dark, the only light illuminating his path coming from a lone street lamp. A hooded figure followed him from a distance. The hooded figure approached Jin Soo, addressing him by name. Jin Soo, startled, responded with confusion. Suddenly, the hooded figure attacked Jin Soo, striking him. The impact was brutal, leaving Jin Soo in pain and shock. The attack continued, Jin Soo struggling against his assailant. He was clearly overwhelmed. Jinsu's face showed a mixture of fear and pain as he struggled to breathe, his hand covering his mouth. Jinsu Han, already injured and terrified, was shoved into the trunk of a car. A title card appears, indicating a shift in the narrative. The car drives away, leaving Jinsu Han alone and vulnerable in the darkness of a remote forest road. A hooded figure is seen digging a shallow grave. The hooded figure speaks to someone unseen, reporting that he is finished with Jinsu and will bury him. The unseen person instructs the figure to deposit the money, confirming the figure's identity as a professor. Jinsu, barely conscious, weakly calls out for help, his last words barely audible. He recognizes the figure as Jingyu Kim. Jinsu Han, buried alive, felt the crushing weight of the earth above him. Terror consumed him as he fought for breath. His desperate thoughts echoing the unfairness of his sudden demise. I can't die like this, he thought, his will to survive flickering. Jingyu Kim, the professor acting as a hired killer, calmly walked away from the freshly turned earth, leaving Jinsu to his fate. Just like that, I was buried somewhere in Misrying, and my life came to an end. Jinsu's consciousness faded. But then, a faint sound pierced the silence. A sound that was both strange and familiar. Jinsu's spiritual eyes opened, revealing a celestial display. A system message appeared, detailing his good deeds points and bad deeds points, and the possibility of resurrection. Jinsu Han, moments after being buried alive, found himself in a spectral state, his body translucent and floating amidst a starry void. He questioned his own death, certain that he had been fatally wounded, only to be addressed by a disembodied voice announcing that he was a new spirit, recently deceased. The voice explained that Jinsu was in a place of judgment, where his fate, heaven or hell, would be determined. A system message then appeared, displaying his name, current points, and a summary of his good and bad deeds. His high score of good deeds meant he could choose to go to heaven immediately. However, the system also offered him an alternative, the option to purchase a resurrection ticket to return to the land of the living. Confused, Jinsu questioned the meaning of the resurrection ticket and the implications of going to heaven. The system responded that if he didn't buy a ticket within 50 seconds, he would automatically be sent to heaven. As the system initiated the countdown, Jinsu stared in shock at the implications of his choices. A disembodied voice questioned Jinsu Han, "Excuse me, why are you in such a hurry? You should at least give me time to think." Jinsu, now a spirit, frantically exclaimed, "Damn it, for just going to heaven, my good points will be wasted, what should I do?" He was shocked to see that his afterlife points were already at 25. What? Already 25? Jinsu, desperate, cried out, resurrect. I want to resurrect. Resurrect. A system message appeared, you have purchased the resurrection ticket. Now, please pick the place where you would like to resurrect. Another message followed, as your previous job was a doctor and you have great points with surgical skills, we will pick the place where you can use those surgical skills. Will you accept it? Jinsu Han, recently deceased, found himself facing a series of choices for his resurrection. The first option presented was the location of his rebirth. He pondered the implications, his thoughts turning to the practical aspects of his return. A place with many patients would allow him to immediately resume his work as a doctor. And, he mused, earn a substantial income. His decision was clear, a location with a high concentration of patients was the best option for him. Having made his initial choice, Jinsu proceeded to make several other decisions regarding his resurrection, unaware of their future significance. The system confirmed his selections, wishing him a joyful life. Jinsu, however, was left with a lingering question. He wondered about the nature of the entity that had guided him through the process, questioning whether it was an angel or some form of advanced computer system. Jinsu Han awoke in a blinding light, disoriented and questioning his surroundings. What is this? This time, he wondered aloud, his voice filled with confusion. He found himself falling through a vortex of swirling energy. A bright light marking his descent. Until he landed with a thud on the soft earth. Coughing, Jinsu lay on the ground, disoriented but alive, in a tranquil forest clearing. He felt the lingering effects of the resurrection process. Jin-Soo Han awoke in a forest clearing, his body racked with pain. Did I really resurrect? He wondered aloud, his voice barely a whisper. As he touched his chest, noticing his wounds were rapidly healing. The wound, it's healing. I am resurrecting, he exclaimed, a surge of disbelief and wonder washing over him. He stood, a little shakily, and took a few steps, muttering, it was a great decision to choose resurrection. Then stumbled, losing his balance as he looked around. The scene before him was one of utter devastation, a battlefield littered with the dead and dying, fires raging in the distance. Cries of pain and pleas for help filled the air. He saw a woman calling out for her mother amidst the chaos, "Mom, where are you?" Boo-hoo! Jin-Soo's eyes widened in horror. What? Is this place exactly? Is it a battlefield? He questioned, his voice laced with fear and confusion. Jin-Soo Han awoke with a gasp, clutching his head in pain. Ah, my head! He groaned, the throbbing intensifying. A wave of fragmented memories flooding his mind. Vivid images flashed before his eyes, a young girl, a woman he recognized as his mother, and scenes of intense conflict and bloodshed. What is this memory? He whispered, utterly bewildered. Among the chaotic visions, a particularly jarring scene emerged, a desperate plea, "Young master, your mother has gotten ill." The fragmented memories culminated in a chilling realization, this place. Jin-Soo found himself amidst a gruesome battlefield, littered with the corpses of fallen soldiers. A banner bearing unfamiliar characters stood amidst the carnage. He questioned, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. His gaze shifted to a map depicting a land divided into 3 kingdoms. A sudden understanding dawned upon him. Have I come to the 3-kingdom period? He wondered, his voice laced with disbelief. The realization hit him with full force, leaving him speechless and covered in blood. His disorientation was complete. A lone figure, Jin-Soo Han, approached a hill overlooking a village consumed by fire and smoke. His hurried steps carrying him over the ravaged landscape. The scene below revealing numerous bodies strewn across the ground, many still alive but severely injured, pleas for help filled the air. Jin-Soo stopped, his expression shifting from grim determination to shocked disbelief as he surveyed the devastation. What happened to this place? He slowly approached a dying man, his face etched with pain and exhaustion, a silent testament to the brutal violence that had unfolded. Upon discovering a village ravaged by violence, Jin-Soo Han knelt beside a gravely injured man. He urged the man to remain still, instructing him to keep his hands away from his wounds while he examined the extent of the damage. The injured man, weak and pleading, could only whisper a desperate plea for help. Jin-Soo, horrified by the sight of the man's wounds and the lack of proper medical supplies, lamented his lack of even clean water to treat the injuries. He muttered to himself, overwhelmed by the situation. A nearby villager, recognizing Jin-Soo, rushed to his side, calling out to him. Another villager, Wang Samajusi, arrived shortly after, equally concerned for Jin-Soo's well-being and the injured man. Jin-Soo, relieved by the arrival of help, reassured Wang Samajusi that he was all right, though the amount of blood was alarming. He then requested clean water and medical supplies to tend to the injured man's wounds. Wang Samajusi urged Jin-Soo Han, lately. Hurry up. It's not the right time to discuss that. Jin-Soo, upon seeing the ravaged village, pleaded, quickly. Please. Oh, okay, I'm on my way. Jin-Soo, tending to a severely injured villager, lamented internally, if I were at the hospital, I should have used anesthesia and fix it up by checking the vitals. What should I do? Vital sign, the signs such as temperature, heartbeat, breathing, blood pressure etc. that proves that the patient is alive. She resolved, I have no choice. I have to manually check the injuries. Jin-Soo Han, amidst the chaos of injured villagers, felt a wave of dizziness. A sudden disorientation that momentarily paralyzed him. But a dying man lay before him, and the urgency of the situation pierced through his fear. I don't have any time to get scared, he thought, steeling his resolve. Wang Samajusi, witnessing Jin-Soo's distress, urged him on. Pull yourself together. Jin Soo-han. The young man, spurred by the elder's words, fought back the nausea and focused on the immediate task. The injured man, groaning in pain, was struggling to breathe, his face pale and clammy. Jin-soo knew that it was dangerous if the blood blocked his airway. Lacking proper medical tools, he resolved to provide emergency assistance with his bare hands, muttering, "Because I don't even have an assistant, I can't see the inside of his stomach, damn it." Jin Soo-han carefully examined the injured villager's abdomen, his brow furrowed in concentration. He noted the abdominal aorta and superior mesenteric artery, muttering to himself about the high probability of death if either were ruptured. However, he found that the large arteries appeared unharmed. Relief flickered across his face. He continued his examination, confirming the absence of any tears in the small intestine. His initial relief quickly turned to dismay as he discovered a more serious problem. A wave of frustration washed over him as he realized the extent of the injury. The large intestine had been severed, and fecal matter had spilled into the abdominal cavity. "Damn it," he muttered, his face grim. Surveying the devastation around him, Jin-soo knew immediate action was critical. The scene was chaotic, with multiple injured villagers scattered amidst the burning buildings. He determined his first priority was to drain the stagnant blood from the injured man's abdomen. In the distance, Wang Samajusi called out urgently, "Young master! Young master!" Wang Samajusi returned, carrying a large wooden bucket and announcing, "I got the things you asked for." Jin-soo, visibly stressed, responded, "Good job. And please get me a piece of cloth too. A clean one." Wang Samajusi presented the requested items, cloth, needle, and thread. Jin-soo muttered, "Thanks. I wasn't expecting a surgery, but this needle isn't just thick, it's super thick. The thread is even made of multiple threads, this is making me crazy." Frustration mounting, Jin-soo exclaimed, "Damn it. This isn't a suture but sewing without orientation." Despite the difficulty, Jin-soo resolved, "I have no other choice. I can't just let him die without even trying anything." With grim determination, Jin-soo began the makeshift surgery, muttering, "You crazy fucking angel." Jin Soo-han, finding himself in a chaotic and war-torn landscape, lamented his lack of proper medical tools, exclaiming, "If you were going to resurrect me in such a chaotic place, you should have at least given me some tools." Despite the dire circumstances, Jin-soo resolved to persevere, declaring, "But that won't make me give up so easily." He surveyed his limited resources. He lacked even basic necessities, noting, "Saline solution, of course, we don't have one. I don't even have enough time to boil water. I have no choice but to be thankful for this." With grim determination, Jin-soo began cleaning the wound, explaining, "This much cleaning would be enough. Now I have to put the intestines back in. 2 drains * would be enough for the using **. He assessed the situation, planning his next steps. "Now, if I suture his wound." Jin-soo, using makeshift tools, carefully began to stitch the wound closed, his movements precise and determined despite the lack of proper equipment. Jin Soo-han, his brow furrowed in concentration, continued his makeshift surgery. He muttered to himself, "What a great show I'm displaying." The sky above was a clear, bright blue, a stark contrast to the grim scene below. A soft sigh escaped Jin-soo's lips. He finished the stitching, wiping sweat from his brow. "I did everything I could. The stitching also went better than I imagined," he thought, a hint of relief in his expression. Suddenly, a woman appeared, rushing towards him, exclaiming, "Dear." The woman, overcome with emotion, cried out, "Dear. How would I live alone?" Another person approached, offering comfort. "Don't worry too much. The treatment went smoothly, so if heaven helps a little, your husband might live." The woman, still distraught, whispered, "What? Even his stomach got cut open. He can live?" Wang Samajusi lay unconscious, his wife cradling him close, her face etched with worry. His body bore the visible marks of a serious injury. A young man, Jin Soo-han, approached cautiously. "Are you perhaps a physician?" she asked, her voice trembling with hope. Jinsu nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips. Yes, he replied, I have studied medical arts. The woman, overwhelmed with relief, cried out, oh no, Chansik's father. Jinsu reassured her, it's okay. He should wake up soon. He began tending to the injured man, his movements precise and confident. Jinsu Han, having finished treating Wang Sama Juicy, wiped his brow, muttering, it's done. He is all right. It's okay. A pained groan echoed from Wang Sama Juicy, a sound of intense suffering. Jinsu Han, despite his exhaustion, urged the unconscious man on, shouting, a little more. Just endure a little more. Wang Sama Juicy let out a strained ugh as Jinsu Han continued his treatment, his face etched with worry. Jinsu Han paused, muttering damn it under his breath, clearly frustrated by the difficulty of the treatment. Wang Sama Juicy, overwhelmed by pain, covered his face and wept, his body trembling. Jinsu Han, exhausted but resolute, knelt beside Wang Sama Juicy, his patient. The older man lay unconscious, his body still bearing the marks of intense pain. Jinsu's face was etched with worry as he muttered to himself, I have to try everything, to save at least one more life. Later, as the sun set, Chansik and Jinsu walked together. Chansik commented on the bandits' deaths, relieved that Jinsu wasn't hurt. Those bandits who deserve to die. But it is a relief that young master isn't hurt. Jinsu, however, responded with a more somber tone, yeah, right. Chansik continued, explaining that while the soldiers were dispatched to deal with the remaining bandits, the situation was more complicated than it seemed. As the soldiers have dispatched, the bandits will be annihilated, right? Jinsu expressed skepticism, questioning whether the soldiers would risk their lives for such a dangerous mission, especially given rumors of bribery among officials. I don't think that would happen. Do you think soldiers will risk their lives to get the bandits? Even if it wasn't dangerous, I think they would just stop after pretending to fight them. There is also a rumor that bandits give bribes to the officials. Jinsu Han, still worried and cynical after treating Wang Sama Juicy, voiced his disgust at the corruption within the ranks of the officials, stating, bandits giving bribes to officials? What nonsense is this? His frustration deepened as he lamented, how rotten is this world for that to happen? A sudden realization dawned on him as he connected the dots, now I understand why there was a Yellow Turban rebellion. He then made a concerning observation about the timing of the upcoming rebellion. Wait, since this year is the Hupaying Year 6, starting next year, it will change into Guanghua. A panel displayed a stark warning, the Yellow Turban Rebellion will happen a year after the Guanghua Year 7. Jinsu, now fully aware of the impending crisis, reacted with alarm, damn it, it means a crazy period is arriving soon. I don't even have a place to run to. The scene opens on a tranquil village at night, nestled amongst rolling hills and a calm stream. The buildings are traditional, suggesting a setting in East Asia. Jinsu Han, having received aid from Wang Sama Juicy, is now alone outside a building. He agrees to take a bath, as suggested by an unseen person, to avoid raising suspicion about his injuries. Inside, Jinsu pours water from a bucket, his thoughts turning to the circumstances of his injuries. He reflects that he must have been ambushed while returning from overseas school. A fact that is further complicated by the loss of his grandparents and father many years ago, leaving his family diminished in power and elegance. And the prolonged illness of his mother, who has been suffering for months. Jinsu's actions reveal his dedication to his family. He has been studying medical texts since his mother fell ill. He also reveals that his family's eldest brother, Wabak, is 21, and his second eldest brother, Wabun, is 18. Jinsu Han, reflecting on his situation, found it awkward to address his elders as young given his age. He mused that he had no other choice but to live in this younger body. As he adjusted his clothing, a sudden exclamation startled him. He was greeted by an older man who revealed that he was known as Wanhwa when he was younger. The older man, concerned, inquired about Jinsu's well-being after learning he had encountered bandits. Jinsu, relieved to have escaped unharmed, reassured the older man. And then anxiously asked about his mother's condition. Wang Samajusi informed Jinsu that he had been away studying abroad and asked if he wished to see his mother tomorrow. Jinsu, internally conflicted, considered the implications of seeing his mother immediately. He knew that if he did, he would be seen as a dutiful son. But also worried about disturbing her rest, as she had only recently fallen asleep after hours of struggling. He grappled with his desire to see her against his concern for her well-being. Wang Samajusi reassured Jinsu that his mother had been struggling for hours before finally falling asleep, and that waking her would not be a display of filial piety. He praised Jinsu for his consideration, noting that his studies in Seoju must have been demanding. He then told Jinsu to rest. Jinsu agreed to rest and promised to see Wang Samajusi tomorrow. Jinsu Han awoke in his bed, the word eventful flashing through his mind as he reflected on the day's events. He pondered his next steps, overwhelmed by the weight of his current situation. This was hard. Where should he even begin? A medical report appeared, stating that his internal and external injuries had been completely healed. His body functions were in good condition, and the resurrection process was complete. He awoke with a joyous laugh, stretching languidly in his bed. Even in his teenage form, he marveled at his newfound flexibility, a testament to his past life's rigorous training. He sat up, a slight confusion crossing his features as he questioned his unusual suppleness. Stretching languidly in his bed, the young man exclaimed, "Oh, this is possible." He continued his stretches, marveling, "This one is too." After finishing his stretches, he declared, "Anyway, let's go to eat." The family sat down for a meal consisting mainly of vegetables. He commented, "TCH. It looks like grass fields." He sighed, "That's why I am skinny. Eating grass at this age." Looking at his much larger brother, he wondered aloud, what did the second brother eat to get big like that? The younger brother, chopsticks in hand, recounted his recent brush with bandits. "Yes, but fortunately, because I escaped fast, I didn't get any injuries," he stated, a slight tremor in his voice. His older brother listened, a thoughtful expression on his face. "It is important to read books to become successful," he began, pausing to take a bite of food. But then added, "But shouldn't you at least learn how to protect yourself?" The younger brother considered this, a thoughtful bubble appearing above his head. The older brother continued his meal, observing his sibling. The younger brother finally spoke, "I think you should learn some martial arts too." The older brother choked on his food, surprised. "Ha ha! You've changed. You used to tell me to stop training in martial arts and instead read books," he exclaimed, laughing heartily. Over a meal, the older brother remarked on the younger brother's shock from the previous day's bandit encounter, to which the younger brother agreed, stating that it was quite shocking. The younger brother reflected on the incident, revealing that the experience made him question the value of his studies, as he thought there would be no use for his reading if he were to die. He then shared his plan to learn martial arts to improve his chances of escape in similar situations. A revelation that surprised his older brother. The older brother, while relieved his sibling was alright, advised him to at least learn some self-defense techniques. The older brother, however, suggested an alternative path, proposing that the younger brother could instead focus on becoming a civil servant and using his position to bring people skilled in martial arts under his command. Finishing their meal, the brothers prepared to leave, intending to visit their mother. Approaching their mother's residence, the younger brother inquired about her well-being. Manhwa, lying in bed, is greeted by several people, one of whom exclaims, "Oh, isn't this Manhwa? When did you arrive?" Manhwa requests, "Haywol, please put the pillow behind my back." Haywol complies, saying, "Yes, madam." One of the visitors asks Manhwa, "Why did you come back so early? You went so far." Manhwa coughs weakly. A young man, upon seeing his mother, exclaims, "Mother." Manhwa assures her son, "Ah, yes. I'm okay." She then asks, "Anyway, why have you arrived so soon?" The young man explains, "I heard you were not well, so I took the time to get here." Manhwa replies, "Everything's okay. My illness isn't so bad that you need to come here at the cost of discontinuing your education." Manhwa, though ill, reassured her son, if time passes by a little, I will get better. Don't get bothered too much because of it. However, her son, concerned, observed, this doesn't look good. This must be related to the liver or gallbladder. He insisted on examining her, leading to a brief moment of discomfort for Manhwa as he pressed on her abdomen, eliciting a yelp from her. The young man, confident in his assessment, declared, I'm sure, this region is her liver. His actions drew the attention of other family members, one of whom angrily intervened, shouting, Hey! What the hell are you doing now? The young man defended his actions, stating, Let go of my arm, Hyung-nim. This is an important matter. His older brother countered, emphasizing the mother's illness, What is important in this? She is our sick mother, how can? The young man, while examining his ailing mother, confidently declared, While I was at Seoju, not only did I read Chinese classics of Confucianism but also a lot of medical books. His older brother, however, immediately scoffed, Brat, are you pretending to be a physician after reading some lines of medical books? His anger escalating, the older brother continued, Do you think reading medical books a little can make anyone a physician? How dare you get cocky after only reading a few books without any experience? The young man, his face downcast, remained silent as his brother's words hung heavy in the air. Later, the older brother approached his younger brother, a question forming on his lips, By the way, yesterday. He inquired about a rumor, Wang Sam told me something, is it true? The story about you treating patients who were victims of bandits? The older brother confronted the young man, questioning his actions. I heard you treated someone who was almost dying, with a stomach cut open and its intestines out. Hyung-nim, why are you making such a joke? How can someone whose stomach is cut open? Ah, yes. I treated that patient. The older brother reacted with disbelief, What? The young man responded, I hope he can keep living on. What do you mean by hope? Are you saying he can still die even though you have treated him? That is how fatal his conditions were. But a person was dying, how can someone who learned medical arts just give up doing nothing? The young man, his face etched with determination, declared, If there is even a little chance of living, I won't give up. He stood vigil by his mother's bedside, his resolve unwavering. His older brother, observing him, commented on his resolve, noting that it was unlike a typical physician's. The young man corrected him, stating, It's not like a physician, I was a doctor, actually. The older brother, skeptical but resigned, suggested, Then go and try to diagnose our mother. The young man's younger brother offered words of encouragement, suggesting that their determination might move heaven to help them. The young man gently examined his mother, asking about specific areas of pain. His mother responded that one area was painful but bearable. He continued his examination, finding that another area caused her the same level of discomfort. The older brother watched intently. The young man examined his mother, Manhwa, concluding that the pain wasn't originating from her stomach or liver. But noting that her eyes and skin displayed jaundice, and that the pain in her upper stomach was a clear indicator of a specific condition. He prepared to palpate her abdomen, warning her that it might cause some discomfort. With a gentle touch, he pressed on her abdomen. Manhwa cried out in pain. The young man confirmed his diagnosis, cholecystitis, explaining that the pain was a combination of pressure pain and reflex pain. Reflecting on his mother's prolonged suffering, he empathized with her months of pain. A young man, concerned for his mother, Manhwa, lamented the limitations of their era's medical capabilities. He wished for the advanced laparoscopic surgery that could easily resolve her cholecystitis. Manhwa, however, reassured him, stating that she was already receiving prescribed medicine and would soon recover. The young man, despite his mother's optimism, recognized that her illness was beyond the scope of simple medication. A sudden surge of knowledge flooded his mind. Images of various herbal medicines and their properties appeared before his eyes. He realized this knowledge originated from the medical books read by the original owner of his body. While this newfound knowledge was insufficient to immediately save his mother, the young man identified some useful information that could help. He turned to his older brother, Hyung-nim, and asked if he had a prescription from the physician. Hyungnim simply responded, "Wait for a while." The young man examined the prescription, noting that it was well preserved. He mused that many people carelessly discard such things. He then passed the prescription to the older brother, emphasizing that it came from a renowned physician and should be carefully checked. The prescription detailed several herbal remedies: ginseng, to improve strength and metabolism; velvet antler, a nourishing tonic; dang-gwi, for circulation; and licorice, frequently used in decoctions. The young man carefully studied each ingredient, concluding that these herbs, while expensive, would be ineffective against the mother's ailment. The young man explained that the mother's pain stemmed from a hard object lodged in her gallbladder, a gallstone. He illustrated this with a diagram of the affected organ. The older brother, surprised, confirmed his diagnosis, having reached the same conclusion after examining the mother. The older brother, unconvinced, voiced his skepticism. "Well, you must not be joking about our mother's illness, so I have to believe." The young man, however, proposed an alternative, suggesting, "Then what if we change our decoction?" He continued, thoughtfully, "I think using a purple daffodil or brewed cornbeard is a way to help lower pain a little. The older brother pressed further, questioning, "What do you mean a little? Are you saying there is a much better way?" The young man responded somberly, "The best way would be removing the stones out of her gallbladder." His brother reacted with astonishment. "Removing the stones? Is that really even possible?" Manhwa's older brother stared, aghast, as the young man's words hung in the air. A stark expression of disbelief etched across his face. He could only manage a breathless, "What did you just say?" Far away, beyond the Great Wall, Western physicians proposed a radical solution to Manhwa's ailment. They suggested opening her stomach with a knife to remove a stone lodged inside. This suggestion was met with immediate shock and outrage from Manhwa's older brother. "Opening the stomach with a knife? Have you gone mad? How dare you say such a thing?" The young man, however, defended his proposal, explaining that in this era, recommending a treatment that involves cutting people open would be considered complete nonsense. Meanwhile, Manhwa, lying in bed, anxiously awaited a decision, her thoughts clouded with worry. Manhwa cried out, "Mother!" The young man explained, "Since I resurrected using your body," he continued, "I will make sure to save your mother." The older brother scoffed, "Hyungnim, it doesn't really mean a person would die if you cut their stomach open." Manhwa, however, looked hopeful as the young man explained, "After removing the stones, closing it up, and taking good care of it, mother can be healthy again." Manhwa's older brother reacted with outrage to the young man's proposal, grabbing Manhwa's shoulders and shouting, "How dare you say such a thing?" He then commanded, "Stop it." The young man calmly explained that the procedure involved advanced medical techniques from beyond the Great Wall, adding, "Yes, it sounds indeed great." However, the brother's skepticism remained, as he pointed out that Manhwa's condition was severe, and the proposed surgery was unprecedented, but Manhwa, you're young till now has. He expressed his disbelief at the idea of cutting open a patient's stomach, never heard of cutting a patient's stomach open. Manhwa's brother remained unconvinced, stating, "No, I can't even imagine such a thing." Manhwa, her face etched with worry, silently registered her brother's harsh words. As he vehemently argued against the proposed surgery, stating that if they let their mother's condition worsen, she would die eventually. The young man's confident demeanor shifted slightly as he observed the tense atmosphere. A scene witnessed from afar through a circular opening in the wall. The older brother, his anger escalating, rebuked the young man for his insensitive words. While Manhwa, overwhelmed by the conflict, could only silently express her distress. The older brother angrily rebuked the young man, shouting, "I told you to stop." He gestured emphatically as the young man, seemingly undeterred, retorted that his brother was spouting nonsense. The young man's face showed a mixture of defiance and worry as he questioned the older brother's accusations of nonsense. Manhwa, witnessing the escalating tension, cried out in alarm as the younger brother unexpectedly punched his older sibling. The older brother staggered back, clutching his jaw in pain, a small trickle of blood appearing on his lip. Manhwa looked on in shock as the older brother, enraged, declared the younger brother mad for daring to strike him. The younger brother, seemingly unrepentant, stood defiantly. The older brother, his anger escalating, vowed to beat the younger brother to bring him back to his senses. The younger brother, young man, grimaced, muttering "damn it," under his breath, clearly distressed by the events that had transpired. The older brother, shouting "Stop! What kind of rudeness is this in front of our mother?" intervened, his face contorted in anger. The younger brother apologized, I'm sorry, Hyungnim. But this brat was being so rude." The older brother, still agitated, questioned how the younger brother could hit him in front of their mother. Manhwa, their mother, sighed, expressing her worry over the older brother's impatience and questioning if her desire for him to improve was a bad thing. Young man, remorseful after his fight with his older brother, apologized profusely to their mother, Manhwa. Manhwa, though visibly upset, scolded young man for his violent behavior, questioning his upbringing and the source of his poor manners. She then silently contemplated her son's volatile relationship, a deep worry etched on her face. Later, while Manhwa tended to her husband's illness, she suggested trying a different herbal remedy, brewed cornbeard, believing it might be more effective than the current treatment. Older brother, concerned about the financial burden of the expensive medicine, offered his support. Manhwa reassured him, stating that her decision wasn't solely based on cost, but rather on her trust in the alternative remedy. She then dismissed her sons, desiring some rest. The younger son, burdened by guilt, approached the door, his shoulders slumped. He was met by the silent, watchful gazes of his older brother and another man. Meanwhile, outside, Manhwa and her sons walked, the words "the mother should have surgery" hanging heavy in the air. But the younger son voiced his concern, "But I don't even have the tools right now." His apprehension was palpable. The scene shifted to a dimly lit room, where Manhwa lay ill, her sons watching over her with tear-filled eyes. The younger son's internal monologue echoed, "If I let her stay like that, any bad thing may happen that can't be fixed by us anymore." His worry intensified, leading to a resolute decision: "If I can't convince those two, then I have to perform it secretly." The young man, still reeling from his earlier outburst, was approached by his older brother and another man. They called out to him, "Manhwa." The older brother apologized for hitting him earlier, explaining that he had been on edge due to their mother's worsening illness. The young man accepted the apology, stating that he had been speaking without thinking. He questioned if his mood swings were due to the earlier altercation. The older brother and the other man then commented on the young man's aggressive punch from earlier, noting how forceful it had been. The other man chuckled, mentioning that he almost got hit by the punch. The young man, seemingly recovered, then challenged his older brother to a bare-handed sparring match. The older brother, his expression a mixture of concern and amusement, watched as his younger sibling, seemingly recovered from his earlier outburst, stretched in preparation for a sparring match. The younger brother, a mischievous glint in his eyes, declared that keeping things simple would be boring, suggesting a contest with a wish granted to the victor. He proposed the terms of their match, the wish of the winner to be granted. The scene then shifted to an outdoor courtyard, where the brothers prepared for their sparring match, the older brother advising his younger sibling not to be too hard on him and to end it quickly. The older brother chuckled, questioning if his brother's eagerness stemmed from their last sparring match, which ended with the younger brother being unexpectedly hit by his older brother while supposedly being taught. The younger brother simply stated that he didn't mind. A young man, eager to learn martial arts, is addressed by a master Gosu. The Gosu declares him to be the best among those he knows. The young man, despite his eagerness, acknowledges his weakness and expresses his desire for others to listen to him within his house. He then states that the truth has been realized. The young man, now seemingly confident, proposes a sparring match with his older brother. He suggests that the winner receives a wish. The older brother, amused and concerned, agrees to the match, offering some advice to his brother before they begin. The younger brother, preparing for the match, declares that the best attack is an ambush, and launches a surprise attack. Manhwa launched a surprise attack during their sparring match, his fist hurtling towards his older brother. the impact of the blow generating a powerful shockwave. But the older brother effortlessly countered, delivering a swift kick that sent Manhwa sprawling. The force of the impact sending Manhwa sliding across the ground. The older brother, impressed yet slightly annoyed, questioned Manhwa's attempt. When? I didn't see his movements at all. TSK, what is this? Manhwa, winded but uninjured, admitted defeat. If you were trying to catch me off guard, that is too easy. Manhwa, his face contorted in exertion, strained against his older brother's superior strength. Huffing and puffing, he collapsed to the ground. His brother, amused, watched him. Manhwa, lying on his back, stared up at the sky, his eyes wide with a mixture of frustration and defeat. I am no match for him at all, he thought. His older brother approached, a smirk playing on his lips. Have you given up now? He asked, his tone teasing but not unkind. Manhwa, the younger brother, grunted in pain as his older brother's swift kick sent him sprawling. The older brother's leg extended, perfectly positioned to strike. And the older brother's foot connected with Manhwa's leg, securing his victory. Manhwa, despite his defeat, glared intensely at his brother's right foot, his eyes filled with determination. The young man swiftly pulled off his boot, revealing a hidden weapon concealed within. With surprising speed and precision, he used it to disarm his opponent, gaining the upper hand in the fight. He declared, "Done. I got the upper hand." He firmly grasped his opponent's wrist, and with a final maneuver, he pinned his opponent to the ground. A smirk played on his lips as he looked down at his defeated foe, uttering a soft, triumphant ho-ho-ho. The older man lay on the ground, defeated. His eyes were wide with disbelief. As the young man, nimble and quick, used his superior martial arts to gain the upper hand. His movements a blur of calculated strikes, sending his opponent sprawling with a well-placed kick. The older man cried out in pain, "Ouch!" He landed hard, groaning, "Arg!" The young man stood over his fallen opponent, a look of grim determination on his face. A young man sat alone at a table, his head bowed in thought. He suddenly startled, rising abruptly from his seat. A moment later, he was seen being forcefully pushed away by an older man, his body hitting the ground with a thud. The young man winced, muttering about the pain. The older man, a smirk playing on his lips, wondered aloud what the young man's wish might be. The young man, however, realized with a grimace that he had just dug his own grave. The young man sat at a table, a simple meal before him, rice, green beans, and other dishes. He picked up his chopsticks, his thoughts drifting to the family's current predicament. We don't have any patients today, either, he mused. What should I do to help the family? The lack of work weighed heavily on his mind. Well, there is no one who is working in this family. He sighed, a bowl of rice halfway to his mouth. The urgency of the situation hit him. But the surgery is the most urgent here, he thought, his gaze hardening with determination. His focus shifted to the practicalities of the procedure. He considered the necessary tools. For the surgical blade, I might be able to get it from Smithy, and if not, I can at least request to make at least a crappy imitation. He planned, visualizing the instruments. He then turned his attention to another crucial element. For the blood type, I can simply find it out with a simple test. The blood type was easily determined. However, a more significant challenge remained. The young man, deep in thought, ran a hand through his hair. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out a suitable herbal anesthetic replacement. And the lack of sufficiently thin needles presented another insurmountable obstacle. In this era, obtaining needles finer than blood vessels was simply impossible. He also needed an assistant. The very idea of cutting into someone's stomach was enough to frighten most people in this time period. Compounding his difficulties. These are piles of problems, one after another, he sighed, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the challenges ahead. For now, he had to focus on what he could control. He needed a scalpel, or at least a knife, which meant he needed money. Damn it, this bastard. I don't know if it is a system or an angel, he muttered, frustrated by the unexpected bundle of modern currency he'd received when he'd previously requested funds. If he was truly being sent to this era, they should have provided him with the necessary resources from the start. The young man, still frustrated but resolute in his purpose, spoke to someone off-panel. He mentioned needing money. And then, with a sudden burst of energy, he jumped up, seemingly propelled by a newfound determination. A nearby individual, startled by the sudden movement, looked up in surprise. The young man approached the surprised individual, offering a cup of tea. He explained that this was a time of family bliss, referring to an allowance he received. Leaving the house, the young man found himself in a bustling marketplace. The scene was filled with people going about their daily lives. He observed the lively atmosphere, commenting on the sheer number of people present. The young man, having received his allowance, excitedly entered the bustling marketplace. His eyes scanning the vibrant stalls and crowds. He was searching for something specific, but a wave of confusion washed over him as he realized a key detail: there were no dumpling shops in sight. Aren't I in China? He wondered aloud. He approached a vendor to inquire about dumplings, but the vendor had never heard of such a thing. The young man's confusion deepened. He recalled that dumplings were a traditional Chinese food, a tribute to those who died in war. What is going on? He thought. He realized the implication: the lack of dumplings meant this world was different, and he was hungry for meat. With a sigh of relief, he found a stall selling steamed buns, a suitable protein alternative. Approaching a building marked with a sign indicating it was a clinic, the young man questioned aloud, is this the clinic? He peered inside cautiously, muttering to himself, anybody here? The young man, lost in thought, reflected on his earlier visit to the smithy, where he had requested a knife, and now, in this marketplace, he realized that anesthesia was his only remaining obstacle. He mused, for the knife, I have requested it in the smithery on my way here. Now, anesthesia is the only problem. He considered the properties of a certain poison, noting that a small amount could be used for anesthesia, but cautioned himself that it was dangerous if not used carefully. A shopkeeper, upon seeing the young man's inquiry, explained, with a small amount of poison, the body can be anesthetized and worn off, but if it is not used carefully, it can get dangerous. So we don't keep such poisonous weeds in our clinic. The shopkeeper then questioned the young man's intentions. Anyway, why are you looking for such poisonous weeds? To which the young man replied, I just needed it a little. A vendor, seated on a bench in a bustling marketplace, pondered the young man's question, how much can you pay me? The young man, after a moment of hesitation, responded with a simple as he considered the vendor's request. He then began to calculate the costs involved, muttering to himself, if I have to know its side effects and the right amount to be used, I have to get multiple herbal medicines and perform enough experiments. I think I will be needing lots of rats for the experiments. The young man continued, outlining his strategy. For now, I have to try to lower the price as much as possible and first find out about this herbal medicine and then decide if I will get it by myself in the mountains or just buy more. He then engaged in a negotiation with the vendor, stating, I don't need a lot, but I need different varieties of it. If you can get me different types of poisonous weeds, I will give 1 coin per 3 roots. The vendor countered, 1 coin for 3 roots, that is too low for me. Then let's make it 1 coin for 2.5 roots. If it's more expensive than that, I think it better to get it by myself. The young man, having secured the poisonous weeds, now faced a new challenge, procuring rats for his anesthetic experiments. He mused aloud, for disinfectant, he said I can just get hard alcohol from the tavern, so I can go there at night. The scene shifted to the outskirts of Chao County, a slum area in the Wei Kingdom, described as a place unsuitable for farming. The narration explained, suburb of Chao County. Note, it was a county of China in the capital of Wei Kingdom. Presently it is located in Bozhou, Anhui Province, China. The land isn't suitable for farming here, and low-class people eat and sleep in dirty places. We normally call it a slum area. The young man continued his journey through the squalid streets, his thoughts turning to the harsh realities of life in this impoverished area. He reflected, as I try to recall my memory, I found out that people who live here eat such things as rats, frogs, and snakes frequently. The stench of the slum was overwhelming. He grimaced, geez, the smell. The young man observed the grim conditions, noting the stark reality of starvation and poverty. He stated, it is indeed a place where people would starve to death. This has no difference with a group of beggars living together. His assessment of the environment was even more severe than he had anticipated. He concluded, the environment here is worse than I imagined. A young woman, her expression a mixture of curiosity and concern, approached a large gathering of people. She questioned aloud, why have people gathered there like that? She attempted to push through the crowd, politely requesting, excuse me, let me pass through. A murmur of sorry rippled through the onlookers. The young woman continued her way, her brow furrowing slightly as she navigated the dense crowd. Reaching the center of the gathering, she gasped, what? She then asked those around her, excuse me, what happened here? A man explained, it's just that, he fell off the tree while trying to pick fruits, but it looks like his leg broke. The young woman, identifying herself, stated, just a physician who was passing by. Can I have a look at it? One of the onlookers responded, physician? An elderly man, surrounded by a young boy and two other individuals, winced in pain. He urged them, yes. Please come here. The man clutched his leg, a pained arg escaping his lips. The young woman knelt beside him, carefully examining the injury. The man cried out, ouch, as she gently touched his leg. After a thorough examination, the young woman concluded, it seems like his bone really broke. However, there is no way for me to figure out the spot of fracture. She mused, if the bone broke and caused a large tear on the ligaments and muscles, I would have to stitch it up too. But right now, without any tools or technology. A question formed in her mind, can I really treat this? The young man, reincarnated as a legendary surgeon, examined the injured leg. He muttered to himself, now, if I do this, the wound will stop the bleeding. A man, his face etched with pain, urged him on, saying, then go ahead. The surgeon carefully began to treat the wound, causing the man to cry out in pain, arg. He continued his work, observing, I think the blood vessels are fine. The bone is definitely broken. A young boy winced in distress as the surgeon's examination continued, arg. However, the surgeon realized the complexity of the injury. He noted, since I can't figure out how the bone broke, it's a serious problem. If the bone broke and caused a large tear on the ligaments and muscles, I have to stitch that part. But he questioned the feasibility of such a procedure in the current circumstances. His concern was evident as he looked at the injured man and his worried family. The daughter whispered, Father, and the wife, dear. Sighing, the reincarnated surgeon looked at the crying boy, acknowledging the limitations of her current situation. She then addressed the crowd, requesting assistance. Explaining her need for clean cloths and ice water, only to realize the lack of refrigeration in this era. She lowered her expectations, settling for at least some cold water. A young boy offered to fetch water from the well and wood for a splint, acting quickly to assist. The surgeon expressed her gratitude as the boy ran off to gather the needed supplies. Now that the bleeding had stopped, the reincarnated surgeon examined the injured man's leg. Noting that the shin was badly swollen, he determined that the bone had torn the ligaments and muscles. The surgeon deduced that the break was in the injured man's foot, and that the other side of the muscle appeared unharmed. The reincarnated surgeon focused intently on the injured man's leg, a faint image of the bone structure flickering into view. A translucent, almost ethereal, X-ray-like display materializing before his eyes. Is this clairvoyance, he wondered, a mix of awe and uncertainty washing over him. He could clearly see the break in the bone, a stark contrast to the visible injury. Or is it just an illusion from seeing too many prosthetics, he questioned himself, his brow furrowed in concentration. The ethereal image began to fade, disappearing as quickly as it appeared. It's disappearing, he exclaimed, a sense of urgency gripping him. he knew he had to act fast. "I have to hurry," he muttered, his focus sharpening as he prepared to treat the injury. The reincarnated surgeon, kneeling beside the injured man, addressed the onlookers. "I have to fix the broken bones," he instructed. "Please, hold this man down so he won't move." A pained groan echoed through the village as the injured man writhed on the ground. Surrounded by concerned onlookers, their faces etched with worry and helplessness. The man's daughter knelt beside him, desperately trying to comfort her father as his cries intensified. While the reincarnated surgeon, his expression focused and determined, began to assess the extent of the injury. With practiced hands, he carefully manipulated the injured leg, his movements precise and efficient. A satisfied sigh escaping his lips as the bones settled into place. "Good, the bones fitted perfectly," he muttered to himself. The injured man lay unconscious, surrounded by worried onlookers, including his daughter. She anxiously asked about his condition. As the reincarnated surgeon reassured her that her father had merely lost consciousness due to the pain and would soon awaken. He noted that the man would likely remain unconscious for a while longer. The villagers watched in awe as the surgeon expertly stitched the injured man's wound, his movements precise and efficient, like sewing clothes. His skill evident in the delicate precision of his work. The stitching was neat and even. The reincarnated surgeon announced that the bleeding had stopped and that the torn ligament and muscle were the most pressing concerns, requiring further attention later. He acknowledged the limitations of treating the injury without proper surgical tools. Reflecting on the procedure, the surgeon noted that while he had treated unconscious patients before, future cases would necessitate anesthesia. A nearby villager expressed amazement at the surgeon's skill, calling him a divine doctor. An elderly villager recounted his past leg injury, marveling at the reincarnated surgeon's ability to mend broken bones and stitch skin, a feat he considered impossible. Meanwhile, other villagers questioned the surgeon's presence in their village. The surgeon, seemingly unfazed, casually mentioned his intention to buy 20 rats. This unusual request prompted further inquiries from the villagers about his plans for the rodents. A villager confirmed the possibility of acquiring such a quantity of rats, though not immediately. The injured man's daughter, seizing the opportunity, cleverly negotiated a discount on her father's treatment in exchange for the surgeon's rat purchase. The injured man's daughter negotiated the terms of her father's treatment with the reincarnated surgeon. She confirmed that the treatment would only take about 4 days, and that she would return in 4 days to complete the payment. The payment would consist of the surgeon's requested items: clean clothes, hot clothes, and hard alcohol. The girl, excited at the prospect of her father's recovery, eagerly agreed to the terms. 4 days later, the reincarnated surgeon departed the village, waving goodbye to the now recovering injured man and his daughter. The villagers watched him go, grateful for his services. Their gratitude stemmed from the surgeon's skill and the daughter's clever negotiation. The villagers' appreciation was evident in their expressions. Meanwhile, the daughter collected the knife she had previously ordered from a local blacksmith. The reincarnated surgeon examined a crude, makeshift tool, muttering to himself, "It's thicker than a surgical knife, but I guess I can still use it." He then pondered his next step. "Now, I need disinfectant. I was told that I can get one in a hard liquor store, right?" Entering a liquor store, the surgeon was surprised by the lack of greeting, commenting to himself, "What kind of store doesn't have anyone who greets the customer?" Later, a furious, indignant voice echoed through the night, "How did low-class trash dare to treat me like this?" The injured man's daughter, along with her father and some guards, confronted someone, with the daughter shouting, "You! XXX section, I am section %XX. A group of villagers escorted the injured man and his daughter across a bridge. The man apologized to his daughter, while she remained visibly upset. Meanwhile, a man offered to find another girl if there were any problems. The daughter, enraged by the previous encounter, confronted the man, angrily questioning his audacity in speaking to her. She demanded he know his place. As the tension escalated, the reincarnated surgeon drew his sword and swiftly disarmed the two men, leaving them groaning on the floor. The daughter watched, her anger momentarily subsiding. An enraged man, his face contorted in fury, shouted, "This brat! Are you crazy?" Another man, his daughter watching nearby, drew a dagger, threateningly muttering, "This son of a... How dare you!" The first man lunged forward, yelling, "Die," as he attacked. The reincarnated surgeon, already wounded, braced himself, swiftly deflecting the attack and disarming both men with precise movements of his sword. With a swift, precise movement, the reincarnated surgeon disarmed one of his attackers, sending the man's weapon flying across the room, the blade spinning through the air before embedding itself in a wooden beam. He then turned his attention to the second attacker, quickly disarming him as well, leaving both men defeated and at his mercy. The injured man groaned in pain, his face contorted in a grimace. The injured man, defeated and humiliated, sputtered out a curse, You son of a bitch! Do you know who I am?" The reincarnated surgeon responded with a cold, dismissive retort, "Fuck off." As the injured man and his daughter retreated, muttering threats of revenge, "I will get you back," the villagers watched from a safe distance. One villager observed, "In this era, there is always a fight using swords." The scene opens with a single word, suggesting uncertainty or hesitation. A young woman, concerned, asks, "Who are you?" A calm, self-assured individual responds, "I am a physician. I can see you are injured, is it okay if I take a look?" Two men, skeptical of the young physician's abilities, dismiss him, saying, "Physician? You look young. I guess you came here for a drink, you can just go in there and have your drink." The woman worries, "Is he really okay? I think his veins were cut." The young physician sighs, "Well, it bothers me, but the patient doesn't want it, so I have no other choice." The shopkeeper, having directed the daughter to a location where she could purchase alcohol, bids her farewell. "Okay then, I will go there and get the disinfectant." Night falls upon the town. The reincarnated surgeon walks through the streets, heading towards his destination. He reflects on his recent acquisition. "From now on, I can get the disinfectant easily. If I keep on buying, I might even be able to ask for a discount." Back at the injured man's side, the daughter tries to rouse him. "Don't you wake up." The injured man groans, his consciousness flickering. "Awk! Hyung Nim, will I die like this?" "Why the hell would you die? Damn it, why doesn't this medicine stop the bleeding?" The daughter anxiously implored her father to wait, assuring him that the physician would arrive shortly. Meanwhile, the injured man, his breathing shallow, remained unconscious. His daughter observed him, her worry palpable. She noted that the people who had brought him here were from the local store. She anxiously awaited the physician's arrival, her face etched with worry and desperation. A sound of hurried footsteps approached. The physician, Bang, arrived, and the daughter immediately called out to him, urgently requesting his assistance for her brother. She pleaded with the physician to examine her injured brother. The young woman, her face etched with worry, confessed, I was planning to just leave." A question mark floated above her head, reflecting her inner turmoil as she silently questioned her decision. A man urgently approached the reincarnated surgeon, his voice laced with desperation. He pleaded for help, explaining that his brother was bleeding profusely and needed immediate medical attention. The man explained that they had already sought help, but the village physician had left for another village. He was hesitant, but desperate enough to ask the stranger for assistance. The physician's daughter, observing the scene, voiced her concerns. She felt uneasy about a stranger treating a patient in the absence of the clinic's owner. The man, resigned to his options, decided to take his brother outside for treatment. His daughter, however, remained conflicted, expressing her reluctance and reservations about the situation. The man's sister, overcome with worry, apologized for her earlier rudeness and pleaded with the reincarnated surgeon to treat her critically injured brother, admitting that while he was still a medical student, he was better than anyone else they knew. The surgeon, though hesitant, agreed to help, but cautioned that since it was late, he couldn't guarantee a successful outcome. The sister led the surgeon and the shopkeeper to her brother's location. where they encountered an elderly physician rushing to the scene, having heard of the urgent situation. The shopkeeper greeted the arriving physician, remarking on the fortunate timing. The injured man lay unconscious, a crimson stain blooming on his face. His sister, eyes filled with worry, watched anxiously. As the reincarnated surgeon, his expression grave, examined the wound. "Oh, this seems. I think the thickest vein in his face got cut," he murmured, his brow furrowed in concentration. He determined that acupuncture was necessary to stop the bleeding. The man's sister gasped, "What?" in surprise. The shopkeeper and the sister watched with a mixture of apprehension and hope as the surgeon prepared his needles. He began the delicate procedure, aiming to stop the bleeding with acupuncture. The reincarnated surgeon expertly inserted an acupuncture needle into the injured man's wound, applying pressure to stem the bleeding. The man's sister watched with bated breath, her anxiety palpable. As the bleeding noticeably lessened, the shopkeeper observed with a mixture of curiosity and awe. The surgeon had stimulated a nerve to widen the muscle and put pressure on the blood vessel. The reincarnated surgeon reflected on the procedure, noting that even he had not known the intricacies of this technique during his time as a resident. Acupuncture, he realized, was a precise medical art. The shopkeeper anxiously asked if the treatment was complete. The reincarnated surgeon, having done all he could, confirmed that he had completed the procedure. The man's sister expressed her gratitude for the surgeon's efforts. However, the surgeon cautioned that it was too early to let their guard down. The reincarnated surgeon informed the anxious sister that it would take 15 minutes to remove the acupuncture needles. If the bleeding didn't stop, he had no other options. The sister, overwhelmed with worry, questioned if the injured man could die. The shopkeeper, observing the situation, noted the absence of bleeding, and asked if the needles could be removed. The surgeon explained that removing the needles prematurely risked blindness or muteness for the patient. The shopkeeper and sister reacted with alarm at this revelation. The surgeon, internally contemplating the situation, noted that his current solution was temporary and that he needed to reconnect the blood vessels, but worried about causing a commotion in the shopkeeper's business. The shopkeeper, observing the reincarnated surgeon, expressed surprise. "Ah, a medical student?" The reincarnated surgeon calmly explained his background, stating that his medical knowledge came from extensive reading and practice. The shopkeeper, skeptical of the young man's abilities, muttered to himself, "A young man such as him can't do much." Despite the shopkeeper's doubts, the reincarnated surgeon politely requested permission to treat the injured man, asking if he could attempt to reconnect the severed blood vessels. The shopkeeper, surprised by the reincarnated surgeon's confidence, questioned his assessment. "Did you just say you will connect the blood vessels?" The reincarnated surgeon confidently replied, "Yes." The shopkeeper, impressed by the reincarnated surgeon's quick diagnosis, marveled at his skill. Just by seeing the wound, he found out right away that the blood vessels got cut. The shopkeeper, his expression a mixture of skepticism and surprise, questioned the reincarnated surgeon's claim, "And he says he can connect it?" He mused aloud, acknowledging the grim reality of the situation. "Well, this man has a low chance of survival anyway." Despite his doubts, the shopkeeper relented, giving the reincarnated surgeon his consent. "All right, give it a try." The sister, anxious but hopeful, assisted the reincarnated surgeon, carefully applying pressure as instructed. "Sir, please put pressure on this spot." "Was it this place I should press?" "Yes." "A little harder." The reincarnated surgeon, facing a challenging situation, internally assessed his options. "I should use a thinner needle for the vessels, but I have no other choice." The shopkeeper and the sister watched in astonishment as the reincarnated surgeon prepared to use a needle, the shopkeeper exclaiming, "Needle? Is he going to use a needle?" The reincarnated surgeon, improvising with limited tools, examined the injured man's severed blood vessels. He muttered to himself, "Let's see. The vessels." Carefully inserting a needle to reconnect them. The injured man groaned in pain. His eyes flickered open, a sign of returning consciousness. He gasped, "Auk." Then coughed, sputtering, "Ack." The man's sister anxiously asked the shopkeeper, "Did you relieve the pain with the acupuncture?" The shopkeeper responded, "Yes. You said you were a medical student, but you don't even know basic acupuncture?" "Ah, yes, not acupuncture yet. Learning acupuncture is worth learning." The reincarnated surgeon, guided by his instincts honed from countless past lives, instructed the injured man's sister. "Sir, while I connect the severed vessels, please press this spot." He continued the delicate procedure, his hands steady and precise despite the pressure of the situation. The sister, initially hesitant, followed his instructions, applying pressure to the indicated area as the surgeon skillfully reconnected the severed blood vessels. Finally, the surgeon announced, "You don't have to press it anymore. And you can get the needle out. It's almost done." The injured man murmured, "Ah, okay." The shopkeeper, observing from a distance, was awestruck. Was there such medical art in this world? It looks amazing. More so, it looks like he is used to it. After the successful procedure, the shopkeeper provided aftercare instructions to the injured man's sister. For a few days, only eat porridge and put alcohol on the wound every morning and evening. Then after 2 weeks, you can take out the thread. Physician Bang, observing the injured man and his sister from a distance, reflected on the severity of the man's injuries. He had expected a far worse outcome. The reincarnated surgeon, eager to further his medical knowledge, approached Physician Bang and politely requested to learn acupuncture from him in exchange for teaching him vascular suturing techniques. Physician Bang, initially surprised, readily agreed. Both men expressed their anticipation for the upcoming learning experience. Later that evening, the sister mentioned that their mother had gone for a walk in the garden. Two men sat at a table, sipping tea. One commented that the tea was just as Manhwa had described, and that the injured man had improved slightly after drinking it. The other agreed, noting that Manhwa's remedy was superior to the physician's prescription. He then expressed relief and stated that his brother, Hyung Nim, could now focus on his studies. However, a slight concern clouded his relief. He noted that Manhwa had recently stopped reading and was instead frequently asking for money to go out and do unspecified things, leaving him to ponder whether he should speak to Manhwa about this. The other man suggested against this, proposing instead that he teach Manhwa some swordsmanship for self-defense, given the current dangers outside. The first man expressed surprise at this suggestion, finding it unusual for Hyung Nim to request such martial arts instruction. The reincarnated surgeon noticed a bloodstain on Manhwa's hand. Manhwa, appearing flustered, initially denied it was his, claiming he had treated someone with a facial cut. Then admitted it was blood, but insisted it wasn't his own. Physician Bang, observing Manhwa's actions, questioned his motives, suspecting he was trying to build a reputation as a physician to gain access to the royal court. Manhwa, however, deflected the accusation, stating that he was planning an experiment to treat his mother's illness. Physician Bang and the reincarnated surgeon expressed surprise, revealing that they were unaware of Manhwa's intentions. Manhwa, showing a hint of annoyance, dismissed their concerns, stating that the suggested treatment was ineffective and that it wasn't their business. Hyung Nim, inwardly cursing Manhwa as a fucking kiddo, made a decision. With his mother recovering, he would trust the young man, at least for now. And then, unexpectedly, revealed that he'd been instructed by another to teach Manhwa swordsmanship. Manhwa, initially surprised by the news of swordsmanship lessons, considered the uncertainty of the future and decided to accept this opportunity to learn. Hyung Nim, concerned for Manhwa's safety, led him outside, offering him a thick padded garment for practice. Manhwa, however, deemed it too cumbersome, believing it would hinder his speed and agility. The reincarnated surgeon, slightly concerned by Manhwa's secretive nature, observed him intently. He mused on Manhwa's hidden martial arts skills, questioning how he acquired them without his knowledge, but ultimately decided to proceed with the swordsmanship lesson. Manhwa, apprehensive yet determined, responded with a defiant spirit. Manhwa, revealing his true identity as Jin Soo-han, expressed his determination to learn and his hope to avoid regretting his decision. The reincarnated surgeon tossed Manhwa a wooden sword, a smile playing on his lips, signaling the start of their training session. Manhwa, now holding the wooden sword, stood ready, his expression resolute. Jin Suhan, now going by Manhwa, stood before his instructor, sword at his side. He challenged the reincarnated surgeon with a defiant, "Go ahead, attack me first." Instead of immediately engaging in swordsmanship, Manhwa revealed his reservations about his current skill level. He reflected on his past life's mastery of kendo, concluding that his past life's kendo training would be a more effective approach. He decided to utilize his kendo skills instead. And with a confident shout of "Here I go," he launched into a kendo attack. The reincarnated surgeon watched intently, his expression shifting from surprise to a subtle smirk as he observed Manhwa's unexpected technique. He charged into the fray, shouting, "Here I come." His opponent met his attack with a swift counter, forcing him to stumble. The impact sent a jolt through his body, causing him to cry out in pain, "Auk." He continued to fight, his movements becoming increasingly desperate as his opponent gained the upper hand. Defeated, the main character slumped to the ground, his opponent observing, "Why did you swing it first? Your sword is slow." The main character, winded but resolute, muttered to himself, "I think he just poked a little. Why was it so fast?" He resolved, "Now I am really going to begin again." He mentally strategized, "This time, instead of slashing, I will stab." The main character visualized a fencer, "I'll use fencing techniques. With the quick speed of fencing, I might hit him at least once." His opponent, unimpressed, remained stoic. The young martial artist launched a swift attack, her staff whirling towards her opponent. But the older man easily deflected the blow with a practiced ease, countering with a powerful kick that sent her sprawling across the stone floor. He stood over her, observing her with a thoughtful expression. Later, he questioned her, "Hey, from whom did you learn your martial arts in Seoju?" She pleaded for one more match, one more, but he dismissed her, "Damn it. I knew you were good, but it's meaningless. You are not good enough for sparring." Following her defeat, the main character was approached by a seasoned martial artist who offered to train her, starting with the fundamentals. "Follow me," he instructed, "I will teach you back from the basics." She agreed, replying simply, "Okay." The instructor then pointed to a rock hanging from a tree branch in the courtyard. Explaining the first exercise, to stab the suspended rock with her wooden sword. He stated, "Can you see that rock hanging on the branch? You are going to try stabbing that rock." The main character, initially skeptical, approached the task with a nonchalant attitude. She questioned, "Is that it?" She easily pierced the rock with a single strike, expressing surprise at the simplicity of the exercise. Internally, she mused, "This is too easy. Do I look like a joke to him?" However, her instructor immediately interrupted, shouting, "Hey! What are you doing?" The seasoned martial artist instructed the main character, "Do it from here." He gestured towards a suspended rock, initiating her first training exercise. The main character, slightly apprehensive, gripped her wooden sword. The instructor cautioned, "Watch carefully. Don't get distracted." The main character noted the distance, muttering, "Isn't it a bit far?" With a deep breath, the main character swung her sword, aiming to strike the suspended rock. The force of the swing was considerable, but the impact shattered her wooden sword, leaving her astonished. "Wow," she exclaimed, clearly surprised by the unexpected result. The instructor, unimpressed, simply stated, "Your turn." 3 rocks now hung suspended, ready for the next phase of the exercise. The main character, attempting a training exercise, waited for a swinging rock to stop before striking it with her staff. But the seasoned martial artist interrupted, advising her to strike while the rock was in motion, emphasizing the importance of seizing opportunities in combat. Following the advice, the main character attempted to strike the moving rock, but misjudged the timing, resulting in a missed strike and a frustrated exclamation. The instructor explained the exercise's rules. 3 successful strikes out of 10 attempts would allow her to proceed. The main character, clearly discouraged, continued practicing, muttering to herself in frustration. The main character, exhausted but determined, finally managed to strike the target during his training exercise. He let out a relieved huff. But the reality of his accomplishment hit him hard. He had only succeeded 3 times out of 100 attempts. His frustration mounted, leading him to question his path. Should he abandon his martial arts training and focus solely on medicine? A flashback of a brutal battle flashed before his eyes, a stark reminder of his past failures and near-death experience. Fueling a renewed resolve. He couldn't die like that again. Huffing and puffing, he braced himself for another round of training. He glared at the training rock, declaring it to be insignificant compared to his newfound determination. With renewed determination, the main character gripped his staff, shouting, "Here I go," as he launched into a powerful stance. The seasoned martial artist, Manhwa, watched birds fly overhead, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wondered aloud, "Manhwa, did he succeed in what I told him to do yesterday?" He discovered a large hole in the ground, prompting the question, "Huh? What is this hole?" Manhwa examined the hole, pondering, how long did he try to make a hole in here? The seasoned martial artist, crouching low, observed 3 rocks arranged on the ground. He pondered aloud, why are 3 rocks there? Did he perhaps try to hit 3 rocks all at once? The main character awoke in his bed, stretching languidly. He commented, I slept well." He noticed something unusual about his hands, his expression shifting to one of mild surprise. The main character examined his arms, noticing the significant increase in muscle mass. He exclaimed, "What is this? I got muscles in a day." He flexed his newly muscled arms, surprised by the lack of soreness. He mused, "It doesn't even feel sore, it's strange. Is it buff from resurrection?" The main character, still slightly bewildered by his recent physical transformation, made a mental note to meet Physician Bong later that day. A decision seemingly prompted by a prior conversation. Meanwhile, the seasoned martial artist, having previously observed the main character's training, expressed his concern over the delay in meeting Physician Bong. Revealing his impatience and highlighting the importance of the meeting, even going to great lengths to acquire a specialized needle for the procedure. The main character, slightly bewildered from the earlier events, arrived at Physician Bong's residence and called out, "Anybody here?" Physician Bong, startled, emerged from inside, exclaiming, "Oh! You are here? Have you eaten?" The main character replied, "No, not yet." Physician Bong insisted, "Let's eat first." Physician Bang presented a lavish spread of food, various meats, vegetables, and rolls. The main character was impressed, muttering, "Wow." As they ate, Physician Bong commented, "Hohu, this is the first meat since I resurrected." The main character expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thanks for the meal." Physician Bong replied, Yeah. Anyway." Physician Bang then presented a small, curved needle to the main character, asking, "I have prepared this, what do you think?" The main character responded with a questioning, "Ah?" Following their meal, the main character expressed curiosity about the needle Physician Bong had produced, prompting the physician to explain that the term inch-perfect signifies extreme accuracy. The main character questioned the needle's quality, to which Physician Bong responded that it surpassed his expectations. The main character then inquired about the needle's origin. Physician Bong revealed that the needle came from a smithy in Shanxing, a country from the Three Kingdoms period, known for crafting weapons for soldiers. He had commissioned them to make this specific needle. Upon hearing this explanation, the main character expressed surprise. Physician Bang then proceeded to explain that, in addition to the needle, he also had a Kelly, needle holder, and retractor, illustrating their uses with drawings. And the main character reacted with confusion to the unfamiliar medical instruments. Physician Bang explained the uses of various medical instruments, pointing to a diagram showing their application in holding blood vessels, stitching wounds, and setting bones. He admitted that the instruments were too detailed to be easily replicated, but even a rough imitation would greatly assist in treating patients. After their lesson, the main character and Physician Bang enjoyed a meal together. The main character expressed their gratitude for the meal. Physician Bang then presented the main character with a pig's blood vessel, explaining that it was a practical exercise. The main character, having attempted to work with the pig's blood vessels, received positive feedback from Physician Bang, who noted a minor slip-up but overall good performance. The main character questioned the blood's unusual flow. Physician Bang explained that the flow of blood varies depending on the blood vessels, emphasizing the importance of understanding its direction before any procedure. Physician Bang instructed the main character to take a closer look at a model of the human body, indicating specific acupuncture points. He demonstrated the proper technique for manipulating the needles, explaining that it requires precision and a gentle touch. The main character, eager to learn, expressed understanding. Later, the main character arrived carrying a small statue, which he presented to Physician Bang. Physician Bang accepted the offering and instructed the main character to place it on a nearby table. He then indicated that they would begin their lesson by examining the statue's acupuncture points one by one. Physician Bang pointed to a specific point on the statue's head, explaining that this particular point is known to be related to the movement of the large intestine. The main character, a dedicated student of acupuncture, presented Physician Bang with a small statue depicting acupuncture points. He expressed a previously held belief that only a few such points existed. But Physician Bang corrected him, stating that while the points shown on the statue were commonly known, the royal physician possessed knowledge of additional, undisclosed points. The main character pondered this revelation, realizing that the complete map of acupuncture points remained undiscovered. Suddenly, a diagram of the human body, overlaid with numerous acupuncture points, appeared before the main character's eyes. He gasped in surprise, questioning if this was a representation of modern acupuncture points. Physician Bang explained that it wasn't simply a matter of memorization, it was as if a comprehensive textbook on acupuncture points had been placed directly before him. The main character pondered aloud, questioning if a newly acquired ability stemmed from their recent resurrection. While Physician Bang, seemingly satisfied with his explanation of the basics of acupuncture, declared it sufficient. Physician Bang then called out to his student, concerned about their attentiveness. To which the main character, slightly embarrassed, admitted to having been listening. Physician Bang then prompted the main character to recall his earlier lesson on the Sea of Vitality acupuncture points, leading to a discussion of their application in alleviating back pain. Physician Bang explained that stimulating specific nerves could affect the kidneys, prompting a thoughtful expression from his student, Hua. Hua, however, appeared distracted, lost in thought about something else. Physician Bang noticed her distraction and questioned her, concluding that she wasn't ready to fully engage with his teachings on acupuncture. Physician Bang, however, offered to test her readiness. Physician Bang then instructed Hua to retrieve a book detailing all acupuncture techniques from his room. The title of the book, Book of All Acupuncture Techniques, filled Hua with anticipation. An elderly master presented a box of texts to his student, stating that he would teach acupuncture techniques only after the student memorized everything within 4 days. The student, upon receiving the assignment, readily agreed, albeit with a slightly overwhelmed expression. He then explained that he would spend those 4 days practicing how to stitch blood vessels. The master dismissed the student, advising him to be careful on his way home. Walking home, the student pondered why such unexpected challenges arose during his acupuncture studies. The student, thoughtful and slightly perplexed after receiving a challenging assignment, navigated a bustling marketplace. He muttered to himself, "I guess I have to be careful from now on." He hurried home, arriving late. As he entered, he announced, "I'm home." His master, appearing stern, immediately questioned him, "Where have you been running around?" The student explained, "I went out to meet Physician Bang. I also borrowed some books needed for acupuncture, too." The master, intrigued, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Physician Bang? From the Bang family clinic?" The student, a look of quiet determination on their face, pondered their decision to pursue a career in medicine. A thought bubble above their head contained the question, "Are you really planning to become a physician?" The student's brother, observing them, expressed his support, but cautioned that their mother's approval was also necessary. Undeterred, the student affirmed their resolve to succeed in their chosen path. Later, the brother inquired about the student's progress from the previous day, prompting a triumphant response, "I succeeded 10 times." The brother, visibly surprised, reacted with disbelief and excitement, prompting the student to promise to show him the results later. As the student left, the brother, left alone, looked on with a mixture of curiosity and slight bewilderment, muttering, "Books, again?" The student, a whirlwind of focused energy, dashed through the courtyard, muttering to himself, "But I think 10 times doesn't make sense." He paused before a table laden with ancient acupuncture texts, his brow furrowed in concentration. He muttered, "Where can I find information about my mother's disease?" The diagrams within the books were unlike anything he'd seen before. "It's different from the modern acupoints," he observed, comparing the ancient texts to his own knowledge. He traced a finger across a particular point. "So if I use the liver acupoint, it will indirectly stimulate the nerves." His gaze shifted to another diagram. "The gallbladder point isn't here? Have they not discovered it yet?" He picked up his brush, determined. "First, let's organize these by comparing the modern acupoint with the present one." The student, focused on his task, declared, "Well, then I will use Hangul." He noted the historical context. Creation of Hangul will happen after 1200 years. The Three Kingdoms period of China dates to 220 to 280 AD, whereas Hangul was invented around 1450 AD. He continued to meticulously write in Hangul, finally completing his work with a triumphant exclamation, "Done." The student reviewed his completed acupuncture diagrams, muttering to himself, "Yeah, take it slow. Let's do it one by one." Hours later, under the night sky, the student's master appeared, concerned, "You skipped breakfast and lunch too." The master and student sat down for a meal together, the master questioning his student's actions. "What have you been doing?" The student, exhausted but satisfied after comparing ancient acupuncture texts with modern knowledge, explained that he was copying an acupuncture book borrowed from physician Bang. A revelation that surprised his master, who questioned his ambition to become a physician. The master's concern deepened as he expressed disbelief at the student's choice, highlighting the family's expectations. A heated discussion ensued, with the student defending his desire to help people, emphasizing the value of healing over serving the emperor. The student's younger brother interjected, urging him to take the civil servant exam, highlighting the family's history of failure in this regard. The master, visibly frustrated, questioned the student's decision, further escalating the tension. A discussion unfolded regarding the student's prospects. One voice insisted, "Of course not." Another countered, "Isn't it because we didn't bribe?" The student looked on, clearly conflicted. The master spoke, addressing the student directly, "Hyung Nim, you are a talented man with a good heart. Even without giving bribes, you will be able to work in the government." But the student, resolute in his decision, responded, "But I am neither that kind of person nor good enough for that role." He then declared his unwavering intention, "Whatever Hyung Nim says, I will definitely become a physician. I will treat the ill and save the dying. And lead the people to have a better life." With that, he left the room. The master chuckled, commenting on his younger brother's directness, noting his growth and improved communication skills. The younger brother, however, admitted to being a bit too blunt, while the master acknowledged the truth of his words, but emphasized the difference between knowing and speaking the truth, suggesting the situation was too complex to simply state the facts. The master, with a knowing smile, proposed a physical solution. When something feels complicated, it's best to sweat it out. He suggested they go to the backyard to work it out, adding that the student had already succeeded 10 times in a similar exercise. The younger brother, slightly surprised but agreeable, followed his brother, muttering that the master was also quite something. A rock, secured by a rope, hurtled through the air. The student, with surprising dexterity, swung his wooden sword, intercepting the projectile with a sharp crack. The student stood proudly, his younger brother looking on in amazement as the master exclaimed, "See? I stabbed it." The master chuckled, "I thought that you only have academic talent, but it seems you also have a talent for martial arts. Now, it will be 6 stones this time. Look carefully and don't miss a thing. The master prepared himself, his stance firm, 6 rocks now hanging from the tree, ready for the next challenge. The younger brother watched intently. The master, with a fierce yell of Hayak, hurled a series of weighted projectiles at his student. Each one whizzing past with surprising speed. The student, however, reacted with impressive agility, deftly deflecting each blow with his sword. The younger brother, observing from a distance, gasped, "Amazing." The master, pleased with the student's unexpected skill, commented, "If you can do this, you won't be easily beaten even if you meet a group of bandits. Train hard." The master then announced, "Now, I will teach you how to block." The master stood in a courtyard, instructing his student, "Attack me." The master launched a series of projectiles at the student, testing their reflexes. Each one aimed with deadly precision. The student, however, moved with surprising agility, easily evading each attack. The master watched, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. His eyes narrowed in assessment. The student's focus was unwavering, a quiet intensity radiating from them. The master noted a blind spot in the student's defense, and with a swift movement, he exploited it, striking with another projectile. The student, however, anticipated this. The master attacked the student, swinging his staff with surprising speed. The student, however, reacted instantly, deflecting the blow with his own weapon. A sharp "huh" escaping his lips as he narrowly avoided the impact. The master, clearly impressed, muttered "the hell" under his breath. The master's surprise was palpable as he watched the student effortlessly block his attack. He blocked it, he thought, his expression a mixture of astonishment and renewed interest. The master wiped sweat from his brow, muttering to himself, I think I should do it more properly." He was clearly reassessing his strategy. The student, observing the master's reaction, formulated a plan. "I have to wait for an opportunity while keeping my distance until I see an opening," he thought, preparing for the next attack. The master attacked again, but this time, the student anticipated the move, skillfully evading the blow. The master, amused, attacked the student with 2 staffs. The student, however, deftly evaded each strike, leaving the master impressed despite the student's near miss earlier. "You were amazing, but you just lost to me," the master stated, acknowledging the student's skill while highlighting his own victory. The master continued, "Nevertheless, you tried to stab me a while ago after reading my movements, didn't you?" The master chuckled, questioning if the student was a genius. The student, in turn, questioned the master's own skill, pointing out his superior ability to block all of the student's attacks. "If I am amazing, then who are you, Hyung, who blocked it all?" The master promised to make things more difficult next time. The student agreed, saying okay. Later, walking away, the student reflected on the training session. What a waste, really, a waste. A young man, seemingly a blacksmith, worked diligently at his forge, hammering a piece of metal. An older, white-haired man entered the workshop, pausing to observe the scene. The blacksmith, wiping sweat from his brow, greeted the elder with a simple "Hello, sir." The elder explained that he had come a short while ago. He offered the blacksmith tea, noting it was late for a visit. The blacksmith, somewhat hesitantly, revealed he needed a specific item crafted. The elder chuckled, noting the blacksmith's discomfort in making the request. The elder presented the blacksmith with a package containing several surgical instruments. The blacksmith, surprised, questioned their purpose. The elder clarified that these tools were not for his own use, but for his student, Wabu, who would be employing them. The master, reflecting on his student, mused, "Student. Wa? He is still young, but a great man." The student, arriving at the village, greeted, "Are you here? Good morning." Villagers informed the student, "Yeah, but shouldn't you have come yesterday? Nowadays, there are lots of bandits on Mtmasiak." The student, examining some herbs, commented, "I remember some knowledge about herbal medicines, but not about poisonous weeds. Can you explain a little? A villager identified a plant, saying, that is called wolfsbane. You can use its roots when hunting by, at $% and. The student then asked, then it's definitely poisonous weeds. How much are these in total? A villager responded, 2 coins for all of that. The student then paid, saying, thanks for your effort. I will add a little and give 5 coins. I will come to you when I need more the next time. 2 men saw the student off, one saying, see you next time. The other added, just come to us anytime you need. Of course, take care on your way back. The student, clutching his purchased herbs, reflected, with this amount, it is enough for experiments. Now, I can make anesthesia. He clenched his fist triumphantly, a determined look on his face. The student, brimming with confidence, navigated the bustling marketplace of a small village nestled in a valley, carefully seeking specific herbs needed for his anesthesia preparations. His determined gaze missing nothing as he moved through the crowded streets. He arrived at a humble dwelling, where a sick man lay in bed. He politely greeted the man's family. The family expressed their apologies for troubling the physician by summoning him to such a modest place. The student, having successfully gathered the necessary herbs, arrived at the patient's home. He appeared slightly apprehensive, his expression a mixture of concern and determination. A young boy, brimming with energy, eagerly offered his assistance, claiming he would catch anything needed. Meanwhile, inside the humble dwelling, the patient, a man with a bandaged leg, lay on a simple bed. His son nervously pleaded for a discount on his father's treatment. The student, approaching the bed, inquired about the man's leg, receiving a hesitant "it's okay" in response. After requesting permission, the student carefully began to unwrap the bandages, revealing a wound that confirmed his suspicions. I knew it, he muttered, his expression turning serious. The patient's wound was infected with pus due to a lack of proper disinfection. The student, observing this, explained that the wound needed to be disinfected. And the younger brother, upon seeing the alcohol, questioned if it was indeed alcohol, confirming its identity and explaining that they couldn't afford to drink it. The student then instructed the brother on how to properly disinfect the wound using the alcohol and a clean cloth. The student demonstrated how to apply the alcohol-soaked cloth to the wound. A patient, comfortably reclined on a bed, asked the physician, Mr. Physician, can I drink the remaining alcohol? The physician chuckled, the alcohol? Ah ha ha ha. Yes, you can, if you would like to. The patient's expression shifted. A sinister smile spread across their face as they revealed their true intentions. It's just that, after that, I need to cut below your knees. The physician, eyes wide with terror, stammered, and no. No. Thank you. The patient, having completed the wound disinfection, declared, the disinfection is done. I will just do something with the rats now. The injured man, lying on a bed, questioned the physician, Mr. Physician, why are you trying to kill it with poison? The physician responded, I just need to test something. I am looking for herbal medicine that can make you faint only for a while. Do you know anyone around you who knows a lot about poisonous weeds? The physician continued, I do know a little well about poisonous weeds, but I don't know anything like that. A young boy appeared, exclaiming, Ah! Mr. Physician, you came? Oh, nice timing. The physician handed the boy a gourd, instructing him, Here, this is alcohol you need to use as the disinfectant instead of water. The boy, concerned, questioned, But this alcohol must be expensive, and what if my father drinks it? The younger brother, his brow furrowed with concern, looked up at the older man. He asked, Yes? The older man responded with a single, chillingly calm statement, Let's work together. The older man then inquired, Is there an empty house around here? The younger brother, pointing towards a dilapidated building, replied, Yes. If you want to have an experiment with the rats, you can use this one. He added somberly, A grandma and her granddaughters used to live here, but after grandma died, the granddaughters had to go to the brothel. The older man sighed, his expression heavy with unspoken weight. He murmured, Everyone is having a hard time. Inside a dilapidated, sparsely furnished house, the older brother and younger brother huddled together, a cage of rats between them. The older brother, his expression one of grim determination, pondered aloud how to effectively poison the rats. The younger brother, though apprehensive, offered a suggestion, questioning the intelligence of the rodents, proposing a method to force-feed the poisoned rice. The older brother considered this, a thoughtful expression on his face, and proceeded to carefully attempt to feed a rat. The younger brother urged him on, his voice filled with a mixture of anxiety and hope. As the older brother continued the painstaking task, feeding the rat grain by grain, the younger brother counted the grains, ensuring the correct dosage, until finally, the rat succumbed to the poison. The younger brother, observing the lifeless rodent, expressed his concern about the effectiveness of their method. The younger brother meticulously prepared 4 grains of rice, carefully placing them near 3 rats already lying still. The student, observing, noted the results of their experiment. The student questioned the physician about the LD50 of the poison, noting that 2 grains had already proven lethal. The physician, looking concerned, commented on the time-consuming nature of the experiment. The physician instructed the younger brother to stay and monitor the rat's deaths, promising to pay him for his time. The brother, though hesitant, agreed, expressing his need to sleep early due to work. The physician gave the younger brother 5 coins as payment, much to the latter's surprise and gratitude. Overwhelmed by the unexpected generosity, the younger brother expressed his disbelief at receiving such a large sum. The younger brother, clutching a small pouch, prepared to leave. His older sibling, the student, stated, "It's my decision since I'm the one giving, kid." A wide shot depicted the village where they lived, a peaceful scene of traditional houses and a small pond. The younger brother walked through the village gate and was met by his older brother, who asked, "Are you back?" The student appeared tired. His brother, boisterous and energetic, exclaimed, "Manhwa. We have to sweat again today, don't we?" The student, protesting that he was tired, was playfully grabbed by his brother, who insisted, "You are too young to be tired. Let's go." The older brother stood in a courtyard, staff in hand, facing his younger sibling. He reminded his brother of the blocking technique he had taught him the previous day, and instructed him to try blocking his attack. The younger brother, apprehensive, asked for more time to prepare, but the older brother swiftly attacked. The younger brother, surprised by the speed of the attack, barely managed to deflect the blow. The younger brother tested his older brother's skills, launching a swift attack. The older brother, surprised by the sudden assault, reacted with a startled "ah." Utterly bewildered by the speed and precision of his brother's strike, he could only exclaim, "What?" His confusion deepened as he questioned, "What is that?" The younger brother's attack continued, forcing the older brother into a defensive posture. With a burst of speed, the older brother managed to deflect the blow, leaving his brother impressed and exclaiming, "He blocked it?" The younger brother launched a swift attack, imbuing his strike with inner energy. The older brother, however, reacted instantly, blocking the blow with surprising ease. The younger brother's eyes widened in astonishment. He exclaimed, "Did you just block that? It's absurd." The younger brother, still reeling from his brother's unexpected skill, muttered to himself, "I never even imagined you can block inner energy. What is this, kid?" The older brother, intrigued, asked, "Hyung, that inner chi technique, can you teach me that too?" The younger brother, though impressed, deflected the request, saying, "About that, let's talk about it later someday. First, you have to train." The younger brother proposed a challenge, "Let's make a bet. If I block it in one try, you have to teach me." The student, brimming with confidence, launched a powerful attack with his staff, the wood cracking under the force. His younger brother, though impressed, reacted swiftly, blocking the blow with practiced ease. A flurry of strikes followed, the brothers exchanging blows in a rapid exchange of skill. The student, despite his confidence, found himself hit twice, his younger brother's defense proving unexpectedly strong. The younger brother, concerned, questioned his brother's intensity, noting that he seemed to be pushing himself too hard. Despite the exertion, the younger brother was impressed by his sibling's unexpected skill, noting to himself that the student was truly something special. The student, exhausted but resolute, reflected on his years of training. The older brother, clearly still concerned about his younger sibling, suggested they head to Honseo Inn for a meal. He promised to buy something delicious. But the younger brother, exhausted from their earlier sparring match, protested that he was too tired and wanted to stay. The older brother, however, insisted they go. And despite the younger brother's complaints of hunger, the older brother urged him to hurry. The younger brother grumbled about his brother's impatience. As they walked through the bustling marketplace, the older brother asked his sibling what he wanted to eat, to which the younger brother simply replied that noodles would be fine. The older brother, however, had other plans and insisted on meat, even offering his brother a drink, with the caveat that he shouldn't tell their older brother that he had bought him alcohol. The younger brother agreed. And soon they were seated at a table in a restaurant, enjoying their meal. The older brother poured a drink, suggesting a toast to their first drink together. The younger brother, surprised, accepted. The older brother proposed a toast, explaining that it was his first drink with his younger sibling. He instructed his brother on the proper etiquette for a light toast. And the two brothers clinked their cups together, the liquid within splashing slightly as they did so. They both took a sip, the younger brother exclaiming how good it tasted, mentioning it had been a while since he last had a drink. Suddenly, the mood shifted as the younger brother angrily called the older brother a fucking bastard. A heated argument erupted in a crowded tavern. One man, enraged, shouted, "I have never seen such a bastard." His opponent retorted, "It's a misunderstanding, you asshole." The argument escalated, with insults flying. "You fucking bastard. There are other places to use money," one man yelled, while the other countered, "How dare you? To your friend's woman." A woman nearby pleaded, "Stop it, please." But another man intervened, declaring, "Let me be. This bastard needs to get beaten." A young woman, nursing a cup of tea, quietly voiced her apprehension. "I hope there will be no problem after getting beaten like that." Suddenly, a man lunged forward, landing a swift, powerful blow that sent his opponent sprawling. The woman's eyes widened in alarm. "Wait. I think that one was dangerous?" The victim lay on the ground, groaning in pain. As a bystander rushed to his aid, shouting angrily, "To me, you bastard!" A man lay on the ground, his body limp. A woman cried out, "Hey! What's wrong with him?" The onlookers gasped, fear and confusion etched on their faces. Questions arose: is he dead? Did he just beat a man to death? The gravity of the situation settled upon them. A woman, distraught, cried out to the fallen man, "Sangdi Kappa. Wake up please. How can you just die like this?" The injured man weakly protested, "No, it wasn't me. Damn it." He struggled to his feet, his face contorted in pain and denial. "No." Two men observed the scene from a distance. One commented, "What a mess. Can people die that easily?" The other replied, "I think I have to check on him." One of the men approached the commotion, calling out, "Hey! Manhwa." He offered assistance, "Let me take a look at him." A young man collapsed suddenly in the town square, his body falling limply to the ground. A gasp rippled through the onlookers, as a wave of alarm washed over the crowd. The young man's friend, Manhwa, stared in disbelief, his face contorted with shock and fear. "Oh no," he exclaimed internally. Manhwa frantically checked for a pulse, his movements growing increasingly desperate. Discovering with horror that there was none. His friend was not breathing, he had suffered a cardiac arrest. Arrest, he thought, the word echoing the grim reality of the situation. Amidst the growing panic, a woman approached Manhwa, her voice calm despite the urgency of the moment. She asked if he was a physician, concerned for the young man's life. Manhwa, though distraught, shook his head. Another man, observing the scene, stepped forward. You will see, he said, his expression resolute as he prepared to take action. A woman urgently attended to man 1, who lay unconscious on the ground. She swiftly moved to clear his airway. Then initiated chest compressions, her hands working rhythmically on his chest. Man 3, observing the scene, declared that he would perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation, continuing the life-saving efforts. Despite their best efforts, man 1's condition worsened. Man 2, overcome with grief, lamented, "Damn it. He is still young." The woman desperately attempted CPR on the lifeless body of man 1, her face etched with exhaustion and sorrow. A crowd of onlookers watched, their expressions a mixture of shock and grief. To a man, to someone who died, one of them questioned, voicing the disbelief hanging heavy in the air. Others tried to stop her, their voices filled with a somber resignation. "Stop it. He is already dead," they pleaded, knowing the futility of her efforts. Man 3, witnessing the scene, urged the woman to cease her attempts. "Yeah, you can stop," he said gently, his own grief palpable. But the woman, consumed by a desperate hope, refused to give up. "I will save him," she declared, her determination unwavering. Her resolve hardened, she repeated her vow with fierce conviction, "I will definitely save him." The woman, grief etched onto her face, desperately continued CPR on the lifeless body of man 1, ignoring the pleas of those around her. "Just breathe," she urged, her voice strained with emotion. Man 1's body lay still, his eyes wide open, froth forming at the corners of his mouth. His labored breaths were absent, replaced by the chilling silence of death. Man 2, his face a mask of disbelief and sorrow, watched in horror as he noticed a subtle change. He is breathing," he stammered, his voice barely a whisper. The crowd gasped, their expressions shifting from despair to stunned disbelief as they witnessed man 1's chest rise and fall. The woman, tears streaming down her face, cried out, "Appa." She then whispered, "He really saved a dying man." The onlookers erupted in a cacophony of relieved shouts and exclamations, their collective joy palpable. The woman, exhausted but triumphant, slumped against man 1, her face a mixture of relief and overwhelming emotion. The crowd celebrated the unexpected turn of events, their cheers echoing through the air. The woman wiped sweat from her brow, breathing heavily. Huffing, she appeared exhausted but relieved. Yi-Eon, concerned, asked what had happened. Man 1, having just recovered from a cardiac arrest, sat up, disoriented. A woman scolded him for not fighting to the death. Another woman demanded to know Jungpan's whereabouts, revealing that he had fled after man 1's apparent death. Man 1, still dazed, exclaimed in disbelief, I died?" The woman explained that if she hadn't intervened, he would be dead. She instructed him to remain still for a while. Man 1, still weak but alive, stammered his gratitude, questioning how he had been saved. Yi-Eon, reflecting on the recent events, explained that cardiopulmonary resuscitation saved man 1 from a sudden cardiac arrest. Man 1, still recovering, groaned in pain, clutching his head as he complained of a severe headache. Yi-Eon continued, explaining that when the heart stops, the brain is the first organ affected, warning him against sudden movements. Man 1, relieved, weakly expressed his gratitude, managing a shaky okay. Later, Man 1, along with a woman and another man, expressed their gratitude to Yi-Eon, offering payment for her life-saving actions. Yi-Eon, however, seemed hesitant to accept, prompting a discussion about the appropriateness of payment in such a situation. Observing the woman's attire, Man 1 mused to himself, "It looks like she has a lot of money. I guess I can take it?" He chuckled, adding, "Then just a little." "I will take it." The woman offered a silver coin. Man 1's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, 1 silver coin? This is a little too much, I think. I don't even have change." Man 2, however, firmly stated, "What do you mean change? You don't have to. You saved me who almost died. This isn't much compared to that." Man 1, touched by the sentiment, humbly accepted the coin. "If you say so, then I will be grateful to take this." The woman and Man 2 watched Man 1, a mixture of gratitude and slight bewilderment on their faces. A commotion erupted in a bustling restaurant. Patrons scattered as a man, Sangduk, dramatically collapsed to the floor. While a young woman, visibly distressed, exclaimed, "Sa Sangduk? Didn't you just die?" Another man, Hyungnim, reacted with exasperation, muttering, "You bastard, TSK, forget it." The woman continued, explaining, "What? You didn't run away, but just went to get a physician?" Hyungnim, clearly annoyed, retorted, "You should have just got a mortician." He then urged Sangduk, "Hyungnim, let's get out of here now." A man's face registered shock and disbelief, his eyes wide with surprise. Manhwa exclaimed that Sangduk's actions were great, really great. He expressed his enthusiasm about becoming a physician. Sangduk humbly dismissed his actions as nothing. Sangduk, slightly confused, simply replied, "Yes?" Four individuals, including a woman, bowed deeply before Sangduk, expressing their gratitude and addressing him as Mr. Physician. A man introduced himself as Jongpan from the Song family industry, explaining that Sangduk had saved his friend. Sangduk, in turn, identified himself as Wabu from the Wa family. Jongpan presented Sangduk with 2 silver ingots as a token of gratitude. Jongpan, still overwhelmed with relief, insisted on giving Sangduk more money for saving his friend. Sangduk, however, humbly refused, stating that he had already received payment for his services. Jongpan countered that this was compensation for the mistake Sangduk had made earlier, and pressed the money into his hands. Sangduk, touched by Jongpan's persistence, finally accepted the additional payment with gratitude. With the matter settled, Jongpan and his companions prepared to depart, offering their thanks once more before leaving Sangduk. Meanwhile, a curious onlooker approached Manhwa, questioning his identity and the miraculous healing he had witnessed earlier. Manhwa, still awestruck, simply replied with a confused "What?" The onlooker, clearly skeptical, pressed Manhwa for details, specifically asking how Sangduk had managed to save the young man who appeared to be dead just moments before. Manhwa, still slightly bewildered by the events of Sangduk's miraculous recovery, questioned him about his medical knowledge. Pointing out that the procedure he performed was cardiopulmonary resuscitation. And expressing amazement at Sangduk's ability to diagnose and treat so effectively by simply checking a pulse. Sangduk, somewhat sheepishly, explained that he had learned the technique through self-study. Leaving Manhwa and Jongpan utterly astonished at his self-taught mastery of such advanced medical arts. Sangduk, slightly embarrassed yet proud, explained that he had learned CPR through self-study. Manhwa reacted with astonishment, questioning how someone so young could possess such medical knowledge. Sangduk clarified that his understanding stemmed from studying folk remedies and various books. Manhwa, still amazed, exclaimed about Sangduk's youth and impressive skills. Jongpan observed the conversation, taking in the details of Sangduk's self-taught medical expertise. Sangduk introduced himself as Sikpil, a physician still developing his skills. Manhwa expressed his admiration for Sangduk's medical prowess, highlighting his remarkable abilities at such a young age. Manhwa, deeply impressed by Sangduk's impromptu medical demonstration, requested to be taught cardiopulmonary resuscitation, offering 10 silver coins as payment for the lesson. Jongpan, observing from a nearby table, watched the exchange with interest. Manhwa's offer of 10 silver coins surprised Sangduk, prompting Sangduk to hesitate, uncomfortable with the idea of being paid for sharing life-saving knowledge. He internally debated whether the money could be used to help others. Ultimately, Sangduk declined the immediate payment, suggesting instead that Manhwa come to Physician Bong's clinic the following afternoon for the lesson. Following the exchange, Sangduk and Jongpan went their separate ways, each leaving the restaurant. Sangduk, relieved by the sudden quiet, let out a sigh of contentment. His brother, Wabu, expressed his amazement at Sangduk's new endeavor, teaching physicians. Sangduk confirmed his identity as Wabu's older brother and suggested they have a drink together. They clinked their cups in a toast, celebrating Wabu's success as a physician. The next day dawned, revealing a bustling scene in the village. A physician arrived at a humble dwelling, the scene set against a backdrop of rustic simplicity. He inquired after the well-being of a patient, his words a gentle probe into the state of their leg. The patient, acknowledging the physician's presence, explained that OBO, another individual, had left for work, needing to clarify a matter. The physician noted OBO's diligence, even at a young age, before turning his attention to examining the patient's leg. Upon inspection, the physician observed the patient's diligent efforts in disinfecting the wound, noting the well-maintained state of the injury. The physician then revealed a grim detail: a rat had perished after consuming a single grain of rice, suggesting the potency of the poison. The patient, upon hearing this, expressed concern over the lethality of even a small amount of the poison. OBO, his leg bandaged, bids farewell to the physician. "Then I will come by again next time." He smiles weakly. Okay. Take care on your way back, physician." The physician departs, leaving OBO alone in his humble home. The physician, back at his workspace, examines his notes. He mutters to himself, "I guess I have to cut it in half, but I have too few specimens." He continues, troubled, "I can't do much since only one rat out of 5 survived." Suddenly, OBO appears at the door, startling the physician. "Ah! Mr. Physician, you were here?" OBO reported to the man in red that the rat used in the experiment had only survived for 6 hours. The man sighed, stating that this was all the information they had from OBO's father, and that the current experiment wasn't progressing well. He appeared thoughtful and concerned. OBO approached, carrying a cage containing a small animal. The man in red asked if that was the animal in question, and OBO confirmed it was. He then explained that the plant was called cannabis. OBO enthusiastically described the plant's uses, mentioning its effectiveness in treating stomachaches and its potential for making clothes from its stem. The man in red listened intently, and then expressed surprise and self-reproach, wondering why he hadn't considered this possibility before. OBO asked him what was wrong. The panel displays the word cannabis encircled by sharp points, creating a dramatic visual effect. A close-up on OBO's shocked face as he holds a marijuana leaf, his eyes wide with surprise. "Marijuana," he exclaims internally. The man in red, deeply contemplative, examines various forms of marijuana leaves, buds in a jar, and paraphernalia, confirming his suspicions. His internal monologue confirms, "This is definitely marijuana." OBO, still holding a marijuana leaf, expresses his astonishment. "I knew it was from cannabis, but I never imagined seeing it like this." A detailed explanation appears: this is even a weed with a great amount of THC. Seeing that it has a filamentous body, I am sure of it. A separate text box provides a definition of THC, tetrahydrocannabinol, and a disclaimer about drug use. The final panel shows the thought bubble: "If I have marijuana." OBO, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, proudly presented a basket overflowing with marijuana. He was rushing to create an anesthetic, but wondered about its effectiveness. So he decided to test it. OBO carefully administered a small amount of the prepared marijuana to a small mouse, which quickly succumbed to the effects, falling into a deep sleep. Observing the mouse's reaction, OBO's expression shifted to one of thoughtful consideration as he pondered the next steps, with young Sikian looking on. OBO, a thoughtful expression on his face, carefully prepared a mouse for a procedure, while Sikian, his observant young apprentice, watched with wide eyes. He pointed at the mouse, and Sikian exclaimed, "Physician," as he noticed the mouse's condition. OBO grinned, stating that the mouse was still breathing. OBO, holding 2 small knives, asked Sikian if he should begin the next phase of the experiment. Sikian looked apprehensive. OBO proceeded with the experiment, causing Sikian to wince and exclaim in alarm. Sikian observed the rat's intestines, noting their similarity to human intestines, differing only in size and length. Finally, OBO finished the procedure, stitching up the mouse's incision. He declared, "It's done." OBO finished suturing the mouse, letting out a breath. "Good, done with the suture." Sikian, looking anxious, asked, "Is it done now?" OBO responded, "We have to wait." Sikian, confused, questioned, "Eh? For what?" OBO explained, "For the rat to wake up." A time skip is shown, indicating 4 hours have passed. The mouse is shown, eyes open, glaring. Sikian exclaimed, "He's awake." Obo, relieved, said, "Good. That will do." He added, observing the mouse, "It looks like it's glaring at me though." Obo explained his next steps, like this: "I just have to repeat it 10 times. Sikian reacted with surprise, "What? 10 times? We would need lots of rats, I guess." A man in a red robe offered a reward for catching something, his words echoing in the sparsely furnished room. A young boy, seemingly curious, peeked from behind a curtain, hesitantly asking if the man was a physician. The man confirmed his profession, prompting the boy to reveal a desperate plea. A silent moment of anxiety before the boy, Minna, mustered the courage to speak, pleading for the physician to treat his ailing mother. His desperation was palpable. Minna, overwhelmed with worry, offered to do anything to help his mother, highlighting his resourcefulness and desperation. Finally, he urged the physician to examine his mother, his voice filled with hope and fear. Minna, desperate, pleaded for help, while the physician, considerate, listened intently. The physician, after a moment of assessment, calmly requested that Minna's mother be brought to him. Minna's mother, appearing frail, was brought before the physician, who examined her carefully. The physician, after a thorough examination, reassured Minna and her mother that the illness was minor, requiring no special treatment or decoction. Both Minna and her mother expressed their gratitude to the physician for his kindness and care. The physician, however, noted the unusual thinness of the mother's hand, suspecting a deeper underlying issue than a simple cough. Minna, deeply grateful, assured the physician that she would repay the fee someday. The physician, however, simply smiled and offered a prescription, stating that proper nutrition for the next 2 months was the key to her mother's recovery. He then gently took a small silver ingot from Minna, a gesture of payment for his services. Minna's mother, relieved, accepted the prescription, understanding that proper nourishment was the path to healing. Minna, still hesitant about the physician's generosity, expressed her discomfort at not being able to pay immediately. The physician reassured her, stating that if she felt sorry, she should simply focus on getting well soon, and payment could be made later. Minna, touched by the physician's kindness, felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Overcome with emotion, Minna expressed her gratitude with tears in her eyes, whispering, "Thank you so much." Minna and her mother, their faces filled with relief, bowed deeply to the physician as they departed, murmuring their thanks. The physician waved goodbye, a kind smile on his face. The physician and his young apprentice exchanged warm smiles, pleased to have helped Minna and her mother. The legendary surgeon bid farewell to the villagers, waving as he departed. A young boy and a woman expressed their gratitude for his help, one of them remarking on his skill as a physician. The surgeon humbly replied that he was simply lucky enough to be of assistance. Later, sitting at a table, the surgeon reflected on the challenges of helping people become self-sufficient. He mused that it was difficult for both those who give and those who receive aid. Acknowledging that enabling people to live independently is paramount, but also admitting that this is a difficult task, especially during times of hardship. A young boy countered that hard work alone wouldn't solve every problem, prompting the surgeon to consider this point. A young boy, his face alight with fervent hope, declared, "We have to make that kind of world first," his voice brimming with idealism. "Or at least a world with no war," he continued, his eyes fixed on a distant horizon. He then added, almost as an afterthought, "I may sound like an idiot." The boy's words resonated with the villagers, who listened intently. One woman, her face etched with worry, offered a cup of tea, a small gesture of comfort and support. "But I hope that kind of world will come true," the boy exclaimed, his voice filled with unwavering conviction. He looked at the legendary surgeon, his gaze hopeful. The surgeon, a man of few words, simply smiled knowingly. His expression was one of quiet understanding and subtle encouragement. "If I become someone like you," the boy continued, his voice filled with admiration. "If there are many people like you, the world would definitely change too." The legendary surgeon, with a kind smile, extended an offer to the young boy, "Would you like to work as my assistant?" The young boy, initially startled, exclaimed, "What? An assistant?" The legendary surgeon reassured him, saying that it was all right if he didn't want to. However, the young boy immediately and enthusiastically responded, "And no, no. I will do it. I will." The legendary surgeon then instructed the boy, "Then let's go to the cannabis field." The young boy, slightly hesitant, mumbled to himself, "Cannabis field? It's a little far from here." The young boy, his eyes wide with a mixture of excitement and apprehension, stammered, "And no." The legendary surgeon, however, remained calm. "Okay then. That is your first task as the assistant." The young boy, startled but resolute, replied, "Ah, okay. I am coming." He rushed off to complete his first task. But not without a minor mishap. He bumped into something, muttering, "Ouch," leaving him slightly confused as he peeked around a corner. A crowd had gathered, their pleas audible even from a distance. "Mr. Physician, please examine me. My child has been having diarrhea for 2 days. Can you take a look at my wife?" A crowd of villagers pleaded for help from the legendary surgeon, their cries of "Oh my God! Geez, please help us, and please take a look once, Mr. Physician," echoing through the air. The legendary surgeon, calm and composed, turned to his young assistant and simply said, "Hey, assistant." Startled, the young boy responded with an eager, "Yes, sir?" The legendary surgeon then gave his first instruction, "Take the patients inside." The young boy, now tasked with his first assignment, diligently guided the villagers into a large room. Inside a simple village building, several villagers sat at long wooden tables, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and weariness. A young boy, tasked by the legendary surgeon, worked diligently to guide them inside. The scene shifting to show the boy struggling to stack several bowls, his face contorted in a mixture of concentration and panic as he nearly drops them. The villagers watched with a mixture of amusement and concern. Finally, the task completed, the boy stood outside the village building, watching as the villagers, now seated in calm, waited patiently. The setting sun cast long shadows, painting the scene in warm hues. He had successfully completed his first task. Exhausted but triumphant, the young boy slumped onto a bench, letting out a relieved sigh, "Phew, it's done. Ah. I'm tired." A villager approached, expressing their gratitude, "Mr. Physician, you are really great." The boy, still catching his breath, simply replied, "Is that so?" Another villager commented, "It's my first time seeing a physician like you." The legendary surgeon, observing from a distance, chuckled softly, "This kid, he. The young boy, exhausted but satisfied, reflected on the villagers' gratitude. He mused, the villagers must be really thankful. However, his quiet contemplation was interrupted by the legendary surgeon's curious inquiry, "Anyway, what are you doing?" The legendary surgeon, seemingly unconcerned with the boy's recent efforts, casually asked, "Where was the cannabis field again?" He then turned and retrieved a woven basket. The young boy, noticing the late hour, warned, "It's too late. There might be wild animals." The legendary surgeon, unfazed, suggested, "Then let's just come back after checking where it is." Night fell upon the quaint village, its traditional buildings bathed in the soft glow of hanging lanterns. Inside, a man with dark hair and a polka-dot robe sat at a table laden with food and drink. He chuckled at something, a wry smile playing on his lips. He raised a small cup to his lips, taking a slow sip. The conversation turned to a recent rumor. The man listened intently, his expression shifting from amusement to thoughtful consideration. He pondered the implications of the tale. He finished his drink, a thoughtful silence hanging in the air before he spoke of the need to find the person at the center of the rumor. The conversation continued, revealing that the subject of the rumor was a young man, barely over 20 years old. Government official in show, sipping tea, mused, "If that is true," he continued, "then he must be an old immortal disguised as a child." The next day dawned, and the sign for the Dongfang hospital read, "Physician Bong, Physician Suk." Inside, a surgeon meticulously performed blood vessel suture. Meanwhile, another physician performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation on a patient. A young woman informed two older physicians of her plans to teach them something. The physicians, initially surprised, reacted with expressions of disbelief and curiosity. The young woman then offered a chest full of gold and jewels as a token of her sincerity, but the physicians were hesitant to accept such a generous gift. The sheer amount of treasure overwhelmed them, prompting the young woman to confirm that it was indeed true. The young woman's earnest expression and the sight of the treasure convinced the physicians of her sincerity. The physicians, still slightly in awe, addressed the young woman as physician. News of a military officer's arrival from the prefectural office reached Physician Bong and his colleagues. Physician Bong, surprised, questioned the reason for the officer's visit. As the officer, identified as a representative of the prefectural office, rushed into the physician's quarters. He urgently sought their medical assistance, explaining that numerous soldiers had been gravely injured while battling mountain bandits and were now dying. The officer pleaded with the physicians for immediate help, emphasizing the critical nature of the situation, stressing the urgency of the matter. The physicians, upon hearing the news of the bandits' attack, reacted with concern. The physicians, already aware of the ongoing bandit problem, expressed their concern with the renewed attacks. Two physicians, one older and one younger, stared at each other in alarm. "This is a big problem," the younger one stated, his concern evident. Inside a simple dwelling, a group of people prepared for departure. The older physician urged them on, "Let's hurry up." The older physician, his face etched with worry, called out, "Physician Bong." A young woman, her expression determined, declared, "I would like to go too." The older physician, surprised, questioned, "Physician Hua?" "Yeah. If Physician Hua comes with us." The young woman continued, her voice firm, "We can see his medical arts directly." The scene opens with a sweeping vista of Masiak Valley, a rugged landscape of towering peaks and misty valleys. The imposing cliffs rising majestically against a muted sky. The sheer scale of the natural formations is breathtaking. The title card reads, Masiak Valley. Physician Bong, the young woman, Physician Suk, and the government official, in show, journey through a forest path. Approaching a military encampment nestled amidst the trees. The young woman exclaims, "It's that place." Physician Bong observes the scene, noting that the injured soldiers present appear to have only minor wounds. He remarks that the seriously injured are not yet here. The young woman peered through a curtain, a question forming on her lips, "Perhaps?" She stumbled upon a horrifying scene. Numerous bodies lay strewn across the ground, victims of a brutal massacre. Terror gripped her as she whispered, "Mother, I don't want to die." A chilling realization dawned on her, she was right. They had gathered people who were destined to die. The young woman, amidst a scene of carnage and death, whispered, "I don't want to die." Her eyes widened in horror as she realized the grim truth, these were the people who were about to die. Physician Hua approached, calmly stating, "We will attend to them later." The young woman, however, disagreed, insisting that it was better to check on other patients first. She looked back at the rows of lifeless bodies, her expression filled with a mix of despair and determination. The young woman, her face etched with despair but her resolve unwavering, insisted, "We have to save the urgent patients first." Physician Hua, calm amidst the chaos, countered, "Hey, there's nothing you can do here. There is a reason why they gathered them here." The young woman's hand reached out, a faint glow emanating from her fingertips. As she examined a critically injured man, whispering, Physician. A dying man, his body ravaged by wounds, pleaded, "Save me, please." The young woman, noticing the details of his injuries, observed, It isn't a penetrating wound, but a stab wound?" The young woman, focused despite the grim circumstances, internally debated the risks. She knew that focusing her clairvoyant abilities on one patient might mean losing the chance to save others. A conflict of priorities that weighed heavily on her mind. Damn it, she thought, frustrated by the limitations of her power. With a determined expression, she channeled her abilities, focusing intently on the injured man. A translucent, ethereal image of his internal organs appeared, revealing the arrow's precise trajectory. A breakthrough she desperately needed. It worked, she exclaimed, relief washing over her. However, the arrow, while narrowly missing a vital organ, had still pierced the small intestine. I don't have any other choice but to open the stomach of this patient, she muttered, acknowledging the difficult procedure ahead. The young woman, with the physician observing closely, prepared to perform the delicate surgery, the arrow still protruding from the patient's abdomen. A wounded man lay on the ground, gasping for air. His breaths came in ragged gasps. "I wanna live," he whispered, his eyes fluttering closed. The young woman knelt beside him, her expression a mixture of concern and determination. She gently placed her hand over his, a faint glow emanating from her palm as she channeled her clairvoyant abilities. With a resolute expression, she declared, "I will definitely save you." The young woman, focused and determined, oversaw the wounded man's treatment. His vital signs were stable, and the anesthesia was proving effective. She announced her next step: to open the patient's stomach. The two observing physicians reacted with shock and disbelief at the young woman's declaration. The young woman, without hesitation, prepared her scalpel and began the incision. The two physicians watched, wide-eyed, as the young woman proceeded with the surgery. She expertly cut into the wounded man's stomach. The young woman carefully probed the wounded man's abdomen, her touch gentle yet precise. Her eyes fixed on a small, embedded object. "Found it," she declared, her voice barely a whisper. With deft movements, she extracted the foreign body. Physician 1 and Physician 2 watched in stunned silence, the words "see cutting the stomach of a live human" echoing in their minds. "I have removed the foreign body," she announced calmly. "Now, I will suture the small intestine that got cut." Physician 2 gasped, "Suture?" Physician 1, aghast, exclaimed, "Nonsense! How would you stitch the small intestines?" The young woman, unfazed, directed her colleagues, "Physician Suk, please spread the abdomen. It's here. And Physician Bong, please remove the blood inside the stomach with this cloth." Both physicians, still shocked but following her instructions, donned surgical masks. The young woman, her face a mask of grim determination, silently vowed, "I'll save him." With renewed resolve, she declared, "I will definitely save him." The surgery continued. She announced, "I will continue now." Physician 1 and Physician 2 responded in unison, "Okay." Physician 1, sweat beading on his brow, focused intently on his task. Physician 2 mirrored his colleague's concentration, equally strained. While the young woman, despite the pressure, maintained her unwavering focus. Blood dripped onto the operating table, staining the surface crimson. The young woman continued the surgery with focused precision, her hands deftly manipulating the surgical instruments. Carefully stitching the wounded man's small intestine. Physician 1, observing, was surprised by her skill. Physician 2, equally amazed, questioned whether such skill was truly human. The young woman, unfazed by their astonishment, directed them to finish the procedure and close the incision. With the surgery nearing completion, the scene shifted to show a basin containing soiled surgical cloths, a stark reminder of the gravity of the situation. The young woman, her brow beaded with sweat, removed her surgical mask. "It's over," she stated, relief evident in her posture. She then meticulously washed her hands in a basin of water. The two physicians watched, their faces a mixture of awe and respect. "It was easy," she said, "thank you too." The older physician, impressed, exclaimed, showing such confidence after performing great medical arts. "If I could just learn that medical arts. I will definitely learn that even if it might cost 10,000 golds." The young woman, her resolve strengthened, declared, "Let's go to save more lives." The three of them, the young woman leading the way, set off, their faces determined and hopeful. A full moon hung high in the inky sky, its pale light barely piercing the dense canopy of a forest. A column of soldiers, silhouetted against the moonlit trees, marched along a forest path. Their leader, mounted on a horse, led them onward. Their pace steady and determined. Among them, a wounded soldier lay in a cart, his injuries evident. The troop leader, seated proudly on his white horse, surveyed his men. His expression was grim. The troop leader's thoughts were troubled. He mused, I didn't expect the troop leader Lin would get hurt by bandits. This is bad. He is talented and he has to do more things from now on. The troop leader looked down at his wounded subordinate, his expression grim. He thought it was too late to save him. But the soldier's labored breathing continued, a faint sign of life. The scene shifted to the troops' encampment, nestled within a dark forest under a starlit sky. The wounded soldier was being transported on a makeshift stretcher. The rhythmic sound of hooves on the ground marked the steady pace of the horse carrying the wounded soldier. A word used to calm the animal echoed in the quiet night. The troop leader, his face etched with concern, brushed a stray strand of hair from his forehead. He wondered what had happened. Amidst the chaos of a raging battle, a troop of soldiers found themselves unexpectedly halted. Their troop leader, a man of stern countenance, surveyed the scene with a worried frown. Their actions drawing the sharp rebuke of a superior officer. You guys must have gone crazy, the officer roared, his voice echoing with disbelief and anger. What are you doing in the middle of the battle? The soldiers, initially stunned by the outburst, attempted to explain their actions. Their movements were frantic, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and urgency. But their explanation only served to further confuse their superior. It's not that. We were just watching the physicians, one soldier stammered, gesturing towards a group of medics tending to the wounded. The officer, initially dismissive, listened intently as a soldier explained the situation. A young physician, it turned out, had been tirelessly saving a soldier who had been struck by an arrow, for the fourth time already. Leaving the officer to ponder the dedication of the young physician. A young physician, you mean? According to rumors, the young physician is barely over 20 years old. If that is true, he must be an old immortal disguised as a young man. That physician is here right now? If that's true, he might be able to save the troop leader. Take the troop leader Lim right now inside the tent. A young physician, her face etched with concern, examined a gravely wounded man lying on a cot. His breathing was shallow, his complexion pale. This is urgent, hurry up, she urged, her voice tight with a sense of urgency. The Manhwa title card appeared, briefly interrupting the scene. Scan later credits and other meta content were displayed. Recruitment and donation information for the teen was shown. More recruitment and donation information for the teen was shown. Under the cloak of night, a military encampment lay nestled amongst the foothills, its red flag a stark contrast against the twilight sky. A wounded soldier emerged from a tent, his voice echoing in the stillness as he called out for help. His desperate plea was heard by a passing officer, who immediately recognized the urgency of the situation. The officer, concerned for the wounded troop leader, inquired about the whereabouts of the physician. A line of wounded soldiers lay on the ground, awaiting medical attention, as the officer directed his men to bring the injured troop leader to the physician. Lieutenant Cho, along with two other individuals, expressed surprise and disbelief upon seeing the general. Their expressions conveying a mixture of shock and awe as they reacted to the general's unexpected presence. The general's arrival was confirmed, addressing Lieutenant Cho directly, causing Lieutenant Cho to react with further astonishment upon learning the general's true identity, the great minister of war. Lieutenant Cho's surprise continued, questioning the minister's presence in Cho, while simultaneously revealing their family name to be Hua. Lieutenant Cho, still reeling from the general's unexpected appearance, voiced their astonishment. He is so young, is it really that physician? Another soldier approached the young physician, their words carrying a note of respect. I heard that your medical art is really great. Lieutenant Cho, gesturing towards a wounded soldier, urgently requested the physician's aid. That soldier, can you save him? The young physician, despite their initial surprise, responded calmly. First, I will check on his wounds. The young physician examined the wounded soldier's thigh, noting a deep laceration. He observed that the rectus femoris muscle was damaged, but the blood vessels remained intact. He concluded that if the bleeding was stopped, the injury wouldn't become life-threatening. carefully cleaning the wound and preparing to treat the laceration. Lieutenant Cho anxiously questioned the physician, concerned about the soldier's critical condition. The general, observing from a distance, remained stoic, but his expression betrayed a hint of worry. The physician's assessment was met with relief. The general, visibly relieved, pressed the physician to treat the soldier quickly. The lieutenant, still anxious but hopeful, watched as the physician began to treat the wounded soldier. The general's concern for his soldier was evident, as he urged the physician to work swiftly and efficiently. The young physician, overwhelmed, explained that the wounded soldier had to wait his turn, other patients needed attention first. But Lieutenant Cho, anxious about the soldier's condition, vehemently protested, demanding immediate treatment for the soldier. The physician, maintaining his composure, argued that while delaying treatment wouldn't kill the soldier immediately, treating him first would inevitably lead to the deaths of other patients. Lieutenant Cho, faced with this grim choice, was forced to confront the terrible reality, choosing which subordinate to save and which to let die. The weight of this decision caused Lieutenant Cho to visibly falter, his face reflecting the immense pressure and moral dilemma. Lieutenant Cho, distressed and conflicted, was urged by the physician to prioritize saving multiple soldiers over a single critically wounded one. The physician insisted on focusing on the greater number of lives that could be saved. But the lieutenant, resolute in his decision, firmly stated that he had to save as many patients as possible. He pushed the physician aside, determined to attend to the wounded soldiers. Suddenly, a soldier burst in, announcing that bandits had attacked the village again, taking young girls captive. The lieutenant's expression hardened. The lieutenant, leaving the medical situation in the physician's hands, declared his intention to pursue the bandits. He entrusted the remaining wounded to the physician's care, reminding the physician that saving as many lives as possible was paramount. The physician, though concerned, nodded in agreement. The physician, left alone with the wounded, smiled, relieved and ready to continue his work. He knew he had to do his part. Two elderly men and a younger man questioned Lieutenant Cho's actions, worried about the potential consequences of his decision to leave the wounded to pursue the bandits. Lieutenant Cho explained that he prioritized ensuring the wounded received proper treatment, even if it meant risking his own safety. Revealing his concern for the patient's well-being outweighed his fear of repercussions. One of the men pointed out that the lieutenant's father was a general, highlighting the potential ramifications of his actions, and emphasizing the lieutenant's high social standing. Lieutenant Cho, unfazed, defiantly challenged anyone to object to his actions. The two older men, intimidated by the lieutenant's resolve, quickly backed down, expressing their agreement. As a wide shot revealed the mountainous landscape surrounding the village at night, the scene transitioned to a view of the village itself, still smoldering from the recent attack. A villager informed Lieutenant Cho that some bandits were fleeing. The lieutenant, without hesitation, ordered a pursuit, and the villager expressed his gratitude for the lieutenant's intervention. The villagers erupted in cheers, shouting their gratitude for Lieutenant Cho as he rode past on his horse. Their joyous cries of "Hooray for Lieutenant" filled the air. A soldier approached Lieutenant Cho, reporting, "Lieutenant, the troop that caught the remaining bandits has successfully returned." Lieutenant Cho, though outwardly calm, responded with a curt "Hmm." He then urged his troops onward, commanding, "Hurry up. We will return before sunrise." A close-up revealed Lieutenant Cho's face, contorted in pain, his brow furrowed in a grimace. His injury was clearly bothering him. Despite the pain, which he described internally as a throbbing wound, he pressed on, his resolve unwavering. When another soldier expressed concern, asking, "Sir," Lieutenant Cho insisted, "I'm fine. It's nothing." He continued his journey back to base, his outward composure masking his inner suffering. Lieutenant Cho stepped on a concealed booby trap, the sharp points piercing his foot. He winced, muttering to himself, "I didn't imagine that the bandits placed some booby traps. I should have been more careful." Despite his injury, he issued a clear order to his troops, "Let's go back." The soldiers, silhouetted against the darkening sky, began their retreat towards base camp. Lieutenant Cho, attempting to downplay the severity of his injury, stated, "It's just a light wound. there won't be much of a problem. The image showed the extent of his injury, a bloody, four-pronged trap embedded in the ground, a grim testament to the bandits' ruthlessness. Under the night sky, the soldiers returned to their camp, the red flag of their unit visible in the distance. Back at the camp, a villager tended to the wounded soldiers, their faces etched with concern and exhaustion. Inside the makeshift medical tent, a young man in a red tunic exclaimed, "We don't have critically ill patients anymore." His relief was palpable. Two older men, seated nearby, wearily echoed his sentiment. One sighed, "I can't even count how many patients we treated." The other nodded in agreement, muttering, "So am I." Suddenly, the young man jumped up, startling the others. "Now, we have to check on the patients outside. The treatment of Lieutenant Cho's wound is complete." Lieutenant Cho winces slightly as the bandage is applied, but he quickly dismisses the discomfort. The physician explains that while the wound is not deep, it was caused by an iron weapon, so caution is advised. Lieutenant Cho acknowledges this. The physician finishes his work and dismisses Lieutenant Cho, advising him to rest. Lieutenant Cho assures the physician that it is only a small wound and that he is fine. He sits up, seemingly unconcerned. A dark, ominous shadow looms in the background, suggesting a lingering threat or uncertainty. A shadowy figure, its face obscured by darkness, hangs upside down, its form radiating an ominous energy. Microscopic organisms, dark and ominous, swarm across the panel, their movements suggesting a spreading infection. The physician, a thoughtful expression on his face, explains that the infection is tetanus, a disease caused by the bacterium Clostridium tetani, which affects nerves and causes muscle spasms. He muses that if penicillin were available, the problem would be easily solved, but laments that it is not yet known in this era. The physician contemplates the possibility of using blue mold, a key ingredient in penicillin, as a treatment. Night falls on the military encampment, the red flag of the army flapping gently in the breeze. The physician clapped his hands, demanding everyone's attention. He began to explain that patients with cuts or stab wounds, or any other injuries involving metal, risk metallic poisoning. The villagers, a mix of men and women, reacted with alarm at the mention of metallic poisoning. One villager voiced their concern about the potential need to amputate affected body parts if metallic poisoning sets in. But the physician reassured them that preventative measures were possible. He explained that many foods can develop blue mold, which, while not inherently dangerous, can become so if ingested carelessly. The physician addressed the concerned villagers, explaining, "You have all been exposed to a metallic poison. The treatment involves consuming a specific remedy. A preparation of spoiled horse's milk, specifically one with blue mold." Hesitantly, the villagers questioned the treatment's safety, voicing concerns about potential stomach aches. Lieutenant Cho, impatient and resolute, interrupted, threatening, "If you don't listen to me and your limbs get rotten, then I will cut them off for you." The villagers, intimidated, immediately agreed to follow the instructions. The physician, though concerned, urged them to trust the process, advising, "Just trust and try it once a day." Later, the physician, seemingly relieved, confirmed the treatment's efficacy, stating, "It is definitely effective for tetanus." Overwhelmed with relief and surprise, the villagers reacted with disbelief and awe. A high-ranking officer, adorned in ornate armor, sat upon a lavish throne. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Is that true?" Lieutenant Cho, his face partially obscured, appeared to be in shock, muttering, Lieutenant Cho?" The lieutenant, now fully visible, questioned the effectiveness of spoiled horse milk in treating metallic poisoning. 3 villagers, including an older man with gray hair, looked on in surprise as Lieutenant Cho approached them. The officer confirmed the surprising truth: spoiled horse milk can prevent tetanus. Lieutenant Cho, still skeptical, questioned Physician Bong about the villagers' claim, asking if the man's words were true. Physician Hua, observing the exchange, confidently declared his belief in the treatment's effectiveness. Lieutenant Cho pressed further, raising concerns about potential stomach upset and other diseases from consuming spoiled food. His tone hardening as he demanded a definitive answer. After a moment of contemplation, Lieutenant Cho admitted that while the horse milk might prevent tetanus, there was no guarantee it would prevent other illnesses. The physician addressed the assembled soldiers and villagers, explaining that while the treatment using spoiled horse milk was unconventional, it offered a chance to increase the patient's survival rate, however small. Lieutenant Cho remained unconvinced, but the physician continued, stating that he would not hesitate to prescribe even a poison if it could save lives. His expression hardened as he emphasized the gravity of the situation and the necessity of exploring all possible options. The general, observing the scene, showed a subtle expression of acknowledgement, silently accepting the physician's unconventional approach. Lieutenant Cho, though still skeptical, nodded in silent agreement, understanding the general's implicit approval. The physician, reflecting on the events, mused, "I have seen people who also acted like that before. Perhaps Lieutenant Cho too?" "Lieutenant." A curtain was drawn back, revealing the general. He addressed Lieutenant Cho with a concerned expression, "Did you perhaps get the metallic poison?" Lieutenant Cho, his face etched with worry, simply responded with a single, sharp exclamation. The physician invited Lieutenant Cho to speak, stating that even in his past life, he had encountered patients who tried to conceal their illnesses. Either because they found the disease embarrassing or because they wished to hide the identity of the afflicted individual. In this instance, the physician surmised, the latter was the case. The physician then directly questioned Lieutenant Cho, asking if anyone around him had contracted tetanus. Lieutenant Cho, deep in thought, appeared to be considering the physician's question. Lieutenant Cho received grim news: his superior, Hyung Nim, had fallen ill from metallic poisoning. A few days prior, physicians had recommended amputation of Hyung Nim's ankle as a treatment. Lieutenant Cho witnessed a flashback of Hyung Nim's desperate struggle as physicians prepared to amputate his ankle. But the lieutenant knew that simply cutting off the ankle would be insufficient. The lieutenant considered the severity of the situation. The poison was so dangerous that amputation might require extending the procedure above the ankle, potentially to the knees, to prevent further spread. He knew decisive action was needed before the condition worsened. Lieutenant Cho, overcome with worry, slammed his fist against a wooden structure, shouting, "Stop!" He continued, "You may know much about tetanus, but the best physician in this region is treating my Hyung Nim." From a distance, he watched as a figure stood silently outside the camp, a single word echoing in the air: "Stop judging too rashly." Later, back at the camp, Lieutenant Cho, frustrated, ordered another soldier, "Go and just do your job." "Damn it." The scene shifts to a solitary figure standing under a night sky, the silence punctuated only by the distant sounds of the night. A wide shot of the camp under the night sky, showing the flags of the military encampment. Lieutenant Cho arrived at a temporary encampment, greeted by soldiers. He was met with the sight of several soldiers resting around small fires. And then proceeded to enter a tent, where Hyung Nim was recovering. Inside, a large number of injured soldiers lay on mats, recovering from their wounds. Lieutenant Cho walked among them, his expression grim as he surveyed the scene. He wondered aloud if Hyung Nim had single-handedly saved this many men, impressed by his skill despite his concern. Continuing his inspection of the injured soldiers, Lieutenant Cho's gaze remained serious. Lieutenant Cho, his face etched with worry, looked down at the injured soldier. He murmured, "Troop Leader Wu?" The soldier's eyes flickered open, a gasp escaping his lips. He is alive, how?" A flashback showed a brutal scene. A soldier's stomach was slashed open. The thought echoed in Cho's mind, "I was sure that I saw his stomach getting cut." Hyung Nim knelt beside the injured man, his expression grim. Cho's voice was filled with disbelief. He saved such a man? Troop Leader Wu, still weak, lay on his back, his eyes closed. Hyung Nim addressed Cho, his tone firm but gentle. "You are here, Lieutenant? Lie down, you almost just died." Troop Leader Wu, despite his grievous injuries, awoke to find himself still alive. "I also thought so, but I was alive," he murmured, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lieutenant Cho, witnessing this miraculous recovery, turned to a nearby soldier. His question hung in the air: did Physician Hua save him? The soldier, reflecting on the physician's incredible work, listed the various injuries he had treated: men cut by swords, those struck by arrows, and even those pierced by spears. He concluded, awestruck, and even the patient whose stomach burst has been saved by him. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would have thought that an immortal performed the miracles. Lieutenant Cho, deeply impressed by the physician's skill, reflected on his capabilities. He is much better than I thought. Isn't this an unimaginable medical art? Lieutenant Cho, deeply impressed by Physician Hwa's skill in saving troop leader Wu, pondered aloud, maybe, perhaps, he might be able to treat Hyun Nim too? Days later, in a slum area, the setting shifted to show a dilapidated building. A close-up revealed a block of cheese in a bowl. Physician Hwa carefully explained his process. I inserted the mold from the herbal medicine into the cheese. He continued, with a worried expression, please get moldy. The physician then broke the cheese in two, revealing the mold's growth. Physician Hwa held 2 blocks of cheese, both heavily mottled with green mold. A satisfied expression on her face as she examined the mold's growth. Good. It got moldy, she exclaimed. A young assistant approached, questioning her decision to let such rare cheese spoil. Physician, why did you let such a rare cheese to get molded? Physician Hwa calmly explained, because this mold will be saving people. A diagram showed the process, first, culturing the correct blue mold, then, refining it by removing fat-soluble substances and absorbing impurities to collect the purified mold. Physician Hwa explained the next steps to her assistant. Now I have to culture the molds, refine it and collect it. Physician Hwa, brimming with excitement, declared that her moldy cheese-based medicine would effectively target gram-positive bacteria. However, a shadow of doubt crossed her face as she considered a critical obstacle. The effectiveness of her treatment hinged on the patient's willingness to cooperate. Facing a patient's refusal to be treated, Physician Hwa felt a sense of helplessness. As she lamented, there was nothing more she could do. Physician Hwa observed the patient, a man lying listlessly on a bed, his expression one of discomfort and distress. She seemed troubled by his condition, her brow furrowed in concentration as she considered his state. Hyun Nim, overcome with grief, could only whisper his brother's name, tears streaming down his face. Physician Hwa, sweating profusely, consumed a bowl of something, the bubbles rising to the surface. And immediately recoiled in disgust, spitting out the contents. A servant quickly offered another bowl. The physician's condition had improved after receiving spoiled horse milk, but a question lingered, was he truly cured? A woman, possibly a noblewoman, observed the scene from a distance, expressing doubt about the completeness of the cure. 2 servants approached Physician Hwa, carrying a tray with a bowl of medicine. The noblewoman, observing from a distance, instructed them to give the medicine to Physician Hwa. She muttered, "Get the physician's song inside." Physician Hwa, upon hearing the noblewoman's words, showed a look of deep concern. He thought, that physician has no skill to treat Hyun Nim. Despite his doubts, the noblewoman insisted that the questionable remedy had improved Physician Hwa's condition significantly. She exclaimed, but that physician made him better the most. The noblewoman's skepticism remained, however. She questioned, how can I trust other infamous ones, expressing her lack of faith in alternative physicians. Physician Hwa, contemplating the situation, acknowledged the lack of other options. He thought, well, there are no other physicians anymore who can cure Hyun Nim on Chohyan's land. A map depicting Chohyan's land and various medicinal herbs was shown. Physician Hwa, his expression grim, considered the noblewoman's condition. If only he knew someone who could cure tetanus. A glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes as he recalled a potential solution. He knew someone who could cure tetanus, and that person was in Chohyan. The noblewoman, her anxiety palpable, urged immediate action. The horse, immediately. This person was important, they must be treated with utmost respect. He is an important person. So take him politely. The servant, silently observing, prepared to follow the noblewoman's instructions. A man, his face etched with worry, looked at someone off-panel. He spoke a final, heartfelt plea, please take care of mother. The scene shifted to a humble village nestled amongst rolling hills. A woman, dressed simply, tended to her chores outside a rustic dwelling. A sudden, loud thud interrupted her work. Startled, she looked up, a question mark forming above her head. A frantic Mr. Cho burst into view, desperately seeking Physician Hwa's aid. He exclaimed that Lieutenant Cho's Hyungnim was critically ill, pleading with her to hurry. Physician Hwa, though initially surprised, agreed to help. She stated that she would quickly retrieve something, and rushed inside a nearby building. Inside, she swiftly located a specific item. A vial of penicillin, which she noted had accumulated a small amount. Mr. Cho, anxious and worried, urged the servant onward, shouting, "Going," as the servant scrambled onto the horse behind him. The horse galloped away from the village, its hooves kicking up dust. The servant, clinging to Mr. Cho, worried aloud, "It has already been 10 days since I heard that the ankle was cut." He added, with a hint of desperation, "I hope there is enough time left." They continued their urgent journey across the countryside. The exterior of a traditional-style medical clinic is shown. The sign reads Cho Family Clinic. Inside the clinic's courtyard, servants rush around in a state of panic. One shouts, "Our young master is critically ill. Quickly, the water." Mr. Cho and a servant arrive at the clinic, urging someone inside to hurry. The servant says, "Coming quickly." Physician Hwa, in a hurry, rushes out of the clinic. He seems surprised to see Mr. Cho and the servant, and hesitates, questioning, "Perhaps?" Servants busied themselves in the courtyard of a grand estate, their movements suggesting a household in some state of urgency. A young man, dressed in fine robes, followed closely behind Mr. Cho, his gait unsteady. As they made their way towards the main building, the young man stumbled slightly, his steps faltering. Mr. Cho, noticing this, slowed his pace, interpreting the stumble as a simple trip. He must have just tripped, he thought, his concern momentarily eased. Inside, the young man and Mr. Cho continued their journey, the young man's slow pace suggesting continued discomfort. Mr. Cho cautioned, "Let's not judge so rashly." Suddenly, Mr. Cho announced, "I have taken the physician." His tone was one of triumph, relief evident in his posture, and urged the young man to rest. "You must have been tired coming this far," he said, his voice filled with concern. The noblewoman, her face etched with worry, anxiously awaited the arrival of the young master, who was being carefully carried into the estate by a servant. Mr. Cho stood nearby, his expression a mixture of relief and concern. Mr. Cho gestured towards the young physician, introducing him to the noblewoman. "Here," he stated, "this boy is the physician I was talking about." The noblewoman's eyes widened, her surprise evident as she observed the young physician. A question forming in her mind, "Are you saying you will put the life of your Hyun under his responsibility?" Mr. Cho, his face grim, met the noblewoman's gaze, his expression firm and resolute. He defended the young physician's capabilities, stating, "He is really young, but he is a great physician, mother. I have clearly seen him saving the soldiers who had no chance to survive." The noblewoman, her expression a mixture of skepticism and apprehension, voiced her reservations. "I won't say much more since he still came this far." But she couldn't help but express her concern. "I cannot let this kid who isn't even over 20 years old to handle your Hyung." Mr. Cho, however, calmly responded, "Well, that is the normal reaction," pointing out the inherent uncertainty in medical practice. "Isn't medical arts all about experience?" He then offered a measured defense of Physician Hwa. "Since we have Cho Hyun's best physician Son, let's just watch him more." The noblewoman, though still hesitant, seemed to concede, leaving the final decision implied. Physician Hwa announced his departure, stating, "I will be returning now." Mr. Cho, bowing deeply, responded with a silent affirmation. As a close-up revealed the young master's eye, wide with fear and distress, sweat beading on his brow. The scene shifted to the young master's bedchamber, where he lay convulsing violently. The noblewoman rushed in, calling out, "Sae-sung." Mr. Cho, alerted to the situation, hurried towards the young master's room, his expression one of alarm. The young master's convulsions intensified, his face contorted in agony. Mr. Cho desperately pleaded with the young master, shouting, "Hyang Nim! Please hold on! Hyang Nim!" The noblewoman echoed his cries, calling out, "Song! Song!" The young master lay on his bed, convulsing violently. His face was contorted in pain, sweat beading on his forehead. The noblewoman and servant watched helplessly, their faces etched with worry. Mr. Cho knelt beside him, his expression grim. "It's already too late," he whispered, despair evident in his voice. Later, Mr. Cho encountered Physician Hua, who had departed. "I'm really sorry about that, Sir Hua," Mr. Cho apologized, bowing his head. Physician Hua responded, "No. It's not something you should be apologizing about." He continued, explaining that the noblewoman, though kind and wise, had become sensitive after the young master's illness. Her reaction was understandable. Mr. Cho's words hung in the air as he looked at the noblewoman, her expression unreadable. The normal reaction. Physician Hua, despite Mr. Cho's pleas, remained resolute. "That doesn't bother me much, but the young master probably wouldn't last for more than a few days." Mr. Cho, desperate, argued, "If he is in such a critical condition, then you sir can." But the physician's response was firm, "No." Hua continued, explaining, "Not just me, but even if anyone comes, it will be hard." Mr. Cho, concerned, observed, "And it seems to me that Lieutenant Cho was limping his leg. Did he perhaps get stabbed by an iron?" Physician Hua, examining the ground, stated, "As far as I know, he was injured by the booby trap made up of iron, but it isn't a big wound." Mr. Cho watched Physician Hua depart, a grim expression settling on his face. His worry deepening as he considered the young master's critical state. And then, a new concern emerged: Lieutenant Cho might have contracted tetanus as well. A few days after the young master's critical injury, a servant observed him. The young master appeared to be recovering. As a physician examined him, noting his improvement, the physician commented that with a few more needles, the young master would be completely healed. However, the physician suddenly exclaimed in surprise, noticing something amiss. The physician's expression shifted to one of annoyance and frustration as they realized they had poked the young master in the wrong place. The scene opens with a wide shot of a rural village. A simple, thatched roof house stands prominently in the center, with several other similar structures scattered around it. A pig lies on the ground near a small group of people, seemingly unconcerned. Physician Hua, his face etched with concentration and beads of sweat on his brow, meticulously performs acupuncture on the pig. The young master observes from a short distance, his expression unreadable. The young master approaches Physician Hua, commenting on his diligent work. "Whoa, looks like you are working really hard," he remarks. Physician Hua explains that he is trying to improve his medical skills, stating, "I'm trying to learn more about medicine, so isn't it a given that I should work hard?" The young master questions the location of his practice, suggesting a more suitable place. Physician Hua reveals his frustration with his current teacher, explaining that their instruction is ineffective. He justifies his actions by stating that the pig will die anyway, and its meat will feed the villagers. The young master, amused, simply replies with a quiet, "Ah." Physician Hua, seemingly confident, commented to his teacher that if the suture was close enough, it would rip off easily, demonstrating a quick suturing technique on the pig's wound, and finishing with a flourish. He declared it done, earning a surprised exclamation from his teacher about his speed. The teacher, however, pointed out that accuracy is more important than speed, advising that speed could be increased later. Hua countered, concerned that the pig would die if the process was too slow. The teacher explained that the stitching was poorly done, causing the wound to burst open. The pig lay on the ground, its wound clearly visible. Hua looked dejected. Despite the setback, the teacher declared the procedure a success, much to Hua's relief. A pig lay lifeless on the ground, a large X marking its demise. Physician Hua lamented, "Damn, I was almost there." The young master observed, offering a somber, "That's unfortunate." The young master continued, his tone laced with a hint of amusement, "You could have saved him." The scene shifted to a different location, where a furious voice echoed, "You bastard! The young master, now visibly distressed, was confronted with the accusation, "Didn't you say you could save him?" His distress escalated into a silent scream of anguish. The young master, his face contorted with grief and anger, confronted Physician Hua. "Are you seriously saying that in this situation?" he demanded, his voice tight with barely suppressed fury. Adding, "And to think you are the best physician in Shu County." Physician Hua, his face etched with remorse, responded quietly, "His disease was just too severe. No one else could have saved him, Officer Joe." A tear traced a path down Physician Hua's cheek as she added, "Even the medicine god himself." The young master, still seething, angrily shoved Physician Hua, muttering, "Get out." His gaze hardened as he added, "That includes you too." The noblewoman, her face contorted in anger, confronted Physician Hua and the young master. She vehemently expressed her outrage. As Physician Hua, appearing defeated and remorseful, listened to her accusations. The noblewoman's fury was palpable. Meanwhile, the young master, consumed by grief and rage over the pig's death, slammed his fist against a wooden pillar. His inner turmoil evident in his muttered words, "I should have pushed harder." He blamed himself. His frustration escalating into a raw outburst of anger, "Damn it," he exclaimed. Finally collapsing against the pillar in despair, his anguished cry echoing, "Damn it all." Following the intense confrontation, the young master, still consumed by grief and self-reproach, walked away. The setting sun casting long shadows across the landscape. The scene transitioned to a peaceful village, where a cheerful announcement rang out, "Come on, it's time to eat, everyone." Villagers gathered in the village square, sharing a communal meal around a large cooking pot and smaller fires. The atmosphere was one of simple joy and camaraderie. Even the young master, despite his inner turmoil, joined in the meal, his expression showing a slight easing of his despair as he ate. A young woman, mid-meal, was casually asked if the elderly man seated beside her was the renowned Physician Hua. She replied that he was not, prompting a villager to approach the elderly man and politely request his medical expertise. The villager explained that while digging for herbs, he had accidentally stepped on an iron spike, and the resulting injury was shown to be a small puncture wound on his foot. After examining the wound, the elderly man and the young woman concluded that it looked like tetanus. The injured villager, upon hearing this diagnosis, panicked and asked if he was going to die. The villager's fear was palpable as he grappled with the possibility of death. Physician Hua examined the villager's infected wound, stating that the pus needed to be removed first, and if that didn't improve the condition, the ankle would need to be amputated. However, the young villager quickly interjected, confident that amputation wouldn't be necessary, as the infection was still in its early stages. Physician Hua, surprised by this assertion, looked on with a mixture of concern and skepticism. The young man offered to assist with the treatment. 4 days later, the villager's foot showed signs of improvement, the wound was noticeably smaller. Physician Hua tended to the villager's injured foot, while the young master observed the process, remarking on the surprisingly rapid improvement. The swelling had subsided in only 4 days, a miraculous recovery in their eyes. Physician Hua, astonished by the speed of the healing, questioned the young master's methods. The young master finished disinfecting the wound, and Physician Hua, still skeptical but impressed, decided to keep a close watch on the treatment's progress. Physician Hua, impatient with the young master's presence, abruptly dismissed him. Physician Hua, his face a mask of urgency, pounded on the young master's door, shouting, "Wait, young master. Please open the door. I want to learn about your treatment method, too." He offered money, but the young master refused, instead requesting to be taken on as a disciple. Physician Hua, mounted on his horse, rode away swiftly, only to be thrown from his horse shortly thereafter. He cried out, "There's a problem." News of the physician's fall reached the young master, who was informed that Officer Joe had fallen ill and required his attention. The young master was asked to personally examine Officer Joe. Physician Hua urgently requested the young master's assistance, exclaiming, "Please come with me quick." He confirmed his diagnosis, muttering, as expected, "With tetanus, we should Begin treatment immediately. The urgency in his voice underscored the severity of Officer Joe's condition. Inside a spacious room, Officer Joe lay in bed, his expression strained. Physician Hua and a concerned woman attended to him. Physician Hua examined Officer Joe's foot, revealing a serious wound infected with tetanus. Physician Hua and Officer Joe's family anxiously awaited a diagnosis. "How is it? Do you know what disease it is?" the family member inquired. Physician Hua, after careful consideration, delivered the grim news: "It's tetanus." The young master, having been informed beforehand by Physician Hua, confirmed the diagnosis. "Since Physician Hua has told me in advance, you are correct." The news of Officer Joe's illness with tetanus shocked Officer Joe's family member, causing her to react with alarm and distress. She stumbled back, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation. The elderly physician looked on with concern, as the young master rushed to help. "Is anyone outside?" he called out. A woman lay on the floor, her eyes closed, a look of distress etched on her face. She was surrounded by concerned onlookers, their faces a mixture of worry and helplessness. A single, anguished cry escaped her lips: "Mother!" Officer Joe gently held the hand of his family member, who had been distressed in calling for her mother. Physician Bong examined the woman, concluding that, aside from some shock, she was otherwise unharmed. "That's good," he stated, relieved. Officer Joe then asked Physician Bong for a favor. Physician Bong readily agreed, prompting Officer Joe to reveal that his brother, Nim, had died despite having his feet amputated. Officer Joe, grieving his brother's death, sat alone, his thoughts heavy with despair. He knew his own life hung precariously in the balance, and resolved to take drastic measures before it was too late. He would ask Physician Hua to amputate his feet. Physician Hua listened intently as Officer Joe made his desperate plea, explaining that while his life as a general was over, he could still live as a child, and this was his last request. Physician Hua, though sympathetic, sadly informed Officer Joe that such a procedure was impossible. Officer Joe, met with refusal, questioned if his situation was truly hopeless. Physician Hua gently corrected him, explaining that it wasn't about the possibility of the procedure itself. Officer Joe, his face etched with despair, addressed Physician Hua. "Right now, Physician Hua," he continued, "has been treating tetanus patients without cutting their feet." A close-up showed Officer Joe's injured feet, receiving treatment. The physician's needle was carefully applied. Officer Joe's family member reacted with disbelief and distress. "Is that really true?" The scene shifted to a distant view of Physician Hua's home, as Officer Joe called out, "Physician Hua." Inside his home, Physician Hua appeared thoughtful, reviewing a written document. Physician Hua, appearing somewhat hesitant, told Officer Joe to return home. Officer Joe, still worried, asked if Lieutenant Cho was still conscious. The physician confirmed that he was. Physician Hua, visibly anxious, confirmed the lieutenant's continued consciousness. Officer Joe retrieved a bag from a nearby post and prepared to leave with the physician. Officer Joe and Physician Hua departed, heading towards a distant temple. A view through an ornate circular window framed in dark wood reveals a tranquil courtyard scene. A small, traditional building stands in the distance, bathed in the soft light of day. Officer Joe's mother sits, her face etched with worry, as she speaks to her son. "It's all my fault," she confesses, her voice heavy with guilt. Officer Joe, his expression grim, reflects on his actions. "I mistreated and kicked out such a person that way," he thinks, filled with remorse. He takes his mother's hands, offering comfort. "It will be fine, mother," he reassures her, attempting to alleviate her distress. His mother, still anxious, explains, "Patients are always his priority," referring to Physician Hua's unwavering dedication to his patients. A sound effect suggests the closing of a door, signifying the end of their conversation and the departure of Officer Joe and Physician Hua. Lieutenant General Chicho rushed into the room, his concern evident as he exclaimed, "Are you all right?" He continued, addressing Officer Joe, "Why are you sitting instead of lying down?" Officer Joe's mother, anxious, looked on as her son sat beside her. Chicho, seeing their distress, said, "Never mind the greetings. Just get ready, quickly." Chicho explained, "We found a great physician in Nakayan, so let's go there." Officer Joe's mother, overwhelmed with worry, showed signs of distress. She knocked over a small table in her haste to follow Chicho's instructions. Officer Joe's mother urged him to wait for the arriving physician, while a visibly anxious Officer Joe worriedly responded. Lieutenant General Chicho, consumed by grief and rage, demanded to know who was responsible for Song's death. His fury intensified as he vowed revenge against those he deemed responsible, expressing his intent to inflict brutal punishment. Meanwhile, further fueling his rage, he learned of the callous disregard shown to even the youngest victims. The weight of the situation was clearly visible on Officer Joe's mother's face as she reacted to the news. Young Master, having overheard the conversation, left the premises, his anger evident as he vowed to personally exact retribution. Officer Joe's family member's face was etched with worry, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and distress. She frantically urged someone to leave immediately, shouting, "Heed! Can anybody enter here? Prepare to leave right now." Lieutenant General Chicho, his expression grim, moved to lock the door, ensuring no one could enter. Officer Joe's family member's anxiety deepened, her face tightened with a grim determination. She then instructed someone else to prepare for departure as well, stating, "You two, get ready." And with a sudden, forceful movement, she pushed someone away, seemingly to expedite their escape. A startled gasp escaped the physician's lips as she witnessed the young master's furious departure. She watched, helpless, as he stormed out, leaving her in the wake of his anger. Meanwhile, inside the house, a sudden commotion erupted. Officer Joe's family members stumbled and fell, their cry echoing through the room. The commotion startled Officer Joe, who cried out in alarm, "My dear! What are?" Outside, Lieutenant General Chicho swiftly secured the premises, locking the door with decisive movements. The sound of the lock echoing as he worked quickly to secure the area. A family member, witnessing this, cried out, "Mother?" Inside Officer Joe's home, a scene of distress unfolds. A woman lies injured on the floor, her cries for help barely audible above the commotion. Physician Hua, his face etched with worry, observes the scene, his eyes lingering on the injured woman's pained expression. Meanwhile, the woman's distress is palpable, tears stream down her face as she pleads for help. She cries out for a physician, her voice strained and weak. Her desperate pleas continue, her hands clasped together in prayer. The woman's agony is evident as she lies prostrate on the floor, blood staining her clothing. The scene is one of utter despair. Physician Hua tended to Officer Joe's injured family member, who lay on the floor, covered by a purple blanket, gently pressing on the injured area as the woman winced in pain. The physician's calm demeanor offered a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding around them. Physician Hua reassured the injured woman with a gentle smile and the words, "Don't worry about it, madam." Meanwhile, unseen by the physician, someone stealthily picked the lock on a door. A woman, possibly Officer Joe's family member, announced, "I have found a physician who can cure tetanus." Officer Joe reacted with disbelief, shouting, "What do you mean?" The woman continued, explaining, "Because of my foolishness, I made Song die." Officer Joe, overcome with grief and anger, muttered, "Stop." But then, with newfound resolve, he declared, "But I won't let him die just like that." The woman looked at him, a mixture of fear and hope in her eyes. A young woman's foot is shown, exhibiting signs of swelling and discoloration. She lies on a bed in a simple room, while another woman, presumably a physician, examines her foot, expressing concern. The physician thinks to herself, It's weird." The physician continues to examine the foot, internally questioning why the swelling isn't causing more stiffness, despite its severity. She thinks, if it is this much worse, it must be already stiff. Why is it this fine? Physician Hua gently examined the young master's foot, murmuring, "Let me touch it a little." The young master winced, a pained expression crossing his face as he whispered, "It hurts." Physician Hua observed him closely, questioning, "But that's not the face of someone in pain? You are extraordinary. Others may not be able to talk if it's this much. The young master gritted his teeth, explaining, "It's because I am circulating my inner energy." Physician Wa's eyes widened in surprise at the mention of inner energy. She then exclaimed, "Did you, Lieutenant General Chicho, also learn inner chi technique?" To which the young master replied, with a pained expression, "Just a little." "So Incho also learned inner energy like my Hyungnim." The young master, still experiencing pain from his disrupted inner energy circulation, pondered aloud, perhaps all of the generals of the three kingdoms must have a similar experience. Physician Wa, observing the young master's foot, asked, "Can you really fix it?" The physician received a confident reply, "Of course." The physician reassured the young master, "You can go back to the way things were before." Overjoyed, the young master gave a thumbs up, expressing his gratitude. Physician Wa, however, maintained a serious expression, stating, "Thank you. Now first, drink this all." Physician Wa presented the young master with a small bottle, prompting the young master to question its nature. Physician Wa explained that it was strong liquor, intended to alleviate the young master's pain. The young master, with a smirk, expressed doubt that a single bottle would incapacitate him. With a decisive movement, the young master uncorked the bottle and proceeded to drink deeply from it, his expression shifting as the liquor's effects took hold. He declared, "Endurance is my talent." The young master lay sprawled on his bed, his face contorted in a grimace, saliva dripping from his mouth. He was clearly still suffering from intense pain, despite the liquor he had consumed. Meanwhile, Physician Wa, ever vigilant, carefully removed his mask, preparing to check on his patient's condition. The young master, eyes still closed, mumbled something unintelligible, his mind still clouded by pain and the effects of the alcohol. He muttered about his talent. His legs were propped up, revealing his bare feet. Physician Wa approached, surprised to find the young master awake earlier than expected. "You woke up earlier than I thought?" The young master, still recovering from his injuries and intoxication, stirred and mumbled, "Is it done?" Physician Wa observed him with concern. "All the basic things are done," he stated, "but it's bad, the trismus has started too. It is just a matter of time before his whole body gets stiff." Physician Wa continued his assessment, explaining, "I have to give antibiotics in large quantities, but that would be hard without intravenous. Intravenous is the best option." He examined his limited medical supplies, muttering to himself, "I have to first solve my syringe needle problem." Physician Wa approached the young master's attendant, asking, "Lieutenant, do you know any blacksmith who got really good skill?" The lieutenant pondered for a moment before answering, "A blacksmith? In Xiao County, Paichung is the best blacksmith." Physician Wa, wiping sweat from his brow, exclaimed in surprise, that person?" A woman, presumably Lieutenant General Chicho, meticulously crafted something at a table, murmuring, "Lieutenant, just wait." She continued her work, a determined expression on her face. The young master, observing her, urgently stated, "He has to make something like this. This is urgent. Within the day." The lieutenant general, upon reviewing her creation, frowned deeply, her brow furrowed in concentration. She then called out, "Anyone there, Soldier Huang?" A soldier, Huang, responded, "Yes, Lieutenant." The lieutenant general instructed him, "Go and tell the blacksmith Paichung that he has to make this one within the day." The young master, still suffering from trismus, lay on a bed, his feet bound by white cloth. A concerned physician Wa stood nearby. As a blacksmith hurried out of the room, carrying what appeared to be a newly crafted medical device. The physician's expression suggested surprise and a hint of hope. Meanwhile, outside the building, a blacksmith pondered the design of the device, questioning its purpose. He mused that it was an empty needle. Another individual approached, explaining that the device was intended for Lieutenant General Chicho's treatment. The blacksmith, upon learning that Lieutenant General Chicho had contracted tetanus after a recent battle with bandits, expressed concern. He somberly noted that even the lieutenant general's brother had perished from the same illness. Physician Wa reassured the young master, stating, "Don't worry about it. Lieutenant General Chicho will be fine. The young master, visibly anxious, learned that a skilled physician named Wabu was already attending to the lieutenant general. The blacksmith, under pressure, pleaded for the urgent completion of a medical device, emphasizing the need for its creation within a single day. Observing the lieutenant general's foot, the young master expressed alarm, stating, "Oh no! This is bad." The young master noted the rapid deterioration of the lieutenant general's condition, commenting on how quickly it worsened. The stiffness in the lieutenant general's body began to subside as soon as he ceased using his inner energy. The blacksmith's work was nearly complete, but a crucial element was missing: a syringe needle. It would have made the procedure significantly easier. Officer Joe, however, had no time to waste. He urgently brought the necessary tools to Physician Hua. Arriving at the scene just as the physician prepared to begin the critical operation on Lieutenant General Chicho's infected foot. Physician Hua, assisted by 2 other medical practitioners, confirmed their readiness and proceeded to begin the delicate procedure. He announced, "I will start operating now." With a steady hand, the physician made the first incision into the infected tissue. Blood splattered as Physician Hua continued the surgery, his focus unwavering. His assistants watched intently, one cautioning against losing focus on the patient. "Don't take your eyes off of the patient," he urged. Physician Hua, despite the blood, remained calm. "We will remove the pus and grotesque skin," he stated, his voice steady. The assistants noted the amount of blood, but were unsurprised by the surgeon's composure. Physician Hua noted the speed of the infection, realizing an abscess had already formed. The speed of infection is fast. The abscess has formed already, he thought. He considered his options, noting the grotesque skin's progression. In addition to that, the grotesque skin has begun to progress. There is a way to do this without the syringe needle, but it's kind of stupid, but I have no other choice, he muttered to himself. Physician Hua, with practiced precision, made a small incision in Lieutenant General Chicho's foot, carefully blocking the flow of blood in the vein before widening the opening just enough to insert the penicillin. Then, gently inserting the penicillin into the pig's blood vein to deliver the medication directly into the general's bloodstream. Physician Hua worked slowly and deliberately, muttering to himself, "Slowly, really slowly." Observing the procedure, 2 other masked physicians expressed their astonishment. One thought, putting something directly into the veins. The other questioned, did such medical art ever exist? The scene ends with a dramatic flourish, emphasizing the unusual nature of the medical procedure. A young woman, her face partially obscured by a mask and cloth, displayed a look of distress and fear. 2 masked figures, one appearing older and more experienced, reacted with alarm to the woman's condition. Their concern heightened by the woman's internal thought, "This amount can't cause a shock." The scene shifted to reveal a man experiencing violent muscle spasms, his body contorting in pain. The older figure voiced his concern, "Are muscle seizures this bad?" The 2 masked figures watched in alarm as the man's condition worsened, the intensity of the spasms increasing dramatically. Physician Hua's eyes widened behind her mask, a look of dawning horror spreading across her face, as she muttered a single, frustrated word, "Damn it." Lieutenant General Chicho suffered a violent seizure after receiving a penicillin injection, his body convulsed, foam forming at his mouth as he writhed in pain. Physician Hua watched in alarm and frustration, her face etched with worry as she witnessed the severity of the reaction. Another physician frantically worked to ease the general's suffering, applying pressure to his back as he continued to spasm violently. A young officer, his face masked with concern, urgently called for additional medical assistance, shouting for Physician Bond to hurry. Physician Hua selected several acupuncture needles from his bundle and prepared to administer acupuncture to Lieutenant General Chicho, whose body was racked with violent muscle spasms from his severe reaction to the penicillin. 2 assistants held the Lieutenant General down as Physician Hua swiftly and precisely inserted the needles into his body, working to alleviate the immediate effects of the adverse reaction. Officer Joe and another assistant watched, their faces etched with concern. "We will hold his body down, so Physician Hua should finish treating him," one of them stated. Officer Joe offered a quiet, grateful, "Thank you." The scene opens with a low-angle shot, focusing on the wooden ceiling beams of a simple room. Then shifts to Lieutenant General Chicho, lying on a bed, his expression one of quiet suffering. He appears weak but stable. Physician Wa's assessment is clear: the result is really good. Officer Joe, kneeling beside the bed, expresses relief and gratitude. "I guess you don't have to come back here anymore." Lieutenant General Chicho, though still weak, offers a small, weary smile. Physician Wa informs Officer Joe that in 5 days, Lieutenant General Chicho will regain full mobility. Officer Joe, overcome with emotion, bows deeply in thanks, confessing his fear that the general's illness was tetanus. Physician Wa humbly deflects the praise, stating, "No, it's nothing." Officer Joe's family member, overcome with emotion, clutched at his chest, tears streaming down his face. He offered a small pouch of money, stating, "I don't have much, but please take this." Physician Wa, though grateful, responded that while they had a prior agreement regarding herbal medicine, the offered sum was insufficient. Officer Joe's family member, still weeping, expressed his profound gratitude, stating, "Physician, you just saved our family." Physician Wa, however, firmly refused any payment, stating that he had no intention of accepting money intended for the family's sustenance. With the situation resolved, Officer Joe's family member and his children expressed their joy and relief, their gratitude palpable. A young man, seemingly a family member of the patient, approached the bed where a man with long dark hair lay resting. You were awake?" he asked, his tone laced with surprise. He continued, "It's good timing since I got some good news for you." The young man delivered the news, his face beaming. "I guess we don't have to cut off the leg." The patient's eyes widened in disbelief and relief. His internal thoughts echoed his astonishment. The young man smiled warmly, a sense of accomplishment evident in his expression. "I kept my promise." The patient, still processing the incredible news, managed a weak but grateful, "Thank you." However, a lingering concern clouded his relief. His thoughts turned to the future. "But when will I be able to fully recover?" Officer Joe's family member, overwhelmed with relief, questioned, "Who? The lieutenant?" Physician Wa scolded, "If you were hurt, you should have sought treatment immediately. Instead, you endured it like a stubborn bear. Because someone missed the opportune moment to treat the injury due to concerns about saving face. This person then had to mentally prepare themselves to have their foot amputated, which delayed the process." Physician Wa continued, "But still, isn't it far better to take a little longer than to have an ankle amputated?" The young master, frustrated, exclaimed, "That's why the problem grows bigger. I told you to come quicker. Am I wrong?" The scene shifts to an exterior shot of a simple house in the countryside. An elderly man, his face etched with wrinkles and a mischievous grin, presented a basket of herbs. He declared, "I only picked the good ones." A young woman, her expression a mixture of relief and curiosity, responded with a grateful, "Oh, thank you." She then added, "Then I will get going." The elderly man nodded, seemingly pleased with the exchange. As the young woman turned to leave, she carefully carried the basket of herbs. But some herbs spilled from the basket. Her eyes widened in surprise as she tried to catch them. A young boy, alerted to the situation, quickly called out, "Obo, catch it." The young woman, flustered, tried to recover the scattered herbs. A young man reported to someone off-panel that the young master was recovering well after his foot injury. He added that if the young master needed more time, he would pay for the herbs again. The young man then washed his hands thoroughly in a basin of water. A woman questioned why he wasn't accepting payment for the treatment. He explained that he needed the money to care for more patients. The young woman insisted that he had already received payment, pointing to a basket of herbs. And he quietly agreed that it was enough. Physician Wa, seemingly unconcerned about payment, declared, "It's okay. It is already enough for me." The young man, however, found this unusual, muttering to himself about the absurdity of not being treated due to lack of money. He then questioned Physician Wa, asking if he intended to forego payment for his treatment. causing physician Wa to burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah! Why are you saying such a thing? Ah ha 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 ha." The young man, slightly embarrassed, stammered, "Hey." Lieutenant General Chicho, observing from afar, commented on physician Wa's jovial nature, calling him a very funny guy. A woman, peering from a window, appeared to be deep in thought, a slight frown etching her features. As she watched a palanquin procession depart, escorted by several attendants and a lone horse. One of the attendants, seemingly impatient, mounted the horse and rode away at a brisk pace. Back at the window, the woman adjusted her hair, a thoughtful expression still on her face. As she contemplated something, a silent question hanging in the air. Before finally responding with a curt, "Just wait." A few days after the events, the narrative resumes. The young man's leg, previously injured, shows significant improvement. He expresses his surprise at the extent of his healing. And the physician, observing this, suggests that he may soon return home. However, a condition is implied. A question hangs in the air, leaving the young man pensive. The physician broaches a sensitive topic, inquiring about the potential outcome had a different course of treatment been followed for Hyung Nim. The young man, though uncertain, reflects that the success of treatment ultimately depends on the patient's own recovery. Physician Wa addressed the young master, his tone gentle but firm, "So just focus on getting better, just like you promised your mother." The young master, though still recovering, responded with a playful grin, "I will make you get old before you die, Lieutenant." Physician Wa sighed, a hint of weariness in his expression. He confessed, "I am embarrassed to face you. That is why I am going to tell you this." A wooden stool was abruptly kicked aside as Physician Wa shifted his position, his movements suggesting a change in the conversation's direction. The young master sat confidently, legs crossed, a smug expression on his face. He then declared, "Now, we should settle the treatment expenses." The young master's unexpected question hung in the air, leaving Physician Wa utterly speechless. He sputtered in disbelief, "You want me to teach you inner energy?" Physician Wa pressed further, "Are you asking this when you already know what inner energy is?" The young master, with a shrug, simply replied, "No, I don't know." Physician Wa, aghast, explained, "This inner energy art is the secret technique of our family. We cannot teach this to people outside our family." A beat of silence passed between them. Before Physician Wa questioned the young master's motives, "But why do you want to learn something like it when you are a physician?" The young master's response was simple and revealing, "It's because I almost died once before." The scene opens with a flashback. A masked assailant stabs a young man twice. The young man falls to the ground. The young man, now older, sits alone, reflecting on his death. He thinks, "I got stabbed twice with a knife. Then I thought, why did I die in vain?" He continues his internal monologue, "I shouldn't have died like that." The scene shifts back to the present. An older man, presumably the same one from the flashback, clutches his hands together, a look of pained contemplation on his face. He thinks, "This is the one who will save countless people in the future. I also might get help from him again someday." The older man speaks to the younger man, "You are talented and even know how to give the right justification." The younger man responds, "What?" The young master contemplated a family secret, acknowledging its significance but expressing hesitation about making a solo decision. He resolved to seek his father's counsel, determined to persuade him. A man, presumably the young master's father, sat silently, his face obscured by shadow. Night fell upon a grand, traditional building nestled amidst rolling hills under a starlit sky. Inside, a young man with long dark hair and a polka-dotted robe sat across from an older man with a beard, both sipping tea. The younger man, visibly nervous, interrupted the quiet moment. Father. I have something to tell you." The father, seemingly unperturbed, calmly inquired, "Sure. How's your body now?" The son replied, "I should be able to ride a horse sooner or later. Your health is our top priority, you should recover soon." Seeing his son treated so poorly, the father reflected on his son's hidden talents. concluding that his son must possess extraordinary abilities. He reassured him, stating that he would cover all medical expenses. The son, however, seemed unconcerned about the financial aspect of his treatment, leading the father to pause, reconsidering his initial assessment. The son then revealed his true desire, requesting that his father teach him the family's unique internal energy arts. The father, surprised by this unexpected request, showed a mixture of shock and contemplation. The father pondered his son's request to learn the family's internal energy arts. Realizing that it wasn't about money, his son truly desired mastery of the ancient arts. The father, his expression hardening, silently acknowledged the gravity of the situation, a decision already forming in his mind. Yes. He explained that if the request had been frivolous, he would have refused. But his son's plea, coupled with his recent recovery, made it a different matter. The scene opens on a tranquil village, nestled amongst rolling hills. A simple, rustic building is visible. As the son approaches, nervously announcing his arrival to a young woman tending to her wares, he explains that he has brought the requested herbs. The woman, a physician, acknowledges his arrival, expressing concern about the difficulty of procuring the herbs, and gently reassures the son that his contribution is appreciated. Exhausted from his climb, the son admitted, "I feel tired after climbing up the mountain." He showed the herbs he had collected, explaining, "Although this isn't enough nut grass, it is a good pain reliever for mom." Also, some fields had spikes planted by bandits. The mother lay in bed, her condition a clear cause for concern. The son, holding the collected herbs, worried, "Although this isn't enough nut grass, it is a good pain reliever for mom." He questioned, "Is there any other place where you can get more nut grass?" The son sighed, "But the field is full of spikes." The son, worried about his ailing mother, declared, "Then I will come with you." He questioned his decision, "You mean over the mountain?" His mother, holding a woven basket, explained, "Yes, I need a lot of these nut herbs." Despite her illness, she remained determined, "Even if you're tired, we can still pick them up and sell them." The vast mountain range loomed before them, a challenging but necessary journey. As they began their ascent, the father offered a final piece of advice: "Be careful on the way." Scattered across the path were numerous caltrops, their sharp points glinting menacingly in the dappled sunlight, a clear warning to any unwary traveler. The mother, noticing them, explained to her son that these spikes were deliberately placed to block the road, and stepping on one would result in a painful and potentially dangerous trap. The mother and son continued their herb gathering, carefully avoiding the caltrops as they moved through the forest. The mother noted that the caltrops were scattered throughout the area, making progress slow and difficult. Suddenly, the son's eyes widened in alarm as he noticed something amiss. His gaze darted to his mother, a silent plea for help in his eyes. The mother turned, her expression mirroring her son's apprehension, as they both witnessed a man stumble and fall, his leg impaled by one of the hidden caltrops. He cried out, "Sir?" The son, eyes wide with alarm, exclaimed, "There's a person over there." Approaching the body, the son and mother discovered the remains of a man, seemingly the victim of a wild animal attack. A discarded sword lay nearby. The mother observed the weapon, noting that it was not a military-grade blade, and questioned if the deceased was a bandit. The son, continuing his search, spotted another victim. This individual, however, was still alive, though unconscious, and appeared to have been injured recently. Several caltrops were scattered around the second victim, confirming the mother's suspicion that they were bandits. The son, still alarmed by the scene he had just witnessed, noticed a small, intricately bound wooden box lying in the grass. He cautiously picked it up, noticing the way it was tightly bound with strips of cloth. Did he tie this thing so he can't drop it? He wondered. Opening the box, he found a rolled-up piece of parchment. "What's this?" he questioned, his curiosity piqued. As he unfurled the paper, his eyes widened in disbelief. "This is," he exclaimed, his voice laced with shock. The contents of the scroll were so unexpected, so unbelievable, that he could only utter one word: crazy. His mother, having observed his reaction from a distance, approached him with concern. What's wrong?" she asked, her voice filled with apprehension. The son, still somewhat shocked, exclaimed that the document only detailed the location of a village and a canteen. He surmised that the document was a record of planned robberies, detailing the next target locations. The son's expression shifted to one of mild surprise as he processed this information. The mother declared that they had gathered enough grass and should return home. The son, somewhat surprised, questioned their immediate departure. His mother noted the disarray of the area. She urged them to leave immediately. The son, carrying a long staff, walked through tall grass, his expression one of quiet determination. The landscape before him revealed a simple dwelling nestled amongst distant mountains under a clear sky. A basket, filled with caltrops, sat on a wooden table. The scene suggested a recent arrival. The son and mother returned home. "We're back," the son announced. His mother, seated at a table, replied, "Good work. Are you tired already?" The mother, washing dishes, explained, "It was dangerous to step on that place, so I thought of collecting them instead. But still, we can make some money selling them," she added, her tone suggesting a pragmatic approach to their situation. The son agreed, "That's right." The son questioned whether the army was genuinely risking their lives to apprehend bandits or merely feigning such efforts. While the mother, massaging his feet, pondered aloud whether the army might have been secretly colluding with the bandits. The son, having listened to his mother's musings, stated that he had something to show her. Intriguing the general, who asked what it was. The son presented a document detailing the dates and numbers of bandit encounters, noting the suspiciously consistent numbers of bandits involved and the lieutenant's participation in each incident, leading the general to react with shock and disbelief. The general, upon reading a document, reacted with furious disbelief, muttering, "What son of a bitch did?" He then paused, a question mark forming above his head as he seemed to ponder the implications of the document's contents. Meanwhile, the son, explaining his actions, stated that for security reasons, he would write down the information in text. He carefully used a brush to transcribe the information onto a wooden surface, revealing that he had found a bandit hold the document. The general's shock intensified upon seeing the evidence, his expression filled with disbelief and anger. The son's actions were justified as he explained that the information, while seemingly innocuous, numbers and date of departure, was in fact a military secret. The general, his face etched with suspicion, questioned the son. "Are you sure a bandit was holding this?" The son, unwavering, simply replied, "I am sure." A chilling thought struck the general. Did someone sell out military secrets to the bandits? The general's fury was palpable, his eyes blazed with rage. The general, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, conceded, "You have found something we couldn't have found on our own." The general, eyes closed, felt a profound sense of gratitude. He murmured, "It seems I'll be indebted to you forever. I must repay you in some way." A weight lifted from his shoulders as the son, brimming with youthful energy, announced, "I will teach you the inner energy arts. I got permission from my father." The son's words were met with the general's wide-eyed, joyful surprise. "Oh, really?" The general, emboldened by the prospect of new strength, declared, "We can do it now. I can even go to catch the bastard who sold military secrets." His confidence was palpable as he flexed his muscles, a surge of renewed determination coursing through him. However, the son, ever cautious, reminded him, but if your wound gets worse, I have to cut your knee." The general, reconsidering the potential setback, conceded with a slightly deflated tone, "Let's do it next time." The general's injured foot, wrapped in bandages, was prominently displayed. A voiceover warned, "If you go around investigating with this condition, anyone would notice it easily." The son, seemingly unconcerned, spoke to the general, quoting a military maxim, "They say, to fool your enemy, you should fool your ally first." The general, his brow furrowed in thought, muttered in agreement, "Why yeah, that's right." He was clearly suspicious of the son's seemingly innocent words. His suspicion grew as he internally questioned, "This kid, isn't he talking about military strategies?" Finally, a look of intense curiosity and confusion crossed his face as he wondered, "What the hell does this kid really do?" The sun shone brightly on a traditional-style house, its aged wooden structure hinting at a long history. A scene of domestic tranquility unfolded within its walls, as a family shared a meal together, their chopsticks moving rhythmically. One young man, having finished his share, expressed his gratitude with a simple thanks for the meal. He announced his departure, stating, "I will get going first." His elder companion, mid-meal, looked up and inquired, "Are you going out again to play physician?" Over a meal, the young man explained to his elder companion that he needed to attend to some business with the Sangha merchant group, specifically concerning an abandoned mine. His companion, curious about the nature of this business, inquired if the young man was planning to mine gold. The young man clarified that he was not interested in gold mining but rather in acquiring materials to make a decoction. His companion, understanding the financial implications of such an endeavor, asked if he had the necessary funds, offering to help if needed. The young man, however, reassured him that he was fine, and the conversation ended there. Later, outside, two men presented the young man with a substantial amount of gold and other valuables, insisting that he accepted as payment for his services. The young man, though initially hesitant, ultimately accepted the payment. A young man, pleased with himself, mused, earned enough money. He announced his departure, "I will be going now." Two older men watched him leave. One commented, "I've heard there are a lot of them, but he doesn't take any money." The other responded, "Are there as many patients in that little village?" The first man, while eating, pondered, perhaps those rumors were true? One elder companion relayed a rumor, "I heard that Lieutenant Cho had tetanus, but Manhwa cured him." The other elder companion reacted with disbelief, questioning aloud, "Tetanus?" His expression turned to one of intense skepticism and disbelief. The first elder companion continued, stating, "Isn't tetanus a disease that cannot be cured?" The second elder companion responded, "Yes, it is. That's why I was just ignoring the rumor." One elder companion initiated a conversation, mentioning that when Song Cho died of tetanus, even physician Song couldn't help him. But if Manhwa cured Lieutenant Cho's tetanus, it all makes sense. The other elder companion, initially skeptical, expressed awe at the implication that Manhwa might have cured a disease even physician Song couldn't treat. The first elder continued, adding that there was also a rumor that physician Bon was learning medical arts from Manhwa. Physician Bon, one of the three best physicians of Chiao County? The first elder confirmed that he was indeed referring to physician Bon. The second elder, now significantly more impressed, realized that if all the rumors were true. One elder companion remarked that Manhwa was indeed very talented. The other elder companion reflected that if Manhwa had chosen to become a scholar, their family would have become wealthy. But lamented that Manhwa instead chose to study medical arts, questioning if this was fortunate. The elder companion noted that the Cho family held all official positions in Chiao County, making it difficult for Manhwa to succeed there as a medical practitioner. With his meal finished, the elder companion announced his intention to return to his books. One elder companion suggested to another that he should at least try for the results of the next year. The other elder companion noted that Manhwa seemed to have softened somewhat, and predicted that even Hyung Nim would eventually acknowledge Manhwa's decision. The elder companion then pondered aloud about the Sangha merchant group. His expression suddenly shifting as he recalled a past incident involving a man who almost killed his friend. He wondered if that man's name was Jongpan Song. While reviewing documents, an elder companion discovered that Jongpan Song was associated with the Sangha merchant group. A servant then interrupted, informing the elder that someone named Wabu from the Wa family was seeking him. The elder, upon hearing the name Wabu and their family affiliation, showed clear displeasure. He considered the Wa family not worth his time. Suddenly, the elder was violently attacked by several individuals. He reacted swiftly, defending himself with impressive martial skill. The ensuing fight was short and decisive, with the elder easily overpowering his attackers. Later, reflecting on the incident, the elder recalled a past encounter with one of the attackers, remembering a specific detail about that day. An elder companion, adjusting his clothing, pondered Jongpan Song's unexpected arrival. He wondered why Song was there, recalling that he had been paid a substantial sum of money on that particular day. And reflecting on the sour turn his relationship with Song and a certain woman had taken. The memories were unpleasant, ones he actively tried to forget. The elder companion sighed, his thoughts lingering on the past. He felt a sense of unease. Suddenly, Zhang Pan Song appeared, greeting the elder companion warmly. The elder companion was surprised and questioned Song's motives, wondering why he had sought him out after such a long time. The elder companion considered the possibility that Song was seeking a loan, given their status as a merchant group. Zhang Pan Song and the elder companion exchanged polite greetings, acknowledging the passage of time and inquiring about each other's well-being. Elder companion 1 poured tea, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Zhang Pan Song explained that they were planning to borrow an abandoned mine near a village, reportedly owned by the Songga merchant group. Elder companion 1 acknowledged the request, adding a caveat: "Even if you find gold there, you might not be able to claim it as yours." Zhang Pan Song clarified their intentions, stating that the abandoned mine was needed as a temperature-controlled storage for sensitive medicines. Elder companion 1, observing Zhang Pan Song's demeanor, appeared thoughtful, noting that they were looking for a mine shaft. Elder companion 1, deciding to gauge Zhang Pan Song's financial capacity, suggested, "Let's talk about this while eating some food." Zhang Pan Song expressed gratitude for the meal, remarking on the sweetness of a honey-like treat. Savoring the taste and reflecting on how long it had been since they last enjoyed such a sweet food. An elder companion observed Zhang Pan Song's delight, already anticipating their reaction to the mine rental agreement, and presented the price as compensation for a previous mistake. The elder companion proposed a rental price of 100 coins per month for the abandoned mine, leaving Zhang Pan Song initially relieved, but then realizing the high cost. Zhang Pan Song, after agreeing to the mine rental, muttered to himself, needing time to rethink the implications. He expressed surprise and slight apprehension at the agreement's terms. His internal monologue revealing his frustration with the high cost, he'd rather hire someone to dig a cave for that price. Elder companion 1, observing Zhang Pan's departure, noted his leaving and expressed a mild indifference, stating that it didn't matter to him. Elder companion 1's inner thoughts revealed his disdain for Zhang Pan's family, stating that he doesn't need to maintain relationships with a rundown family. A woman, seemingly unaware of the events at the mine, is seen resting in her home, reading a book. A man enters, startling her. Zhang Pan Song, his face etched with frustration, slumped against a wall, his shoulders heavy with unspoken resentment. Elder companion 1 approached cautiously, concern evident in their eyes. "Did it go well?" they inquired, their voice laced with apprehension. Zhang Pan Song sighed, his expression sour. "I guess not. I can see it on your face," he muttered, his voice barely a whisper. He continued, his voice laced with bitterness, "He was treating me like an idiot." Elder companion 1, seemingly unfazed by Zhang Pan Song's outburst, calmly produced a small, ornate box. "Hey, Chung Pyo sent this for you." Zhang Pan Song's eyes widened as the box was placed before him. He opened it, revealing surgical instruments nestled within. "So, it's here," he exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice. Zhang Pan Song examined the surgical tools, a thoughtful expression on his face. He murmured to himself, "I think it's good enough. I must teach Obo how to use this." A vision of Obo flashed in his mind, he smiled, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He might be able to assist me. A sudden burst of determination filled Zhang Pan. "If a precise operation is possible, then we can easily perform gallbladder removal surgery on our mother." Zhang Pan Song approached his mother's residence, his heart filled with a mixture of hope and apprehension. He silently uttered the word, "Mother." He entered the room where his mother lay in bed. She greeted him with a quiet, "Come in." Zhang Pan Song asked his mother how she was feeling. She replied that she felt much better thanks to his medicine, although not completely well. She emphasized that his prescribed medicine was significantly more effective than any other treatment she had received. Zhang Pan Song, with a reassuring smile, stated, "Let me have a quick look." Jang Pan-song gently pressed on his mother's abdomen, asking, "How does this feel?" "Here?" His mother responded that it didn't hurt that much. However, as he continued his examination, she winced and exclaimed, "Ugh." Jang Pan-song's expression turned serious as he considered the severity of her pain. He wondered aloud, "Why does it hurt so much?" A medical text appeared, explaining intestinal ischemia. Jang Pan-song then diagnosed her condition as intestinal ischemia, a complication that seemed to have progressed rapidly. He noted that her liver wasn't secreting bile properly, leading to the stiffening of her small intestine. He also noted that cholecystitis alone wouldn't cause such rapid hardening. Jang Pan-song, his brow furrowed in concentration, muttered to himself, "There must be another reason." He examined his mother's abdomen, a look of dawning realization crossing his face. Could it be the liver? His mother's abdomen was visibly swollen. Jang Pan gently pressed on the area, his expression growing more serious. Confirming his suspicions. It is indeed swollen. This is a symptom of fatty liver. Jang Pan sighed, his concern deepening. I already got the problem with gallbladder, and now her liver is also in trouble. There must be a reason for this complication. Jang Pan-song approached his mother, noticing her unwell appearance. He asked, "What's wrong?" His mother replied that she felt constantly tired, regardless of how much she slept, and that her whole body ached. Jang Pan examined his mother, pressing on specific points of her body, causing her to cry out in pain. He then diagnosed her condition. Jang Pan explained that his mother's liver had swollen, affecting her gallbladder and meridians, causing the pain. He acknowledged that acupuncture could provide temporary relief, but the situation remained grave. Jang Pan-song, his brow furrowed in concern, stared intently at the medical text. The diagnosis was clear: his mother had suffered an acute seizure. The underlying cause, however, remained a mystery. He pondered the sudden onset of his mother's fatty liver disease, its impact on her gallbladder and meridians, and the urgent need to prevent further deterioration. Meanwhile, a servant approached, reminding Jang Pan that it was time for his mother's medication. He nodded curtly, his thoughts still preoccupied. The servant, after receiving a quiet acknowledgement, proceeded to assist the ailing woman. Jang Pan, seizing a moment of privacy, discreetly signaled for a private conversation. Jang Pan-song, concerned about his mother's health, initiated a conversation with a family member, questioning if she consumed alcohol. The family member reacted with surprise and denial, but Jang Pan-song calmly confirmed his suspicions, stating that she indeed drinks alcohol. Jang Pan-song then reflected on the social context, noting that in their era, women who drank alcohol weren't judged harshly. He further inquired about his mother's snacking habits, specifically what kind of snacks she preferred. The family member revealed that his mother consumes a significant amount of pork fat. Upon learning this, Jang Pan-song's expression shifted to one of alarm, recognizing the dangerous combination of alcohol and pork fat consumption. Jang Pan-song, his face etched with worry, clutched his head in despair as his mother looked on, her expression a mixture of concern and apprehension. The scene shifted to a close-up of a bedpost, partially obscured by curtains, hinting at the private space where the events unfolded. Jang Pan-song gently held his mother's hand, a tender moment amidst the growing tension. He spoke, his voice laced with concern, "Mother." The elder companion, smiling reassuringly, addressed Jang Pan-song, stating, "You are not allowed to drink alcohol and eat meat for a while." Jang Pan's mother, initially confused, questioned, "Alcohol? What do you mean? I have eaten some meat, but I never drank alcohol." Jang Pan explained, clarifying, "Since it wasn't just meat but pork fat, you are not allowed." Jang Pan-song's mother looked up at him, a mixture of confusion and concern in her eyes. She uttered a single word, "Mother." Elder companion 1 reassured her, explaining that there was nothing to be ashamed of in drinking alcohol, but that it was important to stop now to avoid worsening her illness. He then questioned her choice of pork fat as a snack, highlighting the dietary restrictions she needed to follow. Jang Pan-song, showing a determined expression, promised to earn money soon and buy her plenty of beef as a replacement. His mother, relieved and slightly amused, responded with a cheerful okay. Zhang Pansong, having addressed his mother's dietary needs, bid her farewell and departed. Zhang Pansong, pressed for time, muttered to himself, I don't have much time. He continued his internal monologue, explaining his urgency, I need to quickly train OBO if we are going to perform surgery. Arriving at his destination, a sense of accomplishment washed over him as he declared, so, I am finally here. The scene shifts to show Zhang Pansong approaching the Cho residence, carrying a basket of acupuncture needles. He reflects on his difficult situation, thinking, no matter how much I say that teaching me inner energy is enough, it is also hard to keep on rejecting every time. I have no other choice as she keeps paying more for the treatment fee. Zhang Pansong, having arrived at the Cho residence, reflected, since it came to this, let's make up some reasons. He was greeted by a woman, who politely inquired, it is nice to see you again, Physician Hua. Have you been well, madam? Zhang Pan's mother responded curtly, anyway, why did you bring such weird things? She explained, it's because, those are the iron traps that bandits scattered around. Lieutenant Cho got tetanus after stepping on that. Zhang Pan's mother, unimpressed, pressed further, I am sure there must be a reason why you brought such disgusting things. Why did you bring it, Physician Hua? The woman's expression hardened, clearly annoyed by the questioning. Zhang Pansong, slightly stressed, presented his iron traps to the Cho family, hoping they would purchase them. He poured tea as he spoke. But Zhang Pan's mother reacted with a look of confusion and suspicion. She questioned his motives. Zhang Pan explained that leaving the traps on the mountain was dangerous, as it could lead to an increase in tetanus patients. He mentioned that while he could sell them to a smithy, he hoped the Cho family would buy them for a slightly higher price, expressing discomfort at the idea of rejecting their payment. Zhang Pan's mother, still uneasy, questioned whether making him so uncomfortable was necessary. Zhang Pan agreed with her assessment, acknowledging that his approach might be inadequate. Zhang Pan's mother, observing him, voiced a concern she'd heard, that he was treating poor people without charging fees. Zhang Pan responded that he didn't mind not getting paid for simple diagnoses, but explained that sometimes more extensive treatment, including decoctions, was necessary, leading him to ask his mother for a favor, as he felt he needed to open a branch to better serve the wealthy while still caring for the poor. He mused that rich people don't travel to his country for diagnoses, so opening a branch was necessary, but that would leave him unable to properly care for the poor. Zhang Pan sighed, expressing his wish to have two bodies to manage both. Zhang Pan, hoping to alleviate his financial concerns, proposed that the family buy his iron traps at an inflated price. A suggestion met with immediate praise for his talent and kind heart. Zhang Pan's mother confirmed that the rumors of his generosity were indeed true, and announced that the family would purchase the traps. Zhang Pan's mother explained that since he hadn't specified a price, the buyer had the right to determine the cost, revealing that the payment was 100 silver coins. Zhang Pan's mother opened a box, revealing a large sum of money, 10,000 Chinese coins. She then looked at Zhang Pan with a mixture of surprise and concern, only to express her astonishment at the amount, exclaiming that she had only given him 100 silver coins. Zhang Pan's mother opened a chest revealing a large sum of money, 100 silver coins, worth 10,000 Chinese coins. Zhang Pan's mother gasped at the sight of the money, surprised by the amount. She exclaimed, questioning the amount, but Zhang Pan confidently reminded her that as the buyer, she had the right to set the price. Zhang Pan smiled, relieved and hopeful that his mother wouldn't use all the money only for patients. Zhang Pan then politely excused himself from his mother. Zhang Pan's mother exclaimed excitedly, that bastard Wabu. I heard that the physician is here. She rushed towards the physician, her hand outstretched in greeting, and grasped his hand firmly. Do you have any idea how searching I've been for you? She asked, her voice laced with relief. The physician responded, how can you make the man who will teach you look for you? I was busy too. I don't have just a couple of patients. The physician and Zhang Pan's mother left together, leaving Zhang Pan to follow behind them. Zhang Pan's mother carried a small, ornate box. Outside, Zhongpan's mother instructed him, "Hello. Tell the head of the Hua family that physician Hua can't come back home today." The physician, slightly annoyed, muttered to himself, "Why are you deciding my schedule?" The scene shifts to a long shot of the Hua family estate. Zhongpan and his mother stood in a courtyard, the setting sun casting long shadows. The boy listened attentively as his mother spoke. Revealing a family secret, their unique martial art, the immortal chi flow. She recounted a legend about their ancestors, who trained in the mountains and encountered a giant tiger. Zhongpan listened, his expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. Questioning the length of the story, his mother emphasized the importance of secrecy, warning him never to reveal this information to anyone, not even family. Zhongpan, kneeling before his instructor, solemnly swore on the name of the gods and his ancestors to keep the family's secret martial art a closely guarded knowledge. Receiving a stern warning about the dire consequences of breaking his oath, the instructor emphasized that divine punishment and the ruin of his ancestors' name would follow any betrayal. A chilling image of a wrathful ancestral spirit flashed before Zhongpan's eyes, underscoring the gravity of his commitment. Further intensifying the pressure, the instructor revealed that those with the Cho surname would view Zhongpan as an enemy if he ever revealed the secret. Zhongpan, visibly shaken, admitted to feeling a little scared. Despite his fear, the lesson began. The instructor started to teach Zhongpan the family's secret martial art. The elder began his instruction on immortal chi flow, stating that the most important aspect is breathing. He then instructed Zhongpan to spread his legs shoulder-width apart, and to breathe in using his stomach, as if pulling up the sky and the land. Zhongpan, following the instructions, assumed a wide stance and focused on his breathing, a faint glow emanating from his hands. Zhongpan, with a determined expression, declared, "Okay." He then attempted to perform the breathing technique, a faint glow appearing around his body as he focused. Zhongpan, diligently following the elder companion's instructions, sat cross-legged in the courtyard, attempting to master the immortal chi flow breathing technique. The elder companion observed him intently, a thoughtful expression on his face. He is imitating well," he murmured to himself. After an hour of focused practice, the moon high in the night sky, Zhongpan, despite his efforts, began to tire. He let out a series of strained breaths, punctuated by small, tired laughs. "I am only breathing, but I feel tired," he admitted, his face flushed with exertion. The elder companion watched, a slight frown creasing his brow. The elder companion approached Zhongpan, concern evident in his eyes. "But is it normal for your stomach to feel hot like this?" he asked, his tone laced with worry. Elder Companion 1, concerned by Zhongpan's exhaustion after only an hour of immortal chi flow practice, cautioned him against overreacting, suggesting the burning sensation in his stomach was simply warmth. Zhongpan, however, experienced a sudden, sharp pain, his eyes widening in surprise. As a faint, blue glow emanated from his hand, a clear indication of inner chi. Though weak, the presence of inner chi was undeniable. Elder Companion 1, witnessing this, was astonished. He had only been practicing for an hour, yet he already possessed a significant amount of inner chi. Elder Companion 1 approached Zhongpan with a worried expression, asking if he was alright. Elder Companion 1, astonished, exclaimed, "What the hell is this kid?" his face a mask of disbelief as he watched Zhongpan. Zhongpan, expressing his gratitude with a simple thank you, showed his determination to continue his training. He stated his resolve to Elder Companion 1, "I will keep training even when I get back home." The elder, though surprised, simply replied, "Oh, okay." Elder Companion 1, still processing the events, muttered to himself, "It's not possible that he already has an inner chi." His doubt deepened as he observed the faint glow emanating from Zhongpan's core, concluding, "I must have made a mistake." Zhongpan, displaying remarkable talent, walked away, leaving the elder companions to ponder the implications of his rapid progress. One elder companion, astonished, reflected on Zhongpan's rapid mastery of a complex inner chi technique. He noted that it had taken him 4 days to achieve the correct posture and another 10 to master the proper breathing, yet Zhongpan had seemingly replicated the entire sequence in a single hour. A feat that left him utterly bewildered. The elder's disbelief deepened, his unspoken question hanging heavy in the air: what manner of prodigy was this youth? Later that night, Brother Chung, a blacksmith, was visited by an unseen individual. Brother Chung received a visit from Park Lee Hyung-nim, who entered the workshop with a greeting. Park Lee Hyung-nim explained that it had been a while since they last saw each other. He presented Brother Chung with a sword from Hyunwee, requesting sharpening services. Brother Chung, surprised, inquired if Park Lee Hyung-nim had received a promotion. Park Lee Hyung-nim revealed that he had been promoted to head of the office but intended to step down. He explained his decision, stating that his inability to wield a spear left him with limited options. Elder Companion 1, upon seeing Jong Pan-song, exclaimed in surprise, "But you look completely fine?" Jong Pan-song, however, looked at his own abdomen, questioning himself, "Do I still look fine?" He lifted his shirt to reveal a long, deep scar across his stomach, causing him to cry out in shock, "Oh my God!" Elder Companion 1, concerned, asked, "Did you perhaps face a weird fate?" Jong Pan-song nodded, stating, "Well, it was indeed a weird fate. If it wasn't for Physician Hua, I would have been looking around the underworld by now." Jong Pan-song and an elder companion arrived at a blacksmith's workshop. The elder companion confirmed the location and inquired about the blacksmith's presence. The blacksmith, Pyo Chung, greeted them warmly. Another figure, Mr. Wu, was also present. Pyo Chung was identified as Physician Hua, surprising Jong Pan and his companion. Jong Pan and his companion reacted with shock and surprise at the revelation. Physician Hua, the blacksmith Pyo Chung, greeted Jong Pan-song and his elder companion with a smile, stating, "It's nice to meet you. My name is Wabu." The elder companion, initially surprised by the revelation of Physician Hua's true identity, reacted with shock, exclaiming, "This kid is that divine doctor?" Jong Pan-song, equally astonished, expressed his relief and gratitude, stating, I have finally met you, sir." Jong Pan, bowing deeply, thanked Physician Hua for his past services. The elder companion, still bewildered, questioned the situation, asking, What? Why?" A scene change showed several injured soldiers resting in the blacksmith's workshop. The elder companion, piecing together the events, inquired, "Were you, perhaps on the mountain with the bandits?" Physician Hua confirmed, "Yes, I was there. You treated me with my torn stomach." Jong Pan-song, his face alight with relief and gratitude, exclaimed, "That's great." Anxious to examine his injuries, Jong Pan asked Physician Hua, "Can I take a look?" He cautiously inquired, "Yes, sir," as Physician Hua, seemingly unfazed, observed the scene. Meanwhile, an unseen individual voiced their concern, "Why are you doing this?" prompting Physician Hua to explain, "I didn't get the chance to check after then." Smoke curled from the chimney of a rustic dwelling, set against a backdrop of a starlit night. Inside, three figures huddled around a fire. One of them, a young man with a noticeable injury, was the focus of their attention. They spoke of his condition, noting the severity of his intestinal wound. The older men questioned the young man about the nature of his injury, expressing concern about the lingering effects. One of the older men, observing the young man's discomfort, offered a diagnosis and advice, emphasizing the importance of avoiding alcohol and monitoring his stool for signs of healing. The conversation concluded with a warning about the potential consequences of ignoring the advice given. A man, seemingly celebrating a promotion, inquired about the possibility of enjoying a celebratory drink. He stated that he had planned to purchase some drinks, only to be met with a darkly humorous response. The other individual retorted that next year, at this time, they would be pouring alcohol on his grave. The man, now clearly concerned, was then given a series of dietary restrictions. He was told to avoid salty and spicy foods, oily foods as much as possible, and to consume cow's or sheep's milk. Finally, a small, dark pellet was presented. The man questioned the nature of the pellet, to which the other explained that it was a medicine to aid his body's recovery, even if his wound worsened. It was also revealed to be a treatment for tetanus. The injured young man questioned if his ailment was tetanus, prompting a physician to clarify that the medicine, while not specifically for tetanus, could treat various diseases. leading the young man to marvel at the medicine's preciousness, while the physician countered that its value paled in comparison to a human life. Inside a blacksmith's workshop, the injured young man, along with the physician and others, gathered. A blacksmith, Payachung, entered the scene. Payachung, a blacksmith, introduced himself. The young man expressed his gratitude to Payachung for his help in saving many lives. And the two shared a moment of mutual appreciation and laughter. The injured young man, still recovering, expressed his gratitude. "Thanks for saying that," he mumbled, a faint smile touching his lips. "It's good to hear it. That the tools I made saved people." Payachung, the blacksmith, continued, a thoughtful expression on his face. He paused, then added, "So, there is something I'd like to say." "But Physician Hua," he said, turning to address the physician. The injured young man, his eyes wide with concern, interrupted. "Is it true that you can treat tetanus?" Physician Hua responded calmly and confidently. "I can guarantee that. Thanks to Physician Hua, the lieutenant is alive." A blacksmith, his face etched with worry, approached a merchant. He expressed his desire to purchase medicine that could cure tetanus. Physician Hua, observing from a distance, noted the blacksmith's concern and the potential for a tetanus outbreak among his profession. She reflected on the need to check the extent of the spread. The blacksmith, still anxious, questioned the cost of the medicine. Physician Hua, understanding his hesitation, internally noted the reason for his reluctance. A young man, seemingly a servant, approached Physician Hua, requesting her assistance on behalf of someone named Obo. Physician Hua, recognizing the name, acknowledged the request. An injured young man, still recovering, spoke to Physician Hua. He expressed his gratitude for the treatment and inquired about receiving a tetanus shot. Physician Hua, in turn, reassured him that the tetanus treatment was underway. She then began to assess the potential spread of the disease, her expression turning serious. Meanwhile, Payachung, relieved that his tools had helped save lives, voiced his concern about the cost of treatment and the possibility of tetanus spreading among the blacksmiths. A worried expression crossed his face. He learned that 5 blacksmiths had contracted tetanus, a grim revelation that weighed heavily on him. The scene shifted to show a group of blacksmiths, their faces etched with worry and discomfort, sitting together in a dimly lit workshop. The gravity of the situation was palpable. Payachung, surveying the scene, declared that 3 of the blacksmiths definitely had tetanus, while the other 2 were suspected cases. The young physician, visibly distressed, lamented the situation as a disaster. The physician proposed to examine the most severely affected blacksmith first, a suggestion readily accepted by Payachung. The physician approached the sick blacksmiths, instructing others to gently rouse them for examination. Payachung then revealed that the blacksmiths were all slaves of officials, and therefore lacked sufficient funds for proper treatment. Physician Hua, contemplating the lack of payment, resolved to use his own medical tools to treat them. Physician Hua declared, "I will take the treatment fee with these," presenting a pair of surgical tools. Payachung, skeptical, questioned, "Will those really be enough?" Physician Hua responded, "Ego, it would be better to eat the liver of a mosquito than to get money from them." Payachung, understanding her selfless dedication, stated, "Since you were trying to take their responsibility, I want to request something better than money." Payachung continued, explaining, "What I need more than money is the crafting skill of a blacksmith, a crafting skill that can make tools for saving people." He chuckled, "Haha." Physician Hua, having confirmed the tetanus outbreak, declared, "I will start working on it right now." He immediately began attending to the injured young man, while simultaneously assessing his condition. She noted, "I think, this man doesn't have tetanus." A statement that caused Payachung to react with a questioning, "What?" Physician Hua explained, if it was tetanus, he should have stretched his body backwards. Further examining the injured man's abdomen, she noted something unusual, leading to a sudden exclamation of surprise. Payachung, his expression one of surprise, watched as Physician Hua examined the injured young man. The physician's brow furrowed in concentration as he assessed the patient's condition. He muttered to himself, "This is appendicitis." Physician Hua, his eyes wide with a grim certainty, declared, I am sure. This is an infection in the appendix. A holographic image of the infected organ appeared, illuminating the young man's abdomen. Payacheng, seemingly recalling a common belief, thought, I heard that you die if the lower right side of your stomach aches. A young man lay on a bed, his face pale and drawn. He weakly whispered, perhaps, is that what's going to happen to me? Physician Hua, observing him, calmly replied, you have guessed the right disease. The young man, overcome with fear, cried out, Ego physician. Please save me. If I die, my wife and 3 daughters will starve to death. Physician Hua considered the situation, his expression thoughtful. He then stated, it is dangerous, but there is a way. He explained the procedure, we just have to open the stomach and cut out a little portion of the intestine. The young man, horrified, exclaimed, why you will open my stomach? Payacheng reassured the injured young man, stating that Physician Hua could easily treat his appendicitis. Physician Hua explained that an appendectomy is a simple procedure, involving only a small incision. However, he lacked sufficient tools to perform the surgery immediately. Physician Hua's concern was evident on her face, she was worried about the lack of proper tools. She estimated that acquiring the necessary tools would take about 4 days. Physician Hua contemplated whether to proceed with the surgery using only the tools she currently possessed, given the time constraint. Payacheng, surprised, questioned the existence of more tools like the one Physician Hua was using. The craftsman explained that Physician Bong had requested him to make an identical tool. Payacheng, impressed by Physician Hua's confidence, expressed his admiration. And the craftsman handed Payacheng a small, rolled-up package. Explaining that he would make more for Physician Bong and asked Payacheng to take care of the injured young man. Later, Payacheng reflected on the patient's recent loss, noting that he now had sufficient information about the patient's condition. Payacheng, his expression gentle and reassuring, offered words of comfort. Whatever situation he is in, he stated, it is right to do the best. Physician Hua, observing the injured young man, declared his intentions with quiet confidence. I will perform the surgery tomorrow. Turning to the patient, he gave specific instructions. From now on, don't eat nor drink anything. Physician Hua, his gaze unwavering, offered a promise. I will definitely cure you. The night sky cast a deep blue hue over a grand building, its traditional architecture illuminated by warm lanterns. Inside, a man asked, Anyone's inside? He was greeted by an older man who exclaimed, Oh, Physician Song. It's been a while. Have you been well? The older man continued, explaining, Since the best physician in Shohayan is here, there are a lot of customers coming to see you, so we are doing well. Physician Song, the third-generation physician of Shohayan, confidently declared his preeminence in the region, boasting that his fame attracted wealthy and high-class patients. 2 older men, likely colleagues, listened to Physician Song's self-assured pronouncements. One appearing somewhat skeptical, the other seemingly amused. An attendant guided Physician Song across a bridge, towards a pavilion where a woman, seemingly a patient or acquaintance, awaited him. She greeted him warmly, expressing surprise at his absence. A woman, elegantly dressed, spoke to an older man, well, since it has already been 4 days, it has been a little while. Call Myong Sian. The older man responded, Oh, but Myong Sian is with another guest right now. What? His expression turned serious, a clear sign of his displeasure. The woman suggested, What about Wolsian? The older man shook his head, I am not that fond of Wolsian. Then, what about Wazian? The woman brightened, exclaiming, Right. Wazian would be great. Okay then, I will tell her to come. A woman, pleased with the outcome, instructed Heisu to inform Wazian that Physician Song had arrived. Heisu, a young woman, readily agreed, her expression showing a mix of obedience and slight amusement, and proceeded to carry a tray of food, adding that they should also get some alcohol. The older man, initially slightly annoyed, showed a knowing smile, seemingly pleased with the arrangements. The woman expressed her opinion that Weizian was still too young to have her hair tied up, a sentiment the older man disagreed with, stating that he had high expectations for her. The older man reiterated his high expectations for Weizian. Heisu walked down a long corridor, lanterns illuminating the path ahead. A guest had arrived at the Plum Blossom Room. She carried a tray of food and drink to a young boy, offering him rice balls, reminding him to eat before a long night's work. Heisu accepted the rice balls with a grateful expression. She smiled, relieved, as she continued her task, mentioning that her grandmother's death anniversary was approaching, and that she had already obtained permission from Ruju. Weizian was informed that an escort warrior would also be provided, in addition to the food and drink. However, it was clarified that the warrior's purpose was observation, not protection. Heisu, having delivered the provisions and secured permission, bid farewell to Weizian. Despite the watchful eye of the escort, Heisu felt a sense of relief. She reflected on the upcoming anniversary and the fact that she could at least visit home. Heisu departed, leaving Weizian alone but with a sense of anticipation. A wide shot reveals a quaint village nestled amongst rolling hills, birds in flight overhead. Heisu and Weizian, having completed their task, walk through the village towards Weizian's home. Heisu, carrying a heavy bag, shows signs of exhaustion. Weizian notices his fatigue. Weizian pats Heisu on the back in a gesture of encouragement as he hurries off, leaving Heisu to his rest. Heisu, alone, contemplates his upcoming task, questioning his readiness. Weizian reassures Heisu, reminding him to simply follow her instructions. Weizian reassured Heisu, stating that he could worry as much as he wanted once he grew up and had responsibilities. For now, Heisu just needed to do his best to assist. Weizian and Heisu walked through the town. Weizian asked Heisu if he understood, and Heisu replied affirmatively. Weizian announced that the preparations were complete. He then stated that they could begin. Weizian, preparing for a simple operation, reassured Heisu that there was no need to be nervous. Heisu responded with a yes, sir. Despite knowing the bag valve mask was subpar, Weizian explained that they had no other choice. Weizian, calm and focused, declared, "Now, let's get started." Heisu, slightly nervous but determined to assist, stood by, masked and ready. Weizian began the procedure, murmuring, "We have to find it quickly." Making a precise incision. Heisu, using a soldering iron, provided heat to help cauterize the wound. Here, Weizian instructed. The bleeding slowed, stabilizing. Weizian noted, "The bleeding is stable, and it's easy since there are only a few fats." Heisu continued to assist, carefully following Weizian's instructions. "Oh, okay," Heisu exclaimed. Weizian, however, grew frustrated. "Damn it! I can't find it well just by trying to feel it with a hand. It's a shame we don't have a portable." Weizian, her face partially obscured by a surgical mask, focused intently on the patient. "I hope the X-ray vision works," she muttered, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. The X-ray vision activated, projecting a translucent image of the patient's internal organs onto their abdomen. The image clearly showed a severely damaged intestine and a significant internal bleed. Weizian's eyes widened slightly as she observed the critical state of the patient's internal organs. "Nice timing," she exclaimed, a mix of urgency and determination in her voice. Heisu, observing Weizian's work, pondered aloud, "Does it have something to do with concentration or desperation? Anyway, it's fortunate." Suddenly, a cry of alarm pierced the air. "Physician! The patient! He isn't breathing!" Weizian's face paled. "Oh, no! Why now?" she cried out in despair, as the patient's condition took a sudden turn for the worse. Weizian, her face a mask of grim determination, addressed the anxious Heisu. "Do you think I would just let you die just because of appendicitis?" A caption box appeared, providing a definition of appendicitis, a serious medical condition in which the appendix becomes inflamed and painful. Weizian skillfully used surgical tools to begin the procedure, her movements precise and efficient. Heisu, observing the procedure, whispered in awe, amazing. Wei continued her work, her brow furrowed in concentration. She muttered to herself, I was sure. The scene shifted to a wider view, showing the patient lying on a bed, Wei carefully stitching the wound closed, while Heisu assisted with the tools. The procedure was nearly complete. Wei, focused and determined, issued a concise instruction, OBO, prepare the scissors and needles. Heisu, startled by the sudden command, reacted with a nervous, WH what? Wei calmly explained, once his breathing gets stable, we'll continue the operation right away. Heisu, diligently following instructions, assisted Wei by carefully maintaining the patient's airway, meticulously ensuring a steady flow of air, while Wei expertly proceeded with the appendectomy. Wei completed a critical step in the appendectomy, and Heisu watched, relieved and impressed. As the patient showed signs of recovery, Heisu wiped sweat from her brow, her relief palpable. Curing tetanus was also great, she thought, but this is so great that it can't even be compared to that. The patient continued to breathe steadily, his face relaxing into a peaceful expression. Although, I don't know if this mister will live or die, Heisu mused, still uncertain of the outcome despite the positive signs. But if he were to live? She considered, a glimmer of hope appearing in her eyes. Heisu, her face partially obscured by a surgical mask, concentrated intently. A faint blue energy pulsed from her hands as she delicately manipulated a pair of surgical scissors. A silent intensity surrounding her as she worked. An observer, awestruck by her skill, whispered, I am witnessing the medical arts of a god. The observer's eyes widened, reflecting the awe he felt at Heisu's precision and control. News of the surgery's success was delivered simply, the surgery went well. The doctor gave post-operative instructions to the patient's family, lie down for a day, and don't drink water until you fart. The patient, expressing his gratitude, murmured, thank you very much, doctor. A young boy, witnessing the scene, reacted with disbelief, and no way. He really saved him. Inspired by the doctor's skill, the boy made a decision, I want to learn. A young boy, standing atop a hill overlooking a village, looked out at the scene below. He thought to himself, like the prince, I'd like to save dying people too. But, just like the prince, I'd like to save people. The boy's gaze fell upon the suffering villagers, his determination hardening. He whispered, a doctor. Later, the boy approached an older man, his face filled with eagerness. He stammered, doctor. I'd like to. The older man, seemingly a doctor, smiled gently and said, you did well. Please do well like this next time too. In return, he asked the boy, you have to be prepared, okay? The young boy's face lit up with excitement, a wide, joyful smile spread across his features as he exclaimed, yes. He excitedly dropped something, then ran towards a man lying on a bed, while another man watched from a distance. The man on the bed stirred slightly, his eyes widening in surprise, as the young boy's actions caused a ripple of disbelief among the onlookers. One of the onlookers, a woman, gasped as she witnessed the man's abdomen being cut open and then stitched up, a life-saving procedure performed by the doctor. The woman smiled warmly, her eyes filled with admiration as she stated, he's the real deal. A man expressed his gratitude to the doctor, commenting on the doctor's hard work in saving the prince. The doctor humbly replied that he was simply doing his job. A woman, observing the chaotic world outside, expressed her desire to learn swordsmanship for self-defense. The man, seemingly a blacksmith, agreed, suggesting that it would be a good idea. The blacksmith led the woman to a room filled with various swords. He explained that he was worried the price of the swords would be too high, but he was also grateful for those who saved the lives of the blacksmiths. The blacksmith carefully held a sword, its scabbard a rich, dark red accented with gold. Offering it to the woman. But I personally made this. Please take this, he stated. The woman, surprised, questioned, pardon? She explained, I took the money and you even made tools for me, so you don't have to give me a sword. The blacksmith, however, insisted, showcasing a sword. This is light and strong, but soft at the same time. It's perfect for you to use. He continued, explaining, swords were originally made to kill people, so it's useless for you. However, if this is in your hands and is able to help you by just the slightest bit, I'd be more than happy than that. The woman, touched by his generosity, smiled softly. The next day, at dinner, a woman excitedly shared news with the doctor. She asked if he'd heard about Colonel Jo-in from the military. The doctor, initially confused, then showed a look of mild displeasure. He recalled a rude young boy who had grabbed him by the collar because he couldn't cure tetanus. News of Colonel Jo-in's illness spread. The doctor reacted with a mix of annoyance and concern, muttering about tetanus. While a woman, upon hearing the news, expressed excitement, though tinged with a hint of apprehension about the implications. The woman pondered whether she should visit him, despite the potential inconvenience. Questioning why he hadn't contacted her despite his illness. The doctor reflected on a past failure, lamenting his inability to save his older brother due to insufficient treatment. And then considered the implications for Ko-hyun's care, ultimately dismissing the idea of other doctors as incompetent. The old doctor's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth forming a silent what? The woman recounted a tale of a leg amputation, explaining that it wasn't an illness but a deliberate act. She continued, mentioning that the third prince of the Hwa family had cured the patient. The doctor's expression shifted to one of deep skepticism. He muttered about the Hwa family, expressing his disbelief at the rumor of a cure achieved through amputation of arms and legs. He dismissed the story as absurd, regardless of whether the healer was a doctor or a butcher. He further commented on the widespread desire to be a doctor and the possibility that the rumor was spread by a brat named Wabu, who pretended to be a doctor. The woman, however, expressed doubt about the veracity of the story. She worried aloud about the potential consequences if Colonel Jo-in were to hear this rumor about Wabu. The doctor, a man of advanced years with a distinguished air, sipped his tea, a thoughtful expression on his face. But the woman's words clearly agitated him. He slammed his cup down, muttering, "Damn it." The scene shifted to a lavish dinner table, where the woman and the doctor sat, a feast spread before them. The woman spoke, her voice laced with frustration. "Stop saying nonsense." The woman, noticing the doctor's intent to leave, exclaimed, "Ah. Are you leaving?" Ignoring her plea, the doctor departed, leaving the woman behind. As he walked away, a thought crossed his mind, Wabu, so he's Wabu. Under the night sky, a figure could be heard practicing martial arts, their exhales punctuating the silence with sharp sounds of ha. Ha! Huffing and puffing, the individual continued their training, small puffs of air escaping their lips. A sudden surge of energy manifested in their hands, a glowing blue orb forming. The person exclaimed, "Finally, I can move my energy to my fist." With newfound determination, they channeled their energy and unleashed a powerful blow, striking a wooden post with enough force to create a visible shockwave. The man focused his energy, channeling it into his fist, readying himself for a powerful strike. He unleashed a blow of immense force, shattering the wooden post binding him. His eyes widened in surprise, he had not expected such a result. He tested his newfound strength, striking again. The remnants of the post splintered under the impact. "That worked," he exclaimed, astonished by his newfound power. The Jo family estate was visible in the distance, a sprawling complex of traditional buildings under a clear sky. The sign Jo family was clearly visible. A wide shot showcased the impressive scale of the Jo family compound, its architecture hinting at generations of wealth and influence. With numerous buildings surrounding a large courtyard. Two figures, small in the distance, approached the main gate. A light puff of air was visible, suggesting a subtle exertion of energy. Two hands, seemingly belonging to the same person, faced each other, creating a glowing orb of energy between them. The energy coalesced, forming a swirling vortex of light that pulsed with power. The individual, seemingly a young man, stood in a martial arts stance, harnessing the energy. With a sudden burst of speed, the young man propelled himself forward. He moved so fast that he appeared as a blur, leaving an older man, seemingly surprised and concerned, in his wake. The older man, observing the young man, commented on his improvement, asking if he felt any heat in his stomach. The young man, slightly confused, replied that he felt something warm. The young man's expression shifted to one of slight confusion as he asked for clarification. The younger man questioned the older man's assertion that martial arts were unsuitable for a doctor, arguing that it would be a waste of his talent. The older man explained that mastering breathing takes at least a year, and another year is needed to build up internal energy. He continued, stating that after 2 years, one can move with internal energy. The older man reiterated his belief that this was a waste of time for a doctor. The younger man, reflecting on his hidden abilities, admitted that he had known it would have been better to conceal them. He then excitedly asked if he would be able to split a thick board in half with his bare hands by next year. The young man scoffed, a playful smirk on his face. 1 year? Ha ha. Do you really think so? He followed the older man, his expression shifting to one of thoughtful consideration. As the older man walked away, his footsteps echoing on the beach. The older man turned, his expression hardening. He raised a hand, a surge of internal energy visible as a blue glow, releasing a powerful burst of energy. The young man, caught off guard, stumbled backward. The older man demonstrated his mastery of internal energy, shattering a large rock with a focused burst of power, leaving the younger man awestruck. The older man stated that such a feat typically requires at least 3 years of dedicated training. But due to his family's unique technique, he achieved it in only 3 years, a feat that usually takes 10 years to master. He encouraged the younger man to train diligently and instructed him to return to the same location the following night. The younger man, surprised by the instruction to return at night, expressed his confusion. The older man, amused and slightly perplexed, stood with a self-satisfied smirk. He adjusted his patterned robe. The next day dawned, clear and bright. A young woman, seemingly a member of the Zhou family, approached the Zhou family residence. She mused to herself, "I think I've been coming here every day lately." She then encountered Blacksmith Pyo. "Hello, Blacksmith Pyo. Do you have something to do in the Zhou family too?" she asked. Blacksmith Pyo responded, "That's right, how bothersome. Since charcoal has been delivered to the family, they asked me if I could inspect it." "Delivered?" A woman approached the Zhou family residence. From a distance, she observed the scene, taking in the bustling courtyard, filled with merchants and activity. Someone remarked, "It seems like you came here to examine it, right?" The woman confirmed, "That's right." Blacksmith Pyo, slightly annoyed, questioned, seriously, who delivered the charcoal. He and another man discussed the delivery, identifying the source as Song Zhonghuan from the Song merchant group. Pyo examined the charcoal, noting its improved quality. He commented, "It looks better than before." A young man, examining a small piece of charcoal, questioned aloud, "Isn't he Wabu?" He pondered, "I know why Blacksmith Pyo is here, but why is he here?" The young man's surprise was evident as he exclaimed, "You're here already?" Colonel Joan, a man of authority, arrived, greeted by the others with a respectful "Oh, Colonel." The young man, still surprised, was informed by Colonel Joan, "I was going to introduce you to someone, but why are you looking at charcoal?" The young man responded sheepishly, I was just having a look." A bustling scene unfolded outside a building, where several individuals were engaged in various activities. Among them, 2 children walked past stacks of rolled-up mats and other goods, seemingly oblivious to the more significant events about to transpire. As a woman, accompanied by a younger girl, observed the scene with a thoughtful expression. Their attention was drawn to a conversation between a jovial man and a distinguished figure in military attire. The woman questioned, "Oh, is this him?" The distinguished man, identifying himself as Dr. Wabu, engaged in pleasantries with another individual, Hahuchin, who revealed himself to be in charge of the 1st Division of Horsemen in the Ministry of War. The exchange was amicable and seemingly unexpected. Meanwhile, a man, observing from a distance, expressed surprise at the encounter, remarking that he'd heard of Dr. Wabu's reputation and couldn't believe he was witnessing this meeting. Dr. Wabu responded humbly, attributing the encounter to luck. The observer's surprise deepened as he realized the implications of Colonel Joan introducing Dr. Wabu to Ha-Huchin. He questioned whether he was seeing things correctly, his mind racing with the unexpected implications of this meeting. His thoughts turned to the precarious state of the Wa family and their close ties to blacksmith Pyo, further fueling his unease. The unexpected meeting between Dr. Wabu and Ha-Huchin, orchestrated by Colonel Joan, hinted at a significant shift in the political landscape. A young man, his eyes wide with surprise, exclaimed, "What's going on, Father?" as he witnessed an unexpected scene unfolding before him. The older man, his expression serious, responded, "I saw someone I know over there." "Are you talking about Ha-Huchin or Colonel Joan?" The young man pondered, "A scholar?" The older man continued, "I'm familiar with him because he's the third young master of the Wa family, the one that's about to collapse." He then declared, "I'll go greet him." The older man nodded, all right." Ha-Huchin, examining some charcoal, confidently declared it to be in great condition, having found a good kiln this time. He added that he still needed to examine it further. Meanwhile, Dr. Wabu approached, exclaiming his surprise at seeing Ha-Huchin again after so long. Ha-Huchin, slightly taken aback, responded with a simple well. Ha-Huchin then inquired how Dr. Wabu knew him. Dr. Wabu explained that some time ago, Sangdik had been injured due to Ha-Huchin's mistake, and that he had been present to treat Sangdik immediately. Ha-Huchin, slightly surprised but cooperative, confirmed Dr. Wabu's statement, observing that he could tell by the expression on Ha-Huchin's face alone. Dr. Wabu chuckled, mentioning that Ha-Huchin had previously considered renting an abandoned mine. But Ha-Huchin's silence since then prompted Dr. Wabu to inquire further. Ha-Huchin explained that the rental price was too high, making it impossible for him to rent the mine, leading him to consider giving up. Dr. Wabu, however, expressed curiosity about Ha-Huchin's true need for the mine. Dr. Wabu, seemingly knowing something about blacksmith Pyo, approached Ha-Huchin with a proposition. "I know it's strange for me to say this, but it looks like you know blacksmith Pyo well." He continued, suggesting that Ha-Huchin could have an abandoned mine for free. Ha-Huchin, surprised by the unexpected offer, questioned the doctor's intentions, wondering if this was his way of making a deal and if he was being too careless. Dr. Wabu, seemingly unfazed by Ha-Huchin's skepticism, simply stated that if the opportunity presented itself, he expected good results from Ha-Huchin, leaving the young man slightly bewildered. Ha-Huchin, left to ponder the doctor's words, internally questioned whether he should live up to the doctor's expectations. The imposing Song family merchant group headquarters stood majestically against the backdrop of a mountain range. Inside, a merchant reacted with frustration, exclaiming, "What the hell?" He lamented their inability to supply anything, despite significant investment. The scene shifted to another merchant, who emphasized the substantial financial losses incurred. "We invested so much money in that." A merchant, his face etched with frustration, slammed his fist on the table, sending his tea splashing. His outburst was a testament to his fury. "That old man Zhang too," he roared, his voice thick with anger. "Just what the hell has happened for everything to get rejected?" he exclaimed, his rage escalating. A younger man, presumably his son, attempted to calm him. "See, calm down, father," he pleaded, his voice laced with worry. The older merchant glared at his son, his anger momentarily subsiding. "Didn't you tell me not to worry because of that bastard from the Wa family?" he questioned, his tone sharp. His son, visibly shaken, stammered a response. "What the hell did you tell him?" the father demanded, his anger reigniting. The merchant's face was a mask of furious rage. His eyes blazed, and his jaw clenched tight. He unleashed a torrent of insults upon his son. "You stupid bastard! Are you out of your mind?" he roared, his voice echoing with disbelief and fury. The merchant continued his tirade, emphasizing the disastrous consequences of his son's actions. You should think of the blacksmith Pyo as a nobleman, since he's close with General Joe, he bellowed, his anger escalating with each word. His frustration boiled over as he pointed out the sheer recklessness of his son's decision. You can't just hand over an abandoned mine to someone, you could have told him to rent it instead, he exclaimed, his voice strained with anger and despair. The merchant's fury reached its peak. He expelled his son from the family business, leaving the young man devastated and alone. From now on, you're out of the group. Leave all your work to your elder brothers, he declared, his voice filled with finality. Despite his father's harsh words, the merchant's son remained contrite. He accepted his punishment, vowing to make amends. I was wrong, father. I can go to young Master Huang right now and tell him. I won't say it again, he said, his voice choked with emotion. Overcome with remorse, the merchant's son wept openly, lamenting his poor judgment. He confessed that he should have been more discerning in his dealings with others. His tears flowed freely as he acknowledged his mistakes. The scene then shifted to a bustling marketplace, identified by its sign as the Golden Merchant Guild. A messenger approached a man, asking, "Did you get everything?" The messenger confirmed, "I got all of it from the villagers." A man wearing a wide-brimmed hat pondered, "Are you talking about that small village?" He then stated, "Let's get going when all the preparation is done." The messenger, merchant's son, and man in wide-brimmed hat walked along a forest path. The merchant's son appeared subdued. As the messenger inquired about their well-being, the merchant's son replied that his brother was all right. The man in wide-brimmed hat, seemingly unfazed, continued walking, his sword sheathed at his side. Emerging from the trees, they reached a vantage point overlooking a small village. The messenger pointed, exclaiming in surprise, "That's the small village?" The merchant's son, gazing at the village, recognized their home. Later, inside a home in the village, the merchant's son sat receiving treatment for a foot injury from an older man. The scene conveyed a sense of quiet recovery. The messenger, ever helpful, presented a package to a villager, who reacted with a mixture of surprise and delight. Meanwhile, the merchant's son and the man in the wide-brimmed hat rested on the ground, recovering from their injuries. The man in the wide-brimmed hat, observing the scene, questioned aloud, "Patience." He then engaged in a brief conversation with a villager, inquiring about a house. The villager confirmed that the house wasn't for sale, but had been lent to the man in the wide-brimmed hat. The messenger and the merchant's son walked past, the messenger expressing surprise at the unexpected presence of a medical room in such a remote village. The man in the wide-brimmed hat pondered the unusual situation, finding it quite strange. The merchant's son, still recovering from his injuries, arrived in the village carrying a package. He wiped his brow, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple, and was immediately greeted by two familiar faces, Haewon and Haesu. "Oh? Haewon and Haesu? You're Balapa, right?" exclaimed Haesu, pointing at him excitedly. "Oh my! It's really you, Obo," Haewon added. The messenger, observing the scene, was approached by a doctor who inquired about the group. "Patients?" the doctor asked. The messenger replied, "No, doctor. They're my friends." A new figure, a man in a wide-brimmed hat, arrived, greeting the group with a simple hello. He seemed surprised and slightly bewildered as he took in the scene. After a moment of observation, he approached, remarking, "It's been a long time. How are you?" The man in the wide-brimmed hat then addressed a woman in a red dress, tentatively asking, "Are you perhaps Dr. Hua?" A young woman, her expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension, questioned the identity of the person before her. "Yes. Who are you?" The man, his face partially obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, revealed himself with a simple statement, "It's me, doctor." He smiled, a hint of triumph in his eyes, and explained, "I was the warrior who got stabbed back then." The young woman, her eyes widening in recognition, murmured, "Oh, that man who had a wound on his face." She then inquired with concern, "How are you?" The man, now clearly identified as the recovered warrior, replied, I've been well, thanks to you, doctor." "What are you doing in this small village?" Despite the rumors. The messenger, observing the scene, commented that Dr. Hua was the best among them. A question arose regarding the doctor's choice of location for treating patients. Haewon, ever practical, pointed out that it was normal for doctors to stay with their patients. A sudden exclamation of surprise followed. The girls' expression shifted to shock as they realized the significance of Dr. Hua's actions. The merchant's son and Haeseo learned that Dr. Hua had treated many warriors from Masiak Mountain, further solidifying his reputation. The merchant's son, still recovering, expressed his amazement at Dr. Hua's skill. Haewon explained that Bo Appa would be learning from the doctor to become a physician himself. The merchant's son, determined, added that he was doing his best to learn. Haeseo, meanwhile, nervously searched for something. She then anxiously asked if there were any patients with a plum wound. The man in the wide-brimmed hat, having overheard, recognized the term plum wound as another name for syphilis, a realization that caused him to visibly recoil. Dr. Hua, noticing Haeseo's actions, sharply questioned her, concerned by her behavior. Haeseo, consumed by anxiety, questioned Dr. Hua. What would happen if people discovered that secret? She wondered aloud, her voice laced with fear. She continued, her worry escalating. How would you handle that? If this reaches the ears of Rujunim, he'll definitely get mad. Dr. Hua, visibly agitated, responded sharply. Haeseo, attempting to defend herself, insisted, but I'm only talking to him about the patients. Overwhelmed with fear for her sister, Haeseo cried out, if not, are we just going to watch Koisiliuni die? Dr. Hua, his face hardening, rebuked her harshly. No. How could you even mention her name? Haewon, attempting to de-escalate the situation, intervened calmly. Now, please calm down first. There are other patients here, so could you please lower your voice? Haewon, the merchant's son, and a young boy sat at a table, while Haeseo anxiously questioned Dr. Hua about her sister's condition. Haeseo's worry was palpable, she feared for her sister's life. Dr. Hua somberly confirmed that despite his skill, the disease was incurable. This revelation caused Haeseo to break down, her distress evident in her tears. The doctor then cautioned Haeseo to keep their conversation secret, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the merchant's son remained seated, observing the unfolding drama. Haeseo, still distraught, pressed the doctor for more details, asking about the specific symptoms. The doctor's response confirmed her worst fears. He described the symptoms, confirming the presence of the disease. Haeseo's realization that the doctor knew about her sister's condition was evident in her shocked expression. Overcome with grief and despair, Haeseo ripped at her clothes in a fit of anguish. The scene ended with her silent, heartbroken reaction. The merchant's son recounted his recent encounter with Haeseo's sister, noting her previous beauty. But now, her appearance is marred by the ravages of her incurable illness. Haeseo, heartbroken, desperately inquired about potential cures for her sister's plum wounds. The merchant's son's expression shifted to one of shock and concern as he processed the gravity of the situation. The merchant's son explained that Haeseo's sister's illness was caused by syphilis, a gram-positive bacterium. He noted that while penicillin could work, it was crucial to consider the stage of the disease. Because tertiary cardiovascular or neurosyphilis is significantly more difficult to treat. The physician's focus remained on the patient's condition. Haeseo, overcome with grief, sat alone, her face etched with worry. The diagnosis was grim, and the uncertainty of her sister's fate weighed heavily on her. She whispered, barely audible, I cannot be certain yet. The weight of her sister's illness and the uncertainty of a cure left her feeling helpless and desperate. The merchant's son reassured Haeseo, stating that he would know more once he examined Haeseo's sister in person. Haeseo, overcome with worry for her sister, Koisil, pleaded with him to save her. But the merchant's son cautioned her, reminding her that summoning a doctor to their house required the Lord's permission and that any unauthorized attempt would cause great inconvenience. He emphasized the importance of waiting for the Lord's permission, advising Haeseo to be patient. The merchant's son, Haeseo, and another individual waited patiently for the Lord's decision. A figure, Hyung Nim, is greeted with the words, "It's been a long time, Hyung Nim." The scene shifts to a grand building, the Wenching, where several men in traditional clothing are gathered. Inside, Ha Huchang, the county magistrate's assistant, is seen. He asks, "Aren't you in?" Hyung Nim explains that she wishes to consult some scriptures, stating that it has been a while since she last did so. Ha Huchang chuckles, commenting on the importance of balancing literature and martial arts. Hyung Nim requests quiet contemplation, and Ha Huchang assures her that he will ensure no one disturbs her. Hyung Nim, a scholar with a calm demeanor, smiled subtly. He murmured something inaudible, a quiet affirmation of his resolve. His footsteps barely disturbing the quiet of the library as he moved through the stacks. Determined to uncover the source of the leak, he vowed to compare every single handwriting sample. Confident in his ability to identify the traitor who had provided information to the bandits, he had memorized the handwriting of the culprit. Reasoning that the official examination answer sheets, stored within the library, held the key. He knew the culprit would be unable to escape his scrutiny, and declared his intention to find the truth, no matter how long it took. Hyung Nim meticulously examined the official examination answer sheets, his brow furrowed in concentration. Comparing the handwriting to other samples, he muttered to himself, "It's not this handwriting, this isn't it either." A growing suspicion clouding his features. He wondered, did he catch wind of something? Hyung Nim, having reached a conclusion, firmly resolved to inform the elder. "I will need to alert the elder," he declared. Hyung Nim stood in a courtyard, his gaze sweeping across the stone tiles. He held a sword. He carefully examined the sword, his expression one of quiet contemplation. Remarking on its magnificence, he then picked up a second sword, noting his ambidexterity, but acknowledging his lack of formal swordsmanship training. Hyung Nim pondered how to approach Colonel Zhou about learning sword arts, already grateful for his body cultivation tutelage. Hyung Nim returned home, his weary appearance immediately noticed by a young woman who greeted him with concern. He simply stated, "I'm back." The young woman, worried, inquired about his well-being, asking if anything had happened. Hyung Nim, clearly exhausted, responded with a dismissive, "Don't get me started." An older man, seemingly their master, appeared, cheerfully announcing Hyung Nim's return. Hyung Nim explained that he had been training relentlessly in preparation for the upcoming military service examination, leaving little time for rest. The young woman expressed sympathy for his arduous training, noting his impressive strength and wondering about the intensity of his regimen. Hyung Nim, still visibly strained, simply waved off her concern, muttering that it wasn't worth mentioning. Hyung Nim, upon returning home, reflected on his arduous training, muttering to himself, "I still have a long way to go." The young woman, noticing his unusual attire, questioned him, "Huh? Why are you holding two swords?" She gasped in surprise upon closer inspection, exclaiming, "Pyeongchang? Pyeongchang from the Iron Forge?" The young woman, impressed by the craftsmanship, commented, "What a magnificent sword! It's light and sturdy, but the center point is even well balanced." She further emphasized its value, stating, "This sword should at least cost 5 gold niangs." Hyung Nim, slightly embarrassed, explained, "He just gave you this sword. Did you really not buy it?" That. Hyung Nim, a smile playing on his lips, explained that the blacksmith, grateful for his medical assistance, had gifted him the sword. The young woman, her eyes wide with surprise, questioned if the sword was payment for his services. Hyung Nim confirmed that it was a gift, not a fee, further emphasizing the blacksmith's gratitude. Leading the young woman to inquire about the nature of the patients Hyung Nim treated to receive such a generous gift. Hyung Nim, after a moment's thought, mentioned that he had recently treated someone with enteric disease. The young woman's expression shifted to one of stunned disbelief upon hearing this revelation. Hyung Nim chuckled, admitting that the events leading to his acquisition of the sword had been somewhat unexpected. The young woman, however, remained astonished. Curing tetanus was shocking enough, but Hyung Nim had also cured enteric disease, a condition she considered invariably fatal. She mused on the improbability of the notoriously ill-tempered Pyeongchang gifting Hyung Nim a sword of his own making. The young woman found herself questioning the veracity of Hyungnim's claims, deeming them impossible unless he had provided exceptional care to his patients. Hyungnim simply confirmed that his elderly patients, though still recovering, were indeed improving. The young woman, though still skeptical, conceded that Hyungnim's accomplishments were remarkable, even if he had downplayed their significance. Hyungnim, slightly embarrassed but ultimately relieved, explained that rather than boasting himself, he found it more effective to let the rumors spread from the mouths of those he had saved. The young woman, initially skeptical, smiled knowingly. She explained that if she could convince Hyungnim's brother, she could then convince Hyungnim to perform her mother's surgery. She then made a request, adding a seemingly unrelated detail, but by the way, Manhwa. Hyungnim, surprised, asked her to take a look at his master's granddaughter. The young woman, initially confused, realized that Hyungnim was not talking about her mother, and expressed her surprise. The young woman, uncertain, admitted that she didn't know for sure what was wrong with the master's granddaughter. Hyungnim, seemingly preoccupied, was overheard discussing his master's search for a doctor for his granddaughter, leading the young woman to question his secretive behavior. It seemed Hyungnim's master had already heard about her. Hyungnim's master had inquired if she was the one who cured his granddaughter's illness. The young woman saw an opportunity to gain favor with Hyungnim's master, and promised to convince Hyungnim to allow her to examine the child. Hyungnim, placing a hand on his granddaughter's head, led her away. The scene opened on a bustling street in a traditional East Asian town, the architecture hinting at a rich history. Lanterns hung from the buildings, casting a warm glow on the scene. Inside a grand house, Hyungnim sat at a large desk with several others. A young woman approached, and they exchanged pleasantries. The young woman's visit was clearly anticipated and welcomed. After a brief conversation, the group prepared to depart, expressing their gratitude for the visit and promising to return next year. Hyungnim, appearing weary, bid them farewell. Two young women approached Hyungnim, their faces etched with a mixture of apprehension and hope. The elder woman inquired, "By any chance, do you know Dr. Wabu?" Hyungnim, visibly surprised, showed a questioning expression. The younger woman, clarifying, added, "Are you talking about the doctor who talks a lot in the hall?" The younger woman continued, explaining that they had actually seen Dr. Wabu in their village, where he was treating villagers free of cost. She added that he even greeted the villagers personally. The elder woman, intrigued, remarked that she had heard he possessed mysterious skills in medicine. She found him quite interesting. The younger woman then revealed the reason for their inquiry. She was wondering if he could cure plum wounds. The younger woman hesitantly explained their reason for seeking information about Dr. Wabu. The scene concluded with the elder woman thoughtfully considering the information, while the younger woman looked on expectantly. The elder woman's expression hardened as she heard the term plum wound. A single candle flickered on a nearby table, illuminating the scene in a dim light. Hyungnim seemed surprised by the young woman's question. It seemed that Colonel Joe had noticed something amiss. His expression was one of concern as he listened to the conversation. Colonel Joe's gaze shifted to a reflection in a nearby mirror, revealing a figure with a sword concealed at their waist. The reflection shattered as a fist smashed through the mirror, sending shards of glass flying. Hyungnim reflected on the current state of affairs, lamenting, "It is unbelievable that a bunch of foolish people are ruining the world." He then justified his actions, muttering to himself, "I gave him some information just because of his guts and he knows how to use his brain." Hyungnim's thoughts turned to Colonel Joe, and he sighed, "Tch, of all people, he had to be beaten up by Colonel Joe." He continued to brood over the situation, his expression grim. Hyungnim acknowledged Colonel Joe's formidable nature, stating, "Colonel Joe isn't an easy person. However, we can cut his tail off as well as his body." He made a decision, declaring, "I will move personally." Meanwhile, another figure sat quietly, a sword resting nearby, and voiced his distrust, "I can't trust you. It's useless." The scene opens on a wide shot of Colonel Joe, a figure of authority in the midst of a large crowd. The text above him proclaims him as a direct descendant of the Joe family. Hyungnim, observing from the shadows, contemplates the situation. He mutters to himself that a straightforward approach is impossible. Elsewhere, a man anxiously inquires about any new information concerning Dr. Wabu. A woman reports that in exchange for saving the Zhou family, 100 silver pieces have been given away. A man, upon hearing this, reacts with disbelief, noting that this is a suspiciously small sum, and deduces that proof of Hyung Nim's evidence must have been provided. Hyung Nim, a figure of suspicion and calculation, received a proposition: if you give me an order, I will even take care of the Hua family. He considered the offer, his expression hardening as he weighed its implications. The Hua family, he judged, was insignificant enough to warrant such a decisive action without resorting to violence. An unnamed figure, anxious and concerned, presented a request: just bring me the head of Dr. Wabu. The unnamed woman, previously informative, revealed a conversation: you asked Dr. Wabu about plum wounds. Another individual inquired, what was his answer? The woman responded, relaying Dr. Wabu's condition: he needs to see the condition of the patient. An unnamed woman relayed Dr. Wabu's message, explaining that he needed to check the patient's condition, emphasizing that plum wounds are a deadly sickness, and that despite attempts to treat them with herbs and ointments, no one has ever been cured. Another woman confirmed that, yes, that was indeed what Dr. Wabu had said. The unnamed woman dismissed the possibility of Dr. Wabu's request being a careless remark, pointing out that he was not a fool, citing his successful treatment of a warrior who had suffered a near-fatal injury in the Whetstone Mountain, and confirming that the rumors of his curing Colonel Zhou's tetanus were indeed true. Doubt clouded the unnamed woman's mind as she gazed at the afflicted area. Can he really treat plum wounds, she wondered. A glimmer of hope ignited within her as she recalled a possibility. It might be possible. That's why Dr. Hua, she thought, a plan forming in her mind. She proposed to her companion, Rajunim, how about asking Dr. Hua for a visit? The unnamed woman continued, reinforcing her suggestion, I'm sure that Rajunim has heard of the rumors going around as well. Further bolstering her argument, she added, also, it was Dr. Hua who treated my wound when Dr. Bang gave up. The unnamed woman sat at a table, a thoughtful expression on her face. She sighed, reflecting on past disappointments. We've been disappointed and deceived many times, she mused, her voice heavy with weariness. Her companions shared her somber mood, their faces etched with similar experiences of hardship and betrayal. One of them spoke, expressing a sense of hopelessness. No one has ever told me that Josiel could get better, she whispered, her voice barely audible. Despite the pervasive despair, a flicker of determination ignited within the unnamed woman. She addressed her companion, her voice firm. But, Donchiol, I can't give up on Josiel, she declared, her resolve unwavering. The scene opens with a title card, a woman of unmatched beauty. A young woman, Josiel, lies in bed, visibly ill, her skin covered in sores. An older woman, her Uni, stands beside her, her expression a mixture of concern and sorrow. The Uni gently touches Josiel's arm, her touch hesitant and full of compassion. The name Josiel is revealed in a speech bubble. The Uni examines Josiel's condition more closely, her concern deepening as she sees the extent of the illness. Josiel, weak and suffering, calls out to her Uni, her voice barely a whisper. Josiel's distress is palpable, tears well in her eyes as she continues to suffer. The Uni watches her with a mixture of sadness and determination. Josiel wept silently, her face etched with sorrow and exhaustion. Her sister explained their dire circumstances. They had run out of money for Josiel's treatment. I don't want to burden you anymore, she said. Josiel, weak but resolute, expressed a final wish, to speak while she still had the strength. Her sister looked on, her expression a mixture of worry and determination. The sister's worry deepened as she observed Josiel's weakening state. The sister vowed to find a doctor and secure funds, promising Josiel, so don't say that again. The unnamed woman's eyes flickered with a mix of anger and resignation. As she silently stewed in her thoughts, she resolved to find a doctor and earn some money. Josiel, her companion, interrupted her grim determination, sharply rebuking her for even suggesting such a thing. So don't ever say that again, he stated, his tone firm and unforgiving. You became a concubine because you didn't want to starve, and not because you wanted to die and rot, right? The unnamed woman, her face etched with worry, explained to Josiel, "You'll end up dying on the streets if I don't do this." She continued, urging him to come to your senses and listen to me. The scene shifted to show two older men, one of whom was identified as Dr. Song. A voiceover explained, "Dr. Song, and all the best doctors in the world weren't able to cure you. But I will definitely find a doctor who can cure you." This was the unnamed woman's resolute declaration. Josiel, his face streaked with tears, responded, "I can't just let you be, not when you're like this. We'll struggle together until you're cured." He reached out to comfort her, his concern palpable despite his own distress. Josiel burst through the doors of a large building, his expression one of urgency. He was clearly agitated, shouting at someone unseen. His words, though muffled, conveyed his anger and frustration. Josiel's anger intensified as he realized he'd been followed. "Sabong, you bastard," he exclaimed. His opponent, Sabong, smirked, acknowledging Josiel's awareness. "So you've noticed," he replied. Josiel, realizing the gravity of the situation, ordered his men to search for Sabong, emphasizing the importance of finding him no matter what. Josiel rode his horse, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. Only 4 days had passed since Sobang's escape. And the realization that Sobang's escape was noticed fueled his anger. His fists clenched, a surge of fury coursing through him. He muttered to himself, questioning whether it was Godong or Sabong he was pursuing. They were the only ones he encountered at least 3 times a day. Josiel's determination hardened. He vowed to find them, no matter the cost. He urged his horse onward. The horse galloped towards a building marked residency. Inside, a man was asked if he knew anything about Godong and Sundong. Josiel's subordinates reported that 2 individuals had received orders from Sabong and left for work. Josiel, upon hearing this, reacted with anger and disbelief, confirming that the orders definitely came from Sabong. He then questioned his subordinates about the whereabouts of the 2 individuals. One subordinate reported seeing them heading towards Gatiakyo Bridge. Josiel, realizing that Gatiakyo Bridge is a small village beyond Wesang, pondered the reason behind Sobang's choice of destination. Josiel, his face contorted in a mask of fury, stared at the injured man on the bed. His eyes darted around the room, his mind racing. A storm of anxiety brewing within him. The exclamation escaped his lips as he realized the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Sabong, cursing under his breath, "Damn it," rode swiftly away on his horse, leaving 2 subordinates behind at the Sianhyangru. A woman, observing Sobang's departure from a distance, deduced his destination. There is only one person from that small village those assassins could be going after, she thought. Dr. Wabu, oblivious to the danger, approached Sianhyangru, cheerfully remarking, "It's my first time coming here during the day." Mei Hyang, the head of Sianhyangru, greeted him warmly, "Welcome, Dr. Wa." A woman in a purple robe beckoned Josiel inside, offering him hospitality. The unnamed woman observed Josiel, noting his composure. It was her first time seeing a young man remain so calm in such a situation. Josiel entered Sianhyangru, the woman following behind him. The woman informed Josiel that the doctor he was waiting for had arrived. Meanwhile, a young woman, possibly the one who had been waiting for the doctor, lay in bed, appearing unwell. Josiel examined a metallic disc, his expression troubled. Josiel, holding a bronze disc, muttered to himself, "A bronze mirror." He examined the mirror, then said, "I don't have to use it now." Josiel looked at his reflection, a grimace twisting his features. He resolved, "No, I can't be weak." His gaze fell, and he continued his internal monologue, "I don't know what kind of doctor he is, but like what Uni said, I have to live. I just hope that he's different from other doctors who've avoided me." Josiel's thoughts were interrupted by the sight of a group of older men, their faces etched with concern, observing him from a distance. Meanwhile, the unnamed woman and the young woman greeted each other. The unnamed woman said, "Nice to meet you." Weak and ill, Josiel awoke in a bed, coughing slightly. She weakly identified herself, "I'm Josiel." The sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the room. As a woman entered, her presence gentle and reassuring. She approached Josiel, offering comfort and support, and instructed her to lie down comfortably for the upcoming examination. "It'll be very uncomfortable, so just lay down comfortably," she said. Josiel, though still weak and anxious, nodded in agreement. "Yes, doctor." The doctor, a woman of calm demeanor, waited patiently. The unnamed woman gently examined Josiel's hand, noting the rash, then moved to examine Josiel's body more closely while she lay in bed. The unnamed woman's expression was one of thoughtful concern as she observed Josiel's condition. She murmured something to herself, a low hum barely audible. Josiel, noticing the woman's calm demeanor, felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. "He's so calm that it's making me shy," she thought. The unnamed woman continued her examination, concluding, "If it's like this, then it appears that the lower area and the opening have been inflamed. It must have been painful whenever you went to the bathroom." Josiel, surprised by the accuracy of the diagnosis, asked, "How did you know that?" The unnamed woman responded calmly, "It's normal with this kind of condition. There might be some bleeding as well." The unnamed woman, having completed Josiel's examination, offered a simple assessment, "Good job." Josiel, however, reacted with disbelief, exclaiming, "No doctor's ever said that." The woman calmly explained, "He won't know that unless he looks under her skirt." This revelation caused the woman to realize something crucial, that means he knows about the plum wounds. Then, first, she prepared a syringe and needles, muttering to herself, "It's my first time using this on someone." Despite the risks, she proceeded, explaining, "It's recommended to take small samples and see your reaction, but this is an urgent situation." The unnamed woman, calm and professional, held a small, antique-looking syringe. She confirmed, "I'm sure it's medicinal penicillin." She explained the procedure to Josiel, mentioning an allergy test, **, the response of the skin to the antibiotic for allergy testing. She added, "This might hurt a bit." With practiced ease, she swiftly injected Josiel's arm, completing the injection. "Done," she stated. Later, observing the injection site, the unnamed woman commented to another woman, "We need to check samples. He's different from the other doctors." The second woman, her face a mask of disbelief, thought, "I can't believe that he wasn't even surprised when he first saw Josiel, and then touched her so casually." Josiel approached a woman, politely asking for a favor. He explained that he needed someone to clean the wounds all over a patient's body, as he felt it would be inappropriate for him to do so. The woman, slightly surprised but ultimately agreeable, questioned the extent of the task. Josiel reassured her that there was no risk of infection, even through direct contact. Relieved in having accepted the task, Josiel expressed his gratitude and left. The woman watched him leave, then turned her attention back to the patient. An unnamed woman, tending to a patient, reflected on the skill of the doctor who treated the patient's wounds. She remarked that she had never encountered such a capable physician before. Meanwhile, the patient, Uni, lay in bed, weak and tearful. She expressed her uncertainty about the situation, questioning whether her efforts were in vain. The panel shows a scanlator credit page. The panel shows a title card for the manhwa. A white horse galloped across the open field, kicking up dust with each powerful stride. Its rider, a man with long brown hair and a determined expression, urged it onward. The horse's hooves pounded the earth as it maintained its relentless pace. The rider continued his journey, crossing a wooden bridge that spanned a tranquil river, the village visible in the distance. Hidden in the bushes, two men watched the rider approach the village, one of them commenting, "Yes, he's going towards the small village." Two men, hidden in the bushes, watched a lone figure on horseback approach a small village. "We're screwed," one of them muttered, "I'm sure that Brat Bekyun must have arrived at the small village already." One of the men released a carrier pigeon, sending it soaring into the sky. The other man, his face etched with worry, declared, "We need to join up with him immediately." In the village, a young boy, seemingly surprised, exclaimed, "Oh my!" A young woman in a red coat approached him. The boy, addressing the woman, said, "You're here, doctor? There's someone waiting for you." A young boy approached the doctor, his expression a mixture of apprehension and urgency. He began, "Excuse me, doctor. Pleading, please help my wife." The doctor, initially expecting someone else, showed concern. She asked, "Your wife? You should have come with her here." The man replied, dejectedly, I couldn't bring her with me." Explaining, her condition is so serious that she can't walk. The doctor considered this, then offered, "If it's all right with you, I'd like you to come and visit her. Give me her name and where she lives." The man, relieved, readily complied, providing the necessary information. The young boy, observing the interaction, added, "Oh, sure, we run a cloth store in Seodonmak." Baek-yoon, having arrived at the village, introduced himself to the young boy and the doctor. He stated, "And I'm Baek-yoon." The man, desperate for help for his sick wife, pleaded with the doctor, emphasizing the urgency of his wife's condition. He explained that her condition was serious and asked if she could visit right away. The doctor, though hesitant, listened intently. The doctor considered the distance to the man's village, estimating it would take at least 2 hours to reach Seopangmak. She also noted the severity of the wife's symptoms, suspecting a heart condition due to dizziness. Despite her initial reservations and lack of patience, the man's desperate plea moved her. He begged for her help, highlighting the effort he had made to reach her. She eventually relented. The doctor, now concerned, reflected on the possibility of a heart condition and the lack of patience she currently had. Finally, she agreed to help. "All right," she said, deciding to assist the desperate man. An older man, upside down, hangs from a wooden structure. He grins, saying, "Let's go." The young boy and the older man walk through a forest. The older man gestures and says, "Over here." The young woman in a red coat, the doctor, hands a sword to the young boy, warning him that there are a lot of strange occurrences around Seodonmak. The boy accepts the sword, saying, "Huh? Okay." The boy, now carrying the sword, expresses his displeasure at having to carry it, muttering about how bothersome it is. The boy looks up, seemingly surprised by something he sees in the forest. The young woman in the red coat, the doctor, spotted a pigeon flying overhead and questioned aloud, "A pigeon?" The pigeon landed on the shoulder of the man who was walking behind her. He looked surprised. The doctor, still slightly perplexed, asked, "Is that a carrier pigeon?" The man pondered the question, was there a carrier pigeon in this generation? He then clarified, rather than that, carrier pigeons only carry the things that they remember, right? The doctor again pointed at the bird and asked, "Is that a carrier pigeon?" Realizing the urgency of the situation, the two travelers decided to take a shortcut through the forest. The older man pointed towards a path less traveled, indicating the direction they should take. And the young boy, following his lead, began to walk along the narrow trail, leaving the main path behind. The boy seemed slightly apprehensive as he walked, noticing something unusual in the woods. The man with the sick wife apologized to the young doctor, explaining his wife's worsening condition and the need for haste. The boy, noticing the man's distress, looked concerned. The young boy, tasked with delivering a message about a sick woman, explained that the man's wife had fainted, and that her anemia had worsened. He mentioned they were taking a shortcut. But the boy questioned the route, noting that the direct path to Seodonmak was much straighter than their current mountain path. Finding the man's choice of route not only strange but also suspicious. The boy's suspicions grew as he covertly observed the man's physique, commenting on his well-developed shoulders and thick thighs, concluding that he didn't look like a simple businessman and that he needed to confirm his suspicions. The man accompanying the young boy winced in pain, clutching his ankle. His face contorted in a grimace. "Ugh! I sprained my ankle," he groaned, his voice laced with discomfort. The young boy, ever watchful, observed his companion's struggle. The man attempted to stand, but his efforts were hampered by the injury. "It isn't that serious, so I'll try to stand," he muttered, gritting his teeth. A young woman in a red coat approached, offering assistance. "Could you please hold my hand for a bit?" she asked politely. The man accepted her offer, their hands meeting in a brief clasp. The young woman in the red coat, however, noticed something unusual. "His hand is similar to a warrior's," she thought, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. The man, seemingly oblivious to her observation, smiled faintly, his expression betraying nothing of his true nature. The young boy, still suspicious, watched as the woman in red prepared to treat the injured man. He muttered, "Wait," as he rummaged through his bag, intending to perform acupuncture on the man's sprained ankle. Meanwhile, the boy's thoughts raced. He considered the implications of the man's actions, weighing the risks of confronting him. Deciding that if the man was targeting him, he needed to take the initiative. If not, an apology would suffice. He resolved to at least try to subdue the man. Drawing his sword and charging towards the man. The man, startled, reacted quickly, leaping back to avoid the attack. The man, after escaping the attack, reflected on the strangeness of the situation, noting that the boy hadn't doubted him even with the carrier pigeon. The boy, having failed to subdue the man, regretted not having been more forceful, leaving the situation unresolved and messy. He knew he had no other choice but to continue. The man, drawing his sword, stood poised amidst the trees. His expression was grim, his movements deliberate. The young boy, fueled by righteous anger, charged forward, sword raised high. His attack was swift, but the man easily evaded the blow. The boy, momentarily stunned, could only shout, "You bastard," as the man countered. A blur of motion followed, the man's blade arcing dangerously close to the boy. The boy narrowly avoided a fatal strike, his eyes widening in fear as he stumbled back, muttering, "Oh no." An older man, his face etched with worry, watched the young boy from a distance. His eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "How is he handling the sword like that?" The boy, panting slightly, sheathed his sword. He looked exhausted but satisfied. "It's my fault for underestimating a young man like him," he thought, a hint of self-reproach in his tone. His expression hardened, a determined glint in his eyes. The young boy, exhausted but satisfied, sheathed his sword, a slight sheen of sweat on his brow. His grip firm but relaxed. He carefully inspected the blade. A faint smile playing on his lips as he noted the lack of damage. He was clearly proud of his performance. His eyes narrowed slightly as he reflected on the fight, muttering to himself, "He's similar to my second brother." The young woman in red, her expression serious, carefully observed her opponent. "Looking at his expressions, it seems like I shouldn't let my guard down," she thought. She readied her sword, a sense of urgency growing within her. "I'll be in trouble if I keep waiting," she muttered to herself, preparing for an immediate attack. With a burst of speed, the young woman lunged forward, her blade ablur as she engaged in a swift, intense sword fight with the man. The clash of steel echoing through the forest. The man, skilled and experienced, parried her attacks with ease. As expected, he's someone who has learned how to use the sword, she noted, impressed by his technique. However, despite his skill, a flicker of vulnerability appeared in the man's stance. An opening the young woman swiftly capitalized on. She pressed her advantage, her movements precise and deadly. His skills aren't fully developed, she realized, sensing a weakness in his defense. The young woman in the red coat, a skilled doctor and swordsman, felt a strange surge of energy within her, a sensation entirely new to her. A powerful force that coursed through her limbs, leaving her both surprised and slightly apprehensive. "What is this feeling?" she wondered, her brow furrowed in concentration. The unfamiliar energy pulsed, causing her to stumble slightly, a pained grunt escaping her lips as she struggled to maintain her balance. With a sudden burst of speed, she dashed through the forest, leaving a trail of disturbed leaves and earth in her wake. Her eyes fixed on the two men she had been pursuing. One of the men, startled by her sudden appearance, raised his sword defensively. "It's a movement which only masters can use," one of the men exclaimed, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and fear as he witnessed the young woman's incredible speed and power. The young woman in the red coat, her face grim, stood defiantly in the forest, sword drawn. A surge of power coursed through her, evident in the glowing energy emanating from her. She moved with unnatural speed, a blur of motion as she dashed through the trees, appearing before one of the two men hidden in the bushes. The man, startled, barely registered her presence before she disarmed him with a swift, precise strike, leaving him speechless and terrified as she moved on to the next opponent. "This crazy punk," he exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief and fear. With a flurry of motion, she effortlessly deflected the second man's attack, her enhanced speed and agility proving too much for her opponents to handle. The man watched in stunned silence as the young woman vanished, leaving him utterly defeated and bewildered. "How did he?" he muttered, still grappling with the impossible speed and skill he had just witnessed. The young woman in red, her eyes wide with exertion, moved with impossible speed, her blade a blur. She deflected one blow, then countered with a swift, precise strike, disarming her opponent. The man's body crumpled to the ground, his shocked expression frozen in time as blood welled from a deep wound. His partner, witnessing the scene, was paralyzed by fear. The young woman's breath hitched, her own exertion was evident in her slightly dilated pupils. She was clearly pushing her limits. She stood over the fallen men, her swords resting on the ground, her chest heaving. The fight was over. With a groan, she sat down heavily, the weight of the battle catching up to her. The two defeated men lay nearby, defeated and terrified. One of the two men lunged at the young woman in red, his blade aimed at her heart. However, she was too quick. She deflected his attack effortlessly, and with a swift countermove, disarmed him, leaving him stunned and vulnerable. His companion, equally surprised by her speed, was quickly subdued as well. The young woman, despite her victory, felt a sharp pain in her side. She had sustained a deep wound during the fight, a grim reminder of the danger she had faced. She immediately began to treat the wound, applying a medicinal substance and carefully sewing the gash closed. Despite the pain and the urgency of the situation, she muttered a curse under her breath as she struggled to find suitable materials for the stitching. The makeshift tools were far from ideal, but she persevered, determined to stop the bleeding and prevent further complications. The scene then shifts to a panoramic view of the tranquil landscape, a stark contrast to the recent violence. Two men, hidden in the bushes, strained to hear the sounds of battle. "I can no longer hear the clashing of swords," one whispered, "it seems like they're almost done." The sounds of combat ceased. One man chuckled, "Kiki." The other agreed, "Well, let's go clean up the mess." The two men cautiously made their way through the forest, following a barely visible path. They approached a clearing, their eyes scanning the area. "They should be over here." Suddenly, they spotted Baekhyun lying on the ground, lifeless, a bloody dagger nearby. One of the men gasped, "Baekhyun!" Fear and shock registered on their faces. "Ba Baekhyun is dead," one stammered. The other, equally horrified, muttered, "Hey, didn't they say that the doctor can't fight?" Two men, hidden amongst the bushes, watched in shock as Baekhyun, the man on horseback, fell to the ground. A Scanlator logo appeared on the page. The young woman in the red coat, noticing Baekhyun's fall from a distance, urgently shouted, "Over there." The two men in the bushes, spurred into action by the young woman's warning, dashed towards Baekhyun's location. The young woman, however, worried about being seen, thought, "Oh no, did they notice me?" She continued to run, muttering to herself, "I can't fight the two of them in each a condition. I need to run away. I should get out of the woods first. If I run a little more." The sun shone on a tranquil rice paddy, where farmers worked diligently in the fields. Nearby, a village nestled amongst the hills. A young woman in a red coat, her face etched with worry, burst from the woods, sword drawn, and raced towards the village. She called out for help, her voice filled with urgency. Two farmers, initially startled by her sudden appearance, paused their work. Noticing the blood staining her clothes, they exchanged worried glances. One of them pointed towards the woods, a question hanging in the air. The young woman, breathless, explained that she had found a wounded man in the woods. The farmers, hesitant at first, followed her. Discovering Baekhyun, the man on horseback, lying lifeless amongst the trees. His own sword was still sheathed in his side. The young woman cried out in fear. The young woman in red, having just discovered Baekhyun's body, felt a surge of regret. Ugh, damn it! I lost my opportunity to ask for help, she lamented, overcome with remorse. Her distress was short-lived. In the distance, she spotted two figures emerging from the bushes. Approaching rapidly. They're already here. She whispered, a fresh wave of panic washing over her. The young woman knew she was in no condition to fight. In the state I'm in, they'll catch up to me in no time, she thought, her heart pounding in her chest. The two men in dark clothing moved with lethal efficiency, their expressions grim and determined. With a grunt of exertion, they closed the distance, their intent clear. The young woman, despite her fear, drew her sword, preparing for a desperate defense. The young woman in the red coat, having discovered Baekhyun's body, found herself suddenly confronted by two men emerging from the bushes. One of them, a scarred man, muttered to himself. The rat finally drew his sword. He's still someone who killed Baekhyun. I shouldn't let my guard down. Reacting swiftly, the young woman launched a surprise attack. The scarred man, anticipating her move, prepared to block her strike, thinking, once I block this bastard's sword, I'll be able to counterattack immediately. But he was caught off guard by her speed and precision. The young woman's blade found its mark, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. A man, seemingly surprised, exclaimed, "Huh? Go Godong," as he witnessed a bloody scene unfolding before him. His face contorted in disbelief, he uttered, "No way." Observing the scene, the young woman in the red coat noted, "Something's wrong with the sword he's holding as well." She then angrily declared, "Who the hell is this bastard?" The young woman in the red coat, still reeling from her recent fight, clutched her side. A sword, glowing faintly with blue energy, was embedded in the ground nearby. She gasped, "Who the hell is he?" The scene shifted to a wooded area. Two men lay near a path, one dead, the other wounded and shocked. The young woman stood over them, her expression grim. She had clearly been involved in a violent confrontation. Despite her exertion, a surge of resolve hardened her features. She muttered, "But, my strength is definitely all right." With renewed determination, she moved swiftly, her sword flashing as she engaged the surviving attacker. The clash of steel echoed through the trees as she delivered a decisive blow, silencing her opponent. The young woman in red, her face grim with determination, lunged forward, her sword a blur of motion. The blade arcing through the air with deadly precision. One of the men in the bushes barely registered her attack before his sword was shattered. The impact sending shockwaves through his body. He thought, "This brat. I brought a terrible sword," as he struggled to comprehend the raw power of his opponent. The young woman continued her assault, her movements relentless. The second man, witnessing his companion's demise, felt a surge of terror. He thought, "He can break my sword in an instant." She pressed her advantage, forcing him to retreat. The young woman, despite her own injuries, muttered to herself, "I have to finish this now, even if I have to force myself." With a final, decisive blow, she shattered the second man's sword, leaving him incapacitated and defeated. The young woman in red, having already dispatched one of the men in the bushes, now pursued the other. She lunged, her sword a blur. The man cried out in terror as the blade sliced through the air, narrowly missing him, forcing him to flee in desperation. "Damn it! I don't have a chance to win this. I should avoid him," he thought, his heart pounding. But the young woman was relentless. "You bastard! You think I'd just let you run away like that?" she shouted, closing the distance swiftly. A man seized the young boy, crying out in terror, "Kya!" Another man, observing the scene, muttered to himself, "He'll take the kid as a hostage." The first man held the boy tightly, a dagger pressed against his throat, his face contorted in a cruel smile. He threatened, "If not, this kid will." Suddenly, a swift movement, the young woman in the red coat appeared, impaling the man holding the boy with a sword. The dying man's eyes widened in shock as he gasped, "Oh no! You brat! The young woman in the red coat, still breathing heavily from the exertion of the recent fight, continued her escape through the forest, her eyes scanning the surroundings with caution. She clutched her side, wincing slightly from a fresh wound. A man appeared, leading a white horse. He looked surprised to see her, his expression shifting from curiosity to concern as he noticed her injury. The young woman gasped, clutching at her side. Is that the Warren I know? The man, clearly recognizing her, showed a mixture of shock and worry. He knew of her talent in martial arts, but the extent of her injuries was unexpected. He approached cautiously, asking, "Are you all right?" Colonel Joe proposed taking the injured young woman in red coat to a nearby village, offering to escort her. As they walked, a fallen body lay near the path, a grim reminder of the recent battle. The young woman in red coat, overcome with fear and distress, broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Colonel Joe approached her gently, offering comfort and reassurance. He reassured her, saying, "It's okay now." Colonel Joe, showing concern, asked if she was hurt, as they continued their journey towards the village, with a horse waiting nearby. Colonel Joe, observing the young woman in red coat, muttered to himself, "The brat is really a doctor." They arrived at a small village. The young woman, still pale but calmer, was examined by a local doctor, who confirmed that her wounds were healing well. "Phew! I think your wounds are all right," she said, and the young woman replied, "Yes, thank you." Colonel Joe, his expression grave, questioned the young woman in red coat, "You know something, don't you?" He continued, his gaze intense, "It looks like the bandits were after you." The young woman, thoughtfully touching her chin, responded, "That's right. I realized that after I saw the parchment. That means someone who was related to me was the target." Colonel Joe nodded slowly, understanding dawning on his face, "It must be someone who knows your movements really well. If they're after you because they're trying to get information." The young woman declared firmly, "I will never give up even if my life is on the line." Colonel Joe, showing concern, reassured her, "Don't worry about that. I'll hire someone to guard you." Colonel Joe expressed disbelief at the young woman's calm demeanor, stating, "In addition, I can't believe that he's handling this calmly." The young woman countered that even a hired guard couldn't provide constant protection, asserting, "Even if you hire a guard, he can't stay with me all of the time." She declared her intention to defend herself, stating, "I will protect myself." Colonel Joe then offered to teach her a sword technique from his family, to which she responded, "That's good. I'll feel more relaxed." Colonel Joe inquired about any unusual details from the recent attack, asking, "About the bastard who attacked you, did you notice anything unusual?" The young woman, after a moment of reflection, admitted uncertainty but then recalled a detail, "I'm not sure, it's been some time, but..." She revealed a crucial piece of information, "Oh. They used a carrier pigeon." The young woman in the red coat, still processing the events of her attack, tilted her head, a questioning expression on her face. She murmured, "Really?" Her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Are you saying that they are even using a carrier pigeon?" Colonel Joe, his expression grim, explained, "It costs a lot of money, time, and manpower to raise a carrier pigeon." He continued, "The fact that those bastards who attacked you have a carrier pigeon means that they have a lot of money. If they're bandits, that means they're from a big group." The young woman's face paled as she realized the implications. She whispered, "If they're going this far, they are not ordinary people." Overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, she slumped onto a bench, muttering to herself, "I'm screwed." The young woman in the red coat, still shaken from the previous night's attack, reflected on the events. She mused that in trying to help, she had inadvertently stepped in something unpleasant. It had been a life-or-death situation, she justified to herself, as she spoke with an older man, likely Colonel Joe, who seemed concerned. Colonel Joe offered to hire 2 guards for her protection. The young woman, however, insisted on 3, clearly still fearing for her safety. She doubted the bandits would simply leave her alone tonight, and worried that in the worst-case scenario, her family might become involved. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on her. She knew she had to take action to proactively protect herself and her family. She decided to make the first move, to take the initiative against her attackers. The idea of acting quietly, however, seemed to surprise her. Colonel Joe, looking skeptical, questioned the young woman's suggestion. "What are you talking about?" The young woman, undeterred, calmly responded, "Colonel, let's make a trap." News of the deaths of 3 colleagues reached the young woman in the red coat. She reacted with shock. And the colonel questioned her fighting abilities, reminding her of her earlier claims of ineptitude, leading to the revelation that Colonel Joe was responsible for the deaths and was causing widespread fear among their colleagues. The colonel's actions were causing unrest within the office, with some colleagues fearing discovery. News of the Peace Lion's arrival in 10 days was announced. The mere thought of the Peace Lion caused one man to feel a throbbing headache. Another man worried about the potential consequences of the Peace Lion's arrival, fearing a year of quiet if he fails to appease the Hayak. A discussion ensued about the need to teach Colonel Joe a lesson, even if it meant risking the lives of their colleagues to avoid rebuke. One man suggested cutting the Peace Lion's tail. His master, however, warned that such an action would endanger the lives of their colleagues, but the master insisted that sacrifice is inevitable and that this was the perfect opportunity to teach Colonel Joe a lesson. One of the men, sweating profusely, grappled with a difficult decision. The text above him read, "Or are you willing to sacrifice yourself?" Another man, calmly, proposed a solution: "We will get rid of 10 people. In that way, you and I are going to be safe." He continued, his gaze hardening, "And bring me the head of that bastard Wabu." His rationale was simple and chilling: if we have that bastard's head, I don't have to be ashamed of meeting the Peace Lion. Meanwhile, a young man meticulously prepared a small, sharp instrument. He finished his task, quietly stating, "Done. The treatment of Plum's wounds is complete." Plum's doctor expresses relief, thanking her for enduring the treatment well. Plum, still weak but recovering, asks if she will truly get better. The doctor explains that while she can now move more easily, the healing process is ongoing. Plum thanks her doctor, expressing gratitude for the care received. The doctor responds with reassurance. However, the doctor reveals that despite the progress, she is still unable to fully repair Plum's facial injuries. Plum, despite the setback, shows a glimmer of hope, looking forward to the future. Plum, her face still bearing the marks of her injuries, expressed her hopefulness. "I'm going to start treating the scars," she stated, her voice filled with determination, causing her doctor to react with a mixture of surprise and concern. Does that mean he can really cure her scars? She wondered aloud, her expression a mixture of hope and skepticism. A close-up showed a small amount of a clear liquid being applied to Plum's skin, the beginning of the treatment process. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Plum wept silently, her internal monologue filled with self-reflection. "How can I repay you? How will I pay all of this debt?" she thought, tears streaming down her face. Plum's doctor, however, cautioned her. "Oh ho! Sinpa is prohibited," she exclaimed, explaining that not repaying such a debt was against the rules. Plum, confused, questioned, "Sin, what?" The doctor continued, tempering her previous statement. "I can't assure you that I can completely get rid of them. But I promise that I will help you return to your old self as much as I can." Plum, her expression a mixture of apprehension and hope, lay on a bed, her face partially visible. She was undergoing treatment for her facial scars. Plum's doctor expertly applied acupuncture needles to her back, explaining that this treatment would help heal both her physical wounds and the unsightly scars they left behind. Plum's heart pounded. Was she excited about her recovery, or something else? Observing her doctor's skilled hands, Plum found herself increasingly impressed by his expertise. Meanwhile, a thought crossed her mind: how could he remain so calm and professional while treating her? Plum awoke on the treatment table, needles still in place, to the sound of a surprised gasp. Her attendant, eyes wide, questioned Plum's closeness to the doctor. Plum blushed deeply, embarrassed by the implication. The doctor, having completed the acupuncture, declared the treatment a success and instructed Plum to dress. Plum, now dressed, expressed gratitude to the doctor, who seemed flustered by her sudden shyness. The doctor explained that Plum could begin using a recovery ointment the following day to speed healing. Plum, touching her scars, felt a renewed sense of hope. Plum, still recovering from her acupuncture treatment, expressed surprise upon hearing from her attendant that an ointment was available. The attendant, excited, looked forward to the next day. Meanwhile, Plum's attendant called out to Plum, who was walking towards home at sunset. Plum's doctor arrived at Plum's home, carrying a bag. He announced his arrival to Plum's attendant. Plum's attendant confirmed Plum's readiness to leave, responding affirmatively to an unseen person. Plum, however, seemed uncertain. As the attendant explained that a new escort would accompany her from that point forward. The attendant introduced General Gunna, a division head under the colonel, as Plum's new protector. Gunna, in turn, expressed a hope for a smooth working relationship, while privately acknowledging that the escort was part of a trap to ensnare their enemies. Gunna's concern lingered. He wondered about the success of the plan. A flock of birds took flight, symbolizing the unfolding events. The next day dawned, and Plum, the village doctor, stretched languidly, noting the reduced number of patients. Thankfully, the number of patients have reduced. Ow, is it because I've treated most of the villagers here? The autumn is almost over, and the weather is getting cold. Should I start preparing a room for winter? Plum's thoughts shifted to a more pressing concern. The Yellow Turban Rebellion is coming in a few years. I will be punished as a doctor and only treat the warriors. Before that happens, I need to go around Zhongwan to learn more about medicine. Plum, while walking along a path, noticed a carriage speeding towards her and questioned, "What's with that carriage?" The carriage driver, seeing Plum's position, warned her, "It's dangerous to be here at that speed, though. Move away from the road." A young boy, seemingly playing nearby, reacted to the warning, but was too late to fully react as the carriage careened out of control. The carriage's wheel struck the boy, sending him flying. And Plum watched in horror as the boy tumbled through the air. Plum stood aghast, her mouth open in a silent scream, as a runaway carriage hurtled towards a young boy playing by the river. The carriage struck the boy, sending him tumbling into the water. Plum's eyes widened, a surge of adrenaline coursing through her as she muttered, "Damn it." She took off running, her mind racing. The boy was in danger, and she needed to reach him quickly to administer first aid. A sound echoed, "Dee-dang-ah." A figure, rushing along a path, muttered, "Oh no. I'm too busy." He was clearly in a hurry, a cart pulled by horses visible in the distance. As he stumbled, falling into the water with a dang-ah. Another figure watched from the bank, muttering, "Damn it." Dang's father anxiously assesses his child's condition, his thoughts echoing, the child's state is. He urges calm, pleading, "Please calm down, Dang's father. It's going to worsen if you touch him wrong." Overcome with fear and desperation, Dang's father cries out to Dr. Hua, "Oh my, Dr. Hua. Please save my child." Dr. Hua examines the child, noting, his pulse is abnormally fast. In addition, his complexion is pale. His body has become cold too. The doctor's hand rests on the child's chest, a sense of urgency palpable. Dang's father's face is etched with worry as he utters, "Hematophilia." A medical text appeared, describing hematophilia, a disease where the organs or blood vessels in the stomach burst, causing shocks or, in the worst case, death due to insufficient blood. The text concluded with an urgent warning: immediate action was required. Meanwhile, Dang's father, desperate, looked around, muttering to himself about who had been standing nearby. He then spotted a man and angrily confronted him, shouting, "Hey, you fucking bastard." The man retorted, blaming Dang's father for not stopping his carriage after seeing the sick child by the road. A fight ensued, beginning with a fierce exchange of blows, culminating in a swift kick that sent the man sprawling to the ground. Dang, already unwell, was suddenly thrown to the ground, groaning in pain. Dang's father, enraged, confronted a bystander, stating that he would not tolerate being struck a second time. The bystander, observing the situation, muttered that the person in the carriage was truly a bastard. Another man, approaching the scene, condescendingly told the bystander to know his place and the identity of the person within the carriage. From inside the carriage, a voice commanded them to stop. The man in the carriage then instructed his subordinate to apologize and compensate the bystanders before departing. Dang's father, still fuming from the earlier incident, approached the bystander and tossed a bag of compensation at his feet. The man in the carriage's order having been carried out. "Be grateful and take it," he grunted, his anger barely contained. The bystander, overwhelmed with relief and fear, accepted the compensation, tears welling in his eyes. Calm down," he muttered to himself, trying to regain his composure. Meanwhile, a woman rushed towards a man, Dang cradled in her arms, his condition worsening. "Ah, juicy. Please call OBO. It's urgent," she cried, her voice laced with panic. Alright," the man responded, clearly distressed. The woman explained Dang's rapidly deteriorating state. His stomach was swelling alarmingly, a major blood vessel was in danger of bursting. Dang's father, his face etched with worry, rushed into a small clinic, carrying his unconscious son. He looked around frantically. A young man, his expression mirroring his father's distress, met them at the entrance. He immediately announced the urgency of the situation. They had an emergency patient. Meanwhile, outside the clinic, a message was sent: clean water was urgently needed. The young man, surprised by the clinic's existence in such a remote location, expressed his disbelief. Inside, Dang's father anxiously watched as the young man examined Dang's injuries. The scene was tense, filled with unspoken worry. The young man, now identified as Dr. Hua, turned to Dang's father, his expression serious. He asked where the other doctor was. Dang's father, his face etched with worry, anxiously awaited a response. A gruff voice cut through the silence: "Wait outside if you don't want to get hurt." The man, seemingly unfazed by the urgency, scoffed, "Ha! This village is full of people who don't know their place. Anyone could guess this is a village of beggars." He then turned his attention back to Dang, who lay unconscious and pale. "I'll leave him to you." The father responded, "Leave it to me." A tense exchange followed. "What? Do you know where the doctor is?" one man demanded. The other retorted, "Who are you? Why are you talking to me like that when you don't even know who I am?" The second man continued, "You're a mere horseman, but you're good at talking. You came all the way to this neighborhood to seek treatment, but you still want to be treated with kindness?" Dang's father, his face etched with worry, approached a bystander, his question met with disbelief. "What?" the bystander exclaimed, his tone sharp. The father, ignoring the skepticism, pressed on, his only concern his son's well-being. "Just tell me where the doctor is." The bystander, still unconvinced, muttered to himself, his words laced with disdain. So a man who is serving an important person can't recognize a special person. Suddenly, a young man appeared, his demeanor confident. "I am the doctor you're looking for." The doctor examined Dang, his expression turning grim. His organs must have burst. "What should I do?" he muttered, his concern evident. Dang cried out in pain, his body racked with agony. "You Hua! It hurts! It hurts!" Dr. Hua examined Dang's abdomen, his brow furrowed in concentration. "I can't just open his abdomen," he muttered, running a hand through his hair. "I have to open the area near the potential bleeding area." A sudden surge of energy pulsed through the doctor, his eyes widening in surprise. "Ha!" Using his enhanced senses, Dr. Hua located the source of the internal bleeding. "Nice timing. It's in the lower left abdomen." Now knowing the precise location, Dr. Hua felt a surge of confidence. "Great! Now I know where to open it." Dang's father, frantic with worry, burst into the room, followed by other villagers. "Doctor! I'm here!" A bystander, impatient and dismissive, addressed the doctor. "Hey, it looks like you're the doctor. There is someone else like you to check on immediately. Just tend to that kid later." Dang's father, his face etched with worry, held a sword, warning a man to wait outside. "This is your last warning," he stated firmly. Inside, Dang, his face partially obscured by a cloth, pleaded with his father, "Please don't let anyone inside, a juicy." The father, momentarily distracted, was swiftly attacked from behind, the attacker landing a blow that sent him sprawling. "Are you all crazy?" the father exclaimed in disbelief. A fierce struggle ensued, with the attacker quickly subdued by a swift kick and a series of blows, leaving the attacker defeated and groaning on the ground. The attacker gasped, defeated. Dang's father, his face etched with worry, peered cautiously from the confines of his cart, his eyes scanning his surroundings with apprehension. He muttered a single, urgent command, "Stop it." Dang's father emerged from his cart, his expression wary. He appeared to be assessing his surroundings. A subordinate approached him, begging for forgiveness, while Dang, observing from a distance, felt a sense of déjà vu regarding the subordinate's appearance, his surprise quickly turning to disbelief as he recognized the man. Dang's shock was palpable as he realized the man was Master Go, a figure he knew well. Master Go, a subordinate, stood before a towering pagoda, his face etched with remorse. He confessed, "I screwed up." He continued, lamenting, "I can't believe Master Go, from the best family, is here." Dang, observing from a distance, questioned, "Who are you? Do you know me?" Master Go explained, "I've seen you during the birthday celebration of the current governor." Dang assessed him, stating, "Looking at you, you look like an officer below the rank of colonel." Master Go responded, "That's right. I am in the middle of serving as Dr. Hua." Dang's father, a man of imposing stature and stern demeanor, received a visit from a subordinate, Master Go. Master Go inquired, "Are you Dr. Hua?" Dang's father, in the midst of tending to a patient, responded curtly, "I don't know who you are, but please wait outside." Master Go, visibly distressed, hesitated before leaving as instructed. Dang, observing the interaction, felt a growing concern. He muttered to himself, "I'm in the middle of treating a patient." Dang's father, however, was not appeased. His anger flared as he exclaimed, "Look at this bastard." He continued, his voice laced with fury, "I personally came here to see you, and you call yourself a doctor. Now you want me to wait outside?" Dang's father, impatient and angry, confronted the subordinate doctor, Master Go. He accused Master Go of being nothing more than a mere physician, questioning his authority. "You're just a doctor," he bellowed. Master Go, distressed and clearly intimidated, explained that he had only come to seek treatment. "I left my room just to get treatment from you. If you don't want to die, treat me first," he pleaded. The doctor, despite his fear, remained resolute. He stated that if the man wanted a diagnosis from someone of his status, he would provide one honestly, without arrogance. "If you want a mere doctor like me to give you a diagnosis." After a brief examination, the doctor delivered his diagnosis, "It seems like you have plum wounds." Dang's father, shocked by the diagnosis, reacted with disbelief and anger. His expression showed a mixture of surprise and fury. The doctor, maintaining his composure, reiterated his position as a medical practitioner, promising honest treatment. "Just like what you said, I'm someone who practices medicine, so I'll be honest with you without being arrogant." Dang's father, his face etched with worry and anger, pleaded with Master Go, "Please, get treated by another doctor who has excellent skills." Master Go, his expression hardening, retorted, "You're pretty crazy. Do you really want to die?" Despite the pressure, Master Go calmly assessed Dang's father, stating, "Looking at you, it seems like you're someone of great power. I'm sure you will be able to find a replacement for a mere doctor like me. However," he added with a grave tone, "but if I don't give you a treatment, you'll die." "What?" Master Go explained the severity of Dang's father's condition. "It is what it is. It's been quite some time since the second outbreak started. So it'd be difficult for you to live for at least 2 months." He continued, detailing the grim prognosis, "You're going to suffer from painful urination soon. Sooner or later, your anus will get ripped and blood will come out whenever you defecate, and it's going to be hard for you to drink water or just pee. Dang's father lay on a bed, his body ravaged by illness. Master Go, his face grim, delivered the diagnosis: the infection would eventually spread to his brain, leading to hallucinations and a slow, agonizing death. Master Go continued, explaining that the infection would cause hallucinations before death. Dang's father, desperate, reacted with disbelief and anger to the grim prognosis. He exclaimed, "So you want to die so badly?" He insisted that he could summon a royal physician for treatment, even if it meant dying soon after. Master Go, however, remained resolute, stating that even with treatment, death was inevitable within 2 months. Dang, witnessing the exchange, wore a mask concealing his emotions, but his internal anxiety was palpable. He knew his father's time was short. Dang's father, his face contorted with rage and despair, stood before a dilapidated building. "How dare a doctor like you?" he continued, his voice thick with bitterness. "He treated Josian's plum wounds, so he can treat me too. But how dare you treat me like this?" Consumed by fury, Dang's father vowed, "Once that bastard is done treating plum wounds, I will destroy this entire village." The scene shifted to reveal a panorama of devastation. Bodies lay scattered across the ravaged landscape as Dang's father strode through the carnage. He declared, "I don't care if all the people in this village get wiped out." His anger simmered, a simmering resentment fueling his destructive intent. He muttered to himself, "The more I think about it, the more annoyed I get." Dang's father, consumed by rage and grief, reflected on his son's injuries and vowed to attack if anyone made him wait any longer. Meanwhile, Dang, anxious and fearful, hurried through the village. As his father's threat hung heavy in the air, he discovered a horrifying scene: a man, his intestines spilled out, lay injured inside a house. A frantic voice cried out for a cotton cloth. Dang's father, witnessing the gruesome sight, reacted with shock and disbelief. He questioned the extent of the violence. The injured man, despite his grievous wounds, noted that the bleeding was severe. Dang's father, horrified and still consumed by vengeance, received a needle. He reacted with outrage, exclaiming, "He's a dangerous bastard. What kind of treatment is it to pierce someone's stomach?" He then abruptly left the scene, hurriedly descending the steps, and muttering to himself as he ran, "Ugh! Damn it! Is it already time for me to urinate?" He continued his frantic dash, urgently needing to find a secluded spot. I need to go where there are no people." Finally, Dang's father found himself in a secluded forest, escaping the immediate aftermath of the brutal attack he had witnessed. Dang's father, having escaped to a secluded forest, cried out in pain. He clutched his stomach, his face contorted in agony. "It feels like hell whenever I pee," he groaned, his voice laced with distress. "This damned illness." Sweat beaded on his brow as he doubled over in pain. Meanwhile, Dang's father recalled rumors of a doctor who performed stomach surgeries. He remembered the plum wound incident and the doctor's willingness to open a stomach. "I need to keep an eye on him if he treats me," he thought, his mind racing. Suddenly, he spotted Dang and called out, "Doctor!" Dang's father's surgery concluded, leaving his son and others anxiously awaiting news. A sigh of relief escaped the onlookers as word spread that the operation was a success. "He's alive," someone announced, the relief palpable. The scene opens on a rustic village, nestled amongst rolling hills and traditional wooden houses. A large, weathered barn dominates the foreground, suggesting a rural setting. Inside a simple dwelling, Dang's father lies on a bed, appearing weak but alive. Dang's father's expression is one of surprise as he observes his surroundings. A nearby man comments, "He cut his stomach and treated the patient. This guy is definitely better than the rumors." Dang approaches his father cautiously, saying, "You've waited for a long time. Please lie down here." Dang examines his father's wounds, reflecting on his father's condition. He notes, "I was going to die because of critical wounds, but it seems like he's going to be cured. It is said that there is a disease that has an unknown origin, but if this stands it, but treating my father's wounds comes first. I can just think about it after that." Dang, concerned about his father's well-being, contemplated the doctor's capabilities. The doctor, having completed the urgent treatment of Dang's father, informed them that the treatment was finished, but that Dang would need to return daily for follow-up care, starting the next day. Dang readily agreed. The doctor, however, refused payment for the initial treatment, explaining that he had witnessed Dang's skill in saving someone by cutting open their stomach, and felt it was his duty to provide the service in return. Dang, surprised, simply nodded in acknowledgement. As Dang and his younger brother left, a subordinate of Master Go bowed deeply in gratitude. Dang, relieved after his father's successful treatment, spoke with the doctor. "That's good to hear, doctor," he said, expressing his gratitude. He then added, somewhat sheepishly, "Well, I just felt bad." Dang continued to explain his feelings, revealing that the doctor had treated Master Go, the head of the most powerful family in the defeated country. He was clearly impressed by this fact, and exclaimed, "Ah! Master Go," upon seeing him. The narrative then shifted to describe Master Go as a wealthy and influential man, comparable to a modern-day conglomerate owner, further emphasizing his power and status within the defeated country. The comparison highlighted his immense wealth and influence, akin to modern-day lawmakers, prosecutors, and judges. Dang's companion then offered a contrasting perspective, noting that Master Go's position, while high-ranking, was still subordinate to the governor. This provided a more nuanced understanding of the power dynamics within the defeated country. Dang, reflecting on the encounter, concluded, "Yes. I think so too. I shouldn't look at people the same way." Dang, sweating profusely, confessed to himself, "I'm in trouble." But he added with a sigh, "But I have no choice but to treat him." Dang's inner monologue continued, a hint of apprehension in his voice. "He still hasn't threatened me yet." A subordinate approached, delivering a small pouch to Dang. "Obo, give this to Dang's father." Dang, surprised, questioned, "What? Isn't this the medical pay?" The subordinate clarified, "That's just settlement money." Dang's father lay in bed, recovering from his injuries. A woman, possibly a family member, looked on with concern, wondering aloud if she was hallucinating. Her expression was one of disbelief. Dang entered the room. His sister greeted him with a question about why he was looking at her so awkwardly. She commented on her own improved appearance after a few days of treatment, expressing surprise at the extent of her recovery. She had heard what Dr. Hua said, but this was better than expected. Dang's sister continued, expressing disbelief at the speed of her recovery and praising the doctor's skill. Dang agreed, adding that he wouldn't become a Kizaeng anymore, a statement that shocked his sister. Dang's sister voiced her concern, stating that they lacked the funds for his father's medical treatment. She questioned his intentions if he did not wish to continue his training as an entertainer. Dang responded that while it may sound unusual, he wished to become a doctor. Dang's sister, initially surprised by his declaration, listened intently as he explained his aspirations, revealing that his decision stemmed from his experience with Dr. Hua. Dang's sister's expression shifted as she processed this information, her gaze lingering on her brother's determined face. She then questioned whether Dr. Hua had offered to train him as a physician. Dang clarified that it wasn't quite like that, confirming her suspicions. The name Josiel appeared on the screen. Dang's sister voiced her skepticism about his ambition, questioning the practicality of becoming a doctor and the ease of entry into the profession. She expressed some reservations, but ultimately seemed accepting of his decision. Dang's sister, intrigued by his ambition, inquired about the organization he was joining, revealing it to be the Hao sect. A servant announced the arrival of Dr. Wabu, prompting Dang's sister to allow him entry. Dang's sister awoke to find her brother in her room early in the morning. She questioned his presence, and Dang explained that he had come to check on Josiel, before revealing he had a place to visit. Dang's sister, surprised, learned that the place was called the Phantom Pavilion, and expressed her concern and uncertainty about the place. Dang's sister learned that Dr. Wabu was going to treat Lan Hua, who had recently suffered injuries. She was informed of this by the head of the Phantom Pavilion. Dang's sister, having pieced together the information, realized that Dr. Wabu was going to treat Manhwa. Choseol, lying in bed, worriedly thought, I'm sure he'll do the same thing, and do acupuncture while naked, like me. Dr. Wabu entered the room and announced to Choseol, Miss Choseol, I'm going to apply the ointment now. The panel shows a close-up of Choseol's upper body as she prepares for the treatment. Choseol, now partially undressed, shyly asked, Yes? Dr. Wabu cheerfully instructed, Please lie on your stomach while I'm still being nice. Choseol apologized profusely, I am sorry, doctor. Oh my. Choseol, lying in bed, thinks to herself, that's right. She continues her internal monologue, concluding that she must enter the Hao sect, because she will be better able to help him if she does. Dr. Wabu's assistants informed him that there were no more patients. He stretched contentedly, remarking that it was good work. Dang's sister spotted Dang approaching on horseback from a distance and called out to him, Hyung. How are you? Dang dismounted from his horse, his sister greeting him as he tended to the animal. He explained that he was busy every morning but free in the afternoons. Dang's sister then asked if she could make a request of him, referring to it as one of his dying wishes. Dang, confused, questioned the term dying wishes. The translator's note clarified that Dang's sister was referring to his lack of patience, not an actual impending death. Dang explained that he had received his living expenses for last month. His sister expressed surprise, prompting Dang to explain that he had helped Hyung because he was alone, and the servant's salary had been delayed. He gave her a bag of money. She expressed gratitude for his hard work, and he responded that families should help each other. She then reminded him of his upcoming preparations. Dang acknowledged this, stating that he was busy preparing for something. Dang's sister approached him with an urgent request, Can you perhaps visit someone right now? She explained the situation, her voice laced with worry. It concerned their master's granddaughter, whose condition had worsened recently. The symptoms had become significantly worse, to the point where she could barely breathe. Dang listened intently as his sister detailed the girl's struggles. She had been practicing martial arts, but the exertion aggravated a pre-existing chest pain. Dang, after hearing the details, suspected pneumothorax, a condition where air fills the chest cavity due to injury or illness. He surmised that her strenuous martial arts practice likely exacerbated an underlying condition. Dang, having made his assessment, declared, All right, I'll go get the tools I need. He then left to gather his medical supplies. Dang's sister, deeply worried about her master's granddaughter's failing health, apologized to Dang for troubling him, explaining that she had been unable to treat the child due to her own insufficient skills. Dang, though thanked for his efforts, humbly acknowledged the gravity of the situation, revealing that the girl was suffering from chi deviation, a condition that could prove fatal if left untreated. He identified the illness as Pyonbyon, a lung disease. The granddaughter of the master called out to her grandfather, Grandpa. She anxiously asked him, Why did the doctor leave? The grandfather responded, What are you doing outside instead of resting inside? He continued, explaining, That guy is coming so you can show him what disease you are suffering from. Didn't they say that he cured tetanus and ectasis? The granddaughter, touching her hair, said, An incurable disease. But her grandfather reassured her, saying, I'm sure he can treat your disease too, so don't worry too much. The grandfather, his face etched with worry, looked on as his granddaughter's condition worsened. Then, a wave of relief washed over him as he saw Dang and his companions arrive. They're here just in time, he exclaimed. Dang's father introduced himself and his son to the grandfather, expressing gratitude for their timely arrival. The grandfather, relieved, informed his granddaughter that the doctor had arrived. Dang's sister, hopeful for a cure, greeted Dr. Wabu. Ban He, Dang's sister, introduced herself to the assembled group. Dang's sister, upon seeing Dr. Wabu, exclaimed that he was very pretty. However, Dr. Wabu quickly clarified that he had come to treat her. Dang's father welcomed Dr. Wabu, inviting him inside. Dang's sister explained that even walking a short distance made it difficult for her to breathe. Dr. Wabu observed Dang's sister, noting that she was tall and slim and prone to pneumothorax. He then began his examination by checking her breathing. Dr. Wabu examined Dang's sister, listening intently to her shallow breaths. He noted her chest caving in with each exhale, and diagnosed her with chest pain and shortness of breath, concluding that she likely had a pneumothorax. Dang's grandfather informed the doctor that his granddaughter had been ill for almost a year. Observing Dang's sister's worsening condition, the doctor noted the time that had passed since her illness began, and recognized the signs of cyanosis as her breathing grew more labored. He urgently decided to move her to the medical room. Alarmed by the rapid onset of cyanosis in Dang's sister, Dang's father anxiously asked Dr. Wabu for his assessment of Dang's sister's condition. Dr. Wabu gravely explained that her right lung was damaged and dangerously close to her heart. Dang, relieved that his sister had stopped her chi training, listened intently as the doctor continued. However, the doctor stressed the danger of the lung's proximity to the heart and recommended immediate treatment. Dang, worried, questioned the necessity of treatment, his concern evident in his expression. Dang's father, desperate for a cure for his daughter's Paipungbayon, pressed Dr. Wabu about the possibility of a cure. Choseol, brimming with confidence, declared, "Yes, I can." Dang's father, desperate, pleaded with Dr. Wabu, "I'm begging you, Dr. Wa. Please cure my granddaughter." Dr. Wabu, examining Dang's sister, explained, "I'd like to move her to the medical room. It's concerning because of cyanosis." Dang's father readily agreed, "All right." Dang's sister coughed violently, "Ugh. Ugh." Choseol and Dang's father watched in alarm as Dang's sister's condition worsened. The grandfather urgently instructed someone to prepare a carriage. As Dang's sister lay on a bed, groaning in discomfort and clutching her chest, her condition suddenly worsening, causing Dang to react with alarm. Dang rushed to his sister's side, exclaiming, "What's wrong?" as she gasped for air, barely able to speak, I can't, HIA. The grandfather observed the scene, his expression grave as he noted, "Her condition worsened earlier than I thought." Dr. Wabu listened intently to Dang's sister's chest with his stethoscope, his brow furrowed in concentration. Unable to hear her right lung clearly, he suspected tension pneumothorax, a condition where trapped air in the lungs increases pressure, compressing the lung and heart, potentially leading to death. Dang's father, observing the situation, agreed with the doctor's assessment. He stated that his daughter needed immediate treatment. Dang, overcome with worry, could only offer a silent plea for his sister's well-being. Suddenly, Dang noticed a bandage around his sister's chest, a detail that had previously gone unnoticed. The grandfather, having observed the urgency of the situation, immediately ordered a carriage to take Dang's sister to receive medical attention. Dang, deeply worried, examined his sister's chest. Her chest appeared abnormally large in proportion to her thin frame. He noted a bandage, puzzling over its presence given her skinny build. Why was she wearing such a bandage? The reason was revealed to be pneumothorax, a consequence of her rigorous qigong training. Dang anxiously asked Dr. Wabu for permission to observe his sister's treatment. The doctor agreed, and Dang waited outside while the treatment commenced. Dr. Wabu, preparing to treat Dang's sister, instructed Dang to watch carefully as he proceeded with the procedure. Dr. Wabu instructs Dang on how to use a syringe to treat his sister's pneumothorax, explaining the precise insertion point between the second and third ribs below the collarbone. The needle is inserted, and a sound is heard as it pierces through the affected area. Dang's sister winces slightly. The sound intensifies, indicating progress in the procedure. Dr. Wabu instructs Dang to remember this sound. Dang's father, observing the procedure, expresses his astonishment to Choseol. He comments on the unusual technique, noting his extensive knowledge of acupuncture and medicinal herbs, yet his unfamiliarity with this specific method. He declares the anesthesia complete. Choseol, impressed, remarks on the advanced nature of the technique, highlighting that it requires intimate knowledge of the body's organs. Dr. Wabu, preparing to perform a delicate procedure, declared, "I will cut the pharynx open." Dang's father, observing the scene, reflected on the unusual nature of the situation, musing, "So there are many strange people in Zhongwan too. I can't believe a monster is in that place." Meanwhile, elsewhere, grandfather, seated and contemplative, remarked, "Xiongwon is lucky to have him as his disciple." Dang's father anxiously awaited the outcome, his inner thoughts revealing his worry. It will go well, right?" Following the procedure, Dr. Wabu announced, "The operation went well." Dr. Wabu provided further post-operative instructions, "There won't be any blood or discharge tomorrow. Tie the tube if a clear liquid comes out." Dang, still somewhat apprehensive, attempted to excuse himself from further responsibility, asking, "I don't know anything about this, so can you let me off the hook?" His younger brother added, "I'd want that too, but..." Choseol grimaced, muttering to himself about having to attend to a disagreeable patient the following morning, a high-ranking official. Further compounding his displeasure, he reflected on the official's high standing and the potential implications of this visit. Choseol, sighing, announced his intention to arrive late the next day, only to be abruptly interrupted by his young apprentice, who had spotted a suspicious man. The apprentice, alarmed, reported the suspicious individual's presence near the manor. The scene shifts to Choseol and his apprentice, the latter bound and clearly distressed, while Choseol looks on with a smirk, questioning his apprentice's claims. Choseol's apprentice, still bound, nervously questioned his master, "Why did he get caught?" Choseol, initially amused, reacted with surprise upon hearing his apprentice's explanation, exclaiming, "Wait! A guard? Why do you have a guard?" The apprentice, flustered, could only offer a sheepish response. Choseol's amusement vanished, replaced by anger. He scolded his apprentice, "You punk! You should have told me right away if something like that happened." His concern deepened. Choseol continued, "What will I say to your mother if something happens to you?" The apprentice, terrified, apologized profusely, "Quad-a. Sorry." Choseol, his expression unreadable, stroked his beard thoughtfully. His apprentice, Jiam, explained the situation, stating that he didn't understand what was happening but considered Dr. Hua his savior. While another man, seemingly concerned, voiced his inability to simply do anything. Choseol instructed Jiam to stay with Dr. Hua for the time being. Jiam responded with a respectful "Yes, master." A new man approached, identifying himself as Boon's younger brother and expressing familiarity with Jiam. He smiled, a confident glint in his eyes. Jiam's eyes widened in surprise, a silent "ha" escaping her lips. As the imposing figure appeared before her, his voice booming, "Wu Jiam, the general from Anyuan County?" Jiam's astonishment deepened as she realized the implications, questioning aloud, "Wu Jiam from the Samgukuki will become my guard?" A thoughtful expression crossed her face as she contemplated the generational implications of this event, murmuring, "So this can happen from generation to generation. I'll be in your care." Later, Jiam, filled with remorse, apologized to her master, stating, "I am ashamed, master." Jiam's master berated him, "You can't even handle a small village, and I can't believe more than 10 people lost their lives." The master continued, questioning, "Is the person in front of me really the Akju I know from the past?" Jiam, ashamed and bowing low, confessed, "Besides, you didn't deal with that doctor, that's because." His master sighed, offering a path of retreat, "If it's that difficult, then it's okay to give up." But Jiam's resolve hardened as he heard his master's words. He stood, determined, to kill one doctor? His master, seeing his renewed determination, advised, "You need to have a good strategy and be devoted, Akju." An older man, possibly a servant or advisor, inquired of another figure, "By any chance, have you heard about the man from the defeated country?" The second figure responded, "Oh, are you talking about family head Go? He was quite popular, so I've heard about him." The first man's expression turned grim. "If there's a new world, he will be the first person I'd kill." The second man simply replied, "Great. I asked him." A woman, seemingly of high status, listened to their conversation. She reacted with a single word, "Oh." The woman continued, explaining her plan. Just like that, I will create conflict between the high-ranking army and the Go family. She added, if that's what Akju says, it's only natural for them to get confused. Jiam's master, a shrewd observer of the political landscape, considered his next move. His gaze hardened as he silently plotted, a grim determination etched onto his face. He muttered to himself, a plan forming in his mind, to use Dr. Hua, a foolish and easily manipulated pawn, to further his own ambitions. Jiam's master, plotting his next move, was questioned about his plan. He was asked, however, how are you going to do that? He responded, revealing his intentions, I'm thinking of using that idiot doctor. His plan was met with a demand for further explanation, using the doctor. Explain it in detail. The master elaborated on his strategy. When master goes to his clinic to get treatment, he will only bring a few guards with him. It'd be easier to handle if the guards aren't with him. His listener considered the feasibility, stating, if what you said is true, there's really a chance to do that. Finally, the master concluded by stating his timeline. When can you do that? I'm planning to execute the plan tomorrow. Jiam's master, his face obscured by a mask, addressed him. You made some mistakes, he stated, but as expected, you are a peace loyalist. He continued, expressing relief at Jiam's ability to bring peace. Jiam, in response, offered a simple, grateful, thank you. Jiam's master then presented him with a small, ornate box. It's nothing if you succeed, he explained, I will give you a better present. Jiam's master's words hung in the air, a subtle implication of the conditional nature of his reward. Jiam, though masked, seemed to register this, a slight shift in his expression visible even through the fabric. But that's if you succeed, he acknowledged. Jiam's master, seemingly pleased, responded with a curt, I'll keep it in mind. He then clenched his fists, a subtle gesture suggesting a hidden confidence. A close-up on Jiam's master's mouth revealed a slight, almost imperceptible, smirk playing on his lips, hinting at a deeper, more complex plan. Snow fell softly over a small village nestled in a valley, the distant mountains capped with white. A hand, outstretched, caught a few flakes. As Jiam looked up at the sky, noting the intensity of the snowfall. It's snowing a lot, he murmured to himself. Jiam wondered aloud if his master would arrive that day. His master's voice cut through the quiet, assuring him that he would arrive shortly. The master's inner thoughts revealed a more sinister plan. If Jiam hadn't brought the head of the Go family, he would have already been dealt with. The master continued, explaining that even if Jiam insisted on treatment first and drove other patients away, he would break his joints. Two figures, a young man and an older man, engaged in a conversation. The younger man expressed the opinion that the older man's condition had improved, suggesting he would become more gentle. The older man reacted with disbelief and incredulity to the suggestion, exclaiming, What? Gentle? The older man let out a hearty laugh, seemingly amused by the younger man's naivete. Meanwhile, outside in the heavy snowfall, Jiam pondered the delay of his master's arrival. He wondered if the inclement weather was the cause of the delay. A distant view of a snowy landscape showed the vast expanse of the winter scenery, emphasizing the harsh conditions and the potential difficulties of travel. A carriage, pulled by oxen, slowly makes its way through a snow-covered landscape. Inside, a man reflects, I can finally get rid of this disgusting disease. His face, though still bearing the marks of illness, shows a glimmer of hope. He adds, I can really feel that my condition is better now. The man, weakened but resolute, reflects on his arduous journey, muttering, I've endured all of that until now. Elsewhere, a young man observes the scene from a distance, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He thinks to himself, he's arrogant, but he's talented. His gaze lingers on the carriage, and a thought crosses his mind, if I follow him well, my body will. Jiam anxiously watches the heavy snowfall outside his master's home, worried about his master's delayed arrival. An arrow narrowly missed Jiam's master, who was traveling home in a horse-drawn carriage through a heavy snowstorm. As several horsemen launched a surprise attack. One of the assassins managed to strike the carriage, causing Jiam's master to exclaim in alarm. Jiam's master, despite the attack, fought back with determination, shouting in defiance. The master, surprised by the audacity of the attack, questioned the assassin's motives, wondering why they dared to attack him. Meanwhile, Jiam's loyal servant, General Pyong, vowed to protect his master, urging him to escape while he dealt with the attackers. An arrow pierced the horse pulling Jiam's master's carriage, causing the animal to rear in pain and panic, throwing the carriage into disarray. Jiam's master, witnessing the sudden attack, reacted with a frustrated exclamation, "Damn it!" The impact of the arrow sent the carriage wheel flying, and the vehicle careened down a snowy hillside, with Jiam's master barely managing to jump clear before it crashed. The master landed hard, his face a mask of shock and disbelief as he looked at the wreckage. The master's carriage hurtled down a snowy hillside, wheels spinning wildly. The vehicle splintered apart upon impact, scattering debris across the frozen landscape. The master, dazed and bleeding, stumbled from the wreckage. Jiam, his loyal servant, cried out in alarm, "Master!" Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jiam's anxious thoughts turned to his master's well-being. He had heard that his master was recovering, to the point of coming to the clinic daily. But his absence today fueled his worry. But why isn't he here yet? Jiam, concerned about his master's tardiness, remarked that Master Go was late. He suggested they find out why. Suddenly, a voice called out for Dr. Hua. Jiam, recognizing the voice, wondered if it was the horseman's. The horseman, Jiam's master, was carried in, badly injured. He groaned in pain. Jiam reacted with shock and alarm at the sight of his injured master. Jiam and another man carefully moved the injured master to a bed. The master groaned in pain as they moved him. Jiam, noticing the severity of his master's head wound, exclaimed that his head was bleeding profusely. He angrily cursed those responsible for his master's injuries. Jiam anxiously tended to his master, who lay on a table, severely injured. One man explained, he rolled down the cliff after the carriage was attacked. His master's head wound bled heavily. Jiam exclaimed in distress, "Oh no! His temporal artery was damaged." Why did it get damaged? A caption explained the danger of a damaged temporal artery. It is a thick blood vessel delivering blood from the heart to the side of your forehead, and damage causes severe bleeding requiring immediate attention. Another caption compared the situation to a car accident without a seatbelt. Jiam urgently instructed another man, a Juicy, "Please tie his arms and legs." The man quickly obeyed. Jiam attempted to apply a remedy, but in his haste, he dropped and broke the small bottle containing it, exclaiming, "First, this." Arg! The bottle shattered, spilling its contents. Jiam, his face etched with worry, wrung his hands, his distress palpable. He muttered to himself, "It seems like I have no other choice." His resolve hardening, Jiam braced himself for a difficult decision. He prepared to treat his master's grievous wound without anesthesia. The master winced, eyes wide with pain as Jiam began the procedure. A pained groan echoed through the dilapidated attic as Jiam's master writhed in agony. The blood vessels of the patient were unstable, a critical situation that demanded immediate action. Wu Jiam, his brow furrowed in concentration, urgently instructed his assistant to apply pressure. Meanwhile, Jiam and Boon's younger brother worked frantically to staunch the bleeding, their movements precise and desperate as the master's cries of pain intensified. The scene was chaotic, a desperate struggle against time and the relentless flow of blood. The urgency of the situation was palpable as Wu Jiam barked orders, his voice strained with worry. He urged his assistants to control the bleeding, his concern evident in his tense posture. Despite their best efforts, the situation remained precarious. Wu Jiam, his face etched with worry, continued to work, his hands steady and precise as he carefully stitched the wound, his every movement a testament to his skill and experience. He questioned whether his efforts would be enough to save his master. A wide shot shows a snow-covered village. The scene is tense, a group of soldiers stands guard outside a building, their expressions grim. In a speech bubble above them, a voice shouts, "Unless you want your lord to live as a cripple for the rest of his life." The camera focuses on the building, where a pained groan, echoes from within. Inside, a man writhes in agony, his face contorted in pain. He cries out, "Arg! Awa awa!" His suffering continues, punctuated by another pained gasp, "Urg!" Elsewhere, Jiam rushes to his master's side, his face etched with worry. He cries out, my lord!" Another man, presumably a physician, examines the injured lord. He reassures Jiam, saying, "He's fine. He's just passed out." A masked man, his face partially obscured, pondered aloud, "There you go. Who told you to destroy the last bottle of anesthesia?" Lord Yu, the emissary, reported to his superior, "I apologize for failing to kill that bastard, Cho. I've failed." His superior responded calmly, "No, it's fine, Lord Yu. On the contrary, it's more beneficial for us now that the trash is alive." The superior continued, explaining, "It's fine as long as you succeeded in making it seem like the military officers ambushed him." Lord Yu's superior, a man of calm and strategic demeanor, declared, "That part is certainly taken care of." He then explained his plan to Lord Yu's masked associate, "So that he'll confront the military officers and turn them upside down, don't you think?" The superior continued, elaborating on the plan's effectiveness, "It's more difficult for them to prove that they didn't do it rather than proving that they did it themselves." A military plaque, authentic in appearance, had been strategically placed, making it difficult to disprove the implication of military involvement in Cho's death. The superior concluded, "It won't be easy to prove that it's fake. So we can just sit by and wait." Lord Yu's superior mused, "Who can easily stop the wrath of that foolish trash?" Wu Jiam anxiously paced beside his master, who lay injured on a table. Wu Jiam worried aloud, "It's more difficult for them to prove that they didn't do it rather than proving that they did it themselves. Therefore, we can just sit by and wait." Jiam's master lay on the ground, eyes wide with shock. Wu Jiam, anxious, surveyed the scene from afar, his gaze fixed on their master's home and the snow-covered village. Meanwhile, Lord Yu's superior, confident in his plan, mused, "Who can easily stop the wrath of that foolish trash?" The injured master awoke with a start, his eyes darting around wildly as he gasped, "Ambushed." Dr. Wu tended to the master's wounds, Wu Jiam watching with concern as he asked, "What is Captain Pyong doing?" The doctor winced as he applied acupuncture needles, the master crying out in pain, "Ak." Jiam carefully prepared a medicinal concoction for his master, who lay resting on a makeshift bed. He worried aloud about the potential risks of raising his master's blood pressure, expressing concern that his blood vessels might burst. Jiam's master, however, remained unconcerned, simply stating that the treatment was exactly as Dr. Wu had prescribed. He questioned how he could possibly refute such a respected physician. Later, as Jiam stretched and yawned, an older man observed him, commenting on his youth, barely 15 years old, while Jiam's master continued to recover. The older man noted the significant reduction in pus, a clear sign that the syphilis was healing, leaving him impressed by the young Jiam's skill. He wondered just how such a feat was accomplished. Jiam, lost in thought, wondered if his master was truly the embodiment of the Shinnon Emperor. Inside his simple dwelling, Captain Pyong knelt before a seated man, his posture humble. A woman and another man observed from a distance. The seated man, his face partially obscured by bandages, questioned the captain about the assassins' identities, his voice laced with suspicion. He demanded to know if they were military officers. A chilling image of General Pyong, silhouetted against a backdrop of numerous soldiers, filled the panel. The sheer number of soldiers and the ominous atmosphere created a sense of foreboding. Captain Pyong confirmed that the assassins were indeed trained soldiers, his response confirming the general's worst fears. Jiam's master examined a military plaque, stating that the arrows and bows used in the assassination attempt were military equipment, and that the plaque itself was definitive proof the assassins were soldiers. He questioned why any military officer would abandon their weapons and identifying plaque in such a conspicuous manner, concluding that their actions were deliberate, intended to cause chaos. Jiam's master pondered this, believing that someone else would understand the implications. When suddenly, a man appeared, demanding to know if he was the military officer who had been mentioned earlier. Jiam's master demanded, "Show me your military plaque." Hesitantly, Jiam's master questioned, Are you talking about my military plaque? Two nearly identical military plaques were presented, one belonged to Commander Gunna, the other to Commander Song In-pang. Observing the plaques, Jiam's master and Wu Jiam noted their striking similarity. They both look very similar to each other. Wu Jiam, startled, exclaimed, Pardon, while his master reacted with disbelief. Jiam's master reflected, Anyone can forge the military plaque if they put their minds to it. Jiam's master, visibly shaken, insisted that it was impossible to definitively conclude that the assassins were military officers based solely on the evidence presented. He questioned whether the bows, arrows, and military plaques were all forgeries. Jiam's master, fueled by rage and suspicion, ordered Captain Pion to immediately arrest the man he believed responsible for the ambush. Captain Pion, though surprised by the order, understood the gravity of the situation and the master's fury. He accepted responsibility for the arrest. Jiam, witnessing his master's fury, expressed understanding but cautioned against unjustly punishing innocent individuals. Jiam's concern highlighted the potential for misjudgment in the heat of the moment. Jiam's master, his face contorted in a mask of fury, sputtered, Who are you now? The guard, calm and collected, responded simply, I'm Physician Was Guard. Jiam's master, despite his anger, felt a prickle of unease. Something about the guard felt different. An almost imperceptible shift in the air, a subtle change in the atmosphere around the guard. He possessed an incredible aura. Even after revealing his identity, the guard remained remarkably nonchalant. Few could remain so calm in his presence. Jiam's master, his curiosity piqued, pressed further, Who is your master? Physician Was Guard, despite his master's pressing questions, remained tight-lipped, stating, Even if it's Lord Yu, I can't recklessly reveal his name. He then presented a gleaming sword, asserting, You will understand just by seeing this. The guard's master, upon seeing the ornate weapon, reacted with a mixture of shock and dawning comprehension, his eyes widening in recognition of the sword. Jiam's master's eyes widened in shock as he saw the sword, exclaiming, the Imperial Sword? His initial shock gave way to a stunned silence. He tried to speak, but his guard quickly covered his mouth, whispering, Shush, many people are listening. The guard's attempt to silence him was interrupted by a muffled gasp from Jiam's master. Jiam's master's guard continued, suggesting, But wouldn't it be better to think about the situation calmly? Jiam's master, still visibly shaken, stammered, That's. Jiam's master reflected on his recent anger, acknowledging that he had overreacted. He worried about the consequences of losing against the military. While Jiam's master's companion agreed, stating that it was pointless to cause a commotion within the medical facility. Jiam, observing the scene, wondered why the man had not bowed, attributing it to his bad side. He questioned the man's identity. As the Manhwa title card appeared, a servant informed Jiam that a woman had suddenly developed a stomachache. A servant informed Jiam's master that Choseol had something to tell him. Choseol, appearing calm and composed, sat across a small table from him, a rolled-up scroll resting nearby. Jiam's master expressed relief that Choseol appeared unharmed, prompting Choseol to inquire about the reason for his concern. Choseol began her explanation, stating that many stories circulate, most being mere rumors. But when these stories overlap, they become true. She then revealed that she had something important to share. Jiam's master explained that he had summoned Dr. Hua because of a matter of concern. There had been a massacre at a location called Peace Lion, half an hour from the prefectural government building. 3 officials, including Colonel Zhou, were killed there, officials who frequently visited that place. Choseol reported that the peace leader is suspicious, and Jiam's master agreed, noting that their house sect had investigated the matter thoroughly. Jiam's master expressed further suspicion regarding the peace leader. And Jiam observed a set of wooden tablets inscribed with the words Great Peace. News of a rebellion reached Jiam's master in Choseol. The text above the image read, The Yellow Turban Rebel Lion? A chaotic scene unfolded, depicting a large group of armed rebels, their banners clearly visible. Choseol and Jiam's master discussed the situation. They couldn't be certain, but the location of the rebellion was highly suspicious. Jiam's master, deep in thought, concluded that he still needed to confirm the information. He pondered the implications of sharing this sensitive information, the tablets displaying the words Great Peace clearly visible. Ultimately, he questioned to whom he should entrust this crucial information. Jiam's master concluded that sharing the information they had gathered with Colonel Zhou was the right course of action. Reasoning that if things went wrong, he would be far better equipped to handle the situation than his subordinates. Meanwhile, Choseol, having completed her task, informed her employer that she would be available once her work was finished. Receiving a curt but affirmative response. A wide shot reveals a snow-covered village, seemingly peaceful, yet hinting at a hidden tension. Elsewhere, a doctor reacted with disbelief upon hearing that a patient's tetanus and ectasia had been cured. Jiam's master reflected on the young doctor's skills, noting that he had cured Jiam's plum wounds and stopped the bleeding from a head injury. Remarking that he was surprisingly skilled. Jiam added that the diseases Jiam suffered were incurable by humans. Further emphasizing the extraordinary nature of the young doctor's feat, even if only one of the 4 diseases was curable, finding a cure for it was unheard of. The master expressed disbelief that the doctor had cured all of them. Meanwhile, Colonel Zhou, examining his surgical tools, wondered if the doctor's skill surpassed his expectations. Jiam's master continued to ponder the implications, mentioning that the doctor was accompanied by a man wielding an imperial sword. And that this same doctor had saved his life twice. Jiam's master, comfortably seated, reflected on the events that transpired. He admitted to himself, "I'm indebted to that punk." His thoughts drifted to the lingering discomfort. He continued his internal monologue, "I keep on having a stomachache and I feel dizzy." Meanwhile, outside, Colonel Zhou and Jiam questioned the young doctor about the nature of the illness affecting the villagers. The doctor diagnosed it as malnutrition. The doctor explained that there was no specific medicine for malnutrition, proper nutrition was the only solution. He lamented, "But I can't keep on giving money to these kind of patients." Jiam's master, observing the scene from afar, resolved to take action. He muttered to himself, "I need to do something about this." He then approached Colonel Zhou and Jiam, his expression serious and determined. Jiam's master inquired about the reason for his troubled sigh. And Jiam hesitantly requested some crops. His master, aware of a villager's impoverished circumstances, offered aid. But Jiam's reluctance stemmed from his inability to offer payment. Jiam explained that he needed the crops to help starving villagers survive the winter. Prompting his master to question his intentions, suspecting the use of his treatment fees. Jiam, her expression a mixture of hope and apprehension, looked to her master and simply stated, "Yes." Her master responded with a hearty laugh, "Ha ha ha. You're really such a mysterious man." The master, seemingly amused by Jiam's quiet determination, declared, "All right, I will give you crops instead of money." Jiam, surprised by this unexpected turn, reacted with a questioning expression. Her master, noticing her surprise, added, "Do you think I'd lie to you?" The master then gave a direct order, "Dr. Cheon, take some warriors with you and get some crops." Dr. Cheon, showing his unwavering loyalty, replied, "I'll do as per your order." As Dr. Cheon and his warriors departed, the master reassured Jiam, "That's not something you should worry about." Jiam's master, a benevolent yet enigmatic figure, issued a curt instruction, "You should treat me completely soon." The next day dawned, the sky a clear expanse of blue. And a large shipment of grain arrived in the snow-covered village. These supplies, sent by Jiam's master, were enough to feed everyone. Jiam's master oversaw the distribution, ensuring each villager received their share. He reassured them that there was enough for everyone, urging them not to cause a fuss. Jiam, observing the scene, felt a mix of relief and uncertainty. While grateful for the aid, a lingering doubt clouded her mind. She wondered if she had somehow wronged her master. The villagers, their faces etched with relief and gratitude, began to collect their rations, their steps light with renewed hope. Jiam's master oversaw the grain distribution, a benevolent expression on his face. He appeared slightly overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the operation. And then, with a decisive nod, he instructed his assistants to increase the rations threefold. "Give them thrice more," he commanded. One of the assistants, startled by the sudden increase, exclaimed, What?" The master's decision caused a ripple of surprise among the workers. But the master, unfazed, calmly instructed a group of villagers to carry 6 bags of grain each. The villagers, initially shocked, were soon overcome with gratitude. Overwhelmed with relief, the villagers repeatedly thanked their benefactor. "Thank you, master." "Thank you," they chorused. Even Jiam's master seemed slightly embarrassed by the effusive gratitude. Meanwhile, Jiam watched the scene unfold, a mixture of relief, hope, and uncertainty swirling within him. He quietly wished the villagers well. "Get well soon," he murmured, though the situation felt somewhat awkward. Still, it was nice to see such generosity. Jiam watched, relieved, as the villagers received increased grain rations. The distribution was far more substantial than anything she had witnessed before. Jiam's master, usually reserved, oversaw the process with a benevolent smile, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. He had clearly been moved to act generously. He confided in a nearby villager, his voice barely a murmur, "I've been by Master Go's side for more than 20 years, but it's my first time seeing him like this." Later, Jiam and her master sat together. A young woman, admiring her master's actions, expressed her gratitude. "I admire Dr. Wa's skills so much." Her master chuckled modestly, "I'm not someone admirable." Jiam's master received a report on the recent ambush. The investigation by the main house and the military had yet to yield results. However, he had obtained some crucial information. He decided to share this sensitive information with Jiam, warning her that it might be unsettling, but assuring her that he would make the final decision. The master revealed the name Master of Peace, a title that seemed to fill him with a grim determination, prompting him to personally investigate the matter further. Jiam's master revealed that if the peace leader was behind the ambush, he would reward Jiam for her help, adding that actions always have consequences, and urging Jiam to simply accept the reward if offered. Jiam, intrigued by the offer, readily agreed to meet Colonel Zhou, leaving her master slightly perplexed by her eagerness. Jiam, anticipating her master's next question, preemptively explained that she intended to collaborate with Colonel Zhou regardless. Jiam approached a large building, a question forming in her mind, "Is there no one here?" Jiam's master confronted her, his voice laced with anger. He questioned her actions, expressing concern about the potential consequences. The master continued his reprimand, emphasizing that even Jiam's unique status did not exempt her from accountability. Meanwhile, Jiam's focus remained on her mission. She inquired about Colonel Zhou's whereabouts. A courtyard scene unfolded, revealing a group of bound prisoners under the watchful eyes of numerous guards. The atmosphere was tense. The master's hand reached out, seemingly to stop Jiam from further action. Bound and kneeling, Jiam's master's captive was dragged before a crowd of Go family members. His furious outburst echoing through the courtyard, "How dare you bastards try to kill me?" The master of the Go family, addressing the bound man, demanded, "What do you think of the master of the Go family?" Seizing the opportunity, Jiam escaped the scene, her master's enraged voice pursuing her, "You bastard! How shamelessly dare you act like you don't know me? Do I have to let you taste warmth until you confess?" But Jiam remained resolute, responding, "I have proof, so stop talking nonsense." Jiam's master, triumphant, declared, "Great! It seems like I got you." His subordinate confirmed, "Yes, I got you, right?" Meanwhile, Choseol, observing from a distance, questioned, "Why is he like this all of a sudden?" Choseol, devising a plan, suggested to Colonel Zhou, "Colonel Zhou, why don't we set up a trap? A very pretty one." Colonel Zhou, seemingly considering the proposal, rubbed his hands together thoughtfully, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he responded, "Ah." A subordinate reported to his master, "I see, Gocho, that bastard broke into the office?" The master listened intently as his subordinate confirmed, "Yes. Choseol, masked and seated at the table, reacted with disbelief, muttering, "I can't believe that bastard came there. It's just like what Okjunim predicted." The master, concerned, added, "At this rate, Chohyun will fall into our hands." Choseol, pleased with the outcome, acknowledged her subordinate's success, saying, "Good work, Okjunim." The final panel showed Chohyun, a stern expression on his face, standing before a large group of soldiers. Okjunim, wielding a polearm, stood before a line of soldiers, his presence commanding and powerful. He effortlessly pierced a thick wooden door with a single, swift thrust. Then, with a roar, he declared, "Destroy them all." Choseol and Jiam's master watched from a distance, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and concern. Jiam's master, noticing Colonel Joe's unexpected presence, questioned, "No, why is Colonel Joe here when he was definitely inside the office?" Meanwhile, inside, panic set in as Jiam's master's aides cried out, Master. What should we do?" "The gaff." Jiam's master, panicked, urged Okjunim to hurry and take everything from the safe. As Colonel Joe's soldiers rapidly approached the estate, the soldiers surrounded the building, their swords drawn. Colonel Joe, enraged, declared that whoever defied him would face death. Okjunim and Jiam's master hurried through a dimly lit tunnel, the flickering torchlight casting long, dancing shadows on the rough-hewn walls, their footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and something else, something faintly metallic. Jiam's master, his face etched with panic, urged Okjunim onward, pointing frantically ahead. "Over there," he gasped, his voice strained with urgency. Okjunim, despite the weight of the satchel she carried, moved with surprising speed and agility. Reaching the end of the tunnel, she exclaimed, "Great! Is it that place? I can get out now." However, before she could celebrate her escape, a figure emerged from the shadows, silhouetted against the flickering torchlight. Jiam's master, startled, cried out, "Or not?" Okjunim and her master discovered that the key to the escape route was indeed within the tunnel. "The key was definitely here," her master exclaimed, his voice laced with a mix of relief and desperation. But their moment of triumph was short-lived. The master berated Okjunim for losing the key, his frustration evident in his harsh words, "You stupid idiot! How could you lose the key to the escape path?" They realized they had no choice but to find an alternative escape route. "We have no choice but to find another way," the master declared, his gaze hardening with determination. And Okjunim, despite her fear, nodded in agreement. They decided to deceive the pursuing army. The master, in a desperate attempt to buy time, began tearing his clothes, creating a diversion. Okjunim watched, a mixture of fear and concern etched on her face. He urged her to leave, giving her a piece of clothing to aid her escape. "Take that and leave. I will buy you some time here," he instructed, his voice firm despite his obvious panic. Okjunim's master retrieved a small, ornate box from his robes. He presented it to Okjunim, who was bound and visibly distressed. "You and I don't know each other," he stated, "you understand?" Okjunim replied simply, "Yes. I understand." Okjunim's eyes widened in alarm as she noticed approaching figures. "TCH. They're already here," she exclaimed. Meanwhile, Okjunim's master, hearing a commotion, shouted, "Colonel! There is a person being held here." He created a diversion, unleashing a burst of energy as he yelled, "Bastards!" The scene shifted to a small, intricately carved dragon-shaped device lying on a wooden surface. A maniacal chuckle echoed in the silence. Jiam's master, marveling at the ease of his escape, muttered to himself, "I can't believe I'd get this so easily." He held a small, ornate key, reflecting on his actions. There was only one thing left to do, he thought. He had no reason to see that woman again. With a determined nod, he declared, "That's right," and proceeded deeper into the cavern. He grabbed his bow, preparing for his departure. He vowed, "I will never get involved with the peace order again," as he walked away from the cave's mouth. Jiam's master, now carrying a bag and bow, walked away from the mountains, leaving behind the conflict and heading towards a distant village. Jiam's master, having escaped the peace order, is escorted through a town by 2 guards. The scene is set in a bustling marketplace, with various shops and people visible in the background. The guards comfort a distraught young woman, assuring her that everything is all right. She sobs, hiccuping. But the young woman's tears abruptly cease as a cruel smile spreads across her face. She reveals her deception, berating the guards for their foolishness. Meanwhile, Jiam's master continues his escape, muttering to himself about finding a way forward. He feels frustrated by his current predicament. His thoughts turn dark, wishing harm upon his enemies. A flash of light appears, and an arrow pierces the young woman's chest. The scene ends with her shocked expression. A young woman, seemingly a part of a small escort, was struck by an arrow, falling to the ground. Her companions reacted with shock and alarm, exclaiming in disbelief. The guards realized they were ambushed, one shouting a warning to his colleagues as they struggled to defend themselves against unseen attackers. Meanwhile, perched high in a tree, a man watched the scene unfold. He calmly observed the chaos below, his expression betraying no emotion. He muttered to himself about eliminating the source of further trouble. The young woman lay dead, her lifeless eyes staring blankly upwards. The arrow remained embedded in her chest. In a distant location, a man chuckled to himself, expressing disbelief that Gocho, a man he clearly despises, was distributing grain to the poor. 2 men sat at a table, sipping tea. One, older with long white hair, remarked, "This is such an unbelievable incident." The younger man responded, "Isn't it because he wants to look good in front of the master? You wouldn't even hear him making a fuss." The younger man pondered, "Maybe it might be because of Dr. Hua?" The older man replied, "Well, it's not a strange thing for someone to change after almost dying twice. So isn't it more important that he has done something he won't do in his lifetime?" Jiam's master watched, a look of disbelief on his face, as Dr. Hua effortlessly deflected an attack. The sheer power behind the seemingly simple block leaving him speechless. "Really," he muttered, his voice barely a whisper. He continued, "Yes, that's right, but was there a force in his sword?" The master's surprise was palpable. He explained that Dr. Hua had acquired this skill from Colonel Zhou, expressing gratitude for his training. Furthermore, he noted that Dr. Hua had only been training for 5 months. Jiam's master reflected on this revelation. If it weren't for Colonel Zhou, he mused, I would have dragged him and made him a priest. He then turned his gaze to a calligraphy scroll on the wall, adding, "If you're saying that much, then it's such a waste." A tranquil village scene unfolds, showcasing simple wooden houses nestled amongst greenery. Dr. Hua is seen resting peacefully on a bench outside one of the homes. He reflects on the successful grain distribution, a sigh of contentment escaping his lips. As expected, the distribution of the grain was a big help. No one is coming down with malnutrition anymore, he thinks. A young villager approaches, expressing their gratitude. "Oh my goodness, Doctor, you look peaceful," they exclaim. Dr. Hua smiles gently, responding to their inquiry about his journey to the mountains with a word of caution, "Be careful." Another villager, now fully recovered, excitedly greets the doctor. "Doctor, I'm all better now," they announce. Dr. Hua chuckles, relieved. "Ha ha. That's a relief," he says. Dr. Hua observes the villagers, their faces bright and healthy. "It's great that everyone looks bright. Anyway, I think we can get through the winter smoothly," he muses. Back at his resting place, Dr. Hua reflects on the resolution of the conflict with the peace leader. This is really a relief. The problem with the peace leader has been taken care of, and Master Go is no longer angry. It feels good if problems are handled like this, he thinks contentedly. A young woman, her back to the viewer, paused, her ears perked at a distant sound. Recognizing the rhythmic beat of a horse's hooves approaching. In the distance, a man called out urgently, "Wanhwa! Wanhwa!" The young woman's eyes widened in surprise as she saw her brother, riding a horse, approaching at speed. The brother, breathless, delivered grave news, "Mother is in a critical condition." The young woman's face paled, her eyes reflecting a mixture of shock and fear. A sense of urgency washed over her. This was a moment she had long dreaded. She clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly as she braced herself for the difficult journey ahead. Later, alone, the young woman sat, seemingly lost in thought, then suddenly startled by a sound. She looked down at her hands, a puzzled expression on her face. Wa's hand trembled uncontrollably. My hand. I can't believe I'm shaking this much. A wave of concern washed over him as he realized the cause of his physical reaction. Is Wa's body reacting because his mother is in a critical condition? But a reassuring voice calmed his fears. But don't worry. The doctor continued, his words carrying a weight of shared familial connection. Your mother is also my mother. He offered a promise, a pledge born from love and medical expertise. So I will make sure that your mother's surgery will be successful. The exterior of a traditional style house is shown, suggesting a setting in East Asia. Inside, Akjunim lies in bed, appearing critically ill. A young woman and an older man stand by her bedside, their expressions filled with worry. The young woman anxiously asks the older man, a doctor, if there is no other way to help Akjunim. He looks distressed. The doctor's distress deepens as he gestures towards Akjunim's weakened state. The young woman, desperate for a solution, mentions another doctor, Sungrim. The older doctor shakes his head, uttering a single, despairing word, no. The young woman's face was etched with worry, her eyes wide with a desperate hope. She had brought Manhwa to Hyugnim, a renowned physician, seeking a miracle for her critically ill mother. And anxiously inquired if Manhwa's skills could truly cure Akjunim's illness. Hyugnim, however, delivered a crushing blow, stating that if Dr. Wa couldn't cure Akjunim, then no one in the world could. The young woman's hope crumbled. A young man tended to Akjunim, who lay in bed. He checked her pulse, while an older man and another attendant looked on. Did she lose consciousness? One of them asked. No, the young man replied. The young man continued his examination, his brow furrowed in concentration. He held her hand gently, and she murmured, "Thank you." The narration revealed that she had been in extreme pain and vomiting since undergoing acupuncture. The young man looked concerned. Her temperature is too high, he stated. If she wasn't vomiting, that would mean her condition is serious. He examined Akjunim's abdomen, finding something unusual. That's strange, her small intestine or a part of her large intestine shouldn't be swollen like this, he muttered to himself, frustrated. Damn it, why can't I see through important things? He clenched his fist, his frustration growing. I need it right now. Come on, please, he pleaded, seemingly desperate for a solution. The young man's eyes narrowed, reflecting his intense focus and determination to find a solution for Akjunim's worsening condition. The young woman gasped, clutching her chest. Why is my heart beating so fast? Out of the blue, she wondered, a wave of disorientation washing over her. Her eyes widened, a strange light emanating from within as her vision seemed to shift. Suddenly, she could see it, a holographic projection of her own internal organs, specifically her gallbladder, inflamed and swollen. I can see it, she exclaimed. Her expression turned grim as she recognized the severity of her condition. I knew it, she muttered. Her small and large intestine aren't swollen. She has acute cholecystitis. Hyungnim rushed in, his face etched with worry. Hyungnim. Mother is in a critical condition. I need to do an operation now, she urgently declared. Hyungnim's face fell, his worry deepening as he contemplated the gravity of the situation. Hyungnim, observing the scene with growing concern, overheard a conversation regarding Colonel Joe's tetanus, a condition so severe that even Dr. Son was unable to cure it. And learned that Dr. Wa, despite his renowned skill, was also powerless against this specific ailment. The gravity of the situation was underscored by the statement that no other physician in the world could cure Colonel Joe's tetanus. A man, presumably Hyugnim's son, announced his departure, entrusting his mother's care to Manhwa, leaving Hyugnim and the others with a sense of foreboding. Hyugnim anxiously watched as Okjunim, weakened and feverish, lay in bed. A concerned expression crossed his face. His mother's labored breathing filling the room. He whispered, "Mother." His worry deepening as he saw her distress. "Manhwa," he murmured, his voice laced with concern. A flashback showed Hyugnim, his face etched with determination, tending to the sick in Whetstone Valley. The narration explained, "You also saved the lives of those people who got tetanus." "And so she knows that I've been treating people," Hyugnim thought, a hint of pride in his voice as he responded to his mother, "Yes, mother." Okjunim, despite her illness, noticed her son's worry. "But, why do you look so worried?" she asked, her voice soft but inquisitive. Okjunim, lying in bed, expressed relief that her son, Hyugnim, would be caring for her. She admitted to feeling relieved. Hyugnim, however, appeared troubled, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. He then smiled, reassuring himself that he would do his best to help his mother recover, and vowed to make sure she felt better. His expression was determined. Hyugnim took a deep breath, reminding himself to calm down and focus. He then confidently approached his mother's bedside, ready to begin the procedure. He declared that the surgery wouldn't be difficult. Hyugnim, determined to succeed, focused his energy, a surge of power emanating from him. The other physicians, observing, noted a change in the atmosphere. As Hyugnim's resolve intensified, his power grew, a visible aura surrounding him. The energy pulsed, a wave of healing energy directed towards Okjunim, who lay in her bed. Hyugnim declared he would begin the treatment now. The scene shifted to the bedside, where Hyugnim, along with the other physicians, prepared to treat Okjunim. Hyugnim, focused and empowered, delicately prepared the wound for cauterization. Meanwhile, Dr. Wa and another masked individual observed as Hyugnim received a hot iron. The masked individual, following Dr. Wa's instructions, carefully held and spread the flesh. Dr. Wa observed Hyugnim's calm demeanor during the procedure, impressed by his composure. Hyugnim, displaying remarkable skill, prepared the surgical instruments with precision. Dr. Wa and the other masked individual exchanged glances, noting the unusual nature of Hyugnim's energy and skill, remarking on how it differed from his previous work in the Whispering Valley. His hands seemed to instinctively know what to do. Hyugnim, his face partially obscured by a surgical mask, meticulously worked on Okjunim, his actions precise and confident. He held up a piece of parchment, a look of intense focus on his face. As he announced, "This man is the god himself." He continued his work, removing the mesentery. Then expertly addressing the exposed cystic artery and duct, his movements swift and decisive. He instructed, "Detach them." The procedure resulted in some bleeding, staining Hyugnim's mask with crimson, prompting OBO to quickly wipe the blood and prepare a hot iron. OBO, following instructions, responded, "Yes, I'll wipe it off and prepare the hot iron." The bleeding was successfully stopped, a sigh of relief washing over Hyugnim and OBO as they observed the results of their collaborative efforts. Hyugnim, with OBO assisting, completed the most dangerous part of Okjunim's surgery. Hyugnim carefully detached a section of the organ, muttering to himself about the precision required. The surgical team worked together, their movements precise and coordinated as they tended to Okjunim's wound. Hyugnim carefully extracted the damaged tissue, a small amount of blood staining his gloved hand. The removed tissue was placed in a small bowl, the team's focus unwavering as they continued the delicate procedure. The discarded tissue pieces fell to the floor, marking the successful conclusion of the complex operation. A surge of determination filled Hyugnim as a single thought echoed in his mind: "I can save Mother." The exterior of a traditional-style building was shown, suggesting the setting of the story. Inside, OBO expressed concern to another individual, questioning if Hyugnim was taking too long. The other individual responded that they should wait and trust Manhwa. OBO, however, remained worried, noting how unusually dry his blood felt. OBO, anxious and sweating, responded to Hyugnim with a strained, "Yes, Hyugnim." He clasped his hands together, a picture of worry etched on his face. His gaze was fixed, his thoughts focused on Akjunim's well-being. He silently prayed, Manhwa will definitely cure her. His silent plea was a desperate hope against the backdrop of the ongoing surgery. He whispered, please. Tears streamed down his face as he continued his silent prayer, I hope it's not too late. Overcome with emotion, he cried out, I'm begging you, Manhwa. Meanwhile, Dr. Hua, observing from a distance, noticed a sudden interruption. Someone approached him. A figure, cloaked in a worn red robe, stood silently, his face obscured by shadow. A palpable tension hanging in the air as he anxiously awaited news. He whispered, barely audible, Manhwa. The young man, his face etched with worry, clutched at his collar, his thoughts a whirlwind of apprehension. Then, a slow smile spread across his features as he finally heard the life-altering news: the surgery was a success. Overwhelmed with relief, two older men, their faces beaming with joy, celebrated the successful operation alongside the young man. The young man, now visibly lighter, let out a sigh of relief, a weight lifted from his shoulders. Dr. Hua collapsed suddenly, his body hitting the ground with a thud. Hyugnim and Obo rushed to his side, exclaiming in alarm. Concerned for his well-being. Hyugnim knelt beside him, preparing to examine the unconscious physician, while Obo anxiously inquired about Hua's condition. He asked Hyugnim if Dr. Bang could assess Manhwa's state. Hyugnim reassured Obo that Hua was merely sleeping from relief, his exhaustion finally catching up to him after the successful surgery. As Obo and Hyugnim watched over the sleeping doctor, Manhwa stirred slightly, murmuring his name in a soft whisper. Dr. Hua awoke with a start, disoriented. He muttered, huh? His confusion deepened as he looked around his unfamiliar surroundings, questioning, where am I? Then, recognizing a familiar face, he exclaimed, huh? That's the original Hua. Hyugnim knelt before him, seemingly distressed, prompting a questioning look from Dr. Hua. Dr. Hua, still disoriented, knelt before Hyugnim. Hyugnim observed her, noting her expression of gratitude. He smiled, acknowledging her efforts. He reached out a hand, a gesture of comfort and support. A soft, white light enveloped Dr. Hua. The light intensified, then faded, leaving Dr. Hua seemingly unharmed but still disoriented. Dr. Hua looked up, a serene expression on his face, as a soft, ethereal light enveloped him. The light intensified, and a voice, calm and reassuring, echoed in his mind, you can rest assured now. The light subsided, leaving Dr. Hua feeling completely refreshed and at peace. He stood, seemingly floating above the ground, a gentle smile playing on his lips. And then he descended, landing softly on the ground below. Manhwa awoke with a start, his body sprawled across the bedclothes. He looked down at his hands, a puzzled expression on his face, wondering if the events he had just experienced were merely a dream. He sat up in bed, still slightly disoriented, and looked over to see Akjunim sleeping peacefully in the adjacent bed. A wave of relief washing over him as he realized she was all right. A small smile touched his lips as he whispered a silent prayer of thanks. Then, he heard voices approaching from outside the room. Manhwa? You're up, one of them called. Manhwa, having awakened, reassured those present that both she and Akjunim were recovering well. Mother and I are fine, she stated, her voice calm despite the recent ordeal. The relief was palpable in the room as Manhwa's words settled. She looked down, a slight tremor in her hands betraying lingering anxiety. Meanwhile, Akjunim's master, his back to the viewer, silently reflected on the events that had transpired. His thoughts were heavy with regret, as he confessed to himself, I'm sorry for not trusting you all this time. Manhwa, noticing her master's distress, looked up at him with concern, her expression a mixture of worry and understanding. A moment of shared silence passed between them, a silent acknowledgement of the unspoken weight of their shared experience. Overcome with emotion, Akjunim's master broke down in tears, his shoulders shaking as he wept openly. Manhwa gently placed a comforting hand on his arm, offering silent support. Akjunim's wounds are fully healed, and she is recovering well. Her father, Manhwa, and a young attendant are at her bedside. Wonhwa expresses relief and offers words of comfort, advising Akjunim to take good care of herself to ensure a complete recovery. The attendant explains the next steps in Akjunim's treatment. Once her intestines are clear, the drain tube will be removed and the incision sewn. Meanwhile, Wonhwa reflects on Obo, the young attendant, noting his exceptional skill and potential, likening him to the hands and feet of Dr. Hwa. Wonhwa muses that they have Dr. Hwa in the current generation and Obo for the next. Overcome with a sense of regret, Wonhwa laments that if he were 10 years younger, he would have become Obo's student. An elderly man, his face etched with age and wisdom, declared, "Since I'm too old, I will make my nephew the student of Dr. Hwa. That kid also took after my medical skills a lot." Two young individuals conversed, one cheerfully remarking, "Madam will like it a lot." The other responded, "You're right. She will be glad to hear that the surgery went well." Wonhwa was called, and she responded with a simple, "Yes?" A messenger announced, "A message from the government minister has arrived." Upon hearing the news, Wonhwa reacted with surprise, exclaiming, "Huh? From the government minister?" A hand, adorned in simple white cuffs, presented a sealed document to Wonhwa. The accompanying words confirmed its origin, an imperial letter from the government minister. A tranquil landscape unfolds, showcasing a serene village nestled amidst rolling hills and a clear sky. Bare, winter trees dot the scene. The camera focuses on a large, traditional-style house, its gray-tiled roof a prominent feature against the muted colors of the landscape. Inside the house, Jiam's master rests in bed, sipping tea. Wonhwa and a young boy sit at a table, examining an official-looking letter. The letter appears to be from the imperial court. Wonhwa's expression shifts from calm to one of surprise as she reads the contents. The young boy asks Wonhwa if the minister summoned her. Wonhwa confirms her suspicion, stating that she knew it. Wonhwa's master, an elderly man, informed her that not long ago, Dr. Hwa treated the youngest master of the Go family, Master Go-cho. And that Master Go's niece is the third imperial concubine. He speculated that Master Go might have recommended Dr. Hwa's amazing medical skills to the minister, leading the minister to summon Wonhwa. Wonhwa, surprised, questioned the reason for the summons. Wonhwa read the imperial letter, finding it unclear except for the order to head to the Xingbichuan prefecture. She surmised that the summons was due to the concubine's pregnancy. She recalled her time in the obstetrics and gynecology department and wondered if the concubine had a gynecological disorder. She was concerned that the concubine hadn't told her. Wonhwa, along with her master and a young boy, prepared to depart. Wonhwa, noticing a change in her mother's address, questioned the shift in tone. She had been called son before, but now, her mother used her name. A subtle yet significant alteration. Her mother, however, expressed pride in Wonhwa's receipt of an official letter from the minister, and instructed her to attend to the needs of the ailing Colonel Zhou. Wonhwa, accepting the task, readily agreed to her mother's request. Dr. Hwa arrived at the palace, where he was immediately recognized. He was then introduced to Go Hyan, the third concubine and niece of Go-cho. Go Hyan, having heard of Dr. Hwa from her uncle, expressed her awe and requested a checkup. Go Hyan instructed Dr. Hwa to begin the examination. He noticed a silk thread and expressed his surprise at its presence. Dr. Hwa, preparing to examine the young woman, muttered to himself, "I have to feel her pulse with this?" A television screen showed a historical drama, and two men watched, one commenting, "Mother, congratulations on your pregnancy." The other replied, "Whoa, that's how they were examined in the past? It's a bit exaggerated since it's a show. How would you feel being checked up through silk?" The young woman looked on with a mixture of shock and apprehension, her eyes wide with disbelief. Dr. Hwa, struggling with the examination, declared, "I can't proceed with the checkup like this. I accept that this is beyond my skills." He apologized to the young woman, "My apologies, ma'am." Dr. Hwa explained, "Due to my lack of capabilities, I can't examine you with this thread." A young woman, seeking medical attention, questioned Dr. Hwa, "What do you mean by that?" Dr. Hwa explained that her uncle had praised his skills, yet he felt his examination was inadequate. He apologized for the shortcomings. The young woman insisted on a thorough examination, stating that due to her low-level techniques, a proper medical checkup was necessary to determine the exact problem. Dr. Hua, reflecting on his shortcomings, admitted that he shouldn't slack off when examining patients, but mentioned that his uncle had advised him to seek a checkup from a more experienced doctor. However, he needed permission from the minister to even touch the young woman. He finally agreed to the request. A regal figure, obscured by shadow yet undeniably of high status, declared, "I will ask the minister for permission." The scene shifts to a tranquil interior. A young woman, dressed in simple yet elegant attire, sits at a table in a well-appointed room, calmly sipping tea. She savors the warmth of the cup, a slight smile playing on her lips, as the tea's delicate aroma fills the air. The moment is peaceful, yet a subtle tension underlies the quietude. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the stillness. "Are you that guy Wabu who came to treat the Hyun Bai?" A young woman calmly sipped tea as a man, identified as Kyungdeok, entered. He was recommended by the Go family's master to treat Cho Hyun. Kyungdeok introduced himself as a doctor, explaining that he came to treat Cho Hyun because of his reputation. The young woman, unimpressed, commented on Kyungdeok's apparent inability to begin treatment immediately. Kyungdeok responded that he hadn't yet reached the level of skill to handle the situation without causing a scene, but then added that the young woman seemed to understand her place. A young woman, calmly observing, responded to an unseen individual, "Yes, of course I do." She continued, "If you're done talking, I'll mind my own business now." Meanwhile, an older man muttered to himself, "This bastard." Elsewhere, someone urgently called out, "Hey! Dr. Hua." The minister's approval was granted, as relayed to Dr. Hua. Dr. Hua was then dismissed with a curt, "You may go now." He replied simply, "Yes." Two figures, heads bowed in respectful submission, stood before a grand figure whose back was to the viewer. The scene was set within an opulent palace hall. One of the bowing figures, a young man, inwardly questioned the motives of the man who seemed to be following him. The man, an official, explained that he had summoned the young man due to his renowned medical skills, hoping to expand his own knowledge. The young man was then led into a large hall, where he was to meet with a high-ranking official. Inside the hall, the young man was informed that his medical techniques were unique and that he should proceed as he saw fit. The young man, accepting the instruction, was left to his own devices by a seated woman. A woman, her stomach noticeably large, sits before Jiam. Someone observes, "I was told that she got pregnant not too long ago." But adds, "But isn't her stomach too big?" The woman herself speaks, stating, "It's been 3 months since I had my monthly period. My back hurts, and I get tired easily, so I sleep more." Jiam, after listening to her symptoms, concludes, "Those are the typical things you feel when pregnant." He then takes her pulse, stating, "Then, I will go ahead and feel your pulse." Since she already has pregnancy sickness, she's really pregnant. Jiam's expression shifts to one of surprise as he feels her pulse. He utters a single word, "Huh?" Jiam, examining a young woman's pulse, tilted his head in confusion. A look of dawning realization crossed his face as he noted the unusual rhythm. There was no smooth pulse. The young woman, sensing his concern, anxiously asked what was wrong. Jiam hesitated, carefully considering his words. While the absence of a smooth pulse was suggestive, he couldn't definitively conclude anything based solely on that observation. He noted that she was exhibiting other signs consistent with pregnancy. Jiam carefully examined the young woman's pulse, her brow furrowed in concentration. The woman, clearly anxious, explained that she'd been experiencing morning sickness and had been unable to eat properly. Jiam's expression turned serious. She noted the absence of a smooth pulse, a key indicator of pregnancy, and considered the potential social ramifications of a false diagnosis. She briefly touched the woman's hand again, confirming her initial assessment. Jiam's internal debate continued. She considered using clairvoyance to confirm her suspicions, but worried about the potential side effects. Later, Jiam stood before a large desk, deep in thought, the weight of her diagnosis heavy on her mind. An official, his face etched with urgency, pressed Jiam. "What are you doing? Hurry and answer Her Highness's question." Jiam, however, remained focused on the patient, murmuring, "Let's calm down. The patient comes first. I must examine her more." Jiam addressed the anxious young woman, his tone softening. "Your Highness, please don't worry about the child inside your stomach," he continued, offering reassurance. "Let me serve you a concoction that can recover your energy without harming the child." The official, observing Jiam's calm demeanor, chuckled, "That guy is really..." Jiam's internal monologue revealed his conflict. "Although I need more time to examine her, I really need to hurry up now." Jiam, his expression serious, concluded there was only one way to confirm the situation, and immediately began to act. A bright light emanated from the young woman's abdomen. A powerful energy surge, revealing that, as expected, there was no fetus. Jiam, upon discovering the absence of a fetus, realized the young woman was experiencing pseudocyesis, a phantom pregnancy. A medical text detailing pseudocyesis, or imaginary pregnancy, is shown. The text explains that it mimics real pregnancy symptoms, such as morning sickness and uterine dilation. The scene shifts to a grand hall where a young woman stands before a seated official. She appears distressed, her hands clasped tightly together. An older man, addressing the young woman, expresses concern about the physician Jiam, noting that he was recommended by a family elder, Lord Go. The older man questions Jiam's qualifications, highlighting the complexity of the medical field. Jiam, seemingly unfazed, calmly offers a concoction to help the young woman give birth to a healthy child. The older man, skeptical, questions if Jiam has properly examined the young woman's pulse. Dr. Hua, the head of the court physicians, angrily confronted Jiam, questioning his audacity in diagnosing the young woman. He exclaimed that Jiam had gone crazy. But Jiam remained calm, suggesting a private conversation to avoid further public spectacle. He proposed that the young woman take a short break, and then they would continue their discussion outside, away from the prying ears of the court. Jiam led the young woman away, leaving Dr. Hua behind, still seething with disbelief. He muttered that there were too many people listening to their conversation, and expressed his incredulity at Jiam's diagnosis to a nearby colleague. The colleague shared his disbelief, exclaiming that Jiam was a crazy bastard. As the news of Jiam's shocking claim that Her Highness was not pregnant spread through the court, Dr. Hua, his face contorted in disbelief, exclaimed, "Don't you see that bloated stomach?" He continued his argument, addressing a colleague, "Does it make sense that her stomach is that bloated in just 3 months? If the child is healthy, that can really happen." Jiam, calmly but firmly, responded, "You may have taken a look at her, but I've felt her pulse and physically examined her." The young woman, looking increasingly anxious, quietly added, "You know well that it's difficult to give a diagnosis just by observing her." Dr. Hua scoffed, "Medical arts? If your level of medical arts is high enough, you can find out about all kinds of illnesses just by observing." The young woman, her frustration evident, thought to herself, "I'm going crazy." A text box explained that imaginary pregnancy is a psychological illness resulting from psychological problems, and that most cases can be resolved by convincing the patient they are not pregnant. However, Jiam pointed out that there are no ultrasound or pregnancy tests in this era, making it impossible to prove otherwise. Jiam explained that she had tried to get a court physician to give his diagnosis, but Dr. Hua adamantly believed the young woman was pregnant, leaving Jiam frustrated and questioning what to do. Jiam pressed Dr. Hua, asking what he would do if her diagnosis was correct, suggesting he check the woman's pulse or palpate her. Dr. Hua, seemingly unimpressed, reminded Jiam of her ability to identify diseases through observation alone. Physician Hua, seemingly unfazed by Jiam's earlier suggestion, stated that he was forbidden from physically examining the young woman, adding that he was not allowed to touch her. The young woman, witnessing this exchange, appeared increasingly anxious as she listened to the physician's words. And then, a shocking revelation, Physician Hua implied there was no child. Jiam, outraged by this blatant dismissal of her diagnosis and the implication of a non-existent pregnancy, demanded an answer from physician Hua. The arrival of Chen Gui, the Pei Nation's chancellor, was announced, causing a stir among those present. The young woman and others reacted with surprise at the chancellor's personal involvement in the matter. Court physician Jiandiak greeted the chancellor, bowing deeply, while physician Wabu also offered a respectful greeting to the newly arrived official. The chancellor addressed Wabu directly, inquiring, "Are you the physician that the Go family had especially recommended?" Wabu responded simply, "Yes, my name is Wabu." The chancellor pressed for an answer, asking, "Right, so what is your diagnosis?" Wabu, visibly uncomfortable, responded that there was no other way to explain the situation. Wabu explained that due to Her Highness's earnest hope to get pregnant, she had convinced herself into believing she was pregnant, resulting in psychosomatic symptoms. Dr. Hua explained that the young woman's condition was a mental illness, causing her to believe she was pregnant. A diagnosis both Chen Gui and Jiandiak found unfamiliar. Dr. Hua further elaborated that this illness was unknown in the medical texts of the era, leading Chen Gui to express his disbelief. Chen Gui questioned Dr. Hua's methods, wondering if the diagnosis was made solely based on feeling the woman's pulse, prompting Jiandiak to suggest a second opinion to ensure fairness. Jiandiak and Chen Gui, skeptical of Dr. Hua's diagnosis, discussed the implications of a potential misdiagnosis. Jiandiak voiced his concerns, stating that if the doctor is wrong about the young woman's pregnancy, he must be a quack. Chen Gui agreed, adding that there's no way all physicians are quacks. However, Jiandiak cautioned that if they are wrong in their assessment of Dr. Hua, they will be held responsible for the ensuing chaos. The scene shifted to a grand palace setting, where Jiam, the young woman, and Jiandiak were present before Dr. Hua and several other officials. The atmosphere was tense. Dr. Hua announced, "I shall begin examining the third consort, Her Highness the worthy consort's pulse." He gently took her wrist, and after a moment, he stated, "The smooth pulse is weak." He observed, "Her stomach is so bloated, as if she's pregnant with twins." But then he questioned himself, "But can the smooth pulse be this weak?" He concluded, "But this is the smooth pulse. It bothers me that it is beating so mildly, but seeing her signs and body condition, she's definitely pregnant." Chen Gui, a skeptical observer, mused to himself. On top of everything else, he thought, what if she's not even pregnant? By that time, he could take back his words however he wanted. Meanwhile, Dr. Hua, bowing before the king, reported formally, "Your Majesty." He continued, explaining that Her Highness's pulse was weaker than normal for a pregnancy, but that he could confidently say she was unmistakably pregnant. The young woman, upon hearing this, reacted with a surprised, "What?" Dr. Hua, after a careful examination, declared his assessment to his colleagues, confirming his belief that the young woman was indeed pregnant. The young woman, upon hearing the doctor's diagnosis, reacted with a mixture of shock and disbelief. She exclaimed, "What?" Jiam, witnessing the scene, expressed his skepticism, muttering to himself that the doctors were merely quacks. Jiandiak, observing the unfolding events, formally questioned the assembled physicians, asking if their assessment of the young woman's pregnancy was accurate. The court physicians examined the young woman. Her pulse was weak, but her stomach was bloated, and the head court physician confirmed that she was pregnant. There was no denying it. News of the pregnancy spread among the court officials. One official suggested a quiet burial of the matter, but Jiam, skeptical of the diagnosis, questioned the physician's assessment. His youthful challenge was met with disdain. One physician dismissed Jiam's concerns, deeming them the naive thoughts of a child. Another physician, however, was intrigued by Jiam's persistence and offered to hear his reasoning. Despite the initial dismissal, Jiam's determination to understand the situation remained. Jiam voiced a new concern to Jiandiak, "But I'm worried that this person might be jealous of your pregnancy, and that this jealousy is motivating them to harm the baby." The young woman reacted with a look of shock and disbelief to Jiam's words. Jiam expressed her frustration with an outburst, "Damn it! Jiam reflected on the absurdity of the situation, exclaiming, "The crime of contempt. This is ridiculous. To think that applying common sense from modern medicine to hit me in the face like this." Jiam, deep in thought, questioned the unusual circumstances surrounding the diagnosis of the young woman's pregnancy. He mused, it was difficult to diagnose her, but does it make sense for those people calling themselves court physicians to say that she's pregnant? Did they plan this? Despite his suspicions, Jiam acknowledged his mother's excitement about the news. He sighed, mother was really excited, though. Jiam's worries intensified as he considered the potential consequences of his imprisonment. He thought, she'll pass out when she finds out that I'm locked up like this. Had I not sold Lord Go's name, I wouldn't have been able to avoid a severe punishment. He looked up at the sky, questioning whether this was good luck or misfortune. His internal monologue continued, is this good luck in the midst of misfortune? I'd be too much to give me a death penalty, but they might cut off my arms. The young woman, startled, called out for a physician. Kyeondeok, noticing her distress, asked, are you all right? Jiam, imprisoned, lamented his situation to a fellow inmate. Didn't you return to Chao County? He asked, his voice laced with worry. How could I, when you're locked up in here? The inmate, showing compassion, placed a comforting hand on Jiam's head. You don't have to suffer too, brat, he said, his tone gentle. Jiam, however, was inconsolable. What suffering? You're the one that's suffering, he replied, tears welling up in his eyes. The inmate considered the situation. Then again, if this brat returned to Chao County, mother would hear the news too, he mused, a hint of relief in his voice. It's a relief when I think about my mother. Despite his own hardships, the inmate's resolve hardened. Even so, I can't let this guy suffer, he declared, a determined glint in his eyes. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the young woman urgently called out for a physician. She presented a platter laden with food. Physician, you haven't had anything yet, have you? Please have this first. Later, the inmate, having spoken with the guards, approached Jiam with a smile. I talked to the guard well. So please tell me if there's anything you'd like, he offered, his demeanor friendly. He then added thoughtfully, this brat, he's an unexpectedly resourceful guy, isn't he? Jiam sat on the cold, hard ground, his apprehension evident in his posture. He clutched at his injured arm. A young woman approached, offering him a piece of roasted chicken. He mumbled a quiet thanks. The young woman insisted Jiam share the food, but he initially refused, stating it was hers. However, his discomfort and pain caused him to accept the offering. He quickly ate the chicken, his arm hurting too much to continue the polite refusal. The young woman considered telling Lord Kyeondeok about Jiam's imprisonment. But she paused, realizing that even if she did, it wouldn't necessarily lead to his immediate release. She knew Kyeondeok wouldn't act recklessly. Obo, imprisoned, explained his predicament. The chancellor, indistinguishable from the Pei Nation's king, had ordered his confinement. Lacking a definitive card, he saw no other escape. A young woman approached, inquiring about his situation. Obo, startled, agreed to relay a message to Lord Go. The young woman's urgency was palpable. A distant view of a grand palace, perhaps the location of Lord Go, filled the panel. Kyeondeok, upon hearing the news, reacted with shock and disbelief. Physician Wabu is locked up in a prison, he exclaimed. His mind raced, confused and overwhelmed. What on earth is this bomb? What went wrong, he wondered. He had expected Physician Wabu to excel in diagnosing his niece's condition and perform a meritorious deed, potentially even securing a government post. Instead, the physician was imprisoned. If the chancellor likes him, he may even make him a government official without looking at his background. Let alone a government post, to think he'd be locked up in a prison, he lamented. A young boy, possibly Obo, approached Kyeondeok, his question echoing the older man's bewilderment. How did he get locked in prison? The boy's expression reflected the gravity of the situation as he revealed the reason for Wabu's imprisonment. Physician Wabu had diagnosed that the worthy consort wasn't pregnant. News of the consort's pregnancy test results spread. Kyung-deok reacted with shock, deducing that Dr. Hwa's imprisonment must be connected to his diagnosis that she was not pregnant. Meanwhile, two officials discussed recent events. One commented on the other's newfound maturity, attributing it to his acknowledgement by the brothers. The other official expressed confusion. One of the officials explained that the chancellor had imprisoned Dr. Hwa, leaving him with no means to intervene. A messenger then arrived with a message from the imprisoned physician. The scene opens on a grand palace, the words "Let Physician Jae-on" appearing in his speech bubble above. Inside, Kyung-deok, a physician, stands before a high-ranking official. He asks, "Did you call for me, Your Highness?" The official inquires, "Has the worthy consort's condition not improved?" Kyung-deok explains, "Her Highness's body is weak by nature, so I'm currently treating her slowly. On the contrary, quick recovery might be poisonous to Her Highness." Kyung-deok is visibly uneasy, thinking, "Why is he making me uneasy like this? Calling me suddenly and asking about Her Highness's condition." The official's gaze sharpens as he asks, "Can you find out if the fetus is a girl or a boy?" Kyung-deok, having just reported on the consort's health, listened intently as Dr. Hwa explained that while the consort is nearing full term, it is extremely difficult to definitively confirm pregnancy at this stage. However, he could predict it to some extent. Kyung-deok, seemingly unconvinced, questioned if other court physicians could also make a prediction. Dr. Hwa confirmed that this should be the case. Kyung-deok, following the doctor's confirmation, ordered the gathering of all court physicians in the palace, instructing them to check the consort's pulse in 5 days to determine the child's gender. A court physician, sweat beading on his brow, stared in disbelief. What is this nonsense?" His eyes widened further, reflecting his utter shock and confusion. News of a child's birth reached the Go family. A question arose: the family wanted verification of the child's gender. A request deemed necessary by the family's elder members. The elders discussed the matter, acknowledging that if Dr. Hwa's medical skills were as remarkable as claimed, verifying the child's gender would not be difficult. However, they saw no other option if they wished to save Dr. Hwa. A royal announcement was made: "It's a girl." Two court officials discussed the birth, reviewing documents, meticulously recording the details of the newborn princess's gender in official records. The court physicians completed their examination of the princess's pulse. One official inquired about the whereabouts of Physician Hwa, prompting another official to summon Physician Hwa to the court. Jiam stood before Dr. Hwa, his back to the viewer, a question mark hovering above the doctor's head. A pregnant woman, partially obscured by a screen, observed the scene from a chair. Jiam's eyes glowed with a blue energy, a sign of his heightened senses. He confronted the doctor and the pregnant woman, his blue energy still flaring. Dr. Hwa, visibly shocked, questioned Jiam's ability to determine the baby's gender without feeling the mother's pulse. How can he say that even without feeling her pulse? Jiam, his eyes still glowing, declared, "It's a girl." Jiam, eyes blazing with an ethereal blue light, focused intently on the pregnant young woman seated before him. He seemed to peer through her very being. A surge of energy emanating from him as he made his pronouncement, "It's a boy." The young woman's uncle, along with another woman, expressed their disbelief. "Uncle, this doesn't make any sense," she stated, her confusion evident. The uncle, still skeptical, questioned, "By any chance, is Physician Hwa playing a joke?" The young woman, addressing her uncle, explained, "Your Highness, I tricked death twice because of Physician Hwa." Further elaborating on Hwa's remarkable medical skills, tetanus, syphilis, and enteric disease. "I've seen him cure them all." A young woman, her face etched with worry and wide-eyed surprise, stared in disbelief. As Jiam, calmly and confidently, explained his prediction regarding the sex of her unborn child to a group of onlookers. He gestured with his hands, illustrating his point. The name Physician Hwa was uttered with reverence, a testament to his legendary skill. A man, his words echoing the widespread awe surrounding Dr. Hwa's abilities, declared him the epitome of a miracle-working physician. Another man, seemingly impressed, nodded in agreement. The scene opens on a grand palace at night, the stars twinkling above. A voice, filled with wonder, muses, "How fascinating." The court physician's findings are presented, their observations remarkably align, despite the impossibility of prior communication. It is noted that they couldn't have discussed their diagnoses beforehand. A lone figure stands before a high dais, awaiting judgment. The air is thick with anticipation. An older physician explains that the physicians were selected by the chancellor, implying their skill. He explains their methods, stating that they used medical texts as a basis for their diagnoses. However, a higher-ranking official notes that Dr. Wa's diagnosis stands apart, unique in its approach. The final panel reveals a physician's grim expression as he delivers the news: the Minister of War's wife's child is dead. 2 court physicians declared the Minister of War's child dead, confirming the grim assessment. However, Dr. Wa's diagnosis differed from the other 10 physicians. He was certain the child was deceased. The Minister of War considered the implications of Dr. Wa's diagnosis. If proven correct, all court physicians would be dismissed, and Dr. Wa would become head physician. An official warned His Highness that excessive acknowledgement of Dr. Wa could cause resentment among other government officials, prompting His Highness to question if appointing competent physicians was excessive. The official, however, countered that Dr. Wa's accurate diagnoses were undeniable, causing him to visibly wince in discomfort. His Highness then slammed his hand on the table. He challenged the official, questioning his confidence in his own diagnostic abilities. The official remained silent, his expression unreadable. Dr. Wa, sweating slightly, insisted to the royal court that the matter was not as it seemed, addressing the Highness directly. He requested a personal examination of postpartum women to ascertain the diagnosis. The Highness, visibly agitated, ordered the results to be reported directly. A royal woman, possibly a concubine, contemplated the implications of Dr. Wa's potentially accurate diagnosis. The pregnant woman anxiously awaited the outcome, her hand resting on her abdomen. A significant amount of time has passed. The narrator reflects that while the training was arduous, the results are well worth it. Jiam sits in a meditative pose, a glowing orb of energy emanating from his hands. His internal arts have improved significantly, and the side effects of his clairvoyance are nearly gone. His expression is serious and focused, showcasing the fruits of his dedicated training. He notes that regular exercise has also built significant muscle. The young woman urgently calls for a physician. News arrives that the commandant's third wife has given birth to a child. And Jiam correctly guesses that it's a boy, showcasing his improved clairvoyance. Jiam's companion remarks on his impressive accuracy, noting he has correctly predicted 29 births. However, Jiam's vision also reveals a grim prediction: the Minister of War's wife will experience a stillbirth. The scene shifts, and Jiam's companion reminds him of unfinished homework. Jiam protests, explaining his inability to read and therefore complete the medical textbook memorization assignment. A young woman approached Jiam, reminding him of his neglected studies. She explained that he should have memorized the material already, suggesting he learn from someone more knowledgeable, even if it means begging for help. Jiam, looking flustered, mumbled his agreement. The woman continued, emphasizing the importance of memorizing difficult concepts until they become ingrained in his memory. She smiled warmly, her words conveying a sense of encouragement and support. The scene then shifted to a dramatic announcement, a royal decree. The text of the decree declared Physician Wa innocent. Jiam reacted with surprise, his eyes wide with shock. The young woman also looked surprised. The decree demanded the immediate release of Physician Wa. The official delivering the decree looked stern and resolute. A young man, Physician Wa, was escorted by a guard through a prison. The guard's words were barely audible, but the word physician was clear. He was released, and a young boy, Obo, rushed to greet him, exclaiming that he had worked hard. Obo and Physician Wa shared a moment of mutual gratitude, their hands clasped together. The scene shifted to a conversation between Obo and a young woman. She informed him that the chancellor was looking for Physician Wa, The young woman stressed the urgency, instructing OBO to prepare for a meeting with the chancellor. OBO's expression shifted to one of surprise and apprehension at the mention of the chancellor. The scene opens with a view of the Yunqian commandery. A grand palace looms in the distance, its imposing architecture hinting at the power within. Jiam, upon hearing the news, reacted with a simple, "How shocking." A court official, reflecting on Physician Wa's release, marveled at his ability to diagnose everyone's pulses, even the newborns. He further noted that Physician Wa, recommended by their in-law, was truly a miracle worker. The official concluded with a respectful, "With all due respect, Your Highness." A court official reviewed reports, noting that information regarding Physician Wa had been purposefully omitted. His expression one of thoughtful consideration as he perused the documents. The official pondered the reason for the omission, questioning whether there was a significant explanation for the minister's decision, and prompting him to seek clarification. It was revealed that Physician Wa had established a clinic in the impoverished village of Sokian, providing free treatment to the villagers. A caption introduces Physician Wa, a renowned doctor known for his selfless dedication, despite the text suggesting otherwise. A court official announces his arrival before the minister and a large assembly. Physician Wa enters, humbly inquiring if he was summoned. The minister welcomes him, praising his exceptional medical skills and mentioning his influence on Go Cho, his son-in-law. The minister concludes by recommending Physician Wa for recognition due to his exemplary conduct and achievements. Physician Wa, despite the praise, expresses his continued humility and lack of formal education. A court official pressed Physician Wa to accept the position of head court physician, emphasizing the prestige and influence it would bring. But Wa, though flattered, expressed his reservations, stating that he preferred to treat a wider variety of patients. The official questioned Wa's ambition, prompting the young physician to reiterate his desire to practice medicine broadly. Observing the exchange, a minister reflected on Wa's talent and filial piety, noting the unusual nature of his decision to forego advancement for the sake of his brother. Concluding that Wa was too young to navigate the complexities of court life and the potential jealousies of his superiors. Suddenly, a court official burst in, announcing an urgent matter. A court official sharply rebuked a young woman for her lack of manners. The woman, visibly distressed, apologized profusely, referring to the individual as Your Highness and Her Highness the worthy consort. A sudden announcement pierced the tension: the young woman had consumed poison. The scene shifted to reveal the woman kneeling, her distress palpable. The young woman wept silently, tears streaming down her face. Ah! Even her last hope had disappeared, leaving her heartbroken and despairing. She had thought that Physician Wa might be able to provide some answers, some solace in her distress. But now, a chilling question echoed in her mind: there is no baby? Desperately, she turned to Physician Wa, pleading for a solution, a way to overcome this devastating loss. Physician Wa, if it's you, there should be a way, right? Physician Wa responded solemnly, Highness, I fully understand your wish to bear a child. Physician Wa explained that only the heavens can decide on life, offering a somber truth to the young woman. However, he continued, recognizing her not being pregnant is just the beginning of treatment. He advised her to take care of her body through regular exercise and meals. The young woman, overwhelmed with worry, questioned if this meant she couldn't have children. She revealed that she had received several medical examinations since then, but nothing had improved, and only time had passed. It had been a month since the chancellor met a new lady, a detail that added to her distress. Even if the chancellor's position requires proximity to many women, the young woman's despair was palpable. Overcome with despair, the young woman wept, her silent tears a testament to her suffering. To think that he wouldn't even look at me when I'm suffering this much, she thought, her heart heavy with anguish. A bitter realization hardening her resolve. Right. I'd rather. She decided, opening a small, ornate box. Inside, a small vial held the promise of escape. Disappear. She whispered, a cynical thought crossing her mind. Will the chancellor shed a tear to this fragile woman then? The young woman uncorked the vial, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. God! She murmured, taking a deep breath before consuming the contents. I hope I'll be born ordinarily in my next life, and meet a man that only loves me. The young woman coughed violently, blood staining her hands and lips. She stumbled, clutching her chest as she fell to the floor. Her body limp and lifeless, a small vial lying near her hand. A concerned servant rushed into the room, exclaiming, "Your Highness! What happened?" The young woman lay still, her eyes closed, a look of quiet despair on her face. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she whispered a final plea, "Please let me die while you still love me." A young woman, the consort, lies unconscious. A court official frantically cries out, "Your Highness, the worthy consort!" Others rush to her side, desperately pleading, "Your Highness, please wake up, Your Highness, please take this. You must throw up the poison." One of them mutters, "Damn it." A minister bursts into the room, enraged, demanding, "What on earth is going on here? What were the maids doing?" Physician Hua arrives, exclaiming, "Wait. Let me take a look." He examines the unconscious woman. He states grimly, "Ugh. She lost consciousness. Of course, she can't drink it now." Physician Hua is distraught. "If we are to make her throw it all up, we have no choice to forcefully make her drink it. I'm going crazy, I must pump it out of her stomach, but I have no tubes. I left my bag with OBO. A court official urgently called for a physician, his voice filled with distress as he gestured towards the unconscious young woman. Meanwhile, a young man, OBO, approached the distressed group, a bag in hand. He cheerfully announced that he had retrieved the physician's bag. The physician, relieved, expressed his gratitude to OBO for his quick thinking. The scene opens on a grand palace, its intricate architecture hinting at the wealth and power within. A court official, his face etched with worry, urgently calls for physicians. Meanwhile, the minister, still seething with anger, waits impatiently as the young woman is carefully moved onto a bed for treatment. The physician, Hua, learns that the young woman consumed less than 1/4 of the poison bottle. This news brings a measure of relief to the minister, who expresses his relief. Physician Hua, his medical bag now at his side thanks to OBO's assistance, carefully examined the young woman. He murmured to himself, judging the necessary length of a slender tube. Explaining to the anxious court official and minister that the tube had been disinfected with distilled liquor. This length, he stated, should suffice. And then, with practiced precision, he gently inserted the tube into the young woman's mouth, carefully monitoring her condition as he worked. A slight sigh escaped his lips, as a surge of blue energy pulsed within his eyes, reflecting his intense concentration and skill. Finally, with a satisfied nod, he confirmed that the tube was properly in place. Physician Hua, focused on the unconscious young woman, declared, "Let's remove the foreign substances first." He prepared a simple medical tube. He then called out urgently, "OBO! Come here!" The minister and court official watched anxiously as Hua instructed OBO, "Hold the tube tightly and make sure you hold it still." OBO, diligently following instructions, held the tube steady as Physician Hua began the procedure. "Yes, physician." With a series of deliberate pumps, Physician Hua used the tube to extract a viscous, yellowish substance from the young woman's body. The extracted substance flowing into a waiting bowl. Physician Hua grimaced, the putrid smell of the poison assaulting his senses. What kind of poison is it for it to smell so putrid? He wondered aloud, his assistant, OBO, recoiling in disgust. Now, the physician declared, "We have to irrigate her bowel with clean water." The foreign substance was successfully removed, leaving only the need for cleansing. OBO diligently assisted Physician Hua as he carefully irrigated the young woman's bowels with clean water. "Is this the fifth one?" OBO asked, observing the now clear water exiting the tube. Physician Hua nodded, "Nice, there is only clean water coming out now." The physician explained, "The rest of the poison can be absorbed using charcoal." Physician Hua explained his actions to OBO and the others, "I mixed it with cooking oil, so even if there is any remaining poison, it will be excreted as diarrhea." The concoction was administered to the young woman, who remained unconscious. Physician Hua, having done all he could, stated, "I've done everything that I could. We can only wait now." A transition to a wide shot showed the palace interior. The young woman's eyes flickered open. Obo continued to assist Physician Hua in tending to the young woman, addressing her formally as "Your Highness worthy consort." Physician Hua observed the young woman, relieved to see she regained consciousness faster than anticipated. He muttered to himself, "What a relief. She regained her consciousness faster than I thought." Approaching her bedside, he expressed his relief, "What a relief. You are a whack dash." The young woman, however, remained silent, tears streaming down her face as she whispered a single word, "Why?" Her question hung in the air, unanswered, as she looked up at the physician with a mixture of confusion and despair. She finally managed to ask, "Did you save me?" Physician Hua, taken aback by her question and her emotional state, hesitated before responding. The young woman continued, pouring out her heart, "I couldn't even get pregnant and got abandoned by my husband, why would you?" He clenched his jaw, a look of contemplation and perhaps a hint of sadness crossing his face. Physician Hua, his expression a mixture of concern and resolve, addressed the young woman lying tearfully in bed. He urged her to remain alive, emphasizing the importance of planning for the future. Pointing out that the outcome of her pregnancy was ultimately in the hands of heaven. He further suggested that she should allow time for divine intervention to answer her prayers. Physician Hua reassured the young woman, stating his commitment to stabilizing her condition. He stressed the necessity of her survival, so that she might live to see the days ahead. Tears streamed down the young woman's face as she listened. Physician Hua, departing, promised to return the following day. As Physician Hua and the young woman descended the steps, she lamented the lateness of the hour, expressing her exhaustion. He acknowledged her hard work. Suddenly, another physician, appearing startled, called out to Physician Hua, who, in turn, was approached by a court official eager to speak with him. The young woman looked on, uncertain. The court official, however, abruptly dismissed Physician Hua, stating he had nothing to discuss with him. The young woman, desperate, pleaded with the official. The young woman, desperate, pleaded with Physician Hua, "Please don't let me get kicked out of the palace, at least for the time being, would you?" Her desperation was palpable. Hua, taken aback by her skills, exclaimed, "I really had no idea about your skills." He seemed genuinely surprised. And then offered a seemingly generous proposition, "I'll give you all the wealth I've accumulated so far, so if you could just say the word." However, his true intentions were revealed in his inner monologue, "I must stay in the palace at least for the time being so that I can erase all signs of embezzlement." The young woman, still kneeling, angrily retorted, "You must have forgotten. I almost had my life taken away because of you." Physician Hua, his face etched with worry, responded, "But if you ask me for help now that you're in some bad circumstances, did you think I'd obediently help you?" Physician Hua, his face etched with desperation, made a final attempt to bribe the young woman. "Why don't you go live comfortably for the rest of your life with the wealth you accumulated?" he pleaded, his voice laced with a hint of desperation. The young woman, though momentarily taken aback by the offer, remained resolute. She responded curtly, "Let's go." Her resolve hardened as she recalled his past transgressions. "I even begged on my knees, but you still dare refuse," she thought, her anger simmering. Physician Hua, realizing the futility of his attempts, let out a frustrated cry. "Damned bastard," he cursed, his face contorted in rage. The young woman, unwavering in her determination, declared, "I won't let you be." A dark red, almost blood-like, visual effect filled the panel, symbolizing the young woman's burning rage and her unwavering resolve to bring Physician Hua to justice. The imposing exterior of a grand palace loomed into view. A stark contrast to the more modest dwellings seen previously. A hand reached out and knocked on a heavy wooden door, revealing a young woman standing before a vast store of medicinal supplies. The words "the drug inventory" appeared above her head, clarifying the contents of the room. The young woman surveyed the shelves, filled with numerous pouches and containers, each meticulously labeled. She mused aloud, so I can use whatever is in here as I want? Meanwhile, within the palace, a high-ranking official issued a decree: from this moment on, give Physician Hua complete freedom to use the drug inventory inside the palace. So make the worthy consort get better at all costs. Physician Hua, now with complete access to the palace drug inventory, reflected on the task ahead. If I use these medicinal ingredients, he mused, I'll be able to return Her Highness worthy consort to what she used to be. He began carefully selecting herbs from the drawers, his brow furrowed in concentration. The problem, as he knew, was Her Highness's pregnancy. He continued his search, meticulously examining each container. Until a sudden interruption startled him. Ha! A young man appeared, his face alight with news. What's going on? The physician asked, surprised. Lord Go has contacted you, the young man explained. He would like to invite you to the Go family. Physician Hua paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He considered the implications. He should know that I refused the head court physician position though. By any chance, he isn't asking me to become an exclusive physician to his family now, is he? Lord Go, seemingly deep in thought, hummed softly as the young physician stood before him, a picture of youthful nonchalance. The physician's expression shifted, a look of disbelief dawning on his face as he exclaimed, There's no way. He continued to express his disbelief, stating that he couldn't be bothered with the offer. Lord Go pressed the matter, incredulous that the physician would refuse such a prestigious position. The physician, unfazed, reiterated his disinterest, prompting Lord Go to burst into laughter. Lord Go then casually asked how long the physician planned to address him as physician, before suggesting he be called master. A picturesque landscape unfolded before them, a tranquil scene of rolling hills and ancient ruins nestled amidst lush greenery. Traveling through a dense forest, a young boy and a man on horseback made their way along a narrow path. Their journey surprisingly swift thanks to the speed of their mount. The boy exclaimed in amazement at their rapid arrival, noting the efficiency of their horse-drawn travel. The man confirmed, mentioning Lord Go's prior arrangements. The man then entrusted the boy, Jilpong, to the care of others, leaving him with a cheerful farewell. Jilpong and the man rode onward, the boy expressing his excitement at the prospect of a meal at an inn. They still had a long way to go before reaching his family. When suddenly, they heard a cry for help from the woods. The man and Jilpong quickly dismounted, rushing towards the source of the plea for assistance. The man swiftly tethering their horse to a nearby tree before continuing their dash into the forest. Discovering an injured person who needed immediate medical attention, the man and Jilpong immediately began to assist. The man, concerned, noted the bleeding of the injured person. A man's leg is entangled in a rope, his Achilles heel clearly visible. A thought bubble above him reads, Is his Achilles heel all right? He loses his balance and falls to the ground, landing with a thud amidst the undergrowth. The man finds himself dangling upside down from a tree branch, his sword still sheathed at his side. He calls out desperately, Damn it! Madam, can you help me get down? He then asks, By any chance, are you a physician? A young man, upside down and entangled in a rope, cried out to his master, Master, what is going on here? The master, observing the scene, deduced, someone must have set up a lot of traps around here. The master continued, My goodness, what kind of mindless hunter would set up traps on the side of a road like this? The young man, still hanging upside down, asked the approaching Madam, I'll cut off the rope tied onto this tree, so please hold my master's head so that it doesn't hit the ground. The madam agreed, Very well. Once freed, the master groaned, Ugh, I was trying to help you, but this is what happened. Obo, the young man, urgently shouted, Run, as his master tumbled head over heels from a hidden trap. The man landed with a thud, his eyes wide with shock and disorientation. Meanwhile, Madam, approaching with a seemingly helpful demeanor, swiftly revealed a hidden knife, her expression turning suspicious. Obo, seeing the danger, reacted quickly, scrambling away from Madam as he let out a pained cry. He continued his escape, glancing back at his injured master as he ran. The man, realizing the situation, cursed, Damn it! This was a trap. Dangling upside down from a snare, the young man muttered to himself, "I must cut off the trap on my leg first." Meanwhile, a man approached, observing the young man's predicament. "You may have caught on quickly," he stated, "but it's too late now." His expression turning sinister, the man declared, "I'll have to kill you." With a determined effort, the young man used his sword to sever the rope binding his leg, freeing himself from the trap. However, upon seeing the man's menacing approach, the young man realized his escape was futile. "It's useless," he thought. The young man, dangling upside down from a trap made of solid iron wire, heard the man's voice echoing through the trees. "Since the trap is made out of solid iron wire," the man scoffed, "a mere physician wouldn't be able to cut dash." But the young man, with surprising speed and precision, sliced through the wire with his sword. The man, watching from a distance, exclaimed, "Huh?" He had freed himself from the trap. The young man landed gracefully, his sword held ready. He muttered, "High up." The man, astonished by the young man's swift action, muttered to himself, "How could he cut off the wire rope in a flash? Looks like he's not just any ordinary physician." The young man, having escaped the trap, now fled through the forest, the man in hot pursuit. The young man, having escaped his pursuer's trap, fled through the forest, his breath ragged. His pursuer, a stern-faced man, hot on his heels. The man's surprise was evident as he watched the young man's agile escape. The man shouted, "A little physician brat like you is carrying a sword around." His words were a mixture of disbelief and anger as he lunged forward. But the young man's sword glowed with a sudden, ethereal blue energy. He spun, deflecting the man's attack with a swift, circular motion of his glowing blade. The energy of the sword leaving a trail of light as it sent the man sprawling to the ground. The young man had clearly gained the upper hand. The young man, sword in hand, stared down his pursuer. A surge of blue energy crackled around his blade. He unleashed a blindingly fast attack, the speed of his movements blurring, leaving his opponent, the man, stunned and speechless. "Mina," the man cried out in disbelief. The young man, seizing the opportunity, continued his escape, leaving the man sprawled on the ground. A look of utter shock etched on the man's face as he watched the young man disappear into the forest. Later, a discarded branch lay on the ground, a silent testament to the intensity of the recent battle. A voice whispered, "Didn't they say that he was just a young physician?" The man lunged forward, his attack a blur of motion. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, each aimed at ending the young man's escape. But the young man anticipated every move. With a deft twist of his body, he evaded the onslaught and countered with a swift, precise strike of his own. His blade flashed, a brilliant arc of light against the darkening sky, sending the man reeling backward, his body momentarily frozen in shock. The young man's new technique had proven devastatingly effective, leaving him vulnerable. The young man seized the opportunity, delivering a final, decisive blow that shattered the man's sword. The man collapsed, defeated. The young man stood victorious, his breath ragged but his spirit soaring. He had escaped. The young man, victorious but weary, assessed his injuries. "Other than my foot aching a bit, I'm all right," he muttered, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. Phew, what a relief. His pursuer lay defeated nearby, coughing weakly. The young man approached cautiously, concern etched on his face. "You haven't hurt yourself, did you?" The defeated man could only weakly respond, "Why yes," as the young man and the boy continued their escape, leaving the injured man behind. The man's sword lay discarded on the ground, a testament to the young man's victory. The young man paused, observing the man's condition. "You must be able to talk." He explained his actions, a hint of remorse in his voice. "Because I cut you so that you don't die right away." The defeated man coughed weakly again, his body still bearing the wounds inflicted by the young man's sword. The young man, holding a small, glittering object, addressed his defeated opponent. He demanded to know who had hired the man to attack him, issuing a chilling warning: unless the truth was revealed, his death would be anything but peaceful. The young man, victorious but wounded, addressed his defeated opponent. He explained, "I cut you so that you don't die right away." The defeated man coughed, blood staining his clothes. The young man continued, his expression hardening. "However, unless you tell me who hired you, you won't die a peaceful death." The defeated man coughed violently, his body racked with pain, as the young man's threat hung heavy in the air. The defeated man lay on the ground, a single sword piercing his torso. He stirred, groaning in pain. "Ha! The pain," he gasped. The young man, his victor, observed him calmly. "It's no use even if you try to bite your tongue to kill yourself," he stated. He continued, "because I'll neatly sew back your tongue and save you." The young man's expression hardened. "You were trying to kill someone, so you're at least prepared for the possibility that you might die too, aren't you?" The defeated man's eyes widened in fear, reflecting the crimson glow emanating from the young man. The defeated man groaned, "Ugh. It's apparent that I'll be tortured forever without a chance to die peacefully." He gasped, "Head physician." The young man revealed, "Head physician Jian Diak ordered me to kill you." The young man sat beside the dying man, his sword resting nearby. He pondered, "Physician Jian Diak and I may resent each other, but we're not enemies to the point that he would kill me, though?" The dying man whimpered, I don't know. I just accepted the money and received the order to kill you. I really don't know." The dying man pleaded, "Please, don't let me suffer any more than this." The young man responded, "I believe you." With a final, shuddering breath, the man expired. The young man knelt beside the body, his expression troubled. He muttered, "It's awkward because I'm doing things I'm not used to. But if I didn't do this, I wouldn't be able to find out who ordered them." The young man moved with lethal precision, his blade a blur as he engaged his opponent. A swift, decisive strike ended the fight, leaving the man bleeding on the forest floor. The young man, his breath ragged, reflected on his actions. Up until now, he had relied on the internal arts passed down to him by Lieutenant Cho. But now, even his young companion, Obo, was in danger. He knew he needed to take preventative measures. With a grim determination, the young man stood protectively beside Obo, his sword at the ready. The young man held a wooden tag, a small detail that hinted at a larger story. A tag read Red Moon House, indicating a connection to a courtesan. The young man pondered, suspecting the courtesan was hiding her true identity. A flashback showed the physician Jian being violently attacked. Obo, witnessing the scene, anxiously questioned the young man's plan to deal with Jian. The young man, resolute in his decision, declared his intention to make Jian taste his own medicine, even considering hiring assassins. The young man's eyes gleamed with a cold determination. A chilling smile playing on his lips as he plotted his revenge against physician Jian. He vowed to reduce the physician to penury, leaving him to starve to death. Even a peaceful death would not satisfy his thirst for vengeance. Obo, witnessing this, looked on with growing unease, his concerns for the young man's well-being escalating. Later, the young man stood beneath a blossoming tree, gazing upward, lost in thought. The serene beauty of nature offered no solace to his vengeful heart. Physician Jian, a man of calm demeanor, reflected on the resilience of nature, stating, "Spring always comes without fail." His peaceful contemplation was shattered by a wave of self-reproach as he admitted to himself, "I failed again." The weight of his failure pressed heavily upon him, leaving him to wonder, "How am I going to face mother now?" Suddenly, a voice broke through his despair, "Hyung Nim. There you are." A young man, his face etched with concern, approached, inquiring, "How did it go?" The physician, unable to hide his failure, simply responded with a defeated, "Ah." Physician Jian, still somewhat distraught, encountered a young man. The young man expressed his desire to congratulate Physician Jian first, before offering comfort. But then inquired about Physician Jian's apparent distress, noting his troubled expression. The young man congratulated Physician Jian on passing an exam, but Physician Jian questioned the significance of this achievement to his family honor, leading to a brief discussion about the importance of skill and merit versus social standing. The young man suggested they get a drink to celebrate. Physician Jiang revealed that he had actually placed first in the exam, expressing his surprise and self-doubt. The young man reacted with disbelief and delight to the news of Physician Jiang's top ranking. Physician Jiang recounted how he passed the military examination, suggesting his supervisor, Lieutenant Cho, had been lenient due to their acquaintance. The young man, however, expressed skepticism, believing that Lieutenant Cho would not have shown favoritism. He expressed his astonishment at the perceived fairness and impartiality of the lieutenant. But Physician Jiang insisted that his success was not due to any special treatment, it was entirely personal merit. Physician Jiang revealed that the supervisors were actually playing favorites, explaining that his high ranking was a direct result of this. He then revealed that his high ranking was a direct result of the supervisor's favoritism, and that the young man's failure was also a consequence of this same bias. Physician Jiang walked away, his shoulders slumped, a bitter expression etched onto his face. The weight of the supervisor's unfair favoritism pressed heavily upon him. His footsteps echoing on the cracked pavement, a stark contrast to the grandeur of the palace he had just left. An older man, his face creased with worry, reviewed a scroll. He murmured to himself, "I've only received your help all the time." A younger woman, her face radiant, responded with a smile and a reassuring touch, "Of course, I was only doing what I had to." The scene conveyed a sense of mutual understanding and unspoken gratitude. The older man expressed his gratitude to the young woman, unsure how to repay her for her assistance. He insisted on giving her something in return, but she politely declined, stating she didn't need anything. Reminding him of his earlier statement that every action has a price, she offered her unwavering support, promising to help with anything he might need in the future. The older man explained that he needed a guard, but couldn't directly order one from Commander Gunna, who was currently away in his hometown. The young woman, understanding his predicament, once again offered her help, but he declined, stating he didn't need anything at the moment. The older man suggested that she contact him if she needed anything later, and she agreed. Lord Go-Cho, a portly man in ornate robes, inquired if anyone was outside. A young attendant responded affirmatively. The attendant, a young woman, instructed that Physician Hua be escorted to a place where he could rest and relax. She then led Physician Hua to a location, which turned out to be the Red Moon House. The young woman explained that the Red Moon House was the best courtesan house in the area. Physician Hua looked apprehensive. Physician Hua noted that the name Red Moon House was written on the assassin's identity plaque. He considered this a coincidence. Physician Hua, still apprehensive about the possible link between the assassin and the Red Moon House, voiced his doubts to the young woman guiding him. He questioned whether there might be another establishment with the same name, but she dismissed his concerns, stating that Red Moon House was a rather common name. The young woman then suggested they proceed inside. Physician Hua, his apprehension palpable, approached the Red Moon House. He carefully stepped and was greeted by a welcoming chorus of young women. Their smiles, however, did little to ease his unease. As one of the women gestured for him to enter, her words a polite invitation, "Come this way, sir." Inside, the atmosphere was jovial, laughter and conversation filled the air as patrons enjoyed their drinks. Physician Hua, however, remained vigilant, his gaze sweeping the room. While elsewhere, Lord Go-Cho, still unaware of the potential danger, casually remarked that it was not a bad idea to be careful. The young woman, having escorted Physician Hua into the Red Moon House, paused, a slight frown creasing her brow. She seemed apprehensive, though her expression didn't betray any specific cause for concern. Inside, the atmosphere was serene, a woman played a guzheng, the melody drifting through the air. The decor was elegant, suggesting wealth and refinement. The musician, lost in her performance, seemed oblivious to the tension that hung heavy in the air for Physician Hua. Her internal monologue revealed her thoughts, "I've gone this far, he should have fallen in love with me by now, right?" A hint of self-doubt clouded her confidence. Meanwhile, Lord Go-Cho, observing from a distance, reacted with a visible start. His surprise was evident. The young woman, noticing his reaction, questioned him sharply, "What's with that reaction?" By any chance, do you not like the woman? Her tone was accusatory, implying a deeper meaning behind his surprise. A young woman played a zither, her brow furrowed in concentration. Lord Gocho, initially surprised by the music, quickly masked his reaction, claiming tiredness. The young woman, however, noticed his discomfort and offered to prepare his bed. Lord Gocho, seemingly relieved, accepted the offer, but then he changed his mind, stating he preferred to sleep at home, a decision that surprised the young woman. The young woman's suspicion grew as she questioned his earlier behavior and his sudden change of plans. Lord Gocho walked away, muttering to himself, "I should have saved my face with this." He continued, his internal monologue revealing his true intentions, "I have no plans on staying any longer in some place where I may be in danger." The young woman, suspicious of his sudden departure, watched him go. A wide shot showed the bustling night market of the town, under a full moon. The young woman, still concerned, offered reassurance to Lord Gocho, saying, "Please tell us if you need any information anytime." Later, the young woman spoke to someone off-panel, stating, "I'll have to ask Lady Cho Seol to look further into the Red Moon House." Lord Gocho, his expression thoughtful, reflected on his journey. He murmured to himself, "Come to think of it, I'm returning to my hometown after a long time." A wave of emotion washed over him as he wondered aloud, "Are mother and brothers doing well?" The sun shone brightly on a traditional-style house, nestled amongst greenery. A figure could be seen in an upper window. It was Lord Gocho, gazing out at the familiar landscape, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. He sat quietly, lost in thought. Lord Gocho, upon returning to his family home, appeared crestfallen. He wondered why a young man like himself should feel so despondent. His mother greeted him, noticing his low spirits. He apologized to her, but she reassured him, pointing out that he was one of the most intelligent young men in Xiao County, and that he would surely pass the exam next year. Gocho, however, doubted he would succeed. His mother's words, though well-intentioned, only served to highlight his anxieties. He felt she was stating the obvious, and his mother's unwavering confidence in him only amplified his self-doubt. She reiterated her belief in his abilities, emphasizing his intelligence and extensive reading. Leaving Gocho in a state of quiet contemplation, his uncertainty lingering. Lord Gocho, having returned home, confided in his mother. He declared that he had read more books than anyone else, but lamented the challenging circumstances in Xiao County, where, he explained, everyone passed the exams through bribery. His mother, upon hearing this, exclaimed in dismay, "Good heavens! I ended up saying such terrible words." She then questioned him, "Do you want to pass that badly, even if it means bribing?" Lord Gocho quickly responded, "And no, mother. I made a mistake." "That's ridiculous, right?" His mother, however, reassured him, saying, "If you want that, I'll try to pave the path for you." Lord Gocho, overcome with emotion, confessed to his mother that he felt ashamed for even considering using bribery to pass his exam. His words revealed the weight of his anxieties, the pressure to succeed, and the moral conflict he faced. He questioned how he could face his deceased father in the afterlife if he resorted to such dishonest means. Gocho resolved to study harder and pass the exam fairly, without resorting to bribery next year. Tears streamed down his face as he vowed to remember his father's teachings and uphold his integrity. His mother, listening intently, affirmed his commitment, emphasizing the importance of his words. Lord Gocho returned, announcing, "I'm back." He declared his intention to support someone, adding, "I'll definitely push for you." His confident demeanor suggested a successful outcome. The scene shifted to a conversation where someone exclaimed in surprise, Did you just say the head court physician?" Two individuals reacted with shock to the news that someone had rejected the position of head court physician. One of them explained, "Yes, I'm still young, so being tied to that place is a bit." The other responded with laughter, "Ha ha ha. You're really amazing. To think you'd reject the Chancellor's proposal." The conversation turned to Lord Gocho's recent achievement. One woman stated, "By the way, Bun passed the military service exam with the highest rank." The other responded, "Ah. Who would have thought he would have placed top? That's why he's in the training center right now. Lord Gocho reflected on Bun's recent success, stating, with Bun's skills, I believe that he's capable of doing that. He continued, emphasizing the need to address his own shortcomings, so I must fill the gaps in my studies too. The young woman, addressing Lord Gocho, softly uttered, Hyung Nim. Lord Gocho reassured her, stating, no, you're not lacking in your studies. Because even in this chaotic world. He explained, observing the young man diligently studying, the Hyung Nim I saw, who's trying to walk the right path. Concluded Lord Gocho, in the end, is not someone lacking. The young woman approached Lord Gocho with a hesitant request, Hyung Nim, if it's all right with you. Lord Gocho responded with a simple, questioning, huh? She continued, explaining, what do you think about working at the prefectural office of Ingchuan? Lord Gocho showed a thoughtful expression as the young woman continued, Ingchuan? Isn't that place done with? She clarified, I heard that this time, Ingchuan province is at a deficit, so they're choosing someone competent. And revealed, they're asking me if I could recommend someone. If it's all right with you, I'd like to recommend you for that position. The young woman explained that in Ingchuan province, skills are valued above personal connections. And that with her skills, she was more than qualified for the position. Her mother interjected, confidently asserting that if the employers had any discerning eyes, they would undoubtedly recognize her daughter's abilities. However, the young woman worried that if the province was facing a shortage of suitable candidates, someone else might be chosen instead. Lord Gocho sighed, expressing his frustration with the young woman's rigid adherence to protocol. The young woman then clarified that her insistence wasn't due to familial connections, but rather because neither she nor her brother possessed sufficient qualifications for the role. A young woman urged Lord Gocho for help, emphasizing the importance of family support. She stressed that only those who refuse to compromise rise to the top, ensuring the comfort of the commoners. The young woman then advised Lord Gocho to use this opportunity to gain power. The young woman, Biana, led Physician Hua to a humble village home, introducing him to Lord Gocho, who had been expecting them. Lord Gocho greeted Physician Hua politely, reiterating that he had been informed of the physician's arrival. Lord Gocho then turned his attention to Biana, inquiring about her progress in her studies. Biana confidently stated that she had learned the fundamentals of medicine from her uncle. Lord Gocho, intrigued, asked if she had read any medical texts. Biana confirmed that she had, further solidifying her ambition to become a physician. Biana, brimming with confidence, declared that she had been studying medical texts since childhood, learning to identify herbs and perform acupuncture. Adding that her meticulous nature allowed her to pay close attention to detail. Physician Hua, observing the interaction, muttered that Biana's speech sounded rehearsed. Lord Gocho, impressed, stated that it would be easier to teach Biana now that she was so dedicated and advised her to work hard from that point on. Physician Hua introduced his disciple, Obo, as Biana's older brother. Biana, delighted, expressed her gratitude to Physician Hua and promised to be under Obo's care. Obo, unimpressed by Biana's stature, scoffed, he's shorter than me and doesn't look all that smart either. I won't have to worry too much. He continued, boasting, he's no match for me just because he read some medical books. I've learned many things right from master. I'm the senior brother, so I got a head start. Lord Gocho, observing the interaction between his two students, intervened, instructing Obo, you're both the same age, but since Obo is the senior, you should always mind your manners. Obo, he's your junior, but you shouldn't treat him recklessly. He added a stern warning, and if by any chance you pitifully fall into a war of nerves, know that I'll hang both of you upside down by the eaves and have you poop bloody stools. The threat hung heavy in the air as Lord Gocho's gaze swept over both Obo and Biana. A palpable tension filled the room. Finally, Lord Gocho concluded, then, let's do our best from now on, okay? Biana and Obo, understanding the gravity of the situation, responded in unison, yes. Obo and Lord Gocho clasped hands, agreeing to work together in the future. Obo readily agreed to any questions Lord Gocho might have. wondering aloud if their teacher's methods would involve hanging them upside down and causing them to have bloody stools. He expressed relief that this was the extent of their teacher's harshness. Obo and his companion discussed Physician Hua, acknowledging his intimidating appearance and agreeing that fighting him would be unwise. Later, Biana reflected happily on the prospect of sharing a meal alone with Physician Hua, describing it as a dream come true. Lord Gocho's inquiry about the Red Moon House prompted a young man to question the reason behind his interest, revealing that the owner is a member of the house sect. Two women discussed the unusual situation, noting that even without Physician Hua's request, something seemed strange. While informing Physician Hua that they sent back the courtesans, they shared all the information except for the activities of family head Go's son, Chong. Because it's a courtesan house, they thought they could easily obtain information, but that wasn't the case. It has been a few years since the last investigation, and beyond the Red Moon House, there are other courtesan houses where the house sect lacks information. A chilling thought washed over Biana, don't tell me. Biana and another woman discussed the possibility that the house sect might not be the only recipients of the information regarding the Red Moon House. The other woman questioned if that could be the case, expressing her disbelief. In a tea house, a group of men discussed the recent death of a woman in the Taiping Manor, who had been shot by an arrow despite being rescued from captivity. One man expressed pity for the woman, having heard she was brutally tortured by the manor head. Another man expressed relief that the manor head was dead. A man lamented the dwindling supply of detoxifying elixirs, revealing that only 3 remained. Lord Gocho, experiencing a debilitating headache, worried aloud that his medicinal supplies would run out within the year. He mused that he needed to find a way to acquire more within that time frame. For without them, he feared he would die from the intense pain. Meanwhile, court physicians visited Lord Gocho's establishment. One of them remarked on the owner's generosity. Another questioned whether such generosity would leave anything for the owner. But the owner, smiling serenely, countered that people are more important than money. Lord Gocho, pleased with the outcome, reflected that he had successfully won over the court physicians after 3 months of effort. He believed that by winning over the head physician, he might even be able to recreate the elixir to lift the curse. A young man guided Lord Gocho toward a modest inn, announcing, "This is the inn, elder." The innkeeper, upon seeing Lord Gocho, exclaimed in surprise, "It's the first time for the head court physician, right?" "Head court physician?" Lord Gocho entered the inn, his arrival causing a stir among the staff. As the innkeeper, bowing deeply, welcomed him with the words, "A respectable customer has come. Please come inside." The innkeeper, preparing to introduce himself, began, "Let me introduce myself. I operate this humble inn dash." But was interrupted as the other physicians present greeted Lord Gocho, one of them stating, "Right, I've heard a lot about you." Lord Gocho, upon arriving at the inn, felt a sudden unease. A disquieting sensation that something was amiss. He questioned what was happening. As he observed the court physician's behavior, one physician, in particular, caught his attention. His expression was one of intense anger and shock. A visceral reaction betraying his true feelings. The physician's outburst revealed a shocking truth: the seemingly benevolent head court physician was the one who had enslaved him to the Taiping cult. The mastermind behind the creation of the unknown drug and acupuncture method. The very individual who forced him to endure a life worse than death, requiring him to take a detoxifying elixir every 6 months. Lord Gocho, horrified by his recent discovery, muttered to himself, "That kind of person is the head court physician?" He considered his options. It's easy to kill him. But immediately countered that thought, "But if I do that, it'll be difficult for me to get out unscathed." Lord Gocho sat alone in his chambers, weighing his options. He concluded, "I have to either get the detoxifying elixirs in a large amount or remove this curse somehow. The revenge comes after." He continued his internal monologue. "On top of that, since I heard that he's about to be kicked out by a physician called Wabu, I must observe the situation a bit more. And the fact that he could detoxify Her Highness bothers me." Lord Gocho witnessed the tragic scene of the consort's demise, the woman having succumbed to poison. He observed a young attendant tending to the body and concluded that the poison's source was Jiangdiak, a man known for his expertise in poisons. Lord Gocho pondered his options. He mused that if a physician named Wabu could detoxify the poison used on the consort, then perhaps Wabu could also remove the curse plaguing him. He initially dismissed Wabu as a simple physician, but reconsidered, realizing Wabu's skills must be extraordinary. Lord Gocho's expression hardened. He would seek out Wabu, but first, he needed to address the curse. Lord Gocho, his face etched with grim determination, muttered the name of a physician, Wabu. He wondered, just who is he? The question hung heavy in the air, reflecting his desperate search for a cure before enacting his revenge. The scene opens on a tranquil landscape, the words Yingchuan Province appearing on screen. A majestic building, characteristic of ancient Chinese architecture, dominates the frame. Lord Gocho is shown inside, meticulously preparing a herbal concoction. He carefully pours a liquid from a bottle into a small bowl. His expression focused and determined. He takes a sip, a look of satisfaction crossing his face as he mutters, "I found it." Lord Gocho, his face partially obscured, appeared deep in thought, a hand covering his mouth as if suppressing a reaction. His feet moving silently across the floor as he approached a wooden structure. A slight sound causing him to pause, a look of mild surprise crossing his features as he muttered, "Huh?" He stood before a collection of herbal remedies, his gaze scanning the various containers within a traditional apothecary. A sudden, sharp intake of breath from an unseen individual interrupted his search, a clear expression of shock and disbelief etched on their face. The unseen person exclaimed, "How is that bastard still alive?" revealing their intense anger and surprise. Lord Gocho, his face partially obscured by a mask, stood in contemplation, concluding there was no need for further investigation into the matter. He had already discovered the method of its creation, and noted that the physician's intentions were quite transparent. It had been some time since he last saw physician Jiangdiak, who sheepishly acknowledged the lapse in time. Lord Gocho, holding a small wooden box, inquired of physician Jiangdiak, "By the way, are you familiar with poisons?" Physician Jiangdiak responded with a smirk, "Isn't that obvious? Physicians should know a lot about poisons too." Lord Gocho simply replied, "I see." Physician Jiangdiak, sighing deeply, stated, "Then, I'll have to bother you about a lot of things from now on." Later, a furious Lord Gocho slammed his fist, exclaiming, "Foolish bastards! They couldn't even get rid of a mere kid? No matter how bad you are, you're still assassins." He then muttered to himself, "He's just an arrogant little brat." Lord Gocho, seething with rage, vowed vengeance. "I'll definitely make you pay with your life." Meanwhile, Obo, carrying a wooden box, approached a grand building. A shadowy figure stood guard at the entrance. Obo entered the palace and paid his respects to the Chancellor. "I pay my respects to Your Highness the Chancellor." The Chancellor, a stern-faced man, welcomed Physician Hua. "Welcome, Physician Hua. I've received your report." The Chancellor inquired about the results of the examination. Then, were there any kinds of results? Obo stood before the Chancellor, his posture respectful but his expression serious. He presented a wooden box, the weight of its contents heavy with unspoken implications. Physician Jiangdiak, having already delivered his report, observed the exchange with quiet intensity. He had discovered the ingredients used in the poison, and the revelation was shocking. The poison was made from medicinal herbs, a fact that both surprised and disturbed him. The Chancellor, upon hearing this, reacted with a visible start. His eyes widened in disbelief as the implications of this discovery sunk in. Many medicinal herbs contain subtle toxicities. To use them safely as medicine requires careful preparation to weaken or neutralize these toxicities. But Jiangdiak's investigation revealed something far more sinister. Instead of neutralizing the toxins, the assassins had used incompatible herbs, creating a deadly concoction. Physician Jiangdiak continued his report, explaining that the poison contained rare herbs, some of which were not even available in the court's drug inventory. The chancellor listened intently, his expression growing increasingly grave as the physician detailed the poison's composition. If so, are you telling me that the poison's enhanced toxicity points to someone with extensive medical knowledge? The chancellor pondered, his gaze sweeping across the ornate ceiling of his chambers. But there are only a handful of people who could handle these rare herbs. The implication hung heavy in the air. The chancellor, deeply disturbed by OBO's report, ordered the summoning of the General Affairs aide, acknowledging the limitations of the court physician's expertise in this matter. He then tasked physician Jayandiak with leading the investigation into Lord Gocho's assassination. The chancellor's decision was met with contemplation, as advisors debated the merits of choosing an outsider for such a sensitive case, ultimately concluding that Jayandiak's impartiality would be beneficial to the investigation. The chancellor, his expression grave, turned to physician Hua. "What do you think?" he inquired. He continued, "Are you confident you'll perform well if given the authority to inspect the court physicians?" Physician Hua bowed slightly. "I shall do my best, Your Highness." The chancellor nodded. "I shall bestow physician Hua with an inspection plaque so that he can inspect the court physicians and the royal clinic. Bring the Commandant of Justice." The Commandant of Justice, a high-ranking official responsible for law enforcement and punishments, promptly responded, "As you command." 3 days passed. A public announcement was made, demanding justice for Jayandiak, who had attempted to poison the consort. Physician Hua, upon hearing the news, reacted with shock and disbelief. Jayandiak, confronted by the guards, vehemently denied the accusation of poisoning the consort, claiming it was a ridiculous misunderstanding. Meanwhile, another official, observing the scene, suspected foul play, muttering about a damned bastard's plan. 2 officials discussed the situation, concluding that there had been a misunderstanding. Jayandiak, however, remained silent, his expression unreadable. The investigation into the consort's poisoning revealed a list of herbs, arums, pinelia, and aconite, all distributed under the guise of court physicians' prescriptions, but they were inappropriately prescribed herbs. Deadly poisonous medicinal herbs. The investigator noted that Jayandiak had removed these herbs from his prescriptions, claiming they might burden the patient. But this was a crucial detail. The investigator secured testimony from a servant and presented the gourd-shaped bottle found at Jayandiak's home. It contained the same poisonous elixir the consort had ingested. There were no holes in the evidence against him. Jayandiak's arrest was imminent. Bound and kneeling before the chancellor, Jayandiak proclaimed his innocence, crying out, "Your Highness, the chancellor has wronged me." He continued, his voice strained with emotion, "Ever since your predecessor, I have only pledged my loyalty to you. How could you think I would try to murder Her Highness the worthy consort by poisoning her?" The chancellor, however, remained unmoved, his expression unwavering. Turning to Physician Hua, the chancellor commanded, "Physician Huabu, please explain in detail what you've investigated." Hua, visibly disturbed, responded, "Yes, Your Highness." He then revealed, ever since Physician Jayandiak was appointed, he has embezzled a great number of medicinal herbs up until now. Physician Hua presented irrefutable evidence of Jayandiak's crime, the embezzlement of medicinal herbs worth approximately 300 niangs of gold. Furthermore, considering the high quality of the materials, the total value was estimated to be over 500 niangs. Jayandiak had attempted to conceal his actions by falsifying the inventory records. The chancellor, enraged, accused Jayandiak of betraying the country by stealing its wealth. Jayandiak, bound and defiant, retorted that the chancellor's definition of loyalty was theft itself. Jayandiak's angry outburst further fueled the chancellor's conviction of his guilt. A speech bubble revealed a critical piece of information: the poison given to the worthy consort was the same poison found in Physician Jayandiak's house. The chancellor's face contorted in a mask of fury as the implications of this revelation crashed down upon him. His rage intensified as he realized that Jayandiak was the one who had poisoned the worthy consort. The weight of this realization settled upon him, confirming his suspicions. Bound and kneeling before the court, Jaeong-deok awaited his fate, the commandant of justice observing impassively. The chancellor's fury threatened to consume him as he considered the gravity of Jaeong-deok's actions and the danger posed to the highness. The chancellor, consumed by rage, thundered, "What kind of ruling should I give him, after what he did to the worthy consort's life?" Physician Hua, calmly but firmly, stated that while there was no direct evidence of poisoning, the poisonous medicine administered to the worthy consort was undeniable. He further revealed that Jaeong-deok's embezzlement of over 500 gold niangs from the royal family was irrefutable evidence of his guilt. The chancellor, already convinced of Jaeong-deok's guilt, declared that the three families of Jaeong-deok should be exterminated, their wealth confiscated, and their retainers enslaved to the government. He deemed this the appropriate punishment. Despite his decision, the chancellor expressed a desire to hear the opinion of one more person before finalizing the judgment. The chancellor, still seething from physician Hua's damning testimony, turned to the assembled court. His gaze lingered on Jaeong-deok, whose guilt was undeniable. A silent question hanging heavy in the air. He sought a second opinion, his expression a mixture of anger and uncertainty. Before delivering the final judgment, Physician Hua, having presented his evidence, remained stoic, awaiting the chancellor's decision. The chancellor, deep in thought, surveyed the grand palace from afar. He pondered a critical question: what was the appropriate course of action regarding Jaeong-deok's sentencing? Inside the court, Jaeong-deok knelt before the chancellor and a host of officials, his guilt already established. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation. Physician Hua, having presented his damning evidence, stood silently, observing Jaeong-deok's apprehension. His gaze lingered on the chancellor, wondering if his testimony had swayed the judgment. He internally questioned whether the chancellor was merely testing him or genuinely seeking his opinion on the matter. The decree was harsh: the three families of the sinner Jaeong-deok were to be exterminated. It was deemed just that physician Jaeong-deok should pay for his crimes. But even if he committed crimes, his family had nothing to do with this. It was deemed unfair to punish them all. A man, presumably a high-ranking official, contemplated the situation, his thoughts focused on the three families. He acknowledged the justification of the chancellor's ruling. The chancellor sat in judgment, the weight of his decision heavy upon him. A hushed tension filled the court as he considered the plea for leniency regarding physician Hua's family. The commandant of justice watched impassively, his expression unreadable. The physician, his guilt undeniable, looked on with a mixture of fear and resignation. A voice pressed for a swift ruling. "Then, why don't you give your ruling?" The chancellor hesitated, his internal conflict evident. "How would I dare to do so?" he thought, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on his conscience. Jaeong-deok, ever loyal, offered a quiet affirmation: "I shall only respect your ruling, Your Highness." A surprising burst of laughter erupted from the chancellor. "You really are someone I'd like to have by my side," he declared, his relief palpable. A radiant burst of light illuminated the page, showcasing a description of Physician Hua: "He's quick-witted and extremely smart. Even so, he's humble and elevates others." The chancellor's feet were shown, and he reflected: "I finally understand why people are complimenting you until their mouths go dry." The chancellor continued, stating that Physician Hua's potential was too great to waste, declaring it too much of a waste to let you rot as a mere physician. The chancellor, showing leniency, declared that he would consider Physician Hua's opinion and grant him a special selection. A surprised expression crossed the commandant of justice's face as the chancellor's decision was revealed. The chancellor then announced his decision regarding Jaeong-deok: "I shall have head court physician Jaeong-deok beheaded. But his family's status will be reduced to that of a government official's." Jaeong-deok's face was a mask of shock and despair. As the weight of the chancellor's judgment settled upon him, he reflected on his actions, admitting to himself that he had underestimated his opponent and acted carelessly. His regret was palpable. Jaeong-deok knew that his fate was sealed, death was inevitable. But even in the face of his demise, a sliver of acceptance settled in. He understood that this was the only possible end. Meanwhile, Physician Hua, witnessing the scene, felt an overwhelming sense of relief. His punishment, while uncertain, was far less severe than he had feared. A panoramic view of a serene landscape unfolds, showcasing rolling hills, lush forests, and a glimpse of a distant village. The scene is peaceful, a stark contrast to the events that have transpired. Physician Hua, Jiandiak, and several guards walked along a forest path, the sounds of nature a muted backdrop to their somber procession. Their steps measured in heavy with the weight of recent events. The air hung heavy with unspoken tension. They arrived at a clearing where a crude execution platform stood, a stark symbol of Jiandiak's impending fate. Guards stood ready, their spears pointed towards the ground. A banner bearing the seal of the court fluttered in the light breeze. Jiandiak, resigned, looked towards the platform. Physician Hua, escorted by guards, walked away from the judgment site, his steps slow and deliberate. A single, loose piece of paper trailing behind him in the mud. He was spared, but the weight of the chancellor's leniency was heavy on his heart. Physician Hua, despite his relief at avoiding execution, felt a deep sense of shame. He confided in the guard accompanying him that his gratitude for the chancellor's mercy stemmed from the fact that his family had been spared. He felt unworthy of such leniency. The guard listened patiently, understanding the physician's conflicted emotions. Hua expressed his desire to repay his debt, requesting a private conversation to discuss his plans. The guard, though bound by duty, seemed to understand the physician's need for closure. Physician Hua, still burdened by guilt despite his reprieve, was escorted away from the judgment grounds. Guards surrounded him, their spears held at the ready. As he was led through the palace grounds, a single thought dominated his mind: to atone for his past actions. Meanwhile, a clandestine meeting was taking place outside the palace walls. A figure, cloaked in shadow, spoke to a lone man, warning him against accepting any invitations for a house visit. The warning was stark: you should never go. Back within the palace, Physician Hua found himself face to face with the chancellor's messenger. The messenger's words were sharp and accusatory: "Were you trying to kill me by using a house visit as an excuse?" To which Physician Hua could only offer a contrite response: "I'm really sorry." Physician Hua, his face etched with weariness and guilt, silently walked away from the court. His footsteps slow and deliberate as he left the scene of Jiandiak's sentencing. The chancellor's messenger, still seething with suspicion, watched Hua's departure. He muttered, "Execute him." The messenger believed Hua's leniency was a sham. Physician Hua, however, felt a surge of anger. "This is ridiculous," he thought, his fists clenching. The scene shifted to a dark, ominous setting, where a glint of steel flashed, revealing a bloody blade, the executioner's weapon, stained crimson from Jiandiak's execution. An urgent message reached the palace: an emergency patient requested a house call at the 5 counties. The messenger relayed the request, suggesting they come to the palace instead. Meanwhile, Physician Hua, seated in his chambers, received another request for a house call from a neighboring village. He suspected foul play, believing these requests were attempts on his life. Physician Hua felt a surge of anger, not only for the threats against him but also for the potential danger to his disciples. He resolved to teach his disciples martial arts to ensure their safety. 2 young disciples addressed Physician Hua, questioning his decision. He responded simply, "Very well." Physician Hua, his eyes gleaming with determination, declared to his disciples, "Guys, I'll have to train you." He began their training, instructing them on proper breathing techniques and posture. "Breathe properly. OBO, straighten your hips." Physician Hua observed his disciples' clumsy attempts at suturing, admonishing them, "It's only a suture. A suture. Relax your hands. Are you butchering them?" Physician Hua revealed his reasoning behind the training, stating, "Let's have these kids learn about martial arts and medical arts without an end in this pattern." He explained further, "And if I can't leave the palace for the time being?" Physician Hua, having just finished instructing his disciples, reflected on the opportunities before him. He mused to himself, "There's another thing I must do in this opportunity." His thoughts turned to a specific goal: getting my Hyung employed. A broad smile spread across his face as he envisioned his brother's success. Physician Hua stood before a window, gazing out at the world beyond. He considered his next steps carefully. A question formed in his mind: should I go test the waters first? Later, a conversation took place. Someone commented on Physician Hua's humility, suggesting that someone like him should rise high in the government. Physician Hua lamented, I can't do that with my skills. He continued, reflecting on his brother's potential, I'm sure my brother could do it though. I'm not born for that position. An older man, seemingly a superior official, inquired, did you have a brother? Physician Hua responded simply, Ho. Physician Hua mused, his brain is one thing, but he also has an upright personality. He continued, but he's got a strong personality, to begin with, so it's hard to pass the exam. From a little brother's perspective, it's such a shame. The older man chuckled, but with Hyung's personality and skills, he will be able to achieve great results next year. Ha ha. Seeing you say that will definitely happen. A superior official spoke to Physician Hua, expressing that if Hua's brother passed the imperial exams, it would greatly benefit him as well. Physician Hua, hopeful for his brother's future, responded with a polite farewell. After the official's departure, Physician Hua let out a sigh of relief, having secured one person's support for his brother's endeavors. He then resolved to make everyone in the palace aware of his brother's capabilities. Physician Hua's plan extended beyond the court physicians. He also shared the information with the palace maids. Finally, he reassured his brother, promising unwavering support. Physician Hua, driven by his desire to improve his brother's standing, resolved to enhance the worthy consort's condition. He felt a surge of confidence as he approached the palace. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a group of officials who announced his presence with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The scene unfolded with a dramatic flourish, emphasizing the gravity of the moment. Inside, a woman, seemingly surprised by the commotion, questioned the unusual gathering. Physician Hua, observing the scene, found himself struck by an unexpected feeling. He felt like a gang leader.